Үлкен істер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCC-KZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
Games of Future. Games of the Future.
A very good morning. Salem, good to be with you all again. Our day 3 of the Phygital Games of the Future Astana 2026 as we fly through the digital version of this magnificent city. We welcome you as you travel through the portal to our broadcast studios here. Great to be with you. I'm David Bloch, joined by the incredible Shulpan. Good morning.
Good morning, Astana. Good morning, world. We are so excited. We're on day 3 of our broadcast, but it is day 5 of the games.
Now, day 3, we're in it to win it. Everyone is now heavily invested in what is becoming a hotly contested Phygital Games of the Future Astana 2026. What a great couple of days of competition it's been. We've seen a couple of upsets, we've seen a couple of near misses, some near wins so far between Dota, Phygital Basketball, and PUBG. Where are you kind of feeling? What have been some of your highlights? What are you feeling at the moment?
I'm absolutely excited about Dota 2, actually, right now. Why? Because today is a really important day.
Oh, yes.
Yesterday, we had 4 teams eliminated, and now we have 12 teams standing. And today, the games are either go big or go home.
Absolutely. It's definitely go big or go home. We're playing for a prize pool in some instances of up to $1 million US, and that's nothing to kind of sneer at. As Shulpan said, we're starting to whittle down now to the last few who are all contesting this year's games. It's going to be super exciting. We'll be here for the entire day, taking you through all the action, what you can expect, some behind the scenes. We'll be introducing you to some of the players, some of the teams that make up this year's competition. It's all live and it's all happening now.
And we can't forget the fun facts.
Oh, yes.
Fun facts trivia. We have more interesting facts for you today.
And I look forward to that because Shulpan is our regular trivia did you know it girl. So we look forward to the fact that she'll be keeping us informed as to some of the information that maybe we don't know as much of. In the meantime, though, let's take a look at the screen to see what we've been experiencing over the last few days.
Separate ganks where you kind of have to analyze it a bit closer to see what went down, like what went so horribly wrong that they weren't able to get those kills to click. There was that one smoke opportunity that, you know, it was daytime, unfortunately popped like at max range right there at the waterfall when YSR was farming in front of the tier 2 tower. But this was another of those attempts. They tried to go for a kill, they lose mid one, there was the Planet Blink Echo Slam follow-up, and by this point, you've already given them the gold to pick up all these team fight items. That just makes the game so much easier for Resilience to respond. All those blinks, all those big heavy hitting items, YSR hitting the peak on that bench carry. Also, it did help a lot in these later engagements that the Furion was always so deep in, but by the time Analog actually gets to hit people, his allies are dead, so he's all alone.
15-minute mark, I think everybody started. Okay, it's time to fight, right? What do you think, Yusuf?
This part especially was really hype when they started throwing grenades. Anyone's Legends absolutely obliterated Falcons. It seemed like Falcons might really have to rethink their tactics. I think every other team figured it out now at this point.
Yeah, anyone else, they just did really great in this game, but they had to go out at some point after around the 17th minute or 16th minute. But still, they're really good whatever. Virtus Pro, as you see on the screen, I mean, we were talking about Virtus Pro, like what really happened to them. They made it to the top 4 this time.
Yeah, they definitely played a lot better in them. I think this is the game that's really going to bring it out of them for the upcoming games, as long as they carry this with them and not leave it behind.
Of course. I mean, Virtus Pro made it to the top 4, and I mean, they couldn't hold off, but Diga took out all of them. And when we talk...
Amazing highlights right here. We have Triada.
added AoE, so like the Aftershock build isn't just free creep damage to farm. And I don't know, it feels like we've kind of started to ignore like what Snapfire has been completely ignored, right?
Oh yeah.
And into a melee matchup, right? Like Primal Beast, maybe that's something that you could have made work a little bit better. Perhaps
It's
a little bit more damage to play with as well.
I mean, again, like it's a draft issue from the start to finish, and you mentioned like maybe a Snapfire could have helped for sure, right? But they go for the last pick Earthshaker. It's not bad. Maybe they think it can counter, like if somehow once your curse is used and the enemy groups up, you can sort of jump on them. But they fell too far behind, and that was really it.
Welcome back to our live coverage here in our broadcast studios of the Phygital Games of the Future Astana 2026. On screen, you saw a couple of the highlights that we've been seeing throughout the course of the last few days and what games of play we've been experiencing. It's been an exciting couple of days.
Absolutely jam-packed with some surprises and some really unfortunate losses as well.
Yeah, it's been unfortunate to have to, at this stage, start saying goodbye to a couple of those teams who have all fought so valiantly to stay in it. But that's the nature of the games, I'm afraid. When you're in it to win it and you're playing for the kind of stakes we're playing for, then at this stage, we're now in for those that are in for the long haul. Phygital games, for many people, a very interesting concept, possibly a very new concept as well. Both the physical spaces and the digital spaces in which we play. But surprisingly and interestingly enough, Dota 2 today, we're not going to be moving anywhere near the physical space. We're purely in, and I love how you refer to it, as our fantasy world.
Absolutely, and I love to refer to as the fantasy world, because let's remind our viewers, Dota 2 features over 120 unique heroes that each player can choose from.
Now, what's interesting for me about the selection process of these heroes is it's not just willy-nilly, let's pick a hero here or there. They are very specific, very strategically positioned. And in some instances, the opposing team can block the other team from selecting a specific hero. Is that necessarily going to give the other team the specific edge?
Indeed, David, because they call the drafting stage usually the first battle of Dota, because it could decide the outcome of the game.
Well, from one battle to another, let's take a look at what you can expect over the next few days. You'll see on your screens at the moment the Phygital Basketball running from July 29 right through to August the 3rd. Battle Royale continuing up through to August the 2nd. MOBA PC up until August the 5th. And then Phygital Football beginning on August the 5th, taking us through to close of play on August the 9th. We also have Phygital Shooter right through once again also from the 4th of August to the 8th. MOBA Mobile. Phygital Dancing coming in toward the end, August the 6th to August the 7th. I'm particularly looking forward to that one. And Phygital Fighting on the last 2 days of competition. That's August the 8th through to the 9th. In terms of today's schedule,
absolutely. Today we're beginning off strong with our Dota 2 competition. As we mentioned earlier, we are now heating the competition up. Anybody who loses, any one of the teams who loses, will be unfortunately packing their suitcases, followed by an intense third day and grand final of Battle Royale. We will see which team will take the $1 million prize.
Yes, that Battle Royale for the $1 million. It's a biggie. We're going to be keeping our eyes and ears peeled on that one. Taking a look now at the various group stages, taking us through to the finals as well. You can see we've eventually begun to whittle out down to the final players. Those are left standing.
Absolutely. Let's remind our viewers that Dota 2 is played in the GSL format for groups of 4 teams. We have 12 teams left in the competition, and by the end of today, even less.
All bets are off as we now lead into that final round of competition. Who's going to take the top spot? It remains to be seen. All very exciting with the live action coming to you from Astana in Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan declared 2026 the year of digitization and artificial intelligence. It's no surprise that the magnificent city of Astana has been selected as the host city. And something like this would not be possible without our valued support of our incredible sponsors. We'd like to remind you that the Phygital football discipline, presented by Samruk-Kazyna from the 4th to the 9th of August.
And if you would like to catch all of our streams, you may do so on our OTT platform at Phygital Plus.
There you go. Thank you so much to all of our sponsors, as we also make reference to the fact that the Phygital Shooter is brought to you by Yandex Go. You can download the app now and appreciate the thrill of this amazing city.
And David, we went through all of the exciting 8 disciplines that we have up ahead.
Yes.
And you can catch the tickets for all of these future disciplines on ticketon.kz. That's www.ticketon.kz.
Thank you so much, Shulpan. The games would be nothing without our valued sponsors, and with that, we say thank you so much. Rahmet, it is such a pleasure having you on board to ride the ride with us. We're in it for the long haul, certainly. This has been a thrilling few days. We mentioned earlier that this year is the year of digitization and artificial intelligence in the magnificent city of Astana. No coincidence that Kazakhstan was selected to host this year's games. You must be particularly proud.
Of course, I'm really proud of the work that my country has undertaken thus far in order to be able to host such big international competitions. And right now, as we can see, one of the beautiful venues.
Yeah, this is the actual opening ceremony of Dota, which is happening live. And if I'm not mistaken, Shulpan, we're going to cut to this live. Let's see what's happening down in this magnificent venue as we take you now to the opening ceremony.
Team play time! Team Execration!
Suddenly struck me were the positioning of those fans. Clearly, it's hot in that space.
Yes, and it's to let them cool down during that really hot competition that they are already playing for a couple of days.
Yeah, we've been seeing the strain that many of the teams have been under. You think to yourself, because they're seated in a chair, that it's going to be a lot easier than being in the physical space. Not really. We've seen exactly how they have been sweating it out. We've been seeing the actual physical exhaustion on their faces, as sometimes we've progressed until around 2:30 in the morning. So we're not playing games here. This is serious. We are in it to win it. we're playing for $1 million.
Yes, David, and as we mentioned, this is a purely digital sphere, but I would not be fast to dismiss them as non-athletes, because that heart rate during peak times of the game could reach 120 beats per minute. Now that is a workout in itself.
Absolutely, absolutely, and that's why we refer to everyone playing and contesting this year's games as athletes, because they are. Many of these teams, I mean, they clock in over 20,000 hours of actual play time. Many of them actually practice up to 8 hours a day. So like any physical traditional sport athlete, these guys go in it, it's all or nothing.
It's absolute training, and some of these athletes spend months or even years in preparation before big tournaments such as these.
So with the players now all converging in Kazakhstan, we mentioned earlier that it's no surprise Kazakhstan and the beautiful city of Astana was selected to host this year's games. I know you are particularly proud, being homegrown yourself. What is it about Astana that you think kind of pipped the city ahead of everyone else to eventually win the bid for this year's games?
Well, as you know, David, Astana is one of the youngest capitals of the world, named only in 1997. But in those 20-odd years, Astana has developed beyond any imaginable capacity. I mean, as you could tell, the venues seamlessly transitioning from traditional sporting venues to digitized home for the digital games of the future.
What's exciting for me is the fact that as we look at this beautiful digital world that's been created, we're showing you now who is contesting our next round of competition. The city itself is not only filled with the most incredible modern architecturally beautifully designed venues to host our particular sporting meets, but there are also some incredible landmarks as well.
Of course. I mean, Astana, I like to think of it and I like to present Astana as a city that not only preserves its history, but is also building the future at the same time. So the landmarks, they reflect that positioning of the city itself.
And that's what you said so beautifully. I was thinking exactly the same thing. You know, you look at visuals like this and it shows a city that's already not only moving toward the future, but a city that is already in the future. Landmarks generally tend to tell the history and showcase the traditions of a particular place. But the buildings here, the landscape, truly reflect the actual future of the city.
Yes, I agree with you completely, because we have some futuristically designed architecture featuring Astana's skyline, namely the Khan Shatir, the biggest Shatir structure in Central Asia, designed by the famous Norman Foster. And we also have that spherical Nur Alem sphere, opened in 2017 during the Expo.
Now, Shulpan, we're about 30 seconds out from handing over to our colleagues for the first game of the day. Execration versus Playtime. We've seen these guys coming in strong. Execration doing exceptionally well. Do we think that any one particular team so far has the edge at this point?
It's really difficult to say, but let's take a look. We're beginning the game between Execration and Playtime. Good.
Do you think that is something that you're going to use? And if so, Execration are playing against a team that is very spirit-oriented. You know, Playtime with their former mid laner, they used to run the Earth Spirit, they used to run the Ember Spirit. So it kind of does seem like even though there is a draft differential over here with Playtime needing to adapt, it seems like that adaptation is already built into their core roster.
I mean, Bob is a big risk taker. I've always seen him do like these big jumps going in deep on the enemy team. And so Earth Spirit, Ember, these heroes feel more like his tempo rather than something like Deadlina, which is a little bit more staying behind. Whereas Abed, after seeing him in EWC when he went against Tai Long that mid lane, you get the feeling that Abed is not the laning powerhouse and more suitable for something like an Invoker or a space-making initiator, something like a Slardar. That's how I generally feel about Abed right now.
How do you think the comparison fares between Akashi and Wits? Clearly, the spotlight is going to be on both Wits and Tai Lung the entire tournament. They're the youngest of the lot. And Akashi is kind of a veteran in both the international stage as well as in the Southeast Asian scene. So how exactly is that matchup supposed to go? And what is your expectation for that matchup?
I know that they both play Broodmother, as actually what Akashi has won with in this tournament, but I think that Akashi is more greedy than Wits. You can see him sometimes ignoring his teammates and to focus on his farm, whereas Wits is a little bit more involved, trying to make sure that he's having impact early on. Akashi can be kind of like that Whisper style, although that's Whisper's offlane. He's like, all right, I'm going to jungle. You guys, you do you, but I need 5 minutes. I'm not coming out until 5 minutes have passed. And that can sometimes hurt the team on execration.
It is also worth pointing out that this is an elimination series, and when I had a conversation with Arthur, the former coach for Execration, the current coach for Team Glyph, he mentioned how Execration perform best when there's a load off of their shoulders, when there isn't that extreme pressure on them to actually come out with the win. And this was, Arthur went to EWC with Execration. You were there, not this year, but the last year. How do you think that is going to affect Execration in this very important series?
I mean, when you look at their record this year, almost always within 1 or 2 games from qualifying to the biggest events, so it's clear that the pressure does get to them. Like 2nd place to qualify for ESL Birmingham, they got what was it, like 3rd place for the EWC, 4th place for the TI. Like, they're very close, so it's clear that the pressure gets to them in those qualifiers. I'm hoping it doesn't get to them in this match. It comes down to the coach, right? Coach, maybe he's like, all right, guys, come on, we can do this. Helps build them up.
Yeah, March is, as Steel Borko mentioned, one of our in-house analysts and hosts. March has been a fantastic figure, has been coming from, I think, one of the most polarizing places in all of esports, not just in Dota. That's the region of South Korea. It hasn't just been March with MVP Phoenix. It's been everyone else that's been involved in the scene. But the kind of expertise that March brings in. Previously, before Execration, March was the coach for Yangon Galacticos, an all Myanmar roster, and they had a lot of talent as well, KSS as well as a young PH. I'm very curious to see how March will bring, the kind of coaching style from Django Galacticos to Execration, because I can tell you, YG were an incredibly aggressive team.
Yeah, I'm glad to see March back. Although, I'm looking at him, he didn't have like a whole ton of success working with Talent Esports last year, but looks like this year with this new squad of Execration, hoping to do that. There he is, right there, March.
And when we do have to give a bit of a caveat, even though he didn't have as much success with Talent Esports is still by far, when you take a look at the past 3-4 years, the most successful Southeast Asian team to have come out, right? 3rd place in Dream League. It doesn't get much better than that. Of course, 2nd and 1st is still something that Southeast Asia has been vying for ever since they've won a major. But it's been a long time since TI3. It's been a long time since Team Orange took to the steps. Malaysia took to the scene where they were very close to a TI Grand Final.
Don't remind us. We almost had it. But yeah, well, I do expect. I'm favoring playtime a little bit, but just a little bit, honestly. It feels like one of those 55-60% for playtime. Execration, though, definitely has a very solid shot. I think the difference could be coming from Bob. If he can take those big risks and use them to snowball the team, that could be a big one for them. We haven't mentioned Tino and Jabs. I've saw Jabs, I cast a lot of his games were on an EWC, and he felt very, very cautious when he picks the Enigma, and he's sticking to the Enigma in this one. Like, we would go 20 minutes without Black Hole. One of those games, he actually had a refresher orb and died before he could even get the second Black Hole off. And you're like, all right. But Tino, on the other hand, a lot more of an active type, like the Lycan, the Centaur. No real cooldown, just wants to fight most of the time.
And that is a big contrast to Tino from when they did pick up Bob. When Bob was a newcomer to their team, Tino was playing this Magnus, this Axe, this offlane Undying, which Execration crafted up, and it seemed pretty good. Welcome everyone to Astana, for all of you lovely folks who are joining us in the crowd for Execration versus Playtime. I hope you all are doing well, and you should welcome these teams as they take, for the first time, as Steel Borko mentioned, Astana has its big Dota 2 LAN, $1 million tournament, But it's going to be a long journey for all of these teams. There have been quite a few teams eliminated so far, Atomo. But something that you and I both mentioned, there is a lot of healthy representation. You have a lot of South American teams. You have a lot of Southeast Asian teams. You have a lot of Chinese teams who are on the big stage. Something that is very unique to Astana, right? Unique to Kazakhstan, because for most of those big tier 1 lands you have around the world, South American teams, Southeast Asian teams, Chinese teams, they don't usually make it this far with this much concentration.
Agreed. You might see like one team making it past the group, like one team from each region making it past the group stage, but here we have several. And you can argue that Playtime is both, right? It's a Southeast Asian as well as a South American team. But we're going to go to the draft here. They get rid of the Lone Druid from Playtime, which has been one of the most annoying heroes. And they get rid of the Earth Spirit. Now, both Bob as well as Abed have been spamming this hero. This tournament has been the most picked for both of them. And they're like, well, if Execration's first picking, we don't want them to get their hands on it.
And it's very interesting to see Execration ban out that Undying, something that they, well, previously liked to play with. The question in my mind is, we saw a fantastic Magnus a few days ago. That one was against Extreme Gaming, and it completely disabled Extreme Gaming. Maybe it was just a pick that works well against Ame, as time has shown us, but it's something Execration is going to go for. But no, they immediately pick up the Lina, and I will remind everyone that Bob lost with the Lina in their series against Amaru.
Yeah, I do feel like Bob is better on a hero that kind of uses his body to move forward, like the Earth Spirit, the Ember Spirit. Lina is a little bit more stay behind and use your spells, a little bit more careful. And I don't know. I don't know about that. And at the same time, both teams opening up with their mid. Invoker there for Abed, which I think suits him a little bit more than the Lina suits Bob.
Yeah, this was the pick they went for against Team Resilience. They had a fantastic game on that mid side. It's an interesting comparison to see both mid lane heroes coming out super early on. It's not exactly a situation where either mid laner comes out ahead, so it will just come down to the supports. Which team is going to build up their roster with pick-off oriented supports? So which team is going to have those supports rotate in towards that mid lane?
And one hero that neither team will really, I would say, benefit too much from is the Necrophos. On one side, you have the Dispel from the Invoker. On the other is massive magic damage. So Necrophos becomes kind of iffy. Another hero that we've seen be very popular this term has been the Winter Wyvern. Oftentimes even first picked, or at least coming first pick in the second stage of the draft. Again, not too useful against either the Invoker or the Lina.
What about the Lion over here? I would imagine that normally in a circumstance, Lion is something that I consider to be a very unique, very useful support. Kind of has that basic toolkit built in with 2 disables as well as a high damage nuke, and can rotate very early on. Tusk is also available, and so you do have quite a few options. There are so many cores being banned here by Execration. Look at that, Automo. They really do fear wits.
Yeah, and I especially like the Spectre ban coming out from them. They're like, okay, this is definitely not what we want to play against, because we know he can be very active on his carry role. They take the Hoodwink, so that's going to be a nice break as well as a group up stun that they can use with the Bushwhack. Now, Execration probably going to be showing us a couple of their supports. They've been playing a decent amount of Rubik, some Dark Willow. Oh, there you go. It's going to be the Centaur as well as the Bane.
Yeah, I would actually have imagined that they were posturing towards a Nature's Prophet, considering that they do ban out that Spectre. Drow Ranger has also been banned out, so you have 2 very strong heroes against the NP banned. But it's a decent combo. You pick your offlaner, but you also pick a position 5. So Playtime don't have an idea about which support is going to be joining the Centaur. Meanwhile, they've already revealed their position 4. So Execration, by keeping their carry pick in the pocket, they do keep the element of surprise going for themselves. At the same time, Snapfire is available. It's that classic combo for Execration, but Playtime, they do have that rotation potential built in now.
I like the save coming out from the Tusk as well. If the Fiend's Grip comes up on anyone, if the Lina gets a good Light Strike array, then Tusk can sort of blink in and is able to save them out. So I like it. And they might go for Nature's Prophet on Playtime if they wanted to. Pretty good using the Treants along with the Tusk, although I think it might work pretty well for Wits.
It's the double block, right? Ice Shard plus the Sprout. Very difficult to get through that kind of a barrier. You can even use those spells as a setup for the other. And so when you have these 2 supports, the Hoodwink that can also rotate, with a global hero like the Nature's Prophet, I think it would be the perfect pick. Not to mention, you have the Invoker that can bring about the Alacrity, so the overwhelming attack damage from the Nature's Prophet may just be too much for Execration to contend with. Even if you do have that Fiend's Grip, that BKB piercing spell, you have a save that disables that Fiend's Grip entirely.
But we could also consider going for their offlaner right now, something for Tino, like the Doom that we mentioned earlier on. Sorry, not for Tino, my bad, for Jabs. Enigma's in the pool. They go for the Taino, sticking to Wits Zero. One of the best picks if you want to balance farming as well as roaming around. You get him the Shadow Blade, can burst people down. You look at it, Bane, Lina, very easy to bring down.
The Tiny is also one of my favorite heroes against that Lina, simply because of his innate. You have inbuilt status resistance as Execration. They will go for the Ember Spirit, so they'll actually not play the Lina or rather Bob for Lina. It's going to be the Ember for Bob, and that means Akashi will be on that Lina.
I like this so much more. I was mentioning early on that I don't prefer Bob on the Lina. I want him to, pick a hero that uses his body. He's a big risk taker, so something like the Ember, the Void Spirit, or of course the Earth Spirit would be best. Now we're going to the last pick. Playtime needs an offlaner, Execration. There is a small chance that this is a support Lina. I'm not gonna put that as a 0 right now.
You do have that setup. You have that Nightmare. And as well as that Boost Stomp, right? So 3 entire disables, 4 disables with the Searing Chains, and the Searing Chains could also be a setup for the Life Strike array. So I wouldn't really put it past Execration to have a support Lina. It just does feel a bit weak considering that cost time animation for the Lina is quite high, considering especially in contrast to what the Dusk and the Hoodwink actually bring to the table.
Agreed. I overall feel like it's going to be a position 4 for Execration, something for Shanks, Playtime, something for Jabs. What would Jabs want? Will he consider going for the Enigma? It's not. Oh, sorry. My bad. This has been banned out.
What does Jabs go for over here? I think that the Mars could potentially be a pretty good option, but you have that Tiny, and we see some teams, and in particular tier 1 teams, shifting towards that Magnus. I would actually imagine the Magnus is a fantastic pick right now for Playtime. You have that Empower or increase the damage of that Tiny, which is already increased by the Alacrity, as well as that tag team. Just have the Tiny one-shot everyone.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. I also think Axe has been an option that he's liked quite a bit. So no Enigma, no Brew. Playtime, they're kind of discussing the finishing touch. Coach is there with Jabs. He's like, what do you want? He goes, all right, maybe I will take... Yeah, I'm generally feeling like an Axe wouldn't be too bad. And March is also trying to boost his team's confidence right there at the end.
Yeah, it does seem like he... it's very heavily involved with the kind of advice that he is giving, and also a bit of advice to Bob.
I got it. Dawnbreaker. I think I would love it if Playtime takes Dawnbreaker for their last pick. Great against the Bane. Works well with the Tiny once he's roaming around finding people. The star. Oh, no, they go for the Darkseer. Never mind.
Darkseer plus the Tiny, not that bad of a combo, but it's going to be hard for the Darkseer. You have that Bane with the Nightmare, so you won't have that regular saving potential from that Surge. You also have the Keeper of the Light Slow, right? So it's going to be a bit difficult, but if you can land those vacuums, which in this case does seem pretty hard, if you can somehow bait Akashi into a position he does not want to be in, you disable most of the physical damage from Execration. And the Lina is one of those heroes, the Keeper of the Light as well, being one of those heroes that if you do get hit by the vacuum, you're pretty much just guaranteed to die.
Yep. Even though they're quite fast, they don't actually have like any sort of mobility spell to get them out of range. Same thing with the Bane, right? Like you never really see a Bane to survive a vacuum if he gets caught. And I like Playtime's draft. They have the save on the Tusk. He's pretty durable. You have as well the Tiny and the Darkseer, pretty hard to bring down. On the other side, it's really the Centaur who's a good body, but the rest feel very, very fragile to me. Even Ember Spirit, he's elusive, but if you can pin him down, he's not a tough guy.
I would agree with you. I think for Execration, it really feels like they're always going to be playing on the edge. They're always going to be playing in a very flimsy line, which can break at any point. Because this Tiny will have so much damage coming in from Playtime that maybe the Lina won't survive. Maybe it's always going to come down to one singular team fight where you could end up losing everything, your entire lineup. As we see, we see quite a few fans out here to, come and support these teams, come and enjoy some Dota action, and I really do appreciate just the overall crowds that we have now, more that we have been missing from the scene, I think, in the past year or so.
And next time we have the two of them on screen, we're going to try and test the delay, see how fast they're hearing us as they are getting ready here for both teams. You can see those are offlaners, Jabs on one side, Tino on the other. There's Bob and Abed. Those are going facing off against the mid lane. That's probably one of the most critical ones. And oh, look at that!
It's smiley faces against the other.
I'm on Team Blue. I like the blue ones.
You didn't even ask me what I wanted, Ultimo.
You'll take purple.
We do see the Philippines voice line. This is something that Steelworker was also mentioning, right? It's just bringing it together, the different representation. I think that's by far my favorite aspect about the entire thing. Like, it has been, like, I can't stress this enough, right? That's why I'm mentioning it. It is so exciting seeing Southeast Asian, South American, and Chinese representation with this much concentration at this stage of a tournament. Like, I genuinely can't remember the last time this has happened.
And this is pretty critical as well, because we were mentioning like 5 of these teams are also heading to TI in like a couple of weeks. So this is their last real chance to get some serious practice in a LAN environment, with a lot of mixtures. There are some other tournaments going on right now, but a lot of them are basically all online. So it's not quite the same thing as living there.
And we do see some teams experimenting, right? We see quite the IOs coming out. We had a mid lane IO, we had a mid lane Earthshaker that Extreme Gaming brought out. Normally not really a hero that you would see, but the meta is adapting. We are seeing more Magnuses, we are seeing more IOs. I believe BB team did pick up an IO as well in another tournament just recently. So they had a carry IO, Ultimo. We're at that stage in the game now, but Playtime, they are coming in with a move. There are 3-man Smoke of Deceit at the back of that Darkseer, who can use that vacuum, but ideally you want to take that Ion Shell this early on. Abed as well as Bob, and it's going to be Abed who secured the Battery Rune, but Shanks is going to get trapped with the Ice Shards. The Bane Nightmare is there, but the Blood Grenade, everything, all of that damage is going to mean that a Sunstrike will find that kill. Schofield, very low, will be traded out, but overall, it will be Playtime who will secure the 2 kills over just the one that Execration found.
And huge that Abed was able to get it with the Sunstrike. That's a little bit of EXP, and of course, first blood for him. Now, I will say that it doesn't, he's not going to get a bottle, so that's kind of a little bit annoying for him, but it helps him with that Meteor Hammer, and you get the early Meteor Hammer, you can push much faster. No, he says.
Is the Ember Spear stronger against the Invoker because you have those Searing Chains, or is it always going to be a lane that is going to be at knife's edge, where if you get hit by that Cold Snap Meteor into the Sunstrike, you're going to die? But finding that combo for the Invoker is really hard. Like, it always feels they're at the mercy of the Ember making a misstep.
Oh, needs a pillow there, helps with the back. I feel like I favor the Invoker a little bit there. Whatever kind of path you go with, whether you go with like Wex, you have that mana burn. If you go with Quas, you have those Forged Spirits that the Ember has trouble dealing with. It's an extra body, which makes the chains less likely to land. Schofield, he's like, this guy, so spoiled, has to get his pillow just right before he can play.
I will say, that Playtime look a lot more calm. Playtime look like, they're in their comfort zone compared to Execration, who have, they all look serious. They all look locked in, zoned in, as if one mistake happens and they're going to start sweating.
Like Abed was smiling the whole time just now. Like Schofield is having fun too. But yeah, Execration, you look at them, it's kind of like going to the doctor's office. You're like, I'm getting some news. I don't know if it's good or bad, but I'm certainly nervous to hear it.
And when one of my patients comes to me, like I like to be friendly, I don't want them to, I want them to be like how Playtime, their expressions, like just smiling all around.
Then you tell them, I'm sorry, you're going to have to lose the foot. You're like, what? Your left one. It's like, that's my favorite foot. Thanks, doctor.
Wits, man. We saw Wits for a brief moment over there. And again, for a lot of people who don't or may not be aware about this, Playtime recently, just in this year, they went to their first Tier 1 where they got a decent position and decided, and this is not something that you see that often, this is something that should always be appreciated, they decided to use their prize money to boot camp in Europe so that they could have that practice, they could have that upgrade that is much needed to take South America to the next level. And that is something that should be applauded. That is a sacrifice. That is a true sacrifice.
Yeah, I mean, in my heart, it's kind of hard for me to root for one team over the other. You know, South America has done a lot for me. It was the first region I was able to do it in the, DPC Division 1. So, timing-wise, very rough, but I was very happy to do it. On the other side, you have a full Southeast Asian roster, and you want them to do well, but it's an elimination match. Only one team can advance and keep their hopes alive.
Last hits, though, not really favoring playtime all that much, but very early on is the Darkseer that is a bit of a surprise. The double range attacks coming out by both Akashi as well as the Bane makes it so that Jay and Schofield, they are going to struggle a bit. Nightmare also comes out, as well as the Light Strike Array. There's that setup that we were talking about, but nothing quite significant just yet.
Yeah, if you are Darkseer, like Surge doesn't help you against Nightmare, it doesn't help you against the Light Strike Array. You have to hope for Schofield to remove it off jabs in some situations. And it's like, Schofield might be thinking about dragging some creeps, but if he goes too far, Nightmare it's such a long disable that Akashi could come in and kill him.
It's also a very risky move. Normally when you have a Tusk who is both defensive and aggressive, in the early levels, or rather in the early few minutes, right, the first 5 to 6 minutes, you want to play aggressive. But it's so hard to play aggressive when you have this Nightmare as well as a Light Strike Array that lands on Schofield. He's attempting to go with a snowball save. The right clicks are going to be coming in, and they're going to be enough. Akashi will end up with yet another kill. And Jabs needs to be a bit careful. Abed, though, is able to find a Sunstrike kill all the way on that top lane, takes out Shanks.
Beautiful.
And playtime, I mean, they lose something on one side, but they find something on the other.
Did you see what he just did on Jabs? He plants the Iron Branch to prevent the vision from the Nightmare. Bane, he did his arms, he lifted them up. He was about to throw the Nightmare, whatever you want to call it. But then the vision gets blocked for a second. He has to cancel it. Very nice. And Abed actually gets the kill top with a Sunstrike, which helps again speed up that the Meteor Hammer that we keep talking about.
This could be an opportunity. Schofield, he has found the mark with the Ice Shards on the Bane. They're trying to take him down, but Jabs is losing his life. The Bane will eventually go down, but the right clicks coming in from Akashi are going to overwhelm Jabs once more. It is going to be Playtime who have the unfavorable exchange, especially since Akashi, he's able to land those stuns. Schofield is so low on his HP, he's going to lose his courier, and Akashi will not decide to pursue the case as he has himself that advantage. Why bother chasing after a simple Tusk?
By the way, he took 2 points in Fiery Souls and 1 point Light Strike Array by level 3. He didn't actually have any points in the Dragon Slave. Nice hit from Misho.
The rotation, I mean, very much needed, right? The Lina was snowballing, and it doesn't really seem like CML will be able to find the kill on the Tusk. In fact, CML has found himself in the jaws of that Ice Shard, brought back by that vacuum. Jab should be able to overrun this Bane and should get the last right click in. It will not happen, though. Misho will actually secure that kill.
Schofield really breaking ankles in that fight. He was super low health. The Brain Sap comes out, and again they try to use it, but he just snowballs and is able to survive without losing his life. Jabs running away. Might know that there's a reward. He know there's a ward there.
Yeah, and the way that Akashi is posturing, it's so risky for Jabs to walk down those steps, so he's now going to have to go for the long route back.
Did you see what he does? He walks close enough just so that the creeps, if they have vision, would chase him. And then he pings out that there's a ward there. He's like, wait, the creeps shouldn't be chasing me here because they shouldn't see me, but they must see me. So very nice move there by Jabs.
The thing that is concerning for me, though, is that Playtime, they don't actually have too many last hits. Sunstrike is going to actually whiff. The Bane's Nightmare was there. CML helping out Akashi, but it's not going to be enough. Akashi will lose his life. Schofield did die first, but still, this is going to be the first exchange on this bot lane that Playtime is going to be favored in. And I do think that it is a big part of the contribution here is coming in from Misho, who rotated in.
Yeah, he feels like the Tiny is pretty much unkillable top lane, so he says, I can just leave him and go away. Tiny is full health right at the moment. I want to go something and say that he didn't actually whiff the Sunstrike. It was blocked by the Nightmare. Remember, you have that 1 second invulnerability. So even though it was super well timed there by CML.
And I mean, they're making use of the saves they have, but in the end, the save from the Tusk Snowball is going to be more effective in that mid to late game. Ooh, Dino, he gets taken out. El Misho is coming in with the rotation, and this was a big point that we talked about in the draft, right? Which support duo is going to have the better rotations? Now, Execration are off to a very speedy and fiery start on their safe lane, but sooner or later, if they can't contest these kinds of quick rotations coming in from playtime, they're going to start falling behind.
I mean, Hoodwink and Tusk are pretty much like superstars when it comes to rotating. Not so much for the Bane and the Coddle. However, look at this. El Misho's having a good time, but someone isn't. Wits is really kind of struggling here. Well, going for the Lina.
Ooh, Bushwhack found on the Lina. This time around, the Sunstrike will definitely land. Akashi, he falls for a third time, despite of having a start in this game where he was 2 kills ahead.
El Misho gets the kill. Look at his name. He's above Abed. He is above Abed. You don't see this very often where the support is getting this much gold early on. 1,000 gold from ahead of any of the Radiant supports. He's almost got the same net worth as both of them combined, actually.
That does seem pretty rough. At the same time, all of these rotations that playtime are bringing in towards the Lina, you know, the Akashi's still at the top of the net worth chart. So is it really that effective?
Yes, because a little while ago, he was at the same net worth and Wits was like 2.3. Now Wits is 2.8 and he hasn't moved. So the gap between them has shrunk significantly.
Not to mention, the Tiny is very slow in his farming capacity early on, but then picks up the pace, right? The tree grab, and then it's also the fact that the grow increases your attack damage. So everything about the Tiny skills in terms of farming capacity as time goes on. So this is the time where Execration need to build up some kind of an advantage because the Lina is a much safer hero in the early laning phase.
Yes. I would feel the same way. It's like Tiny requires what, the Shadow Blades before he becomes really a threat on the map, whereas Lina's a little bit more active. But the biggest problem for me for Execration is the support duo can't do much by themselves, right? Like Bane is usually locked down. He's got some okay damage. Call as well. It's like Illuminate's not bad, but it's mostly like the heals. As Scofield's going.
He does go in. Light Strike Array doesn't actually land. The Searing Chains do, though. And the Ember Spirit Bob is going to chase in after the Tusk. Schofield will fall. El Misho was able to take down CML, but that Stampede kicks in. They want to enable Bob to take down Abed. The Sunstrike isn't going to clip the Ember, but the Darkseer Vacuum is going to bring back the Bob. It's still not going to be enough, though. Bob is going to take down Abed, finds himself a double kill, and thanks to the Chakra Magic coming in by Shanks, he can just continue his onslaught.
Oh, the Sunstrike was interesting. He was like, I know he's going to come here, but he fires a tiny bit too early. And Bob actually remnants after that. Bob is having a very good time on this Ember Spirit. This is, reminder, Abed got first blood with Sunstrike and then got another kill with Sunstrike after. But Bob is giving us a masterclass in this mid lane. In fact, now all the cores of Execration are having a good time.
They really are, all three of them at the very top of the network chart. Now, one thing that we do have to talk about, Automo, is, you know, you mentioned how the Tusk as well as the Hoodwink, they are masters of just rotations, right? They are the best supports as far as rotations are concerned. But what happens, you know, what we just saw, when the Bane and Keeper of the Light finally come together to enable their cores, that kind of synergy is hard to counter out with the Chakra Magic.
Sure. And you might say, like, you know, multiple hoof stomps and double edge, right? Because like the double edge, the cooldown's what, 3.5 seconds, so instantly available after the chakra. The hoof stomp also pretty low. Ember Spirit, chain searing, like fist and searing chains working together really well with the chakra. So when they're together, the Coddle and the Bane, I think, provide a little bit more than the Tusk and the Hoodwink, or the same amount, let's say.
And that's not even talking about the power spike that will eventually come in. The level 6s, which is up for, I believe, the Hoodwink for the moment. But Walrus Punch, I mean, that's good, but not as good as the Fiend's Grip. That Fiend's Grip needs to be committed on this Invoker. I think if you want to shut down one hero from Execration, or rather from playtime, it should be that Invoker. Or maybe even Wits on the Tiny.
The problem is Abed isn't having the best, like he had a very solid start, but he has fallen a little bit behind compared to the other cores. So whether they want to go for him or not, he might be a bit harder to Fiend Script just because I expect Schofield is most likely to be standing next to him rather than Jabs. At the moment though, both teams saying we're going to farm. Playtime in particular need a few items, especially the Shadow Blade and the Tiny.
Who do you think comes out ahead with in that passive farming game, at least for now, as you have the, I would say the first key items coming out?
Maybe Playtime, but very slightly. I mean, they're certainly more efficient on execration at the moment. So I don't think that they're worried too much. Both teams probably feel very confident in the AFK farm. For me personally...
Is he about dead?
Wow.
Oh no, the Ion Shell. It seems like the offlaner jabs. Or rather, Schofield is going to go in with the Walrus Punch. The Bane might have died there, but the Light Strike Array comes in. Now Schofield, he has overextended. Did not really expect 4 heroes to be there, and to be fair to him, I wouldn't either.
The map, as you go deeper and deeper, it becomes easier for the enemy team to sort of reinforce each other. And Schofield, that was a bit of wishful thinking, but he feels like he needs to get something going for the team. Almisho continues to farm pretty nicely for himself, though.
And I mean, that deep dive may just be to force out that Stampede, because if you're Playtime, surely in your mind, you're going to be thinking that there's going to be that Stampede saving grace for the Bane, for anyone that gets caught, and you have no way to actually chase after that Stampede outside of maybe the Surge.
Yeah, I find it quite very hopeful there from Mr. Schofield. However, the distance between the two carries kind of remains the same. The distance between the other two cores in terms of net worth is kind of similar as, oh, that's a juicy one. That is a big one for Mr. Tino, who is going first item hard after the helmet. Big approve from me there.
Well, they're going to give most of those ancient creeps to Akashi, though. Ultimo, he has the Maelstrom, and with the Fiery Soul, should be able to find most of those creeps. Again, they were already at the top of the net worth chart. This will just propel them further. The difference between Akashi and Wits right now is about to reach that 1,000 net worth mark.
I'm more worried about the difference between Abed and Bob, right? Like Abed, he is certainly struggling. In Ember Spirit, he's got a Spirit Vessel as well. Very useful to bring down all these kind of high health heroes in the Dark Seer, the Tusk, and as well the Tiny. Almisho going for Yules. You know, when you get a lot of gold on your support, you think, why not? Why not build a Maelstrom for myself?
The pressure points for Playtime are hard to achieve. How do you go for these tier 1 towers when there's a Keeper of the Light, when there's a Lina? All of these spells that Execution have are very good for that D-push. And Schofield needs to be careful. He's thinking about going in, but he sees 3 cores, or rather 2 cores and 2 supports in front of him. And surely not. Bob? Oh, decided not to remnant forward. I think he had a faint idea that someone was there, but will not go for it.
Very glad that the latest patch means that you cannot gate if you get rooted. That was... I always was like, wait, why I threw a Rod of Atos? Why is he able to use the gate? That makes no sense to me. Looks like Schofield is trying to steal the Wisdom Shrine. He will find Big Bad Tino, BBT as we call them. Will he be able to get it in time? Oh, so good!
Might just be able to. No, he wasn't. That was a great attempt coming in by Schofield. Unfortunately, it will result in his demise. But at the very least, he was able to force out that Fiend's Grip. Maybe that's going to be something.
Schofield wasting a little bit of time. Can he actually deny himself? Nope, does not. Just gets run down by the Centaur right there. He didn't even hit him, just walks on top of him.
Oh, mid lane is going to be the Ember Spirit in trouble, and they will be able to burst right through him. Bob will fall, and Wits propels himself as far as the net worth is concerned. Sure, there's a bit of a difference between Bob and Jabs, but Wits is keeping up the par. The only question is these rotations coming in by Playtime, they have slowed down so much from that early laning phase. Ultimo, Execution are very content with, maybe even Bob dying on that mid side.
I mean, Akashi's having a great time, and we mentioned Tino. He's probably not looking to be too active unless he has the heart. So on one side, we're waiting for heart on Centaur. On the other, it's going to be Shadowblade on Wits, which he can't be too far away from, if I'm not mistaken. And I also am a big fan of what Shanks is doing on this Coddle, saying I want to go lock it, maybe the shard after, just prioritizing his healing. I feel like that's the best way to play Coddle right now.
The Shadow Blade is going to be a bit of a double-edged sword, though. I'm not saying he shouldn't go for it. That is a core item for the Tiny, but in this game, the punishment for you getting revealed or just being in an awkward spot, if there's a sentry or two planted down, you had the Bane that can use a Nightmare, you had the Keeper of the Light that can slow you down, you had that Stampede that will mean if you get caught by the Keeper of the Light or the Bane, then everyone from Execration can show up relatively quickly.
It's been a very kind of, I wouldn't say passive, but certainly coordinated or like very cautious game for both sides. Interestingly, Wits is not going to go for the Shadow Blade, has decided to go for the Blink Dagger into the Manta instead. This does mean that he needs someone else to find people, and he blinks in. A bit of a more reactive style, I would say, of Dota.
Could break away the Nightmare with those illusions, the Searing Chains, dispel them away yourself. I do think the Manta style is, you know, maybe an overlooked item that Wits will give a closer look to. Execration, though, they're on the move. They want to go towards that top lane. As Playtime, they want to go towards that bot side. There's no tier 1 tower for Playtime to get, so it feels like both teams are trying to read the map, but neither team is able to.
Well, they're trying to find Akashi here. He has been playing very, very conservative right now. And he's pinging the Dire Twin Gate. He's like, guys, I think they may have came from there, actually. I don't feel so safe right about now.
Wits also marks the map. He knows or has an idea of where Execration could be. And to be fair, his intuition is completely correct. Execration are present with 4 of their heroes over there, but Bob is on the mid lane. He's revealed his position with the Searing Chains, and Playtime are moving in. They're in that Smoke of Deceit, which is going to expire, but it is nighttime. Wits, he's just going to use the Avalanche, clear up the creep wave, and walk away.
I wouldn't say it's a waste of time by Wits, but that while he was doing all this, Akashi was farming. Looks like Wits should be able to at least get those dominated creeps. Execration, they want to go for blood.
Whoa! Great bushwhack found by El Nisho. The Walrus Punch comes in by Schofield, and now Tino is in trouble. Bob does come in, and it seems like Tino has too much HP for Playtime to cut through. It's going to be a tornado that will not actually land because Wits tossed Bob away. However, they have the Avalanche, they have the bushwhack, they have the damage and the control to take away Bob from Execration, and they're trying to run, but they can't run far enough. Shax will just end up dead to that tree being thrown by Wits. Playtime, despite of that looking a bit shaky at the back of that Execration counterplay, they still come out ahead.
It's all thanks to El Misho, that crazy bushwhack. I don't think they had vision there. He just kind of suspected that they'll be in that area, throws it out, gets 2 of them, and then follow-up is fantastic. They lose what? Schofield? But they did. This shows some things though. Tino, despite being gone on, only lost about half his health. So if I was Execration, I'd think, guys, we can still fight. We have a very farmed Centaur.
Kashi. Oh no, he is in a terrible spot. Wits is also there with the Avalanche and the toss, and this kill confirmed for Playtime. Now for Execration, they're in deep trouble. This net worth lead is going to start snowballing in favor of Playtime because now they are going to be rotating all over the map.
If they don't play with around Tino for Execration, I don't think they can win a fight. Like, it has to be the Centaur. We can't discuss this in the draft, where he's the only guy who can really go front for the team. The rest of them, very fragile sort of backlining squad. Meanwhile, Bob, they find Abed. Could be a nice kill, but no blink on the Centaur.
Abed does get hit by the Searing Chains, throws out that Tornado. Stampede looking to come after or chase after Abed. The snowball is not going to save Abed, but it does in fact buy him time. Both mid laners are going to be traded out as Execration. They're trying to get back, but once again, El Misho will intercept, throws out that sharpshooter, and Wits should be able to find this kill. Brain Sap does heal the Bane, but CML won't be able to live. It's another snowball coming in. It clips Akashi. They have him locked down. Wits will jump right in. Akashi has nowhere to go. Is trying to run away. They're trying to throw away spells with El Misho. He is gonna spot Akashi out. Execration will lose 3. They have Shanks being chased after as well, and he is going to receive that bushwhack, and a triple kill will be achieved by Wits. Playtime are now very far ahead.
Tino finally gets the Blink Dagger. That was kind of the biggest problem, right? They find Abed, they're able to get the Searing Chains on top of him, but they can't get the Centaur there in time to land the stun. Schofield, that The ice shard, it doesn't completely save him, but block gives him a little bit of time. The snowball as well. Abed loses his life, but they bring, what, 3 in return? Playtime in a very strong spot, and they are just going to go for the Tormentor right now.
It's a very quick Tormentor as well, especially with the damage coming in from Wits and the alacrity from the Invoker. And to be fair, or rather, to your point of Execration requiring that Centaur to go in front, it was very interesting to see Bob go in with the Remnant because the Centaur does not have the Blink Dagger. Dino really needs it. And maybe if he farms his Blink, he's the one that goes in first. Bob can have time to plan on how he wants to approach that fight rather than revealing himself to the entirety of the Playtime lineup so that Playtime know how to counterplay.
He's got now, right? After that fight ended, he actually buys it. He's going to go for a shot after. But despite the state of the game, oh, Schofield gets it. Oh, what a steal.
Second time's the charm. I mean, he will die for this, but this time around, he's going to be happy with this exchange. I mean, it's being cancelled by the Immolation. Bob will be able, or rather, CML picked up the kill there.
Hey, a kill's a kill where we're from. Works out pretty damn well for Mr. Tusk over there.
They also find that pesky Hoodwink, but the Tornado from Abed will disable that Centaur. However, they're still able to pick up the kill. Good vacuum coming in by Jabs, but no real follow-up. They were able to force out that Stampede, though.
That's pretty solid. They get the kill top on Schofield. Yes, they lose the Wisdom Shrine, but then they get both supports in return. So I think if you're Execration, you're like, all right, these are kind of wins overall for the state of the game we're in.
Nightmare, Light Strike Array. A bit of anger towards Jab's creep there. How dare he farm on that mid lane?
It's 100 gold, and it ain't small.
Bob has been caught out, but will be able to Remnant away. They weren't able to chain their stuns. And to be fair, Bob's Mage Slayer does pack a punch in this game, if only to enable them to survive. I think that is going to be a big factor. But they want to chase right now. Schofield doesn't go through the gate, Wits already has. So even, you know, just a kill on the Tusk would bring them back a bit, but the real target is Wits. And I don't see a way for Execration to actually target that Tiny.
Nope, he's on the other side of the map. He is like, no, I don't want to be here. That doesn't seem very safe for me. Now, Roshan is up. Neither team has made any sort of move towards it. Sunstrike is thrown. I bet he's thinking along the same lines here. So Roshan's there. Are they inside? But they're not. Good bushwhack.
There's that sharpshooter that's going to be there as well, breaking apart that Centaur. Wits will be able to pick up the kill. And that's the contrast, right? Artemo, a kill is a kill, but Execration are finding kills with a lot of their supports. Sure, early on for Playtime, it was Elmisho who was finding those kills, but Wits is now on a mega kill streak.
It is wild how quickly Tino died, because we have sort of been glazing him, right? I think that's what the kids are saying these days, as a very tanky guy, hard to bring down, has got the heart, but that was what, 3 seconds? Not exactly the most durable Centaur we've ever seen, unfortunately.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And that damage is only going to increase. That alacrity will only continue to increase the attack speed and that damage of that Tiny. Tiny's damage output is only going to increase. Like, he doesn't even have a Daedalus right now, and still Dino melts. Schofield is going to be collected up, but once more, it is just a support kill. What can you do when Wits shows up? Sunstrike is not going to land. Nice dodge by Bob with a sleight of fist, and he will back away. Where is the plan supposed to come from, Artemo? How on earth do they take this Tiny out?
I like that Shanks is going the Aghanim Scepter. I think that Will-O-Wisp will help a lot against the Tiny, who, apart from the Echo Saber, attacks fairly slow. The rest of the team won't be helping him attack too much, right? Like Tusk, Hoodwink, they're not going to walk into the Will-O-Wisp just to bring it down. So that will be a nice solution for them. It is not damage, but control. And that's what you need at the moment. Actually, it is damage. It's 85 damage every time it flickers. That's crazy.
Wits is going to blink in. Easy kill on Shanks. Bob trying to make his way out, but will decide to Remnant back instead of going through the gate. Jabs was right there, and Jabs has a very good pickup. He now has that Shiva's Guard, and that will actually enable you quite a bit to slow down everyone on Execration, really. Now that Vacuum is going to be followed up by an AoE spell.
And he also took the 75 vacuum talent at 15. So 75 from that, 75 from the Shiva. Your vacuums becomes just so much bigger. Akashi being protected by several people certainly needs it. At this point, I wonder if Tino is going to think about going for the Aghanim Scepter. You have a relatively fragile carry. You're supposed to be quite durable. This will allow him to do damage while you carry him around and keep him safe.
I mean, they have a fragile team, I would say.
Oh yeah.
Everyone on their lineup, like if he can't live more than 3 seconds himself, like the workhorse, it is, in my opinion, one of the best items the Centaur can get past that 30-minute mark. It will help the Lina, especially with that high attack range. You just need to get to that Dade list as well, because so far, Akashi hasn't itemized for damage. He's itemized for survivability and position. He has that Hurricane Pike, but no Mjolnir. Now he has a Silver Edge, but no Daedalus.
I mean, it's only 26 minutes, and he is still the second most farmed hero. He's got to do what he's got to do. Oh, here we go.
Which has no BKB, so he's not immortal. He may have a lot of backup nearby, and El Misho, with those bushwhacks, that is something the Execration have to be very careful of. Bob once again on that front line. Witch has revealed himself. Snowball save is going to be there as Schofield protects Witch. And now a full team fight thrown out. A 4-man vacuum coming in. And the Execration need to be super careful. A full duration Fiend's Grip is not going to hold back Abed for long. He activates that BKB. Schofield is the first casualty in this entire fight. But CML will be the second. And for Playtime, they want to continue chasing on forward, but Tino, he has recovered on most of his HP. Searing Chains as well as Bob going forward with the Remnant, trying to take out El Misho, but no one can actually be targeted. No! Abed! He's gonna fall to the right clicks coming in from the Lina. Jabs on that high ground, revealing his position. Is there going to be a stun? Jabs will be able to make it out, but Execration, they can now breathe a sigh of relief as they win the team fight, potentially can also be able to take down Roshan.
Holy crap, Tino just goes in the front, loses a lot of his health, but is able to recover it thanks to the heart. And that was the jump that we kind of were waiting for from the Centaur, thanks to the Blink Dagger. Very nice catch early on as well from Bob with that slight searing on to Tiny. He's like, okay guys, Tiny's over there, we can expect the team is roughly around him, and sets them up for a very good start to the fight. I thought more people would die from the vacuum, though. When I saw the vacuum on like 4 people, I was like, they're gonna clean. But nah, didn't happen at all.
Yeah, I saw everyone throwing the whole kitchen sink, both teams, at each other, but no one was really dying. And Abed wouldn't have died either. He was very out of position in that fight. I think his expectation was to continue the fight, was that his team was going to go back in, but they never did. Otherwise, he would have lived too.
Yeah, he was approaching it sort of like from the eastern side, where the rest of the team was more north, and he was kind of like by himself for it. Once Execration was able to get a hold on him, they bring down Abed.
He will be correct. Like, it's Southeast Asia. You have to approach Southeast Asia from the eastern side. It's a faster way from South America.
Yeah, but Execration won the fight because they're like, well, the east is our territory. You know, you can't take us by surprise from the east. Oh, well done by Execration to win that fight. Net worth advantage. One thing I've really admired about this tournament, by the way, is there's been no stomps. Almost every game has been really close, and this one has no exception.
Oh, Tino, he jumps in. It's a good hoof stomp. They do disable the vacuum for at least a temporary while, but over on that backline, Shanks has already been taken out. Tino is able to provide that frontline buffer, but where is your Lina? Akashi needs to be here to dish out that damage. Now Execration are trying to get back. Tino is going to be intercepted by that tornado, which goes all in as well. Bob has that BKB, but Tino does not. You've lost your Centaur. And now Bob has to carry this team fight on his back, but will decide to get away. Which, thinking about it, will decide to also fall back. Playtime, they do fall low, Otimo. You know, there is that damage coming in from Execration.
Luckily for Execration that Roshan is about to move in a few seconds, and probably Playtime cannot bring him down while he's moving or until then. So this was a punish, but it was not a punish that resulted in a big map objective going for Playtime's favor. And losing Shanks from the start of the fight, kind of your main healer, as you really need him. You know, with the Holy Locket, with the Illuminate, but he's super fragile. He's an old man after all, brittle bones.
This is the second team fight that Execration have found in which Playtime fall low, but don't really die. Where is the supposed breakthrough supposed to come from for Execration?
As time comes, as like the levels and the items come in, they'll be fine. In Dota, damage scales so much faster than survivability, so I'm not too worried about them. And you mentioned like there's no Daedalus, for example, on Akashi. Once he gets that, it's going to help out a lot. Though my assumption is that he's probably going to want a Satanic. Can we look at the Lina for a second? What's she working with? That's Bane. That's Centaur. He's kind of like a Lina, except in no way similar.
Could be a Lina. What do you mean? Like, if he wants to be a Lina, Artemo, who are you to tell him he can't be a Lina? He has a stun.
Sure. It's both of them are AoE stunts. To be fair, they both got nukes. They both have legs of varying numbers for sure. And there you are. So
there we are. Silver Edge BKB that we did see, Maelstrom and the Hurricane Pike. This fifth item has to be damage, but you're saying it should be a Satanic.
I'm not saying it should be. I feel like there's a good possibility it will be, because if you are able to survive that burst damage, you turn on the Satanic with the BKB, you can go back to full health. Like, you don't need more damage, if that makes sense. Like, if you can just survive, you will hit hard enough.
Not to mention, at that level 25, you do get damage anyway. Right, you have that 24/7 critical strike coming out, even if it's not as much as a Daedalus, but it's still decent at around, I believe, 150 as a percentage of your normal attack damage. Elmisho gets caught, and I think Execration are going to be ecstatic about that kill. Not because it's a good kill, but that Elmisho, you take a look at his net worth as well, 12,000 net worth. He has been the bane of Execration's existence.
Now you know what I have to do, right? No, Taltris. Bane is on the other side. It's always like that, right? Someone says something that's like very common, saying like, no, that's how it works. But they are going to go for Roshan right now for Execration. Playtime, not a whole lot, or well, not a lot of movement until now. Elmisha's dead without buyback. 4 versus 5. Will they take it? Seems like yes.
Traps gonna go in with a vacuum. Bob is able to activate the BKB. Fiendrup has also come out, but Playtime, they are able to survive. It's gonna be CML who falls, but Tino, he snatches away the Aegis. Playtime are now going to have to take out Tino twice, as even as he will go down to the Invoker, he's still going to come back. The problem is, Execration have already lost the 3. They are going to lose their Lina as well, as Akashi is stuck inside of the Ice Shards, taken out by the deafening blast coming in from Abed. Playtime don't lose a single one.
I mean, they even get the Roche kill, right? Like, sure, Tino steals the Aegis, but holy moly. Fighting into that Roche pit, one of the Darkseer's best fantasies, let's go with that. And he puts a perfect wall as well, right in front of the entrance. Very difficult for Execration to take these engagements, and that was 5 versus 4, unfortunately. The biggest issue is they have to be the ones who start the fight. If they get gone on, they're so fragile. You lose all of them except Tino near instantly.
And someone has to get hit by that vacuum. That wasn't even a great vacuum, because Execration made sure to exit the Roshan pit by the time Playtime came. But even that one vacuum on Bob, someone gets sucked in, you have to go and help him. You have to get drawn into a team fight.
Now I'm looking at it, I'm thinking, how will Execration win these engagements anymore? Shanks has been working on this Aghanim Scepter, I feel like, for the entire game. Did go back for a 4-staff, but that would be one of your team fight abilities that stop them, because there are not a whole lot of BKBs on the enemy side, right? Abed, Wits as well, but it's fine. Like, you can just throw with the Will-O-Wisp a little bit later. It's a very short cooldown.
And there's a big problem now, Artemo.
Another one?
Another one, and it's a really big problem. That Fiend's Grip is not going to do anything anymore. Elmisho has that Wind Waker.
Oh, that's too bad. I think it was working towards the Ag Scepter as well for CML, so, oh well. Doesn't have it. He's got actually the Blink as well as the Glimmer Cape, but regardless, it doesn't matter. Anyone who gets caught, the Wind Waker is a great save.
And surely you go for something else and not the Ags anymore, as kind of feels like the Bane's no longer a hero in this game. Like, what is the purpose of the Bane?
Nightmare save is still a big factor, to be fair with you. And as long as the Wind Waker is used, you can probably Fiend's Grip right after. Like, it's not perfect, but you can I don't want to say play around it, you just have to wait it out. Abed, he's got the Octarine core though. That is 25 more spells in the fight, 25% more. That's how math works, right?
I wouldn't know. I don't believe in maths.
Of course, you're a doctor, I forgot.
Yeah. I just
Like,
yell
how
out
many-
what I need. Someone does the maths for me. I'm entitled that way.
Give me steroids, how many milligrams? I don't know. A brick.
It's Wits who has a daedalus. You know, suddenly the damage coming in from the Astana is going to be overwhelming. I don't see how anyone can survive. He also has that BKB. He's one of the only ones that has a BKB, but you know, you have the saves. You already had that Dusk Snowball save. Schofield has been great with that. And I would actually say that El Micho has been great with his saves using the Bushwhack more than anything else.
Oh, yeah. The game really went in their favor because of that one Bushwhack, the blind one on the high ground. He throws out, catches two people, and since that playtime has been in the lead. Want to look at Akashi, still very farmed on this Lina, but has he gone for Satanic or has he gone for damage is the big question. Well, looks like it doesn't matter, fight begins.
Ooh, El Micho gets taken out instantly, but the vacuum, it does grab Akashi. However, he activates his BKB. This fight isn't going that bad for Execration. They're able to push back at playtime. Can they take out Wits? Remember, he does not have that Aegis, but has a BKB. He simply is able to activate it before backing away some more. They're now all the way inside of the river as Wits makes it back to his triangle, and the fight is completely over. The problem that I'm seeing, Automo, is that even with a Stampede, even with a Keeper of the Light slow, even with an Ember Spirit who can remnant forward, how are Execration not able to chase?
The mana burn coming out, they burned everything from Tino. And in general, they did use the Stampede, but it was mostly to counter the vacuum, which was, I thought, a great move by Tino. Oh, the fight continues, Shanks!
The fight is pretty much so. No, rather, the fight does continue. There's that Fiend's Grip, but Schofield will just use the use. It wasn't even a Wind Waker.
Oh, well. That's why he needs the Aghanim Scepter, so that you can't do that to him, see? With an axe, he won't be able to just throw you up in the air. He throws you up to the air, he keeps you safe in a way. So Wits makes out of that in relatively good standing. Bring down Shanks at the end, makes the 1-for-1 trade, as I think that you're kind of okay with that playtime. Remind, this was all with an Aegis on Tino.
Under attack.
And do you think this Keeper of the Light is putting himself in danger or being forced to put himself in danger because he has to be the one to try to catch someone out?
If your catch is Keeper of the Light, you have big problems. And it's kind of like, all right, Coddle, you go, yes, go forward and catch someone. You're like, wait, me? What am I supposed to catch them with? Solar Mind? You're like, yeah, can you do that? No, I do think that maybe Shanks was just not expecting them there, moves a bit too forward for his own good and loses his life. But
They're
he's
not
got the
taking out
Aghanim
the
Scepter.
sentry. El Micho, he planted down that Observer as well as a sentry ward. It's right there. Just right click it. Because it's going to be,
Radiant's bottom
you know,
tower
it's
is
not
under
as if that
attack.
sentry ward remaining there is good for playtime. Someone walks by, they'll see the Observer and they'll take it out.
True, but they might be hoping that no one expects that they're going to be there, right? Because I think it's just a sentry from Execration, so they might walk in there, then they go, oh crap, there's an Observer, and then you jump on them on playtime. All right, that's the tactic.
So you're going to be waiting here for whoever shows up, and it does seem okay. No, El Micho is going to deny away the ward. I think what you were saying was correct, but they decided that they don't want to wait any longer, and so they took away the sentry.
Yeah, we did the way enough, no need.
Now there's a BKB on Schofield too. There's also a BKB available for Jabs. It's getting to a point where I'm not seeing the silver lining any longer. I see some bronze lining here and there, but no silver. Definitely not any gold.
Well, both these teams would love to get silver in this event. Huge prize pool if you can make it that far. But right now they have to get through, well, at least each other to make it there. Smoke coming out here from playtime. Could catch Bob. But no, they actually revealed it with the courier. Akashi is a Satanic, by the way. That's the Reaver.
Ooh, loses his Satanic. Tino thinking about going in for a fight. Finds a nice two-man hoof jump. Where is the follow-up, though? It's not there. El Micho Wind Wakers himself away, and Tino is left to fend for himself. They'll ignore Tino and go for the backline. Keeper of the Light, the Will-O-Wisp, has been dropped down, but CML, or rather, it's going to be the Bane who needs to reposition himself. The right clicks coming in from the Lina. They are enough. Jabs is in trouble, trying to get back, but hit by the grip. He will fall. Now no more vacuum is going to be available for playtime, as even Schofield is going to get burnt away by the Lina. Does find a snowball save temporarily, but in the end, he has nowhere to really go apart from the triangle, where he will eventually die, as Jabs did die there too. Abed was able to take down CML, but Execration are showing playtime that they do have quite the fight in them.
Yep, they cannot underestimate the damage from the Lina. Her sustained damage significantly more than Titan. He's got like good bursts, right? Shows up with the Avalanche Toss, 2 hits with the Echo Saber, very good. But after that, he falls off, whereas Akashi is dishing out tons of it. And the Will-O-Wisp making his presence felt. They had to really play around it in that previous fight. Like, they snowballed out of it to stay alive, but it isolated the group, right? Playtime, half of them were above it, and then we see the Tiny and Schofield on the lower side of the Will-O-Wisp. Very nice move there by Shanks.
Tino, he had the Ghost Walk debuff on him, realized the Invoker is there, and now they're trying to chase after the Invoker. But first they have to find him, and they will not be able to. Abed just simply gets out. And that Darkseer position, you mentioned it. Half of them were somewhere, half of them were at another place, and in the same team fight. Jabs was just too far away from anyone.
Well, Jabs is falling off a little bit in terms of net worth. Not that it's too bad. His supports are pulling up the slack for sure, but he's fallen a little bit. Tino, on the other hand, has been doing an amazing job putting his body forward and providing vision. He's going to have to do it again very soon.
Bob, the remnants back. It's going to be Schofield inside the U's. Will-O-Wisp comes out, but Schofield has that BKB, that freshly minted one. So we'll just be able to back away. Doesn't manage to force out any big spell. Maybe that Will-O-Wisp does count, but it's going to be back soon.
Yeah, and Will-O-Wisp, by the way, works on Chakra Magic. So if you chakra yourself, you reduce the cooldown by like 9 seconds or something like that each time. So it's very local, and I think he just did that just now, because I know it was like 6 seconds between it and his ultimate, but he can make it very short.
Tino wants to take out that Observer Board, wants to take away the visions from playtime, as Roshan has respawned. So both these teams will once again go for that Roshan contest that did not work out for Execration, apart from being able to take out that Aegis.
But they know that there's no BKB on Schofield. I don't feel like that's the biggest factor, to be fair with you, but it's certainly like, okay, well, the Tusk is less likely to be able to pull off a good save. Centaur, he's got the BKB. He's already used it once, but well worth pointing out again. Actually, all the cores on Execration have BKB.
I really do like the fact that this Execration lineup, you know, they're really good at forming a wall. They're really good at maintaining their composure, where many Southeast Asian teams would have crumbled by now.
Oh, for sure. Like, we thought that they would be a bit more nervous. Maybe they are, but it's not showing their plays. Oh, Tino misses, but still solid play.
It's like Quinn says, you can't be afraid. If you're afraid, you won't be able to think, you won't be able to have that forward thinking. You know, you won't be able to consistently look for how to get ahead from a weaker position.
Who says that again?
Quinn.
Quinn, okay, cool. I feel like you'd have said it a little more poetic. But Abed throws out the Sunstrike. They know exactly what's going on. And they are gearing up to contest this on playtime.
Roshan has dropped to about half of his HP. Or its HP.
Yes. Tino jumps in.
Tino jumps right in. Schofield, again, BKB comes out, West goes for that Bane, and is able to take out CML almost instantly. He buys right back with the Harpoon towards that high ground. Schofield, though, he's falling low. Will-O-Wisp comes down as well as the Cataclysm. It looked good, but it doesn't really catch Execration as they wipe away with Jabs, who will also buy back, but Schofield's dead. Playtime do not have that Tusk, and Lina Akashi continues to hold his ground and deliver. Wix falling incredibly low right now, will be surged back, but CML will come in with a Brain Sap that takes apart Wix. Playtime will lose this fight as they tug tails and run, leaving Execration free to grab that Aegis.
Oh, they have to go bottom for it. Love the move by CML. He plants an observer ward in that area. He's like, wait, I don't know if I can see more up. Plants the observer, gets the catch onto it. When he bought back instantly that fight, I was questioning. I was like, is that really going to give you a whole lot? But gives him the biggest bounty of all, a kill on the enemy carry. Now he has buyback on the Tiny, but nothing on Schofield. It'll still be a 4 versus 5 fight. Worked for them last time. I don't think it's going to work for them this time, though.
Stampede's coming off of cooldown. Xena has this overwhelming damage that no one apart from Witch can counter out or even match. So for Playtime to continue to stick with this position, it is an incredible risk that they are taking. He's going to be the first point of contact, caught out by that Centaur. Stampede right on top of him. He may have that use, but it only buys him once more second as he falls. Witch now comes in with a buyback, but he's going to get caught by the Will-O-Wisp. If this Tiny falls, Playtime are going to be so back now. Cataclysm comes down and a buyback from that Invoker again. It has not done much. It's going to be the Lina falling very low on her HP, but heals back up. Akashi dishing out that damage. Abed falling very low. Akashi does eventually go down with Witch being so low on his HP. Playtime, they don't have their buybacks. Execration looking to finish the job as they take down Abed, take down Schofield, and Witch is going to be the lone survivor.
But he does at least keep the Aegis for himself, and Akashi's did without buyback. That is kind of your best tower hitter there for Execration. So even though they win a very, very solid fight for themselves, how much structural damage can they actually do? They just have to go through at least 2 glyphs to get there. Oy. The Sunstrike feeling like it's doing barely any damage at this point of the game. Every time I see the Sunstrike come out, it just seems to like just do nothing.
Yeah, the cat, like, it looks as if it's going to be really good. It looks as if it's going to decimate Execration. But Execration just move around it.
It's always coming out after the vacuum. I think maybe you want to use it like kind of before, if that makes sense, because every time the vacuum comes out, he throws out the Cataclysm, and then they just move away. But now we're going to do that anyway. If you could throw it up at like a millisecond before, then they might have to walk out into the Cataclysm, if that makes sense. Like the Cataclysm will surround them as Wits goes in.
Needs to be careful. Workhorse is there, but there's no one in the cart. They charge on towards Witch, who has that Aegis. He's going to be a very difficult target to take out twice, especially with no Lina up. Now, you don't have the Invoker on Playtime. So when this Lina respawns, Execration could choose to settle on this mid lane and attempt for that barracks.
They will have the Tiny two lives on him, though. So that is still going to be a scary thing as Akashi just teleports right in. Okay, really doesn't like that creep, does he?
They've been showing that anger towards that creep since the start of the game, Ultimo. I would too. Witz, he tosses back that Centaur. Tino does fall very low, but has that BKB, and now Execration, they charge right in. Will-O-Wisp will be there. Witch running out of his BKB duration will get dragged back for a second before tossing back Bob. Another great vacuum has come out, but the Aeon disc from CML will keep him alive. It's Bob who is trying to dish out damage, which is so incredibly low, but still alive somehow. Execration have lost their Bane. They are going to lose their Keeper of the Light. Shanks falls, and Execration, they're just going to have to get back. But don't really look satisfied with that exchange.
Well, why would they? Execration, they lose 2 of their supports without who don't have. Well, now the Shanks has buyback at least, but Wits was able to survive. The Will-O-Wisp does nothing in that situation because both BKBs come out at a perfect time. Now the question is, will Playtime push the issue? Are they interested in trying to go high ground? I imagine yes. There's a minute without 2 supports, 5 versus 3. Tino, I like what he's going for. He's the overwhelming blink. I was thinking this guy needs a little bit more durability. He's reaching the stage where 1 heart is not enough. He needs a little bit more strength, and the overwhelming blink will help with that.
Tier 2 tower is going to be broken through, but it's an 8,000 net worth advantage for the side of Execration, which somehow still has that Aegis. Did not go down in that last fight. Tino going to be held back by that bushwhack, but now he does feel like he is tanky, but how tanky can he possibly be when he's tossed back into the entire lineup? Another great vacuum coming in by Jab, as it's going to be Akashi, who does get stuck, but activates that BKB and just goes to work. Takes out the first life of that Tiny. But still, Execration, they don't have Tino.
Radiant structures are
He has a buyback.
Yeah, he does. Shank's gonna come up. They use the glyph. Might consider using the buyback on Tino if they keep committing on playtime, but they're probably gonna wait at least until the Bane is up. They want to have all 5 at the same time. Oh, Akashi.
Bob goes in. And the Blitz has to be really careful. He does not have a buyback still. It's going to be a great Will-O-Wisp holding back everyone. The Invoker trying to teleport away will be possible. Schofield will die. El Misho incredibly low, and he will inevitably fall. 2 supports now being down for playtime. That is very ironic considering when Execration went for the high ground, they lost both of their supports.
That's right. Like the game switches back and forth so much. I love the kill. He was using the workhorse, and that gives you like a stampede. So he just walks into El Misho, and he's like, "I trampled that squirrel like it's nothing." They have buybacks on both the playtime supports, though. And does Jeb have a refresher? I'm pretty sure I'm seeing double vacuums in these fights, or at least the cooldown seems very low.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Even though Tino has to make a choice now. Do I want buyback or do I want overwhelming blink? You can only have one.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
34,000 net worth, and it really feels like playtime. They go in for the Lina. They find the catch, for sure. But as soon as that BKB and Satanic come out, Akashi, he just stands his ground.
Yep. And he's got another save as well with the cart. He's got the heal coming out from the Illuminate. There's a Nightmare save. Like, sure, Illuminate right now, the heal's not enough, and the Nightmare save is only a second. But that's sometimes all you need, basically. There's going to be a Rax coming out here from Execration. This is not the sort of situation I thought we'd be in 52 minutes.
Yeah, not with the way that playtime was snowballing in that mid-game. I would like to take a look at the buybacks, though. How far away is that Tiny from his buyback? Because that's truly when playtime can commit to a full-blown fight.
Well, for now, we're going to show you the Ember Spirit, all right? And the Bane, and you're going to be happy with it.
Glimmer Cape comes out. Bob, he does see Schofield, but doesn't really go in.
Boost of Travel level 2 now available on Akashi just to help him with, he's basically full slotted, so he needs to do some, he's like, I gotta get some item at this point. Bob wants to go for a Skadi on Ember, not an item we see very often.
Dire are scanning.
Akashi has that silver edge. Needs to be careful because Schofield, he could go in on him. The pings are coming out of Execration and know where playtime are coming in from. And they will choose to huddle up on a playtime's high ground.
Playtime can't stay up.
They could force playtime to teleport back. If Akashi just goes towards that mid lane, starts breaking through the barracks to tier 4s maybe, playtime will have no choice but to teleport away.
Yeah, the twin gating, actually. It looks to me like playtime are a little unsure of exactly what's the right move. And in the end, they lose their mid-range racks. Not a big deal, to be fair with you. But it was also just revealing. If Execration has creeps pushing mid and no one's defending, they're like, well, playtime's not home. They're looking for us. Oh, well, speaking of looking.
Schofield is going to get caught. A few right clicks will do the trick. Gives away quite a bit of gold, but also has his Observer and Sentry denied. So playtime, I'm not sure what that move was going through the gate. Maybe they just wanted to disengage the safe way, the extremely safe way.
No, they're certainly a bit lost right now on playtime on exactly what to do. 2 barracks down. Their carry to carry matchup is not looking too good. Oh, thanks.
Does get caught, but Bob, he is there. Shanks has dropped down the Will-O-Wisp. El Misho is the one in trouble. Might just actually fall over here. Bob with the Lost Remnant can't actually find him. El Misho will be able to get back, but playtime, just from that one Ember, Artemo taking quite a bit of damage. And now that Akashi has showed up, they need to be really careful. Jazz tried to go in with a vacuum, but the hoof stomp stops him in his tracks. It's going to be Schofield who will buy back into this, but for playtime, this really feels like a losing battle. Schofield's dead again.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Questionable buyback. Yeah, basically, and Jabs can come back if he wants to help out the team. In fact, all of them have buyback on playtime, except Schofield, who just used his. An Execration. Roshan could be an option for them, but if you go for Roshan, you have to wait 2 minutes. So they have to make a very bold decision. Do we go high ground without Aegis, or do we wait for it and maximize this advantage? I feel like they smell blood in the water and they'll just go high ground.
Dire's bottom tower.
If it were up to us, Ottomo, it would be a bald decision.
Ah, yes, because we both don't have hair. Good one, Doctor. Akashi does reveal himself a little bit here. Could be jumped on from Wits, but it's from the east. We know how Excavation is when they get jumped from the east.
Yeah, it is Southeast Asian specialty. Playtime. I mean, they only have one more barracks left. Ahmed broken through, so Wits has no choice but to go in, but Ahmed, he will fall. A buyback comes out immediately. Great vacuum, but once more, it doesn't do anything. Cataclysm, once more, doesn't do anything. Playtime going all in with the remaining buybacks that they do have, but Wits is falling very low on his HP. Has gone down, immediately buys back as well. Akashi on a triple kill, and Playtime, this is looking done and dusted for them.
Oh, yeah, that's what? 4 buybacks? They used every buyback that they have, basically. And their supports are still down. And they're just going to go straight for the base. It'll take a bit of a miracle here for Playtime to make a comeback.
Tino goes in to finish the job. Jabs.
Toss
Stun
plays.
down. Light Strike Array also comes out. A last few right clicks will do the trick. And in the end, the throne falling is going to be inevitable. Defying the odds is Execration as they take game number 1 in a spectacular fashion.
I mean, it came from the east again. Wets was hiding there, and Execration was just ready. They're like, we have a spider sense. We know exactly where it's going to jump from. So, incredible performance by Execration. You gotta give so much credit to Tino. Takes, like the brunt of making space, of providing vision for the team, of taking all that damage. And Akashi, fantastic comeback as well at the end. Playtime, a little bit stunned here, maybe thinking, maybe we're a bit too relaxed in this one.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like the smiles have faded, Automo, as they had that game in the bag, I would say. Akashi was getting caught, but despite of that, was able to find the comeback, and you called it. It was that satanic, after which none of those teamfights really looked as if Akashi was ever truly in danger of dying. Of course, we will head on over to a break before we come on to game number 2, and our analysts will
Центр
guide you
кредит
through.
банкімен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCC-KZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз. Центр кредит банкімен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCC-KZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
And we are back here after awesome game 1. Have you guys seen this Lina coming back? Oh my god. We're already here. Game is just started. It's 10 a.m. here in local time in Astana. And people are here and shouting. And what do you think, Kawaii?
I feel like it was an amazing game because it showcased what kind of a player Wits is. I really liked his Tini. I liked his adaptation with the Blink Dagger. He understood that he can't really go late in this type of draft, right? Not against Lina. And he was trying to force the tempo. He was trying it really hard. And for a period of time, it actually worked. They managed to get an early advantage. They managed to get to 16K of an advantage. but they never got a chance to close the game. Lina just got way too fat.
Yeah, the thing is, she was not doing anything absolutely for the first around 30-minute mark, and then, I mean, like, I want to give a credit to Witz, the way how he played, and the way how he played on position 5 player El Misho, the hoodwink. He was at the one point he was 8 and 2, and the way how he played was incredible. Look at the jabs on Darkseer, that vacuum combos every time on point. At least minimum of 3 heroes are in vacuum, sealed, and
but they never connected, right? Like they never managed to connect everything really well so that you get like a vacuum into Avalanche. Okay, guys, before we continue, I would like to remind everyone that the Digital Football Discipline is presented by Samruk-Kazyna, and you can watch it from 4th to 9th of August.
Yeah, thank you very much for Samruk-Kazyna for sponsoring our tournament, and we continue off our game. And yes, like, what do you think? What happened to playtime?
I'm not even sure about playtime specifically. Like, I don't think they've lost this game during the playtime, right? They've lost it during the drafting stage. They just didn't get into their own rhythm. They didn't get into their own tempo. But we can watch the highlights. Maybe we'll see something else here, and something sometimes we can figure out things as we go.
Yeah, look at our boys here. Execration, playtime.
I mean, who was the most impressive guy for you here? Because for me, personally, like...
The March. The king himself is over there, the March.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Okay, El Misho definitely was a standout for the first half of the game. The game lasted for a really long time. But Tino going for this early hard, it was also a pretty smart move. He played a bit too timid at the start. I'm not sure whether somebody from his teammates told him to play more aggressively, or maybe that was just general idea behind his build. But once he started going in first, that's when the things changed.
Right.
For 30 minutes, it was Witz with his aggressive Blink Dagger build.
Right. It's just about the Tiny right now. The current meta is you're at the Centaurus. So the Centaurus right now, you buy a heart as soon as possible. He made a dominant into the home, into the heart. But the thing is, once you do that, you're into farming mode. So you're farming a lot. So I've seen at one point Centaur had like around 300 creeps or so. The issue is when he was farming that, they needed that initiator. But when he stepped in, was incredible. But I would like to mention how Playtime supports played this. I mean, the Tusker, right?
Tusk was amazing. But Scofield was always amazing. Like, you can always rely on Scofield to do something crazy, something fun. He was trying for the Wisdom Runes. That's what they were trying to say, right?
Yeah, twice. He was trying to capture it twice and always trying to make space. The Hoodwing is always on point. It's just not enough. Unfortunately, also they're also playing with 2 stand-ins, and that could also play out because they are not speaking in their own language. They're forced to speak in English, and therefore we see this result coming in. Could be possible, could be not. Also, I mean, excuse me, you guys are playing against a team that has been together for quite a bit, and their coach is Mark. So,
I mean,
the true legend.
You made a good point about the language barriers. That could be where the disconnect came from. Because we had Jubs doing some absolutely freaking amazing vacuums.
Right.
It was like 4 or 5 people. But Cataclysm getting just a little bit too late, maybe. Gleipnir not getting there in time. Or maybe Hoodwink should be the one concentrating and following up the vacuum. But it just never happened. And they didn't get to the point where they had an overwhelming advantage, enough of an advantage to go high ground. The patch has changed the meta. It still feels like it's a bit of the same thing.
Yeah, right. I mean, just a little bit miscommunication here and there, and a little bit some deaths were crucial for the Jabs because he made this awesome plays, but whenever he jumped in, he instantly died. And he had no BKB at that time, and then he died twice, and that's where the game got shifted immediately. I mean, look at Delina. She's currently a top net wars and actually doing everything. And unfortunately, Tiny is dying with the 11 kills, and it just disaster for Wits.
To be
all
fair,
of a sudden, he couldn't do anything.
Lina was top net worth for most of this match.
Right.
She was there like at the top, even when she died twice in the early game. He was always keeping up with the farm. And the interesting thing is, I feel like Lina is farming better nowadays because of the changes to the mana cost of Dragon Slave. That was the previous patch, not this one. But yeah, that's what allowed them. That's what allowed them to scale so well. And Tino being MVP, I kind of agree. He was kind of quiet for the first half of the game, but then snatching the Sages, making sure that he can play frontline for this Lina, making sure that they get the initiations. Akashi was the guy who followed up. He was the guy who just dealt damage. It's a right click. Tina, he was on the edge all the time.
I would like to mention Tino for his damage output. I mean, you buy a heart, then you buy a shard. And the way how he managed this true damage, and it's actually insane. For me, stood out the players were the two offlaners from the both sides. I mean, it was great vacuums and the great games on great initiation. And Tino managing to snatch the Aegis on the midst of the team fight is just phenomenal.
Theoretically, if Playtime wins, who would be your MVP? Because for me, it's Wits, 100%. Him going for this aggressive build, I really like it. Because Tiny's nowadays, they play super slow, right? Like they go Echo Sabers, and they go for Lotar's, the Shadow Blade. And that takes a while. So going Blink against Lina and constantly hunting this Lina, that's what allows them to get this advantage. They just never manage to convert it.
Yeah, I mean, for me, personally, I would say the supports for sure. And I mean, Jab's incredible vacuums. Every time the vacuums were on point, he just a little bit on mistiming over there. If there was like a avalanche toss, any damage output into those vacuums, we would have seen a totally different game. And yeah.
What are you thinking of game 2? Because we've seen some interesting bans. Before we go to that, though, I would like to remind you that the Digital Basketball Discipline is presented by Halik, and you can watch it from 29th of July to 3rd of August. Only a couple of days left of digital basketball, but people play both physical and digital basketball, which is kind of fun.
Yeah, right. Thank you very much, Kawai, for mentioning it. That it was just only 2 more days that are left for basketball, and then we also have tons of different disciplines. Meanwhile, there's going to be a Bang Bang after Bang Bang Mobile Legends after the Dota 2, so there'll be more games.
So we were starting to talk about how they should adapt to the next game. Do they go for a bit of a later game strategy? Do they still play Wiz as a super high tempo carry who's going in? Or do you just have to adjust?
I think they're going to change. It's Wiz is a great carry, excuse me, and he is going to be playing a hard carry, I would say. I would lean more to see Luna personally. The Tiny is a great hero, don't get me wrong. The Tiny itself is a great stable hero, but it's not the greatest hero, if you know what I mean. So like Luna per se, she's a little bit higher, more damage, and she's more reliable than Tiny, because that once you get hit by a Scatty, you can't get out. So therefore, just right like that. And before we start that, we'd like to mention and remind you guys that Mobile Legends is presented by Freedom, and we'd like to appreciate our partner Freedom. Thank you very much for hosting and sponsoring this event. And yeah, just to continue, what do you think about the playtime coach? We've spoke about March many times, but I've seen there's a Dota analyst, Luam, and just what do you think about him? And just any ideas you think maybe he will change the strategy for the game 2?
I'm not even sure. I mean, that's what I was saying. Okay, you are playing a super high tempo draft at the moment, right? Like you were playing Tiny 1, and it was looking great for a while. Maybe you should be hedging a little bit in terms of what you're drafting for. Maybe if you have like Tiny 1, your mid should be not necessarily Invoker, but something right-clicky, something that can capitalize in the later portions of the game. Something like I don't know, maybe a Lina for themselves. That could be interesting.
That works.
Or just do it a bit more simple. Because, you know, I like Darkseer. Darkseer always looks good in Tier 1 tournaments. It's a type of hero that enables a lot of combinations, really strong combinations. But it's a hard hero to execute when you are not fully in sync as a team.
Right.
So this Darkseer, he did amazing job. And if Japs was playing with his teammates that he's been playing for like 5 years, let's say, right?
Like with Pew and 23 Savage, I mean,
yeah, something like that.
Players,
they
course,
would be there. They would feel Jabs. They would understand that he's going for it, and they will capitalize on it. But here, just go for something simple. Go for single target pickoffs, or like Tidehunter, Mars type hero that just creates a team fight. Because right now, this team, they are on the brink of elimination. Don't forget that it's a single elimination bracket. So they have to go all in, and they have to make it in a comfortable way.
Right, and right about that, it's the thing is, I've coached at C, right?
Yeah.
And I know what Japs plays. And at Nemesis, he's been playing all the time the Slardars, the Night Stalkers.
I mean, Slardar is good.
Those heroes, yeah.
Slardar fits.
The thing is, why they don't give him that hero? Why they don't give them Magnus? Why they don't give the Slardar? Because Japs love those heroes, and he outperforms on those heroes. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that he played awful on Darcy.
No, he played phenomenally.
It just those heroes would work for him. And yes, besides that, the players have taken and downloaded our app called Yandex Go, and we'd like to appreciate, and you can experience the city with the Yandex taxi, and yeah, download it. It's easy to use.
Yeah,
Very
and for
helpful.
people who just visited Astana for the first time, it's an easy app to use, right? Like you can put in everything, you can
see
always order
everything.
food
It's
and
also
stuff
in
like
English
that.
available, so you don't need to worry if there is language barrier here and there, but everything is good. And yeah, you have anything to share? What do you think about the game itself?
I'm actually kind of, on one hand, I'm really excited because we got a comeback, but at the same time, I'm a little bit disappointed. I've always been a Playtime fan because I like SA teams, right? Like I'm a big fan of LGD, and they're going to be here on stage and everything. So for Playtime, I would like to see a full 3-game series.
Right.
I want Playtime to win the next one. I want them to play something more comfortable. And you were talking about Japs just going for those Slardars, going for those Night Stalkers.
Right.
I would love to see Night Stalker.
Yeah.
I would like to see something that is very easy to execute and something that can convert an early momentum into actual wins.
Yeah, I mean, hey, if you guys get to see Luna and a Night Stalker or a Night Slardar right now in the second game, I would have not be surprised because I'm pretty sure they would have make it 1-1 easily. It's just a matter of the communication, because I know Japs is Thai player, and for him speaking English is maybe a little bit uncomfy too. We never know. So, but he has played.
I mean, he always speaks the language of Dota. I mean, they just make calls.
For sure.
Like, go, 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 davai, davai, something like that.
Right. But the thing is, when you speak in one language, everybody speaks in one language. It's just easier and smoother to explain everything in quick. In those like tricky and heavy moments, you can't say it in one word in your language, but you have to retranslate it, and it takes time, and you just say whatever, and you just move on, and yeah, like we'll get to see.
I'm looking at the creation right now. They don't look particularly happy, right?
They don't look happy. Look at Shanks. He's locked in. Look at his eyes. He's locked in. And yeah, here's Luan helping his team at the moment, explaining something to the team.
Maybe that's what they're discussing. Like, guys, let's just keep it simple. Give Scofield his signature hero. Give Scofield his task, his clock type of hero. Right. Make him do everything. But yeah, we're gonna go live to our commentators.
Welcome back, everyone, to that game number 2 between Execration and Playtime. This is, of course, Tultris joined by Atomo, and we saw a very spectacular game, 50+ minutes in that game number 2, as Execration, they were down quite far. I mean, they had, what was that, a 6,000 to 8,000 net worth disadvantage, but they managed to bring it back.
Yep, it was a pretty damn good opening, good performance there. A lot of it comes down to Tino is able to tank for the team, provide tons of vision, and Akashi as well, late game doing so much damage. We kind of went in, I think both of us favoring the Playtime draft. We're kind of opposing the analysts a little bit here because we liked what they had in terms of durability, for example. But then the damage from the Tiny doesn't scale as well as the Lina, right? And later on, the saves from the Tusk kind of takes his life. You can see Shanks doing a lot more just with a Will-O-Wisp. It became easier and easier to play around this one guy in the front, one guy doing damage. And hey, there's the crowd. Hello, hello. A wave to them, Tolters. Wave.
I can't wave. I wish I could. I wish I could. Because what I know of Kazakhstan, the esport following is great. You know, Steel Borko mentioned how there's been Counter-Strike events. This is the first Dota event that they've had. And that makes me feel pretty excited because Dota 2 is very big. And there you have so much, you have a lot of Kazakhstan Dota 2 players as well. And I happen to think that, Rune Eaters being a Kazakhstan organization, they have done fantastic going towards EWC. I can't wait to see more of them. Of course, they are also going to be playing at Games of the Future. That is going to be, I believe, tomorrow, since they're not in the Decider playoffs. They've already made it further ahead.
Of course, they're sitting comfortably. Them and 3 other teams, if I'm not mistaken, is Vici, Extreme, and Glyph. So already we have decent representation from with both Southeast Asia as well as China, making it far. But for now, Playtime versus Execration. And you can see the Execration players, they still look very, very serious. You feel like they lost game 1 with the expression that they're like, oh, we gotta do this all over again. It was a great, can we call it comeback? I feel like it was a bit of a comeback, honestly.
It was, at least in my eyes. And another thing that we do have to point out is that, while there were a lot of smiles on Playtime, I think they have had a reality check where they're going to need to play a lot more careful. Perhaps there was an element of underestimating Execration coming into this, but let's see what they're going to be able to do with perhaps a readjustment in their expectations and how they need to approach this.
Abed as well. I feel like this was kind of the difference I expected from him and Bob, whereas Bob really threw his body forward with the Ember Spirit. Abed kept his distance with the Invoker. But late game, he buys the Aghanim Scepter, and usually that feels great, but it doesn't synergize too well with the Vacuum. You think, oh, group them together, right? That's great, but group them together, nothing keeps them there, unless you can land the Bushwhack, which wasn't happening because of BKPs. They use the Stampede, they run out, they're fine. I can't feel like it's worked out too well for them, that Aghanim purchase.
If there was a single hero that you need to give a respect ban out for, who should that be? Is it the Lina or is it the Centaur?
Centaur. The Centaur certainly more. He enables the Lina. I think that you take away the Centaur, the Lina can't do anything. You take away the Lina, you pick Drow, you pick Gyro, you pick whatever, and some other carry can probably do a similar job at least.
And I would like to give a huge shout out to CML. We saw the Wind Waker. We saw, even apart from the Wind Waker, Schofield built a Use Scepter as well. It seemed like they were itemizing to completely shut down that Fiend's Grip, but it never really felt like the Fiend's Grip was shut down because he took his sweet time with it, but he was able to find it time and time again.
Look at that. We have people on stage as well. Very cool. Schofield's still smiling. He's like, it's okay, my friends. We give them game 1 and then we win games 2 and 3.
But it is also momentum, a game of momentum rather. And Southeast Asia is known for their momentum. Once you start off strong, it's very easy for Southeast Asian teams to start snowballing. They just look stronger and stronger. South America, though, they may be known for, I would say, their comeback potential. And just the way that they're able to maintain their composure, it never really feels like South America can be put in a situation where they're made to feel behind, where they're made to feel pressure.
I don't know. I know how much I believe that. I've seen a lot of times where a Southeast Asian team wins game 1, then they take it easy and lose game 2 or 3. They feel like they're not as focused afterwards. But Execration, a win here would keep tournament hopes alive. 10,000 extra USD in the pocket. Coach Mars certainly having an impact on the squad so far.
Not to mention, a win here would get you in a matchup against Team Glyph. Probably a matchup compared to every other team that Execration are most familiar with.
I was going to say, is he going to say that Glyph is the easiest to beat compared to Extreme, Vici, and Ruin Eaters? I don't know, but yeah, certainly that would be Southeast Asia versus Southeast Asia, a team you definitely have some knowledge of.
To be fair, Otimo, Glyph compared to Extreme Gaming, Vici Gaming, compared to those two, I would, put Glyph lost, but maybe against Rune Eaters, Glyph would be pretty much even. of course, I love Arthur. I love the passion that he has for the game. And in fact, his players, my team itself went against Sanctity, and we did not have a good time, I can tell you that, in the ENC qualifiers. But I really want to see one Southeast Asian team make it through, right? Reconics, Execration, two Southeast Asian teams over here in this tournament, but even on that big stage, it really feels that the community is yearning for South America, for Southeast Asia, and it's been several years since we've been yearning.
Oh yes, the yearning is reaching maximum levels of need there. But yeah, if Execration wins, we'll definitely, we'll definitely have like a Southeast Asian team in the top 4, guaranteed.
That will be pretty exciting. Not to mention, we have a third place match as well, not something that not many tournaments do. So, just additional Dota. So even though it is a single elimination bracket, we still have more matches compared to a traditional single elimination format. But Playtime and Execration, you mentioned how Wits brought about his classical Tiny. Are we going to see a shift in the draft or in the way that Playtime are drafting, or is it going to be more the same and a shift in how they actually approach the game? Instead of taking it slow as they did in that early to mid game, even with the lead, maybe they look to close that game out before a comeback is even on the horizon for Execration.
We're waiting for the draft to begin here. Schofield being told, like, all right, you're going to have to save them. You're going to have to put 2 people in your snowball every time you save. And we'll see how that's going to work. Jabs actually performed really well on the Dark Tier. So many good vacuums, but unfortunately, there's no real big follow-up, as we mentioned. Like later on, the Tiny, he does decent damage for sure, but the Avalanche doesn't work when they all have BKB.
A lot of notes there. How many pages do you think there are in the set of notes? And it's very interesting. Some teams, they bring the notes. Some teams don't. Who was the player that we saw looking through the patch note? It was Jikroy, actually.
Jikroy, did he have a lot of?
He didn't have the notes, but if you remember, when we were casting the match between Reconics and Liga team, he was switching over to the patch notes to see which hero was stronger in the draft.
And then spinning the heroes after he picks them. I always love that. I was like, okay, I'm just going to make it move around. Execration, they start off with an incredibly strong pick. I think Earth Spirit mid seems to be like the best in this patch, and Execration gets their hands on it. And it's not like Playtime can get another game breaker, which is the Lone Druid, but brother versus brother, fratricide in the mid lane, fire versus earth. And Taltris, which one do you like more?
The Earth Spirit does certainly seem to be a lot older. It feels like if you were to make a sibling tree between all the spirits, the Earth Spirit will be the eldest, and the Ember Spirit would be kind of the middle child.
I thought Void Spirit would be older than the Earth Spirit. But
Void Spirit is the adopted one.
Why? What's wrong with him? He's fine.
Because he's the newest. He's there was a storm, there was the Ember, there was the Earth. Those are all the natural elements, and then you got in the Void.
That's true. Void is not like, the other elements, we know what they are, right? It's like lightning, fire, and earth. Then they're like, there's void energy. I'm like, what the hell is that? Like, where do I find it? In a microwave? What is this energy?
And there's no water spirit. There's some ideas if Valve is listening. But Mirana, for Playtime, no Bane has come out. In fact, the Bane is actually banned. Mirana has been classically in combination with the Bane, especially nowadays. There was 10 years ago, we had the Bane Miranas come out. It fell apart, and it really felt like the meta wasn't in a place where you would have that space for that kind of a combo, but now it's been brought back.
And look at that. You talk about the Mirana, but usually we're seeing it as a position 5 and not really getting a whole lot of setup. On the other side, for Execration, they go for the Snapfire and the Dark Seer, so possibly flexing the Earth Spirit. I don't think that's very likely. I strongly suspect that this is going to be a Snapfire support. It has to be a support, because you put Earth Spirit mid, Dark Seer off lane, you don't play Snapfire as a carry.
I would much rather have the Earth Spirit be a core than the Earth Spirit be a support. As I think the Earth Spirit is a lot weaker on the support position compared to the Snapfire being on the support position. The support Snapfire has a lot to offer. And each and every single one of his spells does or rather fulfills a purpose. The Earth Spirit, if you fall behind on the support position, you're really kind of useless on the map. But it's also worth considering that Bob is really good on those spirit heroes. We saw it in the last game, and we've seen it time and time again. Bob's been around the block for a while now. So I wouldn't be too surprised if he is on the Earth Spirit.
No, that's what I feel like. Especially because the Snapfire feels a lot more countered now with the Nyx Assassin coming out. I've seen Schofield's Nyx many times in the past. Always walk away very, very impressed by it. So, gotta be a little bit scary here for playtime. Will they consider something like a Dawnbreaker, some sort of global lineup to work with the Nyx? Because early on you can assassinate by yourself. Later on you need some help. He's also not too bad against the Darkseer, right? You walk into his Ion Shell with the spiked Karapachi, and you're able to bring him down.
Yeah, I think it also works against the Earth Spirit's rolling boulder. You try to roll in, Vendetta comes out, and you have that stun. And even if it doesn't stun him right there and then, you can't use the Magnetize because then you're going to get insta-stun. So I really do like this Nyx Assassin pick. It's a great counter. The only problem is, doesn't exactly synergize with that Mirana. Unless the Mirana is going to be super close, that Vendetta stun is not that long of a disable.
I like how you called Vendetta as both a stun both times, right? And it's like, I think it means like impale. Excuse you, sir. It's called impale. I'm recently picking up another game, which is another MOBA similar to Dota, and I recognize I'm like, holy shit, I cannot remember every spell name again. There's like 400 spell names. And I'm like, it's the 1, it's the 2, it's the 3, it's the ultimate, whatever it is. That's what I'm calling it.
Oh, the Doom comes out by playtime. Pretty good against, well, in general, it's a pretty good hero in Dota. Yeah, it's pretty much good against everything. But the one consideration that you do have to take into account is that the Earth Spirit, when you do get to that Aghanim Scepter, you're able to save your allies very easily against that Doom.
Mama, they picked it. The Broodmother for Akashi. All right, so Execration already showcasing really all of their cores, because there's no way that they still need another core, like Snap 5, Earth Spirit 4, and they pick like a mid laner right now. That would be crazy for Execration. On the other side, for playtime, Carry is the most likely option. However, Carry Doom is very, very common. I like it, and look at the Execration. They have everyone standing behind March while he does all the work. He's like, behind me, boys! Like advisors to the king. He goes, what do you think about this here? And they're like, no, bad. You give me another suggestion.
One thing about Execration with this Broodmother is the fact that you have that Fire Snap cookie. The Broodlings, if they're invisible, you won't see that cookie coming. So it's kind of like having the Lycan on your side with a Spirit Wolf running around Invis. Fire Snap cookie comes out, you're gonna get stunned, and there's no way to counter that out. So that's a small niche thing that Execration will probably use. But as far as counters to the Broodmother goes, what do you exactly pick up to counter a Brood?
I liked what they picked with the Disruptor, actually. The Disruptor would have been very solid. Although, sorry, not the Disruptor, sorry. The Disruptor gets banned against them. Yeah, to counter a Brood, you usually want something like a Spirit Breaker or a Disruptor. Nyx Assassin's okay, because you do have that Vendetta free walk later on, I think with the Shard. You need something like that. Also, the Ember Spirit. It's not too bad, actually, what they have against the Broodmother. Also, once the Ember starts fisting the Spiderlings, he's able to sort of stay there for like a second or two to be invulnerable, which is nice. As Execration, they take Winter Wyvern for their last pick. Meh, honestly, as a pick overall.
Into the Doom, right? That's very surprising. The heal is not going to be that effective. Again, I feel like whenever Winter Wyvern comes out, there's always the possibility of your Cold Embrace being a setup for the other side. In this case, you have the Mirana on the other team, so you have to be really careful about that Cold Embrace. I'm not really too sure about why they picked this, because it's not as if Playtime come in with heavy right-clickers, right? So your Winter's Curse is not really as strong of an ability as it would have been had Playtime had a very strong carry that was on the cards. But maybe they're going to pick one up. Maybe this is an expectational pick with Execration, considering Playtime going for a right-click carry like a TB.
Or it could be also Spectre coming out for Playtime as well. That was, I think, banned in the previous game, or at least I've seen it picked and banned a little bit here in Games of the Future. So it's a good way of finding the Broodmother that you mentioned. But no, they go for the Timbersaw. And I agree with you so much on the Winter Wyvern. I don't feel like it's gonna do too much, really. Like, it's all magic damage. It's always sort of spell damage on the enemy side. No one really right clicks. Your Cold Embrace is bad. Winter Wyvern, I've seen it as a gotcha pick sometimes when you're up against like a Troll Warlord and a Shadow Fiend mid. You're like, oh wow, this is great, but not here.
Timbersaw is a really good pick against the Brood, though. Right, that Chakra Blade,
Yes.
or rather, that Chakram, that Whirling Death, all of your spells are pretty good against Akashi. It's the fact that Playtime are playing the Scary Doom. Now, I know that you mentioned that a lot of teams do this. It is effective, it works, but it kind of feels like Playtime want to play for that 30-minute timing.
Execration, though, they can push pretty damn fast, and it's going to be a mid-snap, by the way, in a position for Earth Spirit. I would prefer the other way around. Overall, Execration's core picks I like. Support picks, not so much though. Earth Spirit 4 can be very risky and not pay off. And same thing with the Winter Wyvern against this lineup. So I'm not really feeling it. On the other side, Execration won game 1. They have a solid draft, but no, Playtime. We're gonna be 1-1 after this game.
I would happen to agree with you, but it's that mystery of the Broodmother. But it's also scary because you're playing a Broodmother against a South American team. Now, sure, it's not Yuma on the other side, but it's still a South American roster. And what are you thinking going for a hero that, was displayed at the very biggest stage in Dota 2 at TI with a lot of success, right? Team Heroic at the time, they wiped the floor with teams with their Broodmother.
I don't know. I think the Broodmother can do well, honestly. I mean, Akashi, I've seen him spam it before. Pick it before in a couple of tournaments, doing really well. Witz is also very talented with the Brood, though. So it's nice to have that sort of Brood expert. He's like, guys, he's probably going to be here. Careful, he's going to buy this item. Gets yourself, like probably an Orchid to Bloodthorns. It's like, gets yourself some Mules, some Guardian Greaves to protect you. Overall, I like what they have to on Playtime way more. So I think 1-1.
I mean, we'll have to see. I will reserve my judgment. I'll tell you who's going to win at the 30-minute mark.
Oh, yeah, really? Okay, well done.
30-minute mark.
Okay, good job.
I need the information. I need the information. I need to know all the aspects of what's going on. I can't, make a guess, Artemo.
Okay. Well, we'll see now as they go into game 2 here for Execration versus Playtime. Tournament lives on the line. Playtime. A decent performance in game 1. Looked like they were going to take it at several points, but end up just, going to that wall of the Tino Centaur and losing it after that.
And now they'll have to play against the very hero that provided them with the setups, right? There's Darkseer against 3 melee heroes. In fact, it's 4 melee heroes.
It is.
Playtime.
Although, you could make a bit of a discussion about how melee Timbersaw, Ember, okay, not Ember, but at least, sorry, not Timbersaw, Ember and Nyx, like they're kind of on the edges of fight. They don't really go in and tank too much. They don't feel very melee.
Unless he goes in with the Vendetta. Then he'd be pretty melee. Like,
sure.
Pretty much right in there.
Does have the break, by the way, I believe, on the Nyx Assassin. So pretty damn good at bringing down the Timbersaw.
Yeah.
I like Saberlight. He's a very cool guy, big personality. He's actually the teammate of Abed in the previous tournament.
Yeah, both of them from VP, I believe.
VP indeed. Alright, top lane. So what are we looking at here? Oh, arrow actually lands, but there's not much follow-up here. So it's going to be this Mirana and Timbersaw going against Winter Wyvern and Broodmother. I don't feel like anyone really wins that lane too much.
I would say that I think Playtime are a bit stronger past that level 3 mark. Once you have some more levels coming up, the Broodmother can't really do much. And normally, once you had that Spawn Spiraling ability, the ultimate, Broodmothers are supposed to overtake the lane. But that's not really possible against a Timbersaw. So there's that power spike. Oh, Bob. Bob, he does seem like he's in trouble. Fire Snap Cookie on towards Abed. The tower hits are going to be coming down. It's going to come down, be real close. The Searing Chains, they miss Bob. will not get hit by them, and Abed now has to drag away all of those creeps, but Bob is coming in with the chase as well. Somehow he realizes that Abed does not have his sleight of fist, so Bob can just play close to the fire and won't get burned.
Yeah, I think he's gonna get burned.
He gets impaled. Automo, we have to be correct, and in fact, Bob will fall to the next assassin. If only he could have lived for a second longer, because CML, he got a kill on Elisho that could have been first blood to execration, but Bob kind of got too ahead of himself there.
Yeah, for sure. Execution's like, Bob, can you control your feeding for just 2 seconds, man? Would have gotten us, or we would have gotten first blood for ourselves. But we mentioned this has been a rotation for playtime. Elmisho going top as well as moving Schofield to the bottom. I like this because I think post 5 you usually get a little bit more experience than post 4. So having the Nick Assassin bottom, always pulling, making sure he's getting some solo EXP from the creeps, getting that Vendetta online, big deal. And nice cosmetic, I must say. I kind of like it. Looks a bit like a car.
For execution, you kind of have to expect those rotations, right? That's what gave Playtime the edge in the previous game, and it's not as if Playtime are playing with 2 supports who don't rotate. Both Schofield on the next assassin, as well as the Mirana, they want to roam around the map and find pickoffs.
Yes. Mirana, especially with the twin gate, like one of the best along with the clutch, can show up from unexpected angles with an arrow, with a hook, and bring that and get yourself a kill. Mid lane though, Bob continues to do decently against Abed overall. In terms of CS, quite even across the board with a bit of an advantage for playtime. Very small though. Oh, sorry, for execution, my bad.
Over on the mid lane, bot side, Schofield does go down. Execution coming in quick. Wits very low on his HP, cannot chase after Shanks or even Tino. So, but it does appear that Execution are at the very least doing pretty well on both of their side lanes, even if their mid lane is off to, I would say, a shaky start.
Interestingly, Wits has no points in Inferno Blade. Going for that 1 point Devour, when you take a point Inferno Blade, especially when you're up against 2 melee, you get a decent amount of value. I believe level 1 of that spell has been buffed to do more damage. I think it does less at max, but more at level 1. So, I don't know. A little bit unfortunate there. Mother says no.
Abed, he is pretty low, but so is Shanks. Scatter Blast will land, but Bob did not find enough damage, and now is going to be able to dodge away Schofield's impale. The only problem is, you do have CML in this position coming in to give the Lotus to Bob, so he is going to be pretty much okay. CML with the right clicks, unable to take down that next assassin, just dishing out damage towards anyone who comes in close. That is the danger of walking too close to a dragon. Automo, he just starts right-clicking you.
I see. By the way, Scatter Blast coming out from Snapfire, I did actually miss because he was fisting at the time on Abed. I was like, yeah, I think you're not gonna shoot me. But Akashi's having a good time. The big difference is going to be that Akashi can be very active with the Broodmother. Elmisho
falling very low. That blood grenade missed, otherwise Elmisho would have actually died there. And Tino, he does surge away. You leave Tino alone, he's gonna struggle against the Doom, even if the Doom doesn't have that Infernal Blade. Oh, I can't believe this trade is still going on. Elmisho, just back away.
Well, Akashi losing quite a bit of health there. That means he's not gonna be able to move too fast. Wow, he's going back in. Knows that there's the cooldown coming out. Cooldown from jabs is there, but still very risky. Even when I see Bob walking around with like 200 health, going for a kill, I'm like, my God, you guys play very risky. I can't do that.
But that is a breath of fresh air, seeing teams play with risk, especially in dynamics where you're not really coming out ahead, like the Broodmother versus the Timbersaw. Look at that damage coming out from jabs, but he is isolated and outnumbered. Akashi can't get too close to that Timbersaw though, otherwise he'll just get cut down, and will happen. Jabs, one right click, one whirling death, and Akashi, he had 2 heroes around him. That means that Bob is alone. On that mid lane, Abed will run him down with his immolation. Execration making big mistakes on both that top lane as well as the mid side.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing like Akashi is very low health, and we were saying like this is it's nerve-wracking, right? Walking around with like a couple of hundred health points against a brood, sorry, not against brood, but against a timber saw. But they're gonna go try to make sure Jabs pays the price for his insolence. I don't think he'll actually die though.
Oh, arrow lands and the whirling death. It just deals too much damage right now. And now Execration, they have to deal with Opet coming in with a shield room. They have no recourse in this position, just have to get back, accept their losses, which will be massive. It is a double kill for Opet, and a dominating streak has now been built up. Akashi trying to run for his life, but Schofield is here, trying to land that impale, won't be able to, a bit too close, or rather a bit too far away. And even though Akashi lives, Automo, make no mistake about it, this is Playtime coming out very far ahead.
Oh, for sure. They bring down two supports. They killed Akashi earlier as well as a solo kill, and that's a Doom being used, but can they get wits? I think they will.
Be able to. Yeah, they find wits, but again, it's with that is a very favorable exchange. You get the Doom up instantly, you use it, you find a kill, and even though you die, you force out 2 teleportations on that bot lane. You're shutting down Execration's safe lane, and there's Broodmother pick. You know, it's too early to say if it's working or not, but definitely not the start that you would expect for it to be working out for.
Yeah, that's a very fair point to go with. Now, Execration, definitely those support rotations have ended up hurting them quite a bit overall. And we also saw the Winter Wyvern, right? Showing up next to the Timbersaw, use the Cold Embrace. He's like, okay, I'll just chakram him? Well, what is he going to do?
Bob is there. Will... Oh, yeah, I mean, they brought the 2 supports in, but the Arcane Rune spawns towards that top side. Abed, though, he'll activate it immediately because he knows his target is going to be Akashi, who won't see this one coming, and they will just melt the Brood Mother.
Double bounty as well! But if they can get wits, I think they'll be fairly happy with it, and they do. So far, that trade of the Brood Mother for the Doom, you're definitely happier on Execration's side, because the Doom is the one who needs to sort of like get that good start. And you know his items are going to come later. Broodmother, if she gets her Orchid delayed by a couple of minutes, it's not great, but it's a little bit more acceptable, if that makes any sense.
It does. I mean, as far as the kills are concerned, I think Execration are going to be okay with that. But the problem is those 2 bounty runes you mentioned, 52 gold each, means about 500 more gold went the way of Playtime just now.
Now, it's certainly looking like things are working very well for your Playtime at the moment.
They get 2 more bounty runes, Automo. Schofield just picked 2 of his own. So that's 1,000 gold instantly in Playtime's pockets.
So good. Ember Spirit is going to go for the Spirit Vessel as well. Already has the urn. Now, if you are Execration, the plan right now is probably try to work with Shanks. I haven't actually seen this snap. Oh, there you go. Can actually throw his kisses now if he wants to. Will he choose to?
For it. Okay, he's gonna decide not to. Even though there was no carapace, like you pointed out, Schofield will be very happy to just walk away from that. Meanwhile, Jabs trying to find that juicy ancient stack. That is what Execration got last game, but it will be Mr. Jabs who will have that. And this Timbersaw is the most farmed hero in the entire game. In fact, quite... Oh, I'll have to hold that thought. It's going to be the Ember Spirit. He's now there, Abed, over on the mid lane, finds a 2-man series chains, dodges away that Fire Snap cookie in spectacular fashion, and now Execration, they've used mostly everything. They just have to get back and hope that Schofield isn't right there, but he is. They drop down that vacuum wall, or rather just the wall, in order to prevent that.
That's a nice range ruin there on El Misho. They actually had a ward available for Playtime, so they saw Execration's move before it happens. I don't feel like they reacted too scared towards it. Schofield coming in from the back. Bob has not used a single Mortimer's Kisses because he knows the moment he uses it, if Spike Airface is available, it's just going to be instantly cancelled. Does not want that to happen.
3,000 of a lead right now for Playtime, and this is a much earlier lead than what Playtime built up last game. You know, they're talking about their win condition, which is to achieve a mid-game victory, and they're finding the advantage in order to make that a reality.
Oh, for sure. They're certainly in a much better spot right now for Playtime. And this Doom is working towards his Radiance, which like sells his farm. Akash, on the other hand, not having sort of the same luck with his item build. Has Power Tries working towards the Orchid, but he doesn't have a single component of it just yet.
Magic Wand. Ember Spirit, what is he going to go for? Is he going for a Spirit Vessel?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think we pointed that out earlier. Like Spirit Vessel, very, very good this game against the Brood Mother and all of her lifesteal. The Cold Embrace, the Cookie Heal later on. It's just a solid item for Mr. Ember.
They are hunting for jabs, or were hunting for jabs. Oh no, they're still on the hunt for jabs. But the Moonlight Shadow will prevent that. Jabs is now safely disguised.
Are they gonna go for Tino? Looks like they're kind of near him. Schofield spots him out, but they're not actually gonna go for the kill just yet.
Might actually go for him. Remember, Carapace against that Ion Shell is not even necessary. They'll just go in, plant down that Doom, and Witz can walk away from this position knowing that Tino's fate is sealed.
Another kill for playtime. Everything going well for them at the moment. Tino was having the best time on the team, but he's been brought down just now.
Is the Wombo combo going to be enough to bring Execration back into this? You know, they get the good vacuum wall, you have the Mortimers, you have the Magnetize, you have the Winter's Curse. Could that be enough?
Yes, I would say it could, if you can get these spells all to land, which is always the hard point, right? You're up against 4 melee, so getting a good vacuum on like 3 of them is not that impossible compared to a lot of other games. As Winter Wyvern, Mavis... Gonna be okay.
Does see Schofield and the Brood Mothers. They come in, or at least the baby Brood Mothers.
The children.
Spiders are always the most annoying bosses in any video game. I will say that.
I don't know why people have that impression. You know, usually it's because they have some sort of like venom, right? So it's like, oh, you fight them, you get a status effect, you hate that. You have to carry an antidote. Like, it's not that bad.
And fire is the coolest enemy to play against.
Throw a snowball at it and does like 500 damage every time. I don't know.
I mean, the snowball is in trouble. The snowball is gonna save himself though. With that Cold Embrace. Oh, Shanks comes in with the Magnetize. Vacuum misses. And that means Execration might have to get back over here, especially since Jabs comes in. Winter's Curse has been dropped down to try and help them disengage from that position. Tino should have a Centaur stun, or at least from his neutral creep. Execration trying to get back over here, but the Magnetize is doing plenty of work. Mortimer gets his going to be sent out. It's a Timbersaw who is able to chain away, but gets burnt. Is going to be the first casualty in this fight, and they even find the Tendril stun. Fire Snap Cookie once again dodged away, but you cannot dodge that blast. Abed falls, gives away his dominating streak, and the entire lead from playtime that they spent so much time building up has just been negated.
I love the way that they planted the sentry, so they spot the Nyx assassin. No, he's not nearby and able to get the kiss off. First kisses of the game being used by Bob, but to huge impact. And again, Tino, great wall as well. However, it was a fight without wits. This Doom remains relatively unchallenged, which is quite scary for our friends here in Philippines. Oi!
Abed seems to have heard you, Ultimo, as he does seem to have a bit more energy to go for that charge, but no, he'll just get back.
Timbersaw is working.
You didn't say the third. You didn't say the third Philippines. It's
I know.
3 Philippines. You know that maybe that would have been enough.
Okay. But I would have given him Filipino energy. The problem is the other side is 5 Philippines, so I would have given him 5 times as much energy. So I was trying to be fair to Abed.
That is true. You can't. Shanks. Akashi is the one being chased down over here. He does have that Orchid. There's no way to know if Schofield is nearby. They drop down an Observer Ward, and Akashi, he was able to drop down a Sentry too. So he saw that ward come out. It will be taken out, and now he goes in towards the Mirana. Orchid burn is going to be enough to take out El Misho. It is Playtime, who thought they had the upper hand because of the additional numbers, but this Brood, Akashi, outplayed them.
Massively. Puts down Sentry. He's like, okay, I know something's going on. Moves back. The D-Ward tries to come out from El Misho. Orchid killed. That was 3 people there. The tip that Akashi did, mwah, very nice. That was the Filipino energy we gave him earlier, working overtime.
Yeah, we could say that Akashi, his spider senses were tingling.
Get out. Get out. We don't want your kind around here with those bad jokes. No, that's very good. Well done, well done. should definitely go see the new Spider-Man movie at some point.
I don't like the new. Is it animated?
No, the real one, live action.
I like how you said the real one. I agree. I agree with that assessment.
There you go. Thank you. All right.
But Execration, for the first time in this game, I barely saw the lead go in their favor before shifting back just now. 9-9, even not on that kill feed. You take a look at the net worth, and where it was Playtime who were so far ahead, now Akashi has as much net worth as Witch does. The Darkseer isn't that far behind the Timbersaw, so Execration are bringing themselves back. So in an even matchup, who do you see coming out ahead at that mid-game timing?
Still feel like Playtime have something, a lot more control. They have the Doom as well, a very tanky, a couple of tanky cores. I like it still on Playtime, but they've been doing well on Execration. Fight begins,
and it ends.
Good.
Oh, maybe
Good
not.
dust.
Moonlight Shadow is there. They take out that Observer Ward, so they have that vision advantage. And Execration, if I were them, I'd strongly consider going back, and they do. They also have the Helm of the Overlord. This is not really an item that Darkseers commit to. Helm of the Dominator is fine, but you don't really go all the way.
Yeah, I wonder what creep he really wants to go with it. He's got the Black Dragon right now just for that nice push that you can do with it. But I agree, not often that we see it. And good move there by CML. Throws out the dust when the fight fight begins. He spots out that the Doom is coming in invisible. They say, okay, let's just go back instantly.
What kind of itemization should the Darkseer have in this game, as far as auras are concerned, or do you not need any? Because most of the damage coming out from Playtime is, from at least two of their cores, is pure.
We don't really see Darkseers go for auras anymore. It's like Blink, Ags, Refresher Orb, things like that are coming out. He's going for the Shard right now because of that extra slow that it provides. And also, Surge is kind of critical in this game to get away from the Doom, right? As long as you're not doomed, you can save anyone else.
Execration, he's going to come in with... He does not have a BKB and has fallen pretty low. Hit by that Fire Snap Cookie. Vacuum on Schofield, and Execration are going to come down hard on Playtime.
He actually orchided a creep, by the way. And still Execration get the kill onto. I thought that was going to be massively punished, but Shanks has been functioning incredibly well as that secondary source of silence. So even though we know Akashi was late with his Orchid or misuses his Orchid like just now, it doesn't matter. Shanks is there.
And we do have to point out that the Nyx Assassin isn't really a defensive support. And he's been trying to make moves around the map, but Schofield really hasn't been given any openings to by Execration.
Yep. Like, you pick the Nyx Assassin, you think maybe I can find like the Brood Mother, get some solo kills, but it just hasn't happened at all. Neither has he countered a single kiss from the Snapfire, because he just hasn't been able to use the Spike Carapace while she's kissing people.
And to be fair, Execration, they're not really taking fights with the Mortimers either, right? I think we saw just the one near that Roche pit. But apart from that, it's just been these, I would say, small pickoffs that they've been finding. Most of the pickoffs have been found by the Broodmother, ironically.
I mean, you have the Orchid. You want to be very active for your team right now. I do expect a BKB or a Manta from the Doom. Really needs to get one of those very quickly. And El Misho has actually decided not to go for Greaves and to rush the Aghanim Scepter. Bit of a risky choice, since that doesn't help you against the Orchid and the multiple silences the enemy have.
Has that surge. Oh, but it's actually Shanks who finds that crash onto El Misho. And this, now that I'm actually seeing this Helm of the Overlord with the Ion Shell, what he's doing, Dino is farming away the Radiant Triangle. He gets caught out way too far out, and this time around, he has no ally beside him. Has no choice but to fall where he stands. Schofield did come in, but in the end, that won't change the result. He may have taken down Shanks, but man, oh man, Execration, they are pretty far ahead as far as the moves are concerned.
Doom was used on a support, and I know he had to do that to get the kill, but you're still very happy on Execration. You're like, guys, Doom was used for practically a kill we were very happy to give anyway. CML gets the shard. Not a fan.
Would have much rather it go to well, nearly anyone else.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm not actually sure what the Earth Spirit shard is. To be fair with you,
I feel like I know it. I'm not sure if it's really relevant.
Oh yeah, I think it's like 2-second cooldown reduced on rolling boulder or boulder smash or something on it, and a bit of an impact as well.
Are scanning.
Analysts, people, we there's stuff we don't know. I'm gonna have to look this up.
Dire's middle
4,000
You wanna make
lead.
it- You want to make any guesses before I tell you what the shard is?
I think it reduces the ever so slightly reduces the charge time for the boulders, for the stones.
Oh yeah, for his innate. Okay, the stone remnant. All right. Loading, taking forever. Whatever. We'll get to that in a little bit. Woods is working towards the BKB. Desperately needs it. BKB has also been finished on jabs. Helpful for sure. There's just a ton of magic, sort of the disables and silences on the other side.
Is that a Shadow Blade that I see?
On
No,
who?
it's a Smoke of Deceit.
I was like, when I was like, Winter Wyvern, he's got something purple. To be fair with you, at one point, Winter Wyvern was played as a core, and Shadow Blade Silver Edge was very common for her.
I would actually imagine a Shadow Blade for the Winter Wyvern support is not that bad either.
Blink Aeon Disc feels a lot better if you ask me. Like maybe later on you want it, but early on you have to go Blink Aeon. And yes, the shard decreases cooldown by 3 seconds of geomagnetic grip and increases allied cast range at full speed. So
I meant the geomagnetic grip. I just couldn't find the right word.
Of course. Yes, of course you did.
Ancient Black Dragon falls, and it's going to be the Timber who does pick up that kill. So you get about, you get a fair amount of gold in your piggy bank. They go for Smoke of Deceit, despite of having the Moonlight Shadows. So they might be holding that one for that disengagement. It's going to be Bob. The first point of contact, Schofield is going to whiff his stun, and that one is going to sting Playtime. Particularly because Schofield could get turned upon over here. He sees massive amounts of teleports coming in. Fire Snack is going to land. Wits now going in. Another Doom on just the support as the vacuum comes out in response. Mortimer start to fly out. There is no Carapace to cancel that one. But Execration, they now bring in Akashi. With his BKB has ran out and he might just fall. But no, it's jabs to hold that front line. It's only Akashi, though, left to fend for himself. Where is your Snapfire? Nowhere to be seen. Execration, they lose the 4.
Not much you could have done there on Bob, honestly. Already had used the cookie, you used the kisses as well. Akashi walks in. Unfortunately, there's no target for him to go for. Gets the Orchid onto the Ember, but instantly Jab uses the Lotus Orb and cancels it out. The Doom coming out on the Winter Wyvern, I was like, you're like thinking, does that really need it? But completely removes all that big control that they have on Execration. Bob!
Oh no. Why not? Why should the rest of his team die and him live?
Not like that, Bobby.
King Bob, as
King
his
Bob.
former coach has described him, and in fact the coach of the team that he might play against should they win here.
So look at that replay. Yeah, there was a nice guess, by the way, to find Schofield like that. Really good, but instantly they're able to bring down the Winter Wyvern. The kisses come up, but it doesn't matter because there's a BKB there. So there's not much impact to get out of the Mortimer's kisses. Shanks also dies on the way to that fight. And Akashi, I like that he uses the Orchid here on Abed, but just gets instantly removed. And he doesn't have a BKB either.
And that really was the theme for the last game as well, right? Post-vacuum, there was no real follow-up. And it kind of feels like for Execration, that's the same thing. As soon as Wits BKB comes out, there's not too much to do. The Shanks was also disabled from coming in with the Rolling Boulder and the Magnetize. That may have been additional amounts of magical damage. And the Mortimers had to be cancelled because the Timber jabs, he was about to go on that Snapfire. So, Daytime disabled Execration from all fronts in that fight. It's going to be Bob once more in trouble. Fire Snap Cookie is there, and this time around CML, he's able to land that Winter's Curse. Shanks uses the Magnetize, but again, the BKB is on the move. It doesn't really feel like Playtime are taking in any kind of damage. With his BKB might just run out as he tries to chase after that Darkseer who has used his BKB, but it is pure damage. And Schofield is going to lose his life in response. Wits, though, he gets taken out by the Brood. And the Mortimers, they're going to be enough. It's not a Timbersaw. Jazz trying to run for his life, but gets taken out on that cliff. Is going to fall. It's Execration. Despite of... It really feels like whoever starts the fight, Automo, ends up losing it.
Oh, yes. They're going to go for more. The silence is there. Almisho, double silence. That means she can't talk, nor can her lion even roar. But the big thing here was that very good use of the Winter's Curse by CML onto the BKB to Abed. And Abed's like spends half of his BKB duration just standing there doing nothing. And same thing with the Timbersaw. Timbersaw walks in, he's like, I might as well hit him, wasting some of his time as well. So that's why you doom the Winter Wyvern.
And unfortunately, the first point of contact was Bob, and they weren't sure whether they wanted to go in for Bob or not. And by the time they made their decision, Execration were able to make up a formation, were able to formulate a plan as to how to take that fight. It will be Roshan collected, the Aegis in the hands of Akashi, as now the Ember Spirit does get caught. Schofield lands a nice two-man impale. Abed trying to build up the space, trying to take out Bob. It's not happening. Winter's Curse once more comes out, and Akashi is well placed in position to take apart Abed, but he's able to BKB and run away. It's going to be the Timbersaw Jabs who does go in, finds the kill on Shanks, but has to run because Bob, or rather the Ember, can't rejoin the fight.
Did they lose the gem though? Oh, wait, no, that was Nick's assassin. He was able to pick it up for Jab, so they didn't lose the gem on Execration's side, luckily for them. 1-for-1 trade in the end. I believe that they tried to get the kill on Abed, but maybe not getting the Orchid off in time, and Abed was able to survive. I would say that engagement, considering how everything is going, you're okay with that for playtime, trading 1-for-1 like that. Oh, the Croaker. Yep, massive. He gets ravaged just like that.
And, you know, the potential for that to happen with a vacuum is always going to be present. The question is, what happens when these BKBs go down to the 7 seconds, Automo? You know, it's not the 6 seconds that felt really low. Valve increased the timer. Now it's at a minimum of 7. But the way that I look at these fights is that playtime are strong when the BKBs are up, but very weak when they don't have their BKBs.
Yeah, the win condition for Execration is 2 things. 1, kill the Nyx. 2, wait for BKBs to go, and then you just get the kisses out. And Granny's kisses, man, they pack a punch.
Yeah. The cookies too. Double chocolate chip, as Almisha just found out.
You know, you eat a couple of these, you go on the scale, and a few days later, you're like, wait, how did I gain, you know, 1.5 kilos? That's Grandma's cookies.
Akashi takes out the tier 1 tower. Schofield trying to, I mean, I don't know what he's trying to find. What do you think he's trying to find?
Hope. The will to play the game. You know, it's like, well, I need something to keep me going. We're in a pretty bad spot right now. Ironically, there's a net worth. It's not much. It's just that the Execration heroes feel very, very strong right now with fresh BKBs on like Akashi, with the Aegis as well. The lineup is working out pretty damn well for them too.
And Execration, they are, I mean, they're forming up right now. They push back the Doom, which is able to activate the BKB, but I feel like that's another charge taken away from it, and now it's going to be on cooldown. Now you might be forced to give up even more, as they have complete control of your triangle, but Schofield, he's able to take down Shax. And so Execration, if they want to fight, it'll be a 4v5, but no BKB on Wit, so let's see what kind of decision they're going to make.
Shanks rolled in a little bit too much, and I love the reminder there from our observer. I also like the image of the Brood Mother, right? It's like just kind of shows up on the side, like, "Hey, I'm here." But a couple of big items coming out for Execration. They have the Blink Dagger on Tino. They also have the Kaya Yasha available on the Snapfire. Ultra late game snap, not as good as it used to be now that you can't spam Divine Rapiers.
Winter Wyvern does get caught. Tino, who tried to come in, won't be able to help him out. And Execration, once again, they've started to be picked off on the map. Need to bring it back.
Surprising, because they're the ones with the Aegis. You would think that the game would go a little bit more in their favor at the moment, but those pickoffs have been quite painful for them. I am in awe of Akashi's farm. He's beating out a Doom with Radiance, a carry Doom with Radiance for that matter, by 2,000 gold nearly. Oh, well, 1,500 at this point.
Yeah, Akashi is certainly very farmed up on the Broodmother. Has a Lincoln Sphere as well against Wits with the Doom. And it's actually surprising how Wits, he may be, you know, very high up on the net worth, but doesn't actually have the items to show for it.
The Akashi is absolute, you know, he cannot be defeated.
Darkseer going for the Shiva's Guard. Has that Blink Dagger. It's... I feel like the possibility of finding these big wombo combos is just going to increase as time goes on. And for Execration, the executions are only going to get easier and easier.
I suppose, yeah, once the BKBs go down. And of course, you know, once you have that 75 talent for Darkseer and the Shiva's Guard, your vacuums become even bigger and bigger. And also the...
Sorry to cut you off. What do you think Bob is pressing? The game is paused. Like, he's spamming his keyboard as if he's playing the game.
Oh, I love the way they do that, right? Maybe he's clicking, like you know, pressing on different things around the map, like who's got what items, things like that, just to make sure everything's okay. So that is how I generally feel like is probably what Bob is doing. But yeah, I was going to say that making the wall on the Doom would be very good. Look at the crowd having fun there.
Those are some fantastic hairstyles. I love that.
Yes, we would know as two bald men what is fantastic hairstyles. Certainly enjoy the hair what lasts, boys. You know.
Well,
you know
I mean, that hair looks like it's gonna last. So I want to be fair to them.
Ah, true. For us, it's hair today, gone tomorrow.
Hair is a temporary state of existence for us.
Look at all the hair. So jealous. I wonder if
do like the fact that the crowd looks like they're having a good time. You know, everyone seems high energy. And you know they're showing up for probably, I know one of the biggest esport events in Kazakhstan, in Astana.
In the year in general, right? Games of the Future is a massive event, and it's awesome to see people coming here for multiple sports from all over the world, especially the focus from Asia as well as China, like in South America, right? Like these are regions that, particularly in Dota, we don't get enough of them, I feel like. So it's good to see them get the stage all to themselves.
Yeah, I would definitely want more events, you know, in Kazakhstan, in the, I would say, eastern part of the hemisphere.
I see. All right, guys. Taltus wants to fly in next year. We'll make it happen. Look at that. I love the info. You can see the max, like the team net worth, the overall KDA for each squad. There we go. Hey boys, having fun?
I don't think they heard you, Atimo.
I know, it's sad. Well, Bob's looking over there. He's like, what's going on? Come on, unpause already. I want to win.
It's gonna be, I mean, it's still a long journey to actually win this game, even if things start going right. This is going to be one of those games where I feel it's going to go past that 40-minute mark, maybe even that 45 to 50-minute mark like it did in that last game. Because that last game, even though Playtime were like super far ahead, it didn't really seem like they were able to close out that game. And even if Execration comes out ahead, again, it's a Southeast Asian team. If there's one thing a Southeast Asian team lacks, or in general, you know, and this is the big point. I've spoken to multiple coaches about this, multiple players about this. They all mention that breaching that high ground is something that every Southeast Asian team struggles with.
That's true. And we've seen, like, I feel like Reconyx has also almost thrown a couple of games in this tournament by going high ground and not doing sort of the best job. To be fair, though, we got a little bit of C flavor on one side. We got a little bit of more C flavor on the other. So we'll see how Playtime, if they're going to be able to match that as when not throw the game if they get the advantage. Akashi gets the shard. I believe that makes your spiders get the impact of your ultimate, or sorry, of your bloodlust thing. Forgot what was it. A bit of extra damage and lifesteal on the broodlings.
Do the broodlings matter in this game though? Because you have, you know, quite frankly, a lot of AoE damage. And to be more specific, should the Ember Spirit build up something like a Maelstrom this game to increase the damage output coming in from the style of fights, because you have so many of those units?
No, you don't need it that far. And the Broodlings matter once he gets the Bloodthorn again, right? Like, they do decent damage, they get even more damage once the Bloodthorn activates. Meanwhile, Almisho has finished his Agam Scepter. Does not want Greaves, wants the Agam Scepter. Very, very bold decision.
It could be a bit too greedy. As Wits has the Shiva's Guard. You know, this isn't exactly a hard carry Doom build-up. I would say the Shiva's Guard is great because you add in more AoE damage, you have more slow, more control to chase after Execration with. But Execration will be able to take down the tier 2 tower. So it does seem like while there are power spikes coming in for both teams, the power spikes from Execration seem just a tad bit more impactful.
One of those power spikes is going to make you very happy. Shadow Blade on Winter Wyvern.
Actually?
CML. Yeah. I
told you, bro. Like it's the prediction power. You know, I'm gonna mention you don't get the big tier 1 as a coach, you know, without having some things right.
All right, okay. I mean, I don't know if your head got bigger or not just now. But you're right. It does give him quite a bit of right click, a way to sort of escape out of enemies. It's one of the few things that cannot be nullified as well. So neither of them can the Cold Embrace, but still, it's a nice way to keep him alive as they smoke up on playtime. Aegis has expired. Can they get a pick off on Execration? They all seem nearby.
3 BKBs, 3 BKBs, daytime, they saw the smoke come out. Oh, it's a great jump in by Jabs. Shanks will absolutely just wither away. BKBs do come out by Execration. They have to tuck kills and run back to their high ground, but it's going to be Abed who will chase in after him. Wits interrupts Akashi, who activates his own BKB with Execration. They just have to huddle up together and disengage completely from this fight because it is pretty much over for them.
Only losing Shanks though, considering how badly that fight began, you count your lucky stars that it didn't go worse for them. And without an Aegis on the ground, playtime, while that was scary, and they could have gotten a lot out of it, they just get a position 4 and nothing else. It's not too bad for Execration. Intimidating though, very intimidating.
I mean, that damage from that Timbersaw, man, that was just so much. It almost felt like that one spell would have taken out both of those scores. Like the second hero that survived, I can't remember who it was, but just dropped about 80% of its HP. Why are there 2 Shiva's Guards?
Well, you don't just... I mean, firstly, the damage is not bad, and secondly, each one gives you that 75 AoE. So it's not like there's an aura to it that you have to worry about. Well, there is, but still, the active part is what's useful. I like the double Shiva's Guard. I think it's fine. Almisho has decided to go back for the Guardian Greaves, though. As we mentioned, the Dispel super good in this game.
Just dispel away that Orchid if it gets planted down on you, and you have the leap away, you can escape, and you can also drop the Moonlight Shadow, so it also allows your team to escape. So I completely agree. The Guardian Greaves is so good, and is the Aghanim Scepter like necessary? You do have a Broodmother, so that one arrow just takes out all of the Broodlings. But apart from that,
yeah, I feel like you could have gotten it after the Guardian Greaves, but Almisho's the pro. He knows what he's doing. He thinks that he really, really needs this Ags fast. Sure, he's going for it. Oh my!
Winter Scourge has come out once more. CML, he's going to be pulled by the Earth Spirit. Shanks will attempt to save CML, but I don't think it's... Oh, CML, is he going to... Okay, surely not. Surely not. That gave me a mini heart attack, Automo. I was like, if he gets out from that position, what can't he get out of?
If he had TP'd instantly, he would have not made it out, but he actually hesitates for a little bit, thinking like, I'm going to die. And he's like, wait, I might live. And then... Oh, he ended up dying Akashi. Good Manta.
They might be forced to give up this tier 2 tower, but it doesn't really seem like Execration want to do that. They are posturing onwards constantly. Fire Snap Cookie is not going to land, but they are able to activate their BKBs in time. Schofield heals back up with that Lotus as there's no vacuum coming in. They're still waiting. Shanks is dead. The Winter Wyvern has bought back, and they will be able to take out Schofield, but for losing a support and having to buy back, that's not worth it for Execration.
Well, one thing that's nice is that they did kill the gym holder. So they were able to get the gem out of his hands. Will help them out because, if you're walking around the Schofield with a gem, You're able to remove so much vision from the enemy team. You're walking around blind on execration. So this is... I'm not saying it's worth the buyback, but it's not a loss for execration. It's not a win, it's a draw.
Wits is but a heart of Tarask. This is an item that I really don't see on the Doom. What is...
It is unusual, actually. You're right, we don't see this very often on the Doom. It does make him very durable, I suppose, which is nice. But... I do wonder why he feels like he needs the heart. Then again, what else are you really going to make? Like, Axe is kind of fine, but it's not that amazing. No, you don't want Butterfly. Overwhelming Blink can usually go a bit later. So yeah, I'm okay with the heart.
Oh, Timber jumps right in. Akashi has the Spirit Vessel debuff on him, but is able to make it back to his triangle, huddle up around. CML heals up the Dominator creep instead of Akashi.
Well, yeah.
Here we go. He will disable the Doom Wits from being able to acquire the Haste Rune. Wits is in incredible danger, is able to activate the BKB, Scorched Earth, and tries to run away. The Broodmother is doomed up. Akashi trying to get away, but it's too late. It is just simply too late. Akashi will fall, but not to playtime. He will be denied by Roshan. However, Execration, they will lose the fight, do not have a buyback on their Wyvern, and will have to abandon that Roshan.
Oi, the two, as mentioned, no buybacks. Interesting use of the Winter's Curse, trying to put jabs away from Wits, but Wits is so tanky because he's got a heart. So Execration, even though they were able to sort of isolate him, he activates the BKB, he's got the Radiance Miss, and here comes, Conjure's Catalyst, actually adding to that damage quite nicely.
Tier 3 tower now being besieged, it seems like Playtime, instead of going for Roshan, they decide that, hey, they know that there's no buyback on that Wyvern, so why not go for that high ground, take apart the barracks, and then go for Roshan? They might have enough time for that, as Execration. This is looking risky for them, 12,000 of a lead.
Yeah, but there's no creeps. I think that Abed's trying to push top lane to make sure the creeps reach in time. Backdoor protection takes 15 seconds to activate. Do you know that? And did you see that? It just came out for like a millisecond. I love the logic that the backdoor protection activates only when there's no one nearby. They're like, wait, the enemies are here, turn off the protection. You're like, wait, that doesn't seem right, guys. I feel like that's illogical.
There is an overwhelming blink on that Timber. So, I mean, I would like to see the hero damage he's able to dish out or at the end of the game, because it really feels like most of the damage is coming from him. Like Wits, you know, he has that heart, he has that Shiva's Guard. It's not as if this Doom is doing much right-click damage.
No, the best thing about the Doom is if you can make an illusion for Darkseer, like, and you get the Radiance, but that's about it. Like, the rest of the hero himself doesn't do too much in the right-click department, unfortunately, for Execration. And look at that net worth. Top 3 cores of playtime, very comfortable. Akashi kind of contesting, but not the other two. Sanava.
That's a lot of hate on that Croaker. And I don't mean the arrow, I mean the words that the Mirana used. This is bad language.
To be fair, she hates anything that blocks her arrow as Bob's in. Ooh, good use of the Winter's Curse.
However, the Winter himself is about to be taken out. Wits will be able to find the kill. Execration now have to get back, trying to teleport away from that Darkseer. Will be successful in that regard, but they're not able to apply any kind of damage down to playtime. They're not able to counterplay at all.
Shanks in general has just been trying throwing his body forward to try to keep everyone alive. All of his scores are up. He does have buyback, but it looks like playtime, they're not going to be even taking advantage of his death. They're just going to say, let's go for Roche. Seems better.
And maybe because I would have expected the Execration are stronger in that late game. It feels like there's no combos coming out. There's no vacuums that we're seeing. It's the BKBs, while they're up from playtime, make them invincible nearly. And so what exactly is supposed to be the move by Execration?
Comes down to the thing we mentioned earlier. Kill the Nyx Assassin and wait for at least one of the BKBs to be dropped. That's really the only way you can win a fight on Execration's side. You gotta use the Mortimer's Kisses. Unfortunately, Snap, her level 25 talent was nerfed. You used to get 8 kisses, now you only get 6. So, whoopsie.
Abed going to come in with the Searing Chains. Bob has the BKB. Now,
pull.
I want to ask you, if at that 42-minute mark, had this been an Earth Spirit mid, would the game be different?
That's such a hard question to say, like to answer, because you really don't know. The whole laning phase would have changed. His impact throughout the whole game would have changed. We wouldn't have a snap mid. We would have had a support snap.
Bob?
Like, it's very hard to tell.
This is dangerous. He doesn't have a BKB. He's going to have that carapace spin him down, and now has nowhere to go. He blinks away, but they are going to chase in after him. Even if Schofield's stun does not land, Playtime know that there is no way Bob makes it out of this position. Execration will lose their mid laner, and he's now down for about 90 seconds.
Beautiful use of the mechanics. Oh, CML probably not lose his life.
Yeah, this is just all falling apart for Execration. They might just lose another lane of barracks because of Bob just being so far out of position. And not even so far, actually. He was very close to his base. He just couldn't go back.
It was really good by Schofield. He walks and he sees the puddle on the ground, and he's like, someone was very scared of me just now. I'll put on my carapace, walks into that puddle, and catches Bob. He interrupts his TP because of that. Doesn't have to find him. He just walks into his cookie. Puddle. Glob.
I don't think it's a puddle.
It's puddle-ish, isn't it?
It is puddle-ish. I agree with that. But it's done on a puddle. Puddle makes me think it's made of water.
I mean, who's to say that he wasn't watering the floor, you know, out of fear?
With fire.
Well, yes, he should probably get that checked out to the doctor.
Yeah, that doesn't sound right. You know, maybe
it's burdened.
Too many spices.
Well, it's a spicy game for right now. Execration is going to have to hold against a very, very tough group. They will have Bob in a few seconds, at least.
It gets sent out, but doesn't really find anything. However, Witz is on that high ground. He has that Aegis, and it's going to be very hard to take him down. They will try. They will roll him back. Great vacuum comes out. Execration might be able to get it done this time around. But Jab on that back line takes apart Shanks. They've lost both of their supports as Akashi can't really find a target. Has his BKB expiring soon, and Witz realizes this. Will just jump on that Broodmother with a Doom applied, and Akashi, he's just trying to flirt with the outskirts of his own high ground. But it's not really going to be possible. He will simply fall where he stands. Execration, they buy back on that Wyvern, but it really feels like a game number 3 between both of these two teams. Looks inevitable.
They still have buyback on Akashi as well as Shanks if they want to use it. And oh, here we go. Buybacks. There we see some of them come out.
Akashi, he has bought back into this, but he has no BKB to play with. Another Winter's Curse comes out, but it is looking hopeless. Darkseer will buy back as well. Tino needs to come in quick, but they've already lost Akashi. They are huddled up inside of their fountain right now, and Jabs will dive right in there. He wants the kill. He wants that game number 3, and it really looks like he's gonna find it. Shanks will push Jabs out of the map, stun him down with that rolling boulder, but it will be Jabs who will acquire that Rampage and finishes Execration and will be acquiring that game number 3.
Congratulations to Jab on that Rampage at the end. When we saw the draft, I feel like from the start we were saying like it seems so much easier for Playtime to get it going, right? You have the Nyx Assassin against the Snapfire, and while he didn't interrupt many kisses, that cookie, when he found the puddle, would... However, that's going to put us into a game 3. So we're going to go to our panel. So we're going to go out of here. We're going to let the panel have a chance to tell us how that worked out and how Playtime made an amazing recovery in game 2.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCC-KZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
Үлкен істер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Games of the future. Games
Welcome back to our live coverage of the Phygital Games of the Future Astana 2026. What a magnificent aerial shot of the gorgeous modern city of Astana as we head through the tunnel. Welcoming you back to our studios here. I'm David Bloch, joined by my good friend Shulpan, our queen of all things trivia. Good to be with you again.
Good to be back after such an exciting game, match 2 between Execration and Playtime.
Now listen, as we say in South Africa, yo. That was a thrilling ride. We first thought potentially Execration might lose that map 1. Came fighting fit, fighting back to take it ahead of Playtime. And then Playtime take map number 2.
Making the actual comeback. And did you see that rampage from Jabs?
Wow.
Man.
And I think that's exactly what Playtime are also known for. Just when you think you're safe and you're into the home run, boom, Jab comes in with an incredible rampage. So that is going to be taking us to a third game with map 3. It's anyone's guess who is going to take this one today. Super exciting, great to be with you. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for being with us as we present to you our day 3 of the Phygital Games of the Future Astana 2026. So, with anything of the nature and of the scale of the games like the Phygital Games of the Future Astana 2026, we could not do it without the incredible support of our sponsors, one of whom is Bank Center Credit. You can download the Bank Center Credit online banking app and manage your finances. It's as simple as 1, 2, 3.
Thank you, David. And also to keep track of such exciting results like we just recently had, please visit our official games website to keep informed with all the schedules and all the results.
And you can experience every moment of the games of the future with our next sponsor, Sven.
Thank you, David. And also, we would like to remind everybody tuning in that we are a multi-stream broadcast. So we have some exciting disciplines coming up with Phygital Dancing, sponsored by Solid Core Resources, running from the 6th to the 7th of August at Paris Arena.
Thank you so much, Shulpan. Absolutely. And these are just some of our sponsors and partners who we've been incredibly proud to have as part of and support this year's Phygital Games of the Future in Astana 2026. So you mentioned the Barris Stadium as well, the Barris Arena. There are some incredible venues that are hosting some of our tournaments. Give us some insights into maybe what some of these venues are, the fact that how, I know some of them are multi-purpose venues as well. Some of them have proven themselves in a lot of previously international hosted events. And this is what makes this city so exciting.
I would love nothing more. Let's talk about Dota, since we are center action during the Dota.
Yeah.
It is held at the Жақсылық Ushkimpirov Martial Arts Palace, which, fun fact, is designed from an aerial view as a soaring gold eagle, symbolizing Kazakhstan's courage, independence, and freedom. That is just one of the 4 major venues that we are using to host these amazing and futuristic Games of the Future Astana 2026.
And it is an incredible city to behold. A virtual world also being created to show exactly how this city truly epitomizes a world, a city, a country of the future. It's not a future that's being projected. It's a future we are living in right here, right now.
What an amazing observation, David. Yes, I always like to say Astana not only preserves its history, but is actively building its future.
Absolutely. Now, we have just been given word that PUBG will be starting, Shulpan, in approximately 1 hour. But if everyone turns their attention to our screens coming up, you'll see that schedule smack bang right in front of you. This is where you can keep up to all of the timings of the events coming up. And we'll be sharing that momentarily as we once again present to you our Phygital Games of the Future schedule for 2026. Continuing to August the 3rd, Phygital Basketball. Until August the 6th, Battle Royale. Until August the 5th, MOBA PC. And right up until our last day of play, August the 4th to the 9th, it's Phygital Football. Of course, our very worthy sponsors that are presented those games with us.
Followed by Phygital Shooter, going from the 4th to the 8th of August. And then we're moving on to MOBA Mobile, running up until the last day of August 9th, Phygital Dancing just the 2 days, August 6th and 7th, and Phygital Fighting, ending with a strong bang from the 8th of August until the 9th.
Indeed. And then, of course, recapping today's schedule with MOBA PC presented by Center Credit, Battle Royale presented by Alatau City Bank, and Phygital Basketball presented by Halleck Fund. We are going to be saying goodbye to a few teams at Phygital Basketball today, so that's going to be one to look out for. I never get tired of looking at this incredible digital world that has been created for us on screen. It's a beautiful fly-through of a city that is really part of the future.
Likewise, David, we just saw the Botanical Garden. So I'm really proud of the fact that even though Astana is really modern, architecturally built, we still leave space for that beautiful nature.
What we've always said is what epitomizes Astana is the fact that where in most cities around the world, landmarks speak to a history or a tradition of a particular place, here they really represent the future that we are living in. It's a city that truly not only is hosting the games this year, but is truly the embodiment of the spirit of what the games are all about. We are going to be standing by to be crossing over to map 3 of the exciting Dota culmination between Execration and Playtime, as we wait to get word that we'll be crossing live to them. If there is one particular, and I'm going to put you on the spot here, Shulpan.
No
if there's
problem.
one particular traditional Kazakhstani dish, what would it be that we should, as a guest in your country, what should we try first?
Well, there are many, but to try first, I would recommend the baursak, which is sort of like a fried donut, but tastier in my perspective.
Well, listen, anything that's fried for me sounds amazing, sounds delicious, and it sounds like something I should be eating as soon as we take a break. It's going to be an exciting couple of hours coming up next. Of course, wanting to remind you that Dota 2, one of the big players with one of the big paychecks, $1 million. And as we've seen, you can expect the unexpected with our two teams who are playing today.
Execration and Playtime.
It's anyone's tournament, everybody, so make sure that you stay tuned. This is the benefit of a multi-stream broadcast where there can be simultaneous sporting codes happening at the same time. Stick with us as we head into the tunnel. This is Execration versus Playtime.
Much of a counterplay available to Execration. They really were not able to come up with any kind of counterplay potential. It didn't really seem like those vacuums were coming out or the damage was really there for Execration in that late game.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a tough situation really for Execration because it looked pretty okay, but they were always playing from behind, right? Like, Brood Mother tends to win the lane, get a fast Orchid, dominate the map, but that never happened. Akashi played well, very well really, considering the tools that he had, but it was still always from behind. And yeah, that's going to be the official website of the games, by the way, Astana2026.gofuture.game. Should check it out at some point.
Definitely worth checking out, especially since there are so many other games also happening. We have, I believe we have Counter-Strike from tomorrow or day after tomorrow. But overall, a lot of titles, a lot of phygital titles, I would say. As it's, like Steelborg said, it's a pretty unique format where you not only have to be good with your hands, you also have to be good with your feet.
I would say good with your body overall, right? Like, we're saying that you mentioned like laser tag and basketball and all these fun things. I would like that. And when you play sports, you're like, oh yeah, this is fun. Why did I stop doing this? Why has it been 20 years since I touched the basketball? However, these teams are not here to play basketball. They're here to play Dota. Game 1 went very nicely for Execration. A very good comeback. Game 2, we felt like the draft was well, no, I wouldn't say significantly better, but significantly easier to play for Playtime. That proved to be the point. But it was the winning of the lanes that ended up kind of costing Execration Game 2. Or losing the lane, sorry.
But they were doing well in that mid game, right? They were actually finding the better exchanges. For some reason, it really felt like the late game damage just wasn't there. Like there was, honestly, Playtime was just mowing them down like a lawnmower.
I think a part of it comes down to the Earth Spirit kind of being played as a support. I thought that was very odd. We weren't really a big fan of it, and ended up being like not Shanks' best hero. On the other hand, his Hoodwink, very, very nice.
It is. And you have a Treant Protector on the other side. Remember how this series of the game number 1 started? Both sides came up with a mid lane pick. Now both sides are actually thinking, hey, let's actually play the meta Dota and not reveal all our cards from the very get-go.
It's like it evolves as you play, right? You have these ideas, and then you go in, you say, okay, this idea actually works, this idea doesn't work. And yeah, both of them were picking mids. Now, they didn't even game 2, right? But we thought one of them was mid. It was Earth Spirit and Ember being picked first too.
And they didn't play the Earth Spirit on that mid lane. They played a Sapphire on that mid side. I did think that, we thought that it might have been better for the Earth Spirit on that mid lane. Southeast Asian teams, they certainly do play very interesting pulse 4 roles. I recently covered a team which played a position 4 Axe. And did not really seem to work out.
No, I feel like support Axe is always going to be a bit memey. Right? It's like, it's okay. It just also feels a bit too weird. They banned out the Doom, though, from Execration, feeling like what Witz was able to do in that game 1 was a little too annoying. Game 2, sorry. If you ignore him, he's going to farm up like crazy. If you go for him, he's very tanky. He has the Doom ability itself just to shut you down. So it's a bit of a risk either way. Now, playtime. What do they want?
Before that, I would also like to give a bit of a shout out to the contrast that we have. It's very interesting that I saw it. I was thinking about it. Playtime or Execration are in all white, and Playtime are in all black. So when it actually pans from one team to the other, it looks really nice. Like the aesthetics are on point.
Yeah, there's a bit of white on Playtime though, right? Like right in the middle. But yeah, it's very cool.
That's a bit of
we have
Execration
this
left over from what they did last game.
Execration, they need to. I was gonna say they need to take off their jackets. Like, come on, you can't wear jackets here. That ain't right. But this is what they're all here for, to compete in the digital games of the future here. All right, Execration, who are you going to be picking up right now? You already have the Hoodwink.
They see the Invoker, so are you going to go back to the Ember Spirit?
Centaur, there you go. Tool of success for them in game 1. They were able to get game 2 because it was banned out.
Oh. And the Ember Spirit is actually banned right now. So is the Doom and the Puck. So Bob, you can't go for the Lina either. I would actually imagine that you just pick up a support right now. Think about what mid lane pick you should go for after Playtime reveals their second support.
I like your idea of going for sports, right? Because, if you take a mid, it's like Playtime's not going to take it. You have last pick in this stage anyway. Just save your mid for that one. Why worry about, I'm going to take a mid now, then they take the Bane, you're like, oh crap, that was completely not what we wanted.
Now there are a few support heroes available for Playtime to disable that Bane. You don't necessarily have to go for a Wind Waker if you just pick a support like a Ringmaster that completely shuts down that Fiend's Grip and even that Nightmare. Or you can go the Tusk route that they did in game number 1. The snowball saves were there coming in by Schofield. So let's see what Playtime opts into. It's actually going to be the Witz Necrophos.
Necrophos coming out very nice there by Playtime. And we'll see what if they're going to consider picking a support or their carry right now. Or sorry, not carry, their offlaner right now. They're going for all the cores here. Oy. You were talking about like supports, but I feel like it's going to be El Micho on the train, so we probably won't be seeing a safe support unless it's the Schofield Tusk, as you mentioned. Or the Undying. I wouldn't mind Undying actually more so.
Undying plus the Necrophos is very oppressive, so I would imagine that, if that is in consideration, that is a very strong pick for Playtime. Not to mention, you Nightmare to save someone, the zombies still spawn. So you're going to be in trouble. Great hero against that Centaur as well, stealing away the HP. I would actually imagine that an offlane Undying would also work for Playtime. You don't just have to play it as a support, but it is...
Oh, it's banned.
It is banned. I just saw that. And
me too.
Wow. The extreme gaming route, except it's going to be a support. Is it going to be a support Earthshaker? Or is it an offlane Earthshaker?
Could be offlane, could be support. They're gonna be flexing it for a little bit. We'll see what they're working with. So far, Jabs hasn't been playing a whole lot of Earthshaker at least this tournament, but neither has Schofield. So it's gonna go either way. Good counter to the Bane Fiend's grip from a mile away. Good way to sort of, if you can get a good fissure, block the Centaur from stampeding away.
Ooh, a Drow Ranger comes out by Execration. That is a lot of damage packed in, but you do have that Ghost Shroud. The only thing is, you know, it's always a what-if scenario. What if you get hit by that Gust? That's silence, because Necro doesn't typically make that Manta style. And for Execration, I mean, you have that workhorse. We saw that in game number 1. We didn't really see it to its full effect, but with the Drow Ranger, that's like kind of like the perfect hero to put inside of your cart.
Yep, she benefits, I would say, one of the most as well, like if she can be put on the horse. But Drow Ranger, like a lot of times you think of Drow, oh, I get Aghanims, I have hypothermia, I can reduce the healing and all that, but it doesn't work against Necrophos because you can't hit him in that situation. He just goes Shrouds and he doesn't care. So a bit awkward there for the Drow. Now, very likely a mid laner. Unfortunately, the only mid laner with a Dispel is on the other side.
Would you imagine a Largo works over here, but you can't really go for the Largo. I mean, playtime dropped, it seems. This Earthshaker pick has thrown me off quite hard, and the Largo is also banned. Now it's time for the mid lane pick, though. You see all of those heroes, you see the fact that there are so many disables by playtime. Going for a Spirit would be very risky, but I'm afraid they may not have an option but to go for something like the Storm.
A lot of the best picks are gone, right? Puck, Ember, Lina, Pango, Void. Queen of Pain is in the pool. Not too bad in terms of damage, but you could go for something like a Sand King or a Primal Beast. Go melee, something frontline that's very tanky. I kind of like that route a bit more.
Slaughter would be pretty good. Corrosive Haze plus the marksmanship.
No, I don't like that because we're doubling down on the same problem. We can't hit them, the Necrophos, during Ghost Shroud anyway. So they go for, okay, I like this. They go for a Bat Rider. I wanted a more magic damage based mid, and the Bat Rider fixed that out. Now, playtime. Last pick for them. Still has to reveal to us, is this going to be Necro Carry or off? Is it going to be Earthshaker Core or support? So, quite flexible here with their last pick overall.
Yeah, the Necro Carry has been coming out quite a few times in the past few weeks. And I would actually imagine that the Necro offlane is much better than playing, you know, a pause 4 Earthshaker. And there it is. Klinks will be the safe lane, Necro will be the off lane, and the Invoker will be on that mid side. Klinks versus a Drow, right click versus right click, ice versus fire.
Living versus dead. Archer versus Archer, though. They do. Oh, well, actually, crossbow versus bow. Right, a lot of times she does that crossbow equipped instead of the normal bow. So I favor the Drow. I know that, you know, Klinks has the invisibility, can kind of show up out of nowhere, has sort of a lot of those skeletons for extra damage, but in general, I think the Drow is more useful. Unfortunately, it's not just Drow versus Klinks. There's a Necro and a Invoker as well.
You do have the Fiend's Grip, though. You have a BKB piercing ability.
True.
You have the Enfeeble, reduce the Klinks' attack damage by about 80%. You're going to have to dispel away that one. You might just have to build up a Lotus Orb. Even though the Invoker, you know, you come in with a lot of control from Playtime's lineup, I would have actually imagined that there's going to be a lot of emphasis on this Gust, because it really seems like it's one of those abilities which Playtime are incredibly weak against. Like the Earthshaker is a sitting duck if he gets silenced. The Necro can't do anything if he's silenced. The Invoker can't do anything either.
This is and similar to the Game 1 draft, by the way, which is that, but, you know, they have Tino in the front line. On the other side, they don't really have someone who can start fights or stand out in the front. Maybe Necrophos a bit, but Necrophos generally wants to be like second person in, using his Death Seeker and being sort of after a couple of spells have been thrown out. So I'm gonna go. I think Execration is gonna take Game 3, which I did not expect in this series that Execration would make it to Game 3 or even win it.
Yeah, I think Execration have the stronger draft over here for sure. It just really feels like Playtime, you know, sometimes too much flex is bad flex. And I'm afraid for them even in that mid to late game. Of course, Wits can still pop off. You are playing a Klinks, and if I were to wager, if I were to estimate which side or whose carry actually has more potential to snowball, I would actually say that the Klinks does. I would actually say that Wits has that. Because again, we spoke about this in, I believe it was the game between between Extreme Gaming and LGD. Wits is a whole lot younger than Akashi. Wits is going to be taking a lot more risks than maybe Akashi will.
Yeah, but Bob was younger than Abed, so it's like we're just gonna go all in on the age. But yeah, Wits is certainly. How old is Wits actually? Let me
Wits
see that for
I
a
think
second.
16 or 17.
What?
He's
Is that
as young as Tai Long. Oh, actually, he's 18.
He's 18. Come on, he's an old man at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I know I remember his birthday. March 6th.
Oh, dude, isn't it weird when you see him at 2008? You're like 2008, and then you go, wait, 2008 was 17 years ago, or 18 years ago, and then you go, oh shit, I was born 18 years almost before that. What?
Yeah, it's we're old now, Automo. We have to get used to it.
I'm not. I'm still 34 years young.
Yeah, but you got you got two adorable, beautiful little kids, so you became old a long time ago.
They do not age me. They make me happy. In the meantime, though, looking at this game, would love to see the draft a little bit more. I feel like again it's on Tino. If he can go forward, make some space, but you also have Bob on the Bats Rider, so he doesn't have to be the only point of contact. You get like this stampede, jump in, lasso, then you can run away very quickly to bring someone back. John calls it kidnapping maneuvers. Would you feel okay with that?
Yeah, I suppose that could be one way to describe the lasso. It's still hard to get the lasso off. Like how I get it. You go in with the lasso. How do you drag someone out?
With Stampede. That's hi. Look at him, happy.
The kid looks like he's about to hit 15 kmmr. I'm just gonna put that on that. He may be, he's staring right at Wits. I'm coming for your spot.
If he hits 15 kmmr, he'll be the best player in the world by far, right? At this point, right? Because we are all the way back to human numbers of MMR, not that inflated bullshit that we had for a while.
That did get out of hand.
That's crazy.
And, now we're just as good as the best players in the world, Automo.
Yes.
In terms of the numbers.
In terms of numbers, it ain't far. No one's doubling your MMR anymore.
Again, the hairstyles, man, they're pretty fantastic.
That's very good. Ever since before I shaved my head, I used to look at everyone's hair, but after I shaved my head, I was like, it doesn't matter. But they showed to you right on camera these giant, like, massive hairdos, and you're like, come on, guys, you're just making us jealous at this point.
I started noticing the hairstyles way more after I shaved my head.
Really?
Like I used to have really long hair up to my shoulders.
Okay. Okay. I find that interesting. I never had long hair. I'm like, it doesn't suit me, but maybe you have a picture of yourself with long hair. You can see that.
I do. And one time I was asked by my patient's parent, why do you have such long hair? You're a doctor. And I'm like, aren't there any more relevant questions you have?
And he's like, no. The only thing I want to know is why is my doctor's hair long? You're like, what? Is that gonna interfere with my diagnosis? All right.
Oh, those were interesting times. And then COVID came, and those were not so interesting times.
Did they come, or did we all imagine it now?
You say that, but in peak COVID, I served in the emergency department, and everyone had those those PPEs, the personal protective equipments, everyone donning those in full spacesuits. And a person asked me, "Doctor, is COVID real?" And I was perplexed. I was thinking about how to answer this question. because
Is
I was looking around in the ER as think about anything that would give away that we're all running a global Ponzi scheme, but
I was like, are you all doing this?
Naturally I told them no, COVID, it's not. We're
of course,
all in on the jig.
It's like this global thing. We're only doing it to fool you specifically. You random patient number 4,232. It's like, oh, good. I knew. I was so smart. I was able to tell. You're like, sure you are.
But 4,233 was nice.
Screw him. Doesn't matter.
Okay.
We
should be heading into it. It's going to be very interesting to see either of these two teams make it forward. Considering neither of these two teams are actually going to be at TI. Like this is the biggest prize pool that these two teams will compete for well, I mean, a month at max, but still.
Oh yeah, I know. I mean, like, both of them were so close to making it to several other big tournaments, but unfortunately, particularly Execration, who would get like second place and you need first, or third place and you need top two, and just was unable to qualify. However, pressure is on Execration in this one. You mentioned that they crumble under pressure. Now is not the time for it. Tournament lives and 10,000 USD on the line here. And Taltus, if you had 10,000 USD, what would you go out and buy?
Is your love on the cards, Otimo? Is that something I could buy with 10,000 USD?
No, because you already have it.
Oh, okay. I just saved 10,000 USD.
There
I'm
you
going to
go.
invest that now. Now I have both. I'm rich and with your love.
I like how you think my love can be just like bought. That was very nice. I kind of, that's an interesting thing to think about.
I was asking you the number though.
I was like,
I wanted to know what the number is.
Love can't be bought, my friend. Although it can be rented at a reasonable price per hour.
Yeah, like exactly. Yeah, I mean, you give me the right number, Otimo, and I will make you feel like the most loved person in the world.
I don't need to know anymore, Doctor. As we are waiting here for the game to start, seems like there is a bit of a tech issue. Or maybe they're all playing and we don't get to see the game. It's just like, maybe this is all just like the Ponzi scheme we mentioned. It's all being done just to mess with us.
Yeah, it seems like there's a problem with the settings or something. One of them looks really happy.
Abed is very happy. He's been smiling the whole time. I mean, if I looked as good as Abed, I think I'd also be smiling all the time. I'm like, look at how handsome I am. I'm just happy.
He has the camera open on his feet. He doesn't even have the game open. He's like, I have just a nice hair day.
It was a very good hair day, if you're Abed. Playtime. Getting ready. Execration comfortable. Waiting for everything to be settled here. But yeah, it's wild to me that one of the people there, one of the player administrators, I'm like, I've met this guy a few times. I was invited to his wedding. And then you see him there, like, oh, cool. Good to see.
It's... How... Okay, so this is an interesting question, right? Playtime, they were always, as far as, Wits and Schofield went, they were always a South American team, but now they've brought in a mix. How far do you see this South American roster going? Because the idea for, at least in my opinion, the idea for both LGD as well as Playtime, the two top South American teams, is that you go for TI. Is this the roster that you could see sticking them around with? Because technically Playtime, they have Abed and they have Abed right now as a stand-in, Abed and Jabs. But do you think with how they've played so far, that this could potentially be a roster that can stick together and go pretty far?
I mean, if they win or they do really well here, they have fun, that would be an idea that they want to the floats around. If they get eliminated here, I feel very unlikely. Top 12 in a tournament here and then not much to compete in for a few months. Like, what's keeping you together? Sometimes you are together because of necessity. Oh, qualifiers are in a week. We can't find anyone. Your team is also having issues. Let's just make this stack and work with it. But we got nothing for a while after this. Like, no qualifier, I mean. So do well here, stick together. Don't do well here, go back to Southeast Asia, buddies.
I don't think Jazz wants to go back to Southeast Asia. He was with Nemesis. He was with Nemesis when they were in Southeast Asia, and then he was with Nemesis when they were in South America. And now he's with Playtime in South America.
So, I mean, I thought Nemesis counts as a Southeast. Oh yeah, well now they're not. They're not.
No, they're back. They're back in Southeast Asia.
Okay, good.
They're not.
Good.
They don't have a team, but they are getting back to Southeast Asia.
Good to hear. When we are getting back into the game, though, as Playtime with this group, it's not a bad draft. I don't think it's a bad draft at all. I just worry that they lack this person who can be the first point of contact. It could be the Necrophos, probably Almisho. Almisho's the one who has to do the big heavy lifting of providing vision for the team.
It is interesting to see not many Treant Protectors right now go for that early shard.
Yeah.
Where previously you would buy it instantly as soon as the timer hits. You wouldn't even wait for the Tormentor. Nowadays, you don't really go for the shard, and I wonder why.
I mean, it was nerfed so heavily, right? Remember, you used to get 3 charges, now you get only 2 of it. So that it's there's been a few other nerfs as well. I don't know if it was vision or duration was reduced as well. Like, it is not as good as it used to be. And, you know, like, a lot of these concepts, how good or bad they are, just depends on the numbers. High number, good. Bad number, not really good.
You do have
Like
3 bounty
Watchers.
runes. What's like Watchers?
It's just like Watchers. Like, they don't provide so much vision that half the time when you take them, you're like, why am I? It's almost a waste of time, but you have to take it just because you don't want the enemy to get it. But it's not as like provide a whole lot of vision. But if they did more, it becomes too valuable. So, Akashi!
Schofield wasted quite a bit of time with his Fisher. They really wanted that Drow Ranger, but now they will have to make do with CML, but even he's gonna live. He charged that Fisher 4 to 5 times.
They were hoping to get the punch off on the Treant first, but he walks into a sentry, gets stopped. Very nicely done by CML, as Schofield gets 2 couriers for his trouble. 250 gold for the team, but a little bit of it is removed because CML gets his own courier back. So 125 advantage.
Very quick math, Optima.
Oh yeah, you know, 25 times 5 is 125. 25 times 10 is 250. It's very easy.
I actually did 125 times 2.
That you can do that also, but I like splitting my numbers into 5s and 10s to make it much easier for me. And you know, because it's 10, you just add a 0. Super easy.
It's not that easy, but game will unpause as they are ready. Now, who wins on this bot lane? I don't think a Treant Protector can actually do much here. He's playing, he's playing into a Bushwhack. Shank will be able to find it. That might just be first blood drawn here. Tino will be able to find that kill. And Execration, who almost lost their Drow Ranger or their Bane on that top side, actually get that advantage.
They do. And bottom lane, I don't think Mission can do too much as well.
Whoa! That is unexpected.
The thing about Earthshaker is that if you look at him in terms of a laning hero, he's mid, as the young people would say, right? Like, he's not too bad if you can get a decent Fissure block. What the hell is that body block?
Wits is very low on his HP, only has 1 more tango. And yeah, and as the young people, ironically, the term mid is used to describe bad, right? It's just, despite that, I would imagine mid meaning average, but Schofield can't really help in this lane. The Earthshaker is one of those heroes that has 2 Fissures before his mana runs out.
Oh yeah, he's a dumb hero for sure. He's like stupid cow. Or Torrent. No, we can't say Torrent. We can't say Torrent. My bad. Sorry. As Akashi. Is he going to be okay? He is. Schofield. He either has Enchant Totem or he's got Aftershock. But either way, he can only stun with Fissure. It's like level 2. He's like, what am I supposed to do, guys? I only have Fissure.
And if I was Akashi, I just walk in front and use my teleport to bait out that Fissure because I know he only has like 2 of them.
Look at the CS though. Akashi 16-4 to the 7-0 coming out from Jabs. Bottom lane, Tino 15-4 to the 7-0 coming out of Wits. Execration. I mean, I'm feeling more and more confident that this is really a bit of an outdraft.
They do bring the Treant Protector in once more for the second time as they hope to kill this Drow Ranger, but it's only also going to hurt Wits' farm hit there. He's already so low on his CS. This might be a three multiplier differential here between this Klinks and this Drow Ranger, the Archer and the Bowman?
The Bone Fletcher. Bone Fletcher. This
Bowman
is
sounds
actual...
nice as well. Oh, Bushwhack! Found on Wits. They will have the living armor though, so Wits is going to be able to survive. Tino gets held back by that punch, but should be able to walk away too. Unsuccessful rotation overall though by the Treant Protector. El Micho went up there, over on the top lane, and had to come back.
We'll point out, by the way, that I think that they... Oh, that's a lot of damage coming out for Jabs. I think they have an Observer Ward right there on Execration, so they see the Twin Gate when someone rotates. I'm seeing that red dot. That looks like an Observer Ward to me.
Yeah,
how's your eyesight? Yeah.
Whenever you have a 4 Protect 1, you want that Observer Ward on that gate, so you know if anyone is coming for your carry. It's a standard play, I would say, but one that works, one that's really effective.
Ooh, well done by Wits. Joe eats the big creep. Recovering quite well in CS. You're talking about like the 3 times differential, but it's not too bad. Mid is also fairly even, so slight recovery.
Oh, Fisher comes out. Drow Ranger now in trouble. The Nightmare is going to bring him on the other side of that. Fisher Schofield is going to be the one to get held back by that Bushwhack. Taken out by that Drow Ranger right-click damage. And now it's Jabs in trouble with Akashi. He's walked in a bit too far forward. Has that magic wand though, just laying in the hits. And the Archer will survive and be able to guff back even the tree. And this is a complete shutdown of what they wanted to do on playtime. Execration, 6 kills ahead now.
I wouldn't have called it shutdown. Shitstorm right now is what's happening for playtime, unfortunately. The Sunstrike misses, and even if it did hit, they were like 3 grouped up together. It wouldn't have done much damage either way to them. And, oh, the Gust on the 1 hit away. Prioritizing this top lane to give Jabs a good time, but it has been biting playtime multiple times in the blubber as... okay, TP's in, TP's out. I think he dropped an Observer Ward, and that's why.
How do you see this playtime roster recovering in this laning phase? You know, just as far as the lane is concerned, because they've brought their tree, El Micho, up here twice, and twice now it hasn't worked out. The second time was brutal.
I think at this point, you're not looking at the lane phase as something you can win for playtime, right? You're talking about recovery, just farm, do whatever you can to not fight, and try to get some stacks, both the Earthshaker and... Oh, okay, wait. This could be something.
Oh, Akashi, yeah, I mean, it could be something. It is definitely something. Sunstrike will take out Akashi. CML, now trying to run for his life, is not going to be successful. I mean, two pretty easy kills found by playtime. And the Nightmare, I believe you can't break it if you're the Drow, but the Bane can break it if he uses it. So, was that CML breaking the Bane, the Nightmare?
I don't put this at CML. Akashi, he had moved to the left, and he would have survived, and he went back to the right. Unfortunately, gets caught. They did find. They are going to get something for their troubles, very likely.
Yeah, El Micho just falling to, once again, the damage, but it's Shanks who gets the return kill. Not that bad for El Micho compared to if he died to the Drow.
By the way, if you look at the supports, if we look at tri-lane to tri-lane, Execration destroys playtime. 2 melee supports, Necrophos was kind of melee-ish to get most of his value. As, oh dear, Tino. I think, yeah, he's good. Look at that. I love this. He teleports to his tower to ensure that he gets the wisdom. I was worried that it was going to be stolen by Wits. Fissure,
Schofield once again blocked apart, and Akashi needs to get back to the Fissure so that he can be Nightmare to the other side. Do you think playtime realized this was going to be a possibility before it came out?
Honestly, probably not, right? Like, when you see it happen, you're like, guys, it's so obvious. But when you're drafting, you don't think, like, I think the Bane is going to use Nightmare to walk over the Fissure. Like, that's not probably something they discuss too often.
Yeah, I mean, it's something definitely caught me by surprise. Because the Earthshaker came after the Bane, right? That's what we have to consider as far as the draft is concerned, or was concerned.
Max
This is very
retaliates.
absurd when it's and then, you know, it's a bit of retribution as well, because they built that Wind Waker, they built that Use in game number 1, all to counter out that Bane. So the Bane, you know, he deserves a bit of revenge for the kind of shutdown that Playtime had planned for him.
Oh, we're certainly having a good time so far.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
So is Akashi, by the way. Akashi is so farmed at this point. Same thing with Tino. Abed Wit's doing okay. In fact, though, the mid lane, surprisingly, Bob is not having a very good time. We'll probably go for the Boots of Bearing. Very, very good against the Ghost, not the Ghost Walk. Yeah, I mean the Ghost Walk and of course the Ice Wall.
2 to
Radiant's
7.
bottom tower is under attack.
As Execution, I have slowed down, but most of the kills that I believe that Execution did get were just counterplays. Playtime were the ones who were making all of the moves and on that top side. So by slowing things down, by Playtime slowing things down, it is allowing Akashi to farm, but Witz has always been farming away, right? Execution never really put pressure on that Link outside of the few plays that they made on him. Schofield will get taken out. Bob, we haven't really taken a look at this Batrider in quite a while, right? That mid lane between the Invoker and the Batrider pretty much going evenly.
Interesting move by Jabs. He has bought... Wait. He has bought the Talisman of Evasion. He picks it out that there's a ward there. Talisman, probably the worst item you can get. You'd love to go for the Sacred Relic first, but he dies so much. He's also cute as the Boots of Travel. I don't think he's gonna pivot from the Radiance into the Boots of Travel, then go back into that. Pivot! Pivot!
Have you seen Silicon Valley?
Oh no, I was thinking about another show where they say pivot a lot.
Yeah, but that pivot episode in Silicon Valley was so good. Top lane, once again, you have multiple heroes rotating in this time around. Bob will show up. Schofield slowed down by that Frost Arrow, as Bob really wants that Necrophos. Now Schofield will still die, and the lasso did come out. Schofield will make it out, but Jabs won't.
In Playtime, they want to get both, by the way. You can see Akashi as well as CML. They're like, come on, let's get the Earthshaker, but unfortunately, that's not going to be happening. He is able to make it out alive, but they get the bigger kill, which is, of course, the Necrophos. And I will tell you this. If Playtime loses here and fails to make top 8, I would not think that this team would stick together, you know, as a lineup. Not I think, because two of them are on loan. I'm not saying like they're going to hate each other. Two of them are on loan, but you have to find success as the main reason to stick together.
Yeah, it's... I'm not really too sure of how many mid lane South American players are available to, you know, play with Wits, for example, in the sense that you need a very strong lineup, a lineup that can actually win at TI to justify that kind of investment. Akashi is going to fall, Schofield will also fall, and that is a pretty good kill. It's Archer versus Archer, and one of the Archers, the one that's dead, wins.
Yeah, definitely a good kill for Wits, and Akashi maybe a little bit too forward. They do not have the lasso.
They're trying to go in for him, but they have the Stampede. They will be able to get on top of Abed, take him out. Bob trying to make his way out as Wits is somehow on this mid lane, trying to get the kill on Shanks, some kind of revenge, but is unable to.
Dire's courier
He's very close to finishing his Deso, by the way. As Shanks, maybe he's happy he lost his courier because it reveals to him that the Clinks is still around. He was almost turning around at one point, but then they lose the courier. He's like, oh shit, they're chasing me. So we keep running.
Who, in your opinion, would be the, you know, the mid laner or the off laner, and in specific the South American players that could win TI alongside Wits?
Oh, off lane. Whisper. I think Whisper is the best off lane that the region has. Wits loses his life. They do bring him down. Their combination of Tino and Shanks. So I think Whisper in off lane. For
but
mid,
it has to be. Whisper's already in LGD. You know, it has to be available off laners.
Available off laners.
Batrider also gets taken out. So great pick-offs. You lose your carry Clinks. You take out that mid lane Batrider, and Execution Playtime doing very well for themselves. But yeah, I mean like available ones. Otherwise, you could pair up Tai Lung alongside Wits, and then have Schofield and Elmisho as supports, Whisper as the offlane, and that roster just wins TI. I think that roster would win TI.
No, you mentioned a fair point. Like, it has to be available. Leo style, maybe, but that guy hasn't. I feel like he stopped playing competitive some time ago, which is unfortunate to see. As Akashi, figure comes out, good block, good overgrowth.
Into
everything.
the Sunstrike, into the Echo Slam. They throw the full kitchen sink, but Akashi is running away. Akashi has ran away. And Playtime, they had the damage, but were unable to take him out. They are trying to come in to finish the job, but Akashi is healing up with the salve, and now Execration hope to turn it around towards Elmisho. They see the Treant Protector, they know where Schofield is, he's thrown out his fissure. Bob is coming in with the chase, doesn't really have his lasso, and so both of them will just one of them will teleport out. Shanks Elmisho with his sharpshooter. Wits is in a very awkward spot. He really should not have been there. There was a decision made to disengage by both of their supports. Wits just didn't get the memo.
And because Wits has been so active, by the way, I think that was the reveal of the Deso. As he's got the lasso now on Bob, would like to catch someone. Schofield, we're having beef tonight, baby. And it's gonna be juicy and tender. There we go.
Lasso on the Earthshaker, as he really has nowhere to go. He teleported here towards that bot lane, thinking he was safe, and he was safe.
For 10
but
seconds.
Bob, this is why, this is why Arthur says King Bob.
So I was wondering, like, does he mean it in a nice way? Okay. Silence comes out. Shot to the heart. And who's to blame?
Shanks, he's the one that shot. He's the one that fired the shot.
Alright, well, I'm just making sure you're paying attention. Come on, like, alright, bro. Well, it is a tough situation here for Playtime. So let's look at their comeback potential. Necrophos, is he going for? We mentioned that he's going for Radiance, but that's great damage-wise. But you still are as soft before the Radiance as you are after the Radiance. It's minor evasion aside. Abed requires someone to set him up. He's mostly been doing, Meteor Hammer, Sunstrikes, not really coming to a fight. Wits is trying to make space, but he's been caught a few times himself.
Radiant's middle tower.
And I just noticed, I knew that Execration had more kills. I just didn't know that they had 12 more kills than Execration did, like 4 to 16.
That's 4 times
good.
the amount.
Yeah,
No,
that's not. That is kind of really rough. Now there is a decent amount of comeback potential. You have a Necro, you have a Clinks, you essentially have 2 carries in this game, and you have a control mechanism that really can't be over-controlled, right? There's no hero that can do what the Invoker does. But they need to get something going their way. Bob as well as Abed staring against each other. Tornado is going to come out. Ice Wall too, but doesn't hold back the Batrider, who has that Stampede to assist him. Elmisho comes in with the Overgrowth as well as the Sunstrike. They may be able to take out Bob. One last right click. Abed will be able to get it done, but now is going to get chased by Shaq. Scurry activated. Dust also coming out to slow Abed down. He can't use his Ghost Walk. It's also the Acorn shot slowing him. They just need to build space for CML to come in, and now the Fiend's Grip will rip apart that Invoker. Wits trying to take out Abed will be able to find that kill, or rather, try to take out the Bane, but he wasn't able to. He just had to teleport away.
Yeah, but Tino got a solo kill. Sorry, not Tino. Jabs got a solo kill on Tino. So we'll have to use the Scythe for it. Big pick-off right there for the Necrophos. Unfortunately, he is still nearly 2,000 gold behind the Centaur.
Yeah, that is... I mean, it's not the biggest thing in the world, because once he gets that Radiance, he should be able to flash farm. Schofield almost has his Blink Dagger, but I would actually imagine that you have to make some kind of a move. You have to be able to chip away at this lead, make sure that the Clinks can at least get within 1,000 net worth of the Drow Ranger.
But he's playing such a different style, right, of this hunting with the Deso. Whereas for Akashi, I think a lot of the kills have just fallen into his lap, right? They're like, let's go for Akashi. Akashi's like, okay, they're bringing 2 people for me to kill again. Very nice.
And Execration have been great at making sure that Akashi has sufficient backup. Like, their supports are on point with that.
So 2 things have we should discuss. One is that there's a Blink Dagger on Schofield. So this could be big echoes coming out from the Earthshaker. Unfortunately, I do believe that the Centaur has a pipe as built up as well. Not rushing the heart. I've liked the heart myself, but I think the Tino's got a pipe. So it nullifies a ton of this Necro, Earthshaker, Treant damage.
You also have the Nightmare save in case the Bane is clutch with that. I'm not saying that'll happen, it's very unlikely, but it could happen. And that will be a worst case scenario for playtime. They head straight for the Roche, but speaking of, that could be the best case scenario if you're looking to reveal this Schofield Blink Dagger into an Echo Slam. But
well, they know. Now the question is, will they
Instant
commit? Will they
teleportation.
You know, see, they activate the smoke. They're moving. Unfortunately, only the supports are in the area. The core is not yet committing for this. Schofield, is he gonna do it? Is he gonna do it?
He should. I mean, it's worth it completely. Even if you fail to secure away or deny away the Aegis, Sunstrike again is going to come out and they will realize no one's inside of the pit. So Execration are clearly on the move. Schofield's going to be left to his own devices, waiting patiently for them to go back in Roshan, but it's just going to get caught out. Oh no. Oh no, he did not budge from his position. And they even went back. You take a look at that Necro, he was showing on that top lane, someone was showing on that bot lane. And so they thought that by showing on the lanes, Execration would go back for an easy Roshan and then they could go in with the Echo Slam. But Execration quite clearly went for the more basic play.
Oh! The king lives. The king is not dead, in fact. He is alive. And that was a bit of unfortunate things, like Schofield, because the smoke had broken earlier, he wasn't able to realize that there was a bad ride right on top of him until he gets caught. And doesn't even cost him a lasso or anything. He just loses his life.
Now with this Aegis, you have 5 minutes of essential free farm, or complete free farm. Like, I don't see how Playtime would be diving in deep to take this Drow Ranger out, but how would you want this Aegis to be used? Like, what is the optimal way in your mind?
Is Execration on a timer? I don't think they are. But let's say you're 2,000 gold ahead right now. If you're 2,000 gold ahead in like 10 minutes, it's much smaller. So I do think they want to be pushing and taking as much of the map as they can. Was the travel going to be finished on jabs, which will allow him to farm and join fights anywhere on the map. So nice bit of recovery here from Necrophos.
Is it going to be enough to carry this game? Like, this Necrophos, speaking of recovery, right? He is at the top of the network chart as far as his team goes.
This could be a big movement here for Schofield. Can he do it?
Looking for it, he goes in, is unable to take apart the Tormentor, but Abed was able to take out the Bane. It's, again, a decent effort, but I feel like these are just, you're praying for miracles.
Yes, they are. It was very nice, though. Schofield played it perfectly. He kept his distance far enough that the damage from the Tormentor was not proccing off him. Sometimes, even if you're not attacking it, if you're within the distance, he'll shoot that lightning, and it's a visual representation. You can see it, whether it's on you or the enemy. So good move by Schofield. Nice use of Abed's Sunstrike to provide vision. He's like, okay, it's low enough. I'll jump in. Gets a kill. It's all right.
3,000 of a lead right now. It may not seem as much, but it feels like the lead is much bigger. Like, this feels like a 7,000 to 8,000 lead.
I talked to Seb when I was in Paris, and he is like, players these days are too concerned with the number in terms of net worth. Sometimes you know a team is just much stronger, even if the net worth advantage doesn't always reflect that. And it's like situations like this. You know, one team gets all their timings, the other team has 3,000 gold ahead, but, you know, that's on a relic, and he doesn't have the Radiance finished up, for example, or things like that. Or a BKB that's not finished. He still has to get the recipe. He's got 3,000 gold, but no recipe. And I mean, Execration is ahead, and they feels much stronger.
Hurricane Pike also built up for the Drow. As they see Wits, they will go in with the lasso. Schofield, he disables them, but a bushwhack found by Shax will hold them back. Wits, as well as Schofield, will die in that triangle, trying to find some sneaky farm.
Well done there by Shanks showing up in time to keep his teammate alive. Unfortunately for a Playtime, another sort of rough situation. Have we seen any Deso charges on our Clinks?
I think it's just to do, or maybe even nothing. Dino? Let's get him back. I mean, this is a very tanky Centaur. He has that pipe, so most of that damage is going to be absorbed. Sunstrike is not going to land, but the Reaper's Scythe is there. And who needs damage when you have that Reaper's Scythe?
You still need some damage, actually.
You need at least 50% of that HP damage.
Now that he's got the pipe slightly more than that, probably like 60% of his life to be gone. Either way, though, not too bad there from Playtime being able to get the kill on Tino. He could have maybe used his stamina a bit earlier, but felt he was going to be all right.
So you do have an Octarine core on Abez. You know, his ability to control multiple meteor or multiple tornadoes in the same team fight, multiple cold snaps, multiple, most of his spells. I don't know. We haven't really seen a 5v5 team fight, right? This entire game. So maybe that's...
Үлкен әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCC-KZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
Games of the future.
Welcome back to our live coverage of the Phygital Games of the Future, Astana 2026. We're coming to you live from our broadcast studios here in the magnificent Kazakhstan with myself, David Bloch.
And with me, Shulpan Marabayeva.
It's an incredible day today. It's day 3 for us as we bring you some of the hottest ticket items here at the Phygital Games of the Future, Astana 2026. We've pulled out of map 3, still too early to tell who might take this one.
Absolutely, because we know that both teams are well known for their tactical late game decisions. So we are just going to have to watch and see who takes the third map.
Absolutely. Is it going to be playtime or execration? It's anyone's guess, but because we are broadcasting on a multi-stream, you don't have to miss out.
Absolutely. You can tune in on our OTT platform at Phygital Plus and catch in on all the action simultaneously.
Absolutely, there is so much going on, and the excitement is heating up not only here in the studio, but in our venues across Astana as well. And why, you may ask? Well, because it's not just about winning the game or the map, it's about taking home that all-important prize pool of $1 million. Another gorgeous view of the digital world that has been created of the magnificent Astana here in Kazakhstan, a city that is literally living the future.
Absolutely. Look at those almost flying cars.
From flying cars to the gents that are seated at their desks. This is a view of the multi-stream. As you can see, there are colleagues giving some all-important analytical commentary and feedback, and one of the live maps busy taking place at the moment.
Between execration and playtime, ladies and gentlemen, let us remind you that this is the third and final match between the two giants of Dota. Let's see who takes this game home. And as a reminder, we are already in the elimination stage, so one of these teams is gonna have to pack up their bags and go home.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing about this tournament. We're now finally getting to the crux of all of it, and we're going to be heading into the opening ceremony now of PUBG. This is another all-important one. Like with Dota 2, the biggest prize pool, also $1 million. As the meteorite heads in to make a crash, let us do exactly the same as we hand over to our colleagues for the opening ceremony.
Attention. Massive energy surge detected.
The energy within the Sun-Headed Man's artifact has awakened.
So, the Chosen Ones are already there?
Newbies without a guide. Then it's time to meet them. Someone's got to get them up to speed.
Look what my robot can do.
Not now. I'm playing.
In search of those destined to restore the lost harmony, the energy split into 3 parts.
Hey, I'm one of the guardians of balance between the worlds. When the ancient power awakened in Kazakhstan, it chose you. You're the ones who can restore the Sun-Headed Man's power and bring the worlds back into harmony. Guess even ancient powers can surprise you. Looks like the squad's finally complete. But until the Sun-Headed Man is fully charged, the two worlds will keep drifting apart. So no pressure, but we're counting on you.
And so began the story of the new heroes. Ahead of them lay the greatest challenge of all, the games of the future in Astana.
Please welcome our teams, the Supers. T1. Can the expandable Anyone's a legend. Esports. Shadow Esports. Made in Thailand. Twisted Minds. Team Vitality. R8 Esports. Seventeen Gaming. Virtus Pro. JD Gaming. DK Esports. Team Falcons. Ну что ж, дорогие друзья.
It's all happening live. It's all happening now. How could you not feel like a rock star walking onto that stage, Shulpan?
I completely agree with you, David, especially with such a venue set up. LED lights, spotlights, all those flashlights up on the faces of our teams.
Absolutely. The rock stars of PUBG. Now, although it's still anyone's game and it's always too early to place bets, we have to acknowledge the fact that the likes of 17 Gaming and Twisted Minds are certainly up there at the moment. great expectations, but it doesn't take a rock star or a rocket scientist to know who you are voting for.
I don't think so, David. I am rooting all the way for our homegrown team. Diga Esports, they made an amazing fly up through the ranks, all the way from place 13 to place 5. I am really excited to see them play today.
That was a great jump up the rankings indeed. So we know we're not meant to be biased, but there is something to be said. When a local team does good, they're part of the home soil, home turf, and of course, you know, you have that loyal crowd support. So how could you not feel amped and pumped and ready for what we must remind you is the final game today for that all-important cash prize of $1 million.
David, you are completely correct. We are in day 3, the final of the PUBG battle. $1 million is up for grabs. And as we saw, that trophy is displayed right up and center on that stage, reminding all of our players what they're fighting for ultimately.
And none of this would be possible without some of our sponsors, Shulpan, which I'm going to acknowledge because without them, this would all unbelievably so be impossible to enjoy. The Yandex Go app is one of those that you need to download to experience the thrill of the big city. We'd like to thank Yandex Go for their incredible support in helping us bring the phygital Games of the Future Astana 2026 to your screens and to whatever device you may be watching us on. Just one of the very valued sponsors and supporters of this incredible international competition here in Astana in Kazakhstan, the city of the future.
The city of the future, and the future is here indeed. Did you see that venue?
Yeah.
The Beeline Arena. And we also, right before I go back into that venue, we would like to thank another sponsor of ours, our general partner, Haluk Fund.
Thank you so much to the team at Haluk Fund. So super grateful for your incredible support. Now, you were saying the Barris Arena, an incredible venue to be a part of and to be inside of to experience the final day of PUBG.
The Beeline Arena, yes, it actually is the National Tennis Center, but you couldn't have been able to tell because of the technology that is installed in that arena, seamlessly transitioning it into the home of PUBG. And I would like to remind anybody in Astana or around, day 3, the final of PUBG is on. So if you are anywhere near, please stop by the Beeline Arena located on Turan Avenue 4/6 right next to the Central Park of Astana.
Thank you so much, Shulpan. Indeed, the Beeline Arena, it is. A couple of Bs here with the venues that are playing host to the Phygital Games of the Future 2026. And I love the fact that, as Shulpan said, if you are anywhere near the arena, we gave you the actual address. We even gave you some of the landmarks where you know it's directly opposite from the park. And that's what the city is known for. Not only incredible venues hosting these games, but also some of the world's most beautiful, forward-thinking, modern and architecturally magnificent landmarks.
Thank you, David, for noticing. Let's remind our viewers once again. Final day, 5 matches to go. At the end of the day, we will know who's taking that winner chicken dinner home.
It's all about the winner chicken dinner and the $1 million in cash prizes. We want to remind you once again that whilst it's too early to have a foregone conclusion in terms of exactly who's going to win, Twisted Minds and 17 Gaming certainly 2 teams to look out for. And of course, the home team who have jumped quite incredibly on the rankings.
Diga Esports, they have a tactic, they like surprising their enemies. So I really hope that today we're in for the greatest surprise of the tournament. Not to sound biased.
Not to sound biased. It all remains to be seen. Now, what's important to also realize is with PUBG, unlike a lot of the other sporting codes, this has not been a one match you win and you move on. This has been a marathon. It's all been about not just achieving kill points, but also where your position is on the map itself. So it's been super critical to not necessarily go out gung-ho, all guns blazing. Somehow, the strategic option of holding back and ensuring your positions are well placed is what could also stand you in good stead.
I second that, David. PUBG is more of a race. It does not matter who wins the match. It matters who has the total amount of points at the end of the tournament. So we will see today those points accumulating.
Now, as we prepare to go through to the B-Line Arena, once again, just a reminder that it's anyone's game, with all of the teams having taken their positions in their final prep for the map of the day. It's important to remember that whilst it's been a steady marathon to get us to day 3, I don't know, Shulpan, is this one of those where the teams have potentially been holding back and they could just literally now pounce and go guns blazing?
Absolutely, David, because they had 2 days already to study the play technique of their other 15 enemy teams. So they have enough information to work with so that on the final day, they can really go in guns blazing and step up their aggression game. So we will see.
So with just under 1 minute to go, we always like to have a little bit of the did you know from our resident
of course
fiction, fact, storytelling lady of the moment. What have you got for us?
I would not be me if I did not have a fun fact to share with our audience. PUBG stands for Players Unknown Battleground, named after the game's creator Brendan Green's online nickname Player Unknown.
Alrighty, so Battlegrounds it is. And of course, if you're part of the world of trivia, I know that Shulpan, you still have another few nuggets to share with us.
Of course I do. PUBG is another game with incredible maps. We have 4 main maps in rotation. The #1 map, which has been named, actually really a sweet fact about Brendan Green's daughter, Erangel, the original map for PUBG, followed by Miramar, Taego, which is inspired by Korea, Miramar with the desert setting, and Rondo, a new map.
I love that. I can literally keep on listening to you, to be perfectly honest, with that bit of interesting trivia. Alrighty, so on the leaderboard, you can see the teams in front of you, showcasing all the way down. You'll see R8 Esports at 21, Digger Esports 42. That's quite a considerable gap between teams 15 and 16.
Those were the maps that I was speaking about, so we have them lined up: Erangel, Miramar, Taego, Rondo, and then rounding off with map Erangel again. So stay tuned, dear audience, and watch through all the matches today.
Battle Royale presented by Alatau City Bank. With all that excitement ahead of us and $1 million up for grabs, it's time now to head into today's play with PUBG.
Get. Yesterday we got a shoreline circle towards the left, but this time it's going to go all the way up north. A potential starboard ending. Oh, I really like this kind of circle. What do you think about this one?
I think I'm really excited. I haven't seen Stalber in quite some time. I know this, we do get this kind of a circle sometimes. It does end up somewhat between the northern island and the main island as well. But sometimes, like most of the time, it does not end on Stalber. I think Stalber has not been in play for some time, at least for me. And I am very excited. But this means one thing for a lot of the teams that are in the main island and towards the south side as well. As we mentioned, Team Tiga, they have a lot of ground to cover. There's a bit of water play as well. There's a very few, not very few, there are decent amount of entry points as well, but those will be covered very soon. So I think in terms of rotation, there will be a bit of an early rotation, maybe 3.5 minute, maybe 4th minute rotation coming from the teams that are in the bottom part of the map.
Yeah, Team Diga has been interesting, so to speak. They scored 1 chicken dinner so far in this tournament, and one strategy that I noticed that they like to play is that they like to play a little bit safe. They like to play from the outside of the circle in, and generally they like to play gatekeeping other teams. And we always see them on the southern side of the circle. And even with this kind of circle where Starboard is the center point, I would expect Team Diga to play that kind of strategy again, just hang by the edge of the circle at the south, and that's actually a good spot to be at with this kind of circle because a lot of teams might enter through there, and that will give them the opportunity to eliminate teams and bring in points for themselves.
And those points matter the most at the day like these. Team Falcons, they are in the Stalber right now, the most happy team in this position. They are in the center of the circle, the most hot spot, the most expensive area in the map right now, and they are the owners of that particular area. They have a whole of the Stalber to themselves. They are gearing up as well. They have the time. I think they will up the utility, the mid kits, the long range weapons, the mid range weapons, and that will be really, really exciting for them. On the other side, Virtuous Pro is gonna take the shortcut and we're just gonna go all the way into the circle. They don't want to take the bus or the train or anything else. They just want to fly to that position that they want.
Yeah, even if they want to go all the way up to Starber and do a half loot there, it's okay as well. There's not much loot at the top, but it's enough for like if you want to loot halfway. So looking at what they have done, since they dropped somewhere else, they used the emergency pickup, they probably have done a half loot somewhere else, and they will continue to loot up there. At this point, it is a good strategy because we don't see any teams up inside of Starber. So if they are the first team to land there, it'll be good for them.
Absolutely. We have Team JDG, I think, towards the North Georgia pool area, and they are looting right now. They have the time as well to play towards the west side of the map. Team Falcons, they know for a fact that people will be coming very soon to this area. This will be contested, and they're getting ready for it. What they need to realize, for the next maybe 1 minute, 1.5 minutes, they can split up. They can play whole of the Stalber area. But as soon as the circle starts closing in of the phase 1, I think that it is when it will get very, very difficult to hold whole of the Stalber. It has got various entry points. Easy knocks off will be coming in, so they need to reconvene as well. But I think when it comes to Team Falcon, I don't have any kind of advice like that. Team Falcon is really good at keeping 4 of their players alive, like a compact team, like a compact group as well, and they keep themselves very, very close till the end of the game, and as we have seen yesterday as well.
Yeah, and on top of inside of the game, right, Team Falcons, they are good with interviews as well. And that's why we got them on the analyst desk yesterday to hear a couple of words from them. But right now, Team Falcons, although they are not really at the top, they are not at the podium spot yet, but they're still doing not bad, I must say. Number 5 in the overall charts right now, and they still put themselves in contention for the number 1 spot. 5 more games to go. It's very doable for Team Falcons. And other teams that I really want to see push up is going to be like teams like DK Esports because they've been showing that they are able to play really, really well. For the most part, we see them playing the middle strategy. They don't get involved in fights early on, but when they do get in fights, it's normally like towards the later stages of the game when they try to close it up and score that chicken dinner for themselves. So that's the kind of strategy that they deployed in the past few days. Whether it will be the same today or not, it's yet to be seen, but if it works for them and it allows them to be consistent, all they need to do is just to hide up a little bit of intensity because it's the last day anyway. If they can do that, they hide up the intensity a little bit more, they get those points in early, who knows, they might be one of those teams that just shoot up to number 1 by the end of 5 games.
And I think this is the day where you have nothing to lose. You have to give your all. You have to go and take those extra risks, because if you don't do it and it doesn't work out, you're not losing anything right now. You are at the same position. Team Falcon is at number 5th position. Yeah, they can go down. They can lose a bit of the prize pool as well. But if they goes and take those extra risks, the same goes the case for Team GK Esport, as you mentioned. They can get those extra points as well. And this might work out. The last day, the perspective the last day matters a lot. The gameplay changes a lot on the last day. From passive, from understanding to a bit more active to a bit more aggressive on those small little points. That's what really matters. Shadow Esports, they are a wonderful bunch, as they have proven yesterday as well, especially Setsuna. He has been wonderful throughout the yesterday as well, especially being an MVP in the game number 4. He was miraculous, especially getting, I think, 6-7 kills for himself, and obviously carrying his team all the way to number 6, I think. Number 5. They're at number 5 right now, right above Team Falcon. So good position for them. They are just 1 game away from being top 3.
Oh yeah, you're right. After a sublime performance at the second half of yesterday, and now they put themselves like in a really, really strong spot. So I'm looking forward to see if they can really maintain their consistency and get the number 1 spot. If they do, it'll be one of the great comebacks of this tournament if you kind of think about it. And another team that I want to highlight as well is Made in Thailand. Like, this team has always been the disruptor for other teams. Like, if they see other teams taking fights, they will come as a third party. Or if other teams are like kind of busy putting focus onto whoever who's in front of them, they will suddenly show up from behind and just tag teams. This team is a big disruptor here. And by being disruptive, They can take out teams, they can gain points for themselves, and that's another team that potentially can get that #1 spot. But it looks like RZ, our wish of having that Stauber ending might not happen now with this hardship circle towards the south.
This is what happens. I got excited too much, I think, and the PUBG have listened to me and go like, we're gonna give you a Yasna Polyana circle as well again, and it will be leaving Stalbert. That means Shadow Esports, Team Falcon, they have to rotate towards a bit of a center. The compound they were holding doesn't count for much right now. They are in the circle as of now, but on the other side, Team Anyone Legends gets eliminated by Team Made in Thailand. What a start! And obviously with a bit of help from the Twisted Minds by taking out Solosi. As for other side, Team Made in Thailand, they're also taking a lot of damage. Made in Thailand starts charging, is in a difficult position with 1 player up, 2 down. It's going to be very easy for Twisted Mind to take that charge away and get those extra kills.
Oh, and Made in Thailand, unfortunately, down to only 1 active player left. He's picking up a teammate though, but now it's going to be the question whether he will have enough time. The smoke is still helping him out, but Twisted Minds, they are coming in, but they are also cautious about they don't have the vision because of that smoke. And now for Made in Thailand, Jacob managed to pick up Kiss and he's back up again. As for Shadow Esports, they just took out a player from Team Falcons, and this beautiful name from the tab took out Jacob. He's now down on the ground. Made in Thailand, they are in trouble. They're back to 1 player.
Absolutely. I think he did a level best to get Jacob up, but with that nade, the Jacob is down again. Twisted Mind taking their time to eliminate Team Made in Thailand, but it's going to be happening very soon. Kiss losing his HP moment by moment by being in that blue zone. It's a matter of second with the Twisted Mind. 2 kills in their backpack, 2 more, and I think they will have a wonderful, wonderful start. On the other side, we're having a fight between Team Falcon and Shadow Esports. A fight I'm not very fond of right now, but Twisted Mind gets the kill of Kiss, and now they have 3 kills up. A third-party shots coming up from the Diga Esports. They are coming into the play. They had their time of the 10 minutes, not finding anybody. They have the loot, long-range weapons, and now they want to maximize their advantage.
And Diga Esports, as usual, from the south, they like to play in that area, and they saw the opportunity with Twisted Minds. They took their long shots, but it's a matter of securing those elimination points right now. It's not going to be easy because the smoke is active, and Twisted Minds, they do have a compound that is protecting them at this moment. So for Diga Esports, it's just an opportunity, not able to secure those elimination points yet, but they make their presence known that they are down south there, so don't mess with them in that area. And we switch over to Yasna Polyana, the potential finale circle. Like what you mentioned earlier on, we do have 2 different teams inside Yasna now, very early occupiers of Yasna Polyana. But okay, we'll check out the circle, and looks like we might still get a Yasna Polyana ending.
Absolutely, with the Team DNS right in the center, GTE coming in as well and taking the south of those compounds. Team Vitality right in the center, taking a bit of damage. One of their players down. They need something to get them back up. R8 having the advantage with the high ground. Vitality having less and less time with the blue zone coming behind. R8 also lost one of their players, and they will not be happy with that. So let's see, can they get a bit of a revenge? Team Vitality in a bit of a difficult situation with both of the high grounds coming in from RA. 2 players on the left side, 1 player on the right side. Vitality right in the center. What they need to do to pull it off.
Looks like they want to continue on this fight even though they're on the outside of the circle. They're still trying to get the players from R8 Esports currently scattered around Stauber. And Team Vitality, they are recuperating at this moment while their players being picked up. And they're still standing time in the blue. Speaking about the blue, the zone will close right now, ladies and gentlemen. It's phase number 3 heading to phase number 4, and the zone will hurt from there.
Exactly, Team Vitality right in the center as well. Twisted Mind got those 3 kills at the hand of Team Made in Thailand, at the back of Made in Thailand as well, and now they are 4 players up as well. Diga Esports third party didn't count for much, and they were able to set up their perimeter again. Yasna is getting bombarded with players from left and right. We have JDG on the left, the Expendables in the center, DNS on the right side. Twisted Mind still out in those compounds trying to find their way, and they need to be very careful. Obviously, each of those compounds closer to Yasna has already been taken, and any kind of movement will not be easy. I think all the players need to go scout. Shots are being fired left and right with a bit of a distance. Nothing concerning for either of those teams. Even if one player goes down, he can get revived easily. 17 coming into the play. One of the teams I did not expect to take the first position, but the last game, they really outdid themselves.
And RA Esports, they have to outdo themselves if they want to have a chance to be in the number one. Right now, last we checked, they were at last place at number 16. Points are quite far for them. But if they can finish as high as possible, it will still be a good takeaway from this tournament for R8 Esports. At this moment, they're left with 2 players, and they're still in the blue. Not the best of position for R8 Esports, and it's going to be quite difficult for them to make a comeback in this round.
Absolutely. At the same time, Team Virtuous Pro coming into the play, taking one player down of Shadow Esports. Shadow Esports retaliating on Virtuous Pro as well. It's a battle between both. Also, nice position coming up, trying to get a cover of the car. Grexy coming into play as well, trying to support his teammate. And obviously, this is the kind of time where you have the chance and the time to revive your players. SC taking the rest of R8 as well to elimination. One player left behind. I think he might be eliminated as well. And that is true. R8 Esports gets eliminated at number 14 without any points.
Yeah, when they were active against Team Vitality early on, so it's too bad they were not able to secure any points at all. But good for Team Vitality, they still survive, but they're down to only 2 players. Now it's going to be the circle fight, and the circle shifted away from Yasnaya Polyana, so it's going to be an open fight this time. No urban warfare, ladies and gentlemen. And we're starting to see teams moving out. JD Gaming will be the next team to move out of Yasnaya Polyana. But while that's happening, we're looking at Virtus Pro now, fighting their way to get into the circle from the north.
Exactly. Shadow Esports right in the center takes a bit of damage. One player goes down. The other one also takes a bit of damage and goes down as well by the hack from Falcon Kickstart. 1v2, and he's able to deal a lot of damage to Shadow Esports. Down to their last player. Can they get back up on the other side? Setsuna, and I think if you can rely on any player from Team Shadow Esports, it's Setsuna. But obviously, it's a very difficult position. Team Falcons right next to them, making it difficult for everybody out there. And oh, look at that. He's just gonna run everyone over, securing those 2 extra points for themselves. Team Falcon, with those 5 points, they will be very, very happy.
And they took it out of Shadow Esports. And because of that, now Shadow Esports is only down to 1 last player. And inside Yasnaya, the fight will continue on. JD Gaming, we have Susie here on screen. Opponents on the other side, it's going to be the Expendables coming in from the left. And Susie will make sure he secures that elimination point. Takes damage, he does have to heal up, but then again, he gets tagged. Now he's down to his 1 last teammate to fight through. Whereas for the Expendables, they still have 2 active players here, and they will lock in those elimination points.
The Expendables, they knew the player was down to low HP in that 1v1 fight, came up, took whatever is left, but unfortunately GDE is also one of their players down by the cold 119, so it's difficult for both of those teams out there. I thought they might take their time in that fight. They do have those certain amount of compounds, but this fight, look at the move by 1-7, right coming into the center of the, almost into the circle, out into the open with the help of the car and a bit of cover. It's a bold move, but if it works out, I think it will be great for them. Obviously, it's a very, very difficult move. You have a lot of teams around the center, JDG, whatever is left of them trying to go into the circle, but no, the rest of the Expendables will eliminate them from the game. I think we have 2 players left from the GTE, 3 kills for themselves, and JDG, they will get eliminated despite the fact they had a good position in the circle.
It was just too bad for them. When you have only 1 player in that kind of situation, it's always very, very difficult. But at least for the rest, none of the other teams have only 1 player. Most of the teams still a full squad. We have a couple of teams as a duo. Circle shifts onto the outside of Yasnaya Polyana. A lot of open space in this one. And DN Supers is the one right smack in the middle of these circles, so they will not see much action for now. But the next area that might see more action is going to be on the northern side. Virtus Pro and Full Sense right in front of each other.
This house in the center is going to be very difficult to hold. Two players have it and a lot of other teams around them as well. So they have to be careful. They can't get up. A shot from right, left, front, back, from anywhere coming in. Team Falcons charging up one Vitality. A 2v2 fight going on. Shots being fired. Team Falcons, one player goes down. But the second one takes him away. Falcon is able to secure that position from Team Vitality. They didn't have the numbers to defend this position. And Falcons knew that very, very well.
And because they knew that, they used their own numbers to overwhelm their opponent and win that fight. And now Team Falcons, they are at 7 elimination points. Playing by the edge of the circle at this moment. Their next target could be the Expendables. But on the northern side here, we still have Virtus Pro, Full Sense, and GK Esports from the right side of the circle. They want to join the party as well.
Absolutely. Virtus Pro dealing a lot of damage to Team FS full scene right now. One player goes down, 5 spots, the other one takes a bit of damage as well. He's in the charge, needs to get into the cover, but no, he's just too good with this as well. Gets a bit ahead, but I think third party from GK puts him down. He needed to be in the cover even if he's charging over. I need to have a bit of a smoke, but the rest of Virtus Pro coming in from the left side takes a bit of damage as well. Both of the teams are really hurting right now.
Oh, look at this, RZ, GK Esports getting closer and closer to this fight zone. And they might come as a third party to pick up those points later on. All of them are currently in the circle. Let's not forget about 17 Gaming from the southern side of our minimap. And they seem to be wanting to join as well.
Exactly. I think they will try their best as well, but at the same time, the Expendables are getting expendable by DGE. Sancho takes Dan Vu out of the game. Virtus Pro gets a bit of a spot. The player deals a bit of the damage, but he goes down because he gets ahead of the cover. This is what I'm talking about. Virtus Pro, they got a bit excited. What a nade coming up. What a nade coming up. Takes him out of the game as well. Not much left. Look at that. FS Tethan. He has to get out as well with that Molotov. He's in a danger spot. GK getting the best of this situation, eliminating both of those teams right there and then, and they will be very happy with these 6 elimination points and not losing a single play. I think Virtus Pro got a bit excited in leaving their cover and they got punished by Team GK Esports.
Yeah, GK Esports, they were waiting there for the right moment to come in. And the moment that nade landed, we all know that GK Esports is just going to wipe them all out and gain those points for themselves. Now circle time and it shifted towards the open area. And now GK Esports will be coming in from the north and on the middle. DN Supers, they will lose 1 player. Now the middle part of this circle will be the focal attention point for all these teams. On the south, we still have Diga Esports. At this time, they will need to stop Twisted Minds from coming in.
What really concerned me is the DNS second player, the second last player. Why did he leave that compound? Even if he was able to go out, the appropriate cover should have been there. He had the advantage. They have only a single compound in the circle. Obviously, it will be very difficult to hold. But getting out and getting exposed like that, obviously, is going to hurt his team in the longest run. Diga Esports doing their best in surviving 4 players, but unfortunately, with that mortar strike, one of their players goes down.
Not too sure what happened earlier on as well to their player from DS Super. But hopefully they'll be able to recover this one. Especially against Twisted Minds right now. Twisted Minds going straight towards the compound where DN Super is at. And they have arrived. That's a big risk that they took. But DN Super, they are ready. Deal with the Panzer attack. Managed to get 2 players from Twisted Minds. But the moment Twisted Minds went inside, they will clear off this compound. But at what cost? They lost Battlelist. They can still recover Lu.
They can still recover Lu. At the same time, Zampel going ahead and dealing damage to Diga Esports. 1 player goes down. He new spots the second one. Can he take him down as well? It will be a great advantage for them. Whoa. Yes, and he is able to do so. Gets the second one. Diga Esports also down to 2. There was a lot of risk in that movement, but it's paying off for Twisted Mind. Lu is still bleeding at this moment. Diga Esports, they need to recover their player. They need to up their number. Geeky on the right side taking the battle with Falcon. But 1-7's player Tian Tian, who was out in the open, gets eliminated at the hand of GK Esports, leaving 5 teams behind. 1-7 with 1 player, and he's taking a lot of damage from that Molotov.
And we still have Team Falcons They're still in the game with 9 elimination points right now. They want to clear. Nobody else is going to challenge the position on the left side of the circle. But that might change in phase number 7. All these teams now holding their ground, planning the next phase of the circle that will show up in about 35 more seconds. And the team that has a little bit more elevation is going to be GK Esports. This elevation will definitely bring them the benefits of looking at where all the other teams are at, making their next decision with the information, and let's see where will they go. I doubt they will go straight onto Twisted Minds, so they will likely take their time on this one. But it also depends on what kind of circle we're going to get next, and we'll find out in about 10 seconds. And all the teams are getting prepared right now. And I'm sure we'll see a lot more smoke bridges this time around.
Absolutely, and it's going to go all the way towards Twisted Mind, holding that compound in the center. Lou has also been revived, and it was a bit of a risky move from themselves going up against DNS last player, but it paid off, obviously. Now they are in the center of the circle. They have the compound. The Tab has found himself in a very nice ditch that he dig him for himself, and now they need to defend that position because every team will be looking towards them to come into the circle. 117 last player. The 17 last player. He's hoping to just survive for as long as he can. Falcon has got their eyes on them. They know that only single player is right there, and then they want to eliminate him as soon as they can, charging up with those nades. But 17's last player, Zood, I think he has a lot of lives for himself.
Yeah, more than cats, it seems. And he'll definitely need those lives right now. With the fact that we are at phase 7 circle and Diga Esports, again from the south, they like to come in from there. Their only cover next is probably going to be the compound where Twisted Minds is at, but they have to deal with the player from 17 Gaming on their left side. He's going to be quite a nuisance because if anybody who's in front of him, he can shoot them down. But he also needs to take care of himself with the fact that he needs to get away from the blue that's closing right now. GK Esports in the circle together with Twisted Minds. These two teams are okay for now. But Team Falcons, here they go.
They just went up and charged on 17, but even in the end, 17 was able to get kickstart out of the game. Was it worth it for Team Falcons? I think this was a bit hasty from their side. They kind of underestimated the last player as well, and even if they're going to go in, they should all go in. But for now, Diga Esports with the 3 players with Twisted Mind right in front of them. Twisted Mind needs to be careful with the Geek was the north and Diga on the south side. This is their fight. They need to hold for as long as they can. This is the game. This is the survival plan for themselves. They don't need the kills. They have decent amount of kills for themselves. They need the winner chicken dinner and those placements point. Team Falcon, they are in there just gonna hope for the best as well and to get as many placement point as they can with their last player. But GK is also looking to use their numbers to maximize their advantage as well. He's using the smokes to get in, but for how long can he pull it off?
And they know his position. The blue is still going to put pressure onto him. And before he's able to even deny any points away, Park Pro got him. And that's going to be Team Falcons eliminated. Top 3 teams right now with Diga Esports. Down to only 1 active player. He's being suppressed right now by Twisted Minds. He can't move further forward. He's not in the circle yet. The zone will be on top of him soon.
They know the last player, Sancho, is right behind that cover. Nades are being thrown. Sancho is taking damage just a matter of second before the Team Diga Esports gets eliminated. They need to be careful with the GK coming from behind, and obviously it's being charged up. That compound is being contested from left to right. It's a 3v3 at this position. GK Esports on the top, getting a bit of advantage, and also the damage. Can they survive him? 1 player right beneath him. It's getting really exciting for both of those teams. Diga Esports still in the play with that last player.
Oh, it's getting insane right now for Diga Esports. That 1 player is still holding on for dear life. But right now, he might have a chance because the distraction is happening. GK Esports and Twisted Minds trying to win this compound. And everybody forgot about Iron Sancho. And Iron Sancho, who knows, he could creep up and take out a few players.
And I think he can hurt Team Twisted Minds the most because that is from his side as well. Takes a bit of damage. Tabs throws the Molotov, but the GK Esports still coming up as well. Akan, who was on the top of that sailing, gets eliminated. GK Esports lost 1 of their players. Still a 3v3 right now. Twisted Minds still going up ahead at them. At GK, Seojong gets down. Twisted Minds taking up the charge against last player left from the GK Esports. And now they've spotted him as well. Team Twisted Minds up on that fight with a 3v1 left.
Oh! And at the end of the day, it's Twisted Minds with a 3v1 against the final player of Diga Esports. I'm Sanchos to lock in that chicken dinner. Opening up the chicken dinner for today, it is Twisted Minds, ladies and gentlemen, putting themselves strongly at the top half of the charts. Can't wait to see the overall points coming up after this, but what a run for Twisted Minds.
And they knew they were extremely in control. They were extremely in control from the start, and they took a lot of risk as well, taking up that compound. But for now, with that detailed analysis, we'll go to the analyst desk. So see you in the game number 2.
Welcome aboard Air Astana. Our airplane flies into the realm of dreams. Relax as if at home, with satisfied reflection throughout your flight. You will rest and regain curiosity for new discoveries and encounters. After all, dreams are also part of the journey.
Connected, that is Bosses Feeded. Got a smartphone absolutely free, that is Bosses Feeded. Hooked it up and no longer problems with home internet.
Get home internet and a smartphone for free with the premium family plan.
Get ready for school with WB. WB, all you need for classes and breaks with try-on and payment on delivery.
We are here after the first game of day 3. That's 11 games down for PUBG. And what do you think, Yusuf? Twisted Minds finally with their first chicken dinner.
100% deserved from them. They played extremely well in comparison to the other times that they were playing on Erangel. They definitely learned from previous mistakes and definitely studied other teams' tactics and plays. Otherwise, they would not have come out on top.
Yes, of course, that was very incredible performance towards the end of the game. That was a pure chaos. And something that I really loved how the game went was we got DK actually came up with full squad for the final 4 teams, right? I was really hoping DK make it to the end because they had a full squad at their disposal. But at the end, I believe they had that fight around the shed where they had DK facing against Twisted Minds, but that was a little tricky right there.
Yeah, for sure. They were in a really tough spot, especially on the open area that they were in the fields, where we always say that Erangel is a much more open map in comparison. So a lot of these fights, especially in the last zone, are bound to happen. And I'm pretty sure Twisted Minds really did take advantage of the very minimal terrain and shelters that they had around, using smokes whenever they can to kind of rotate a little bit in the circle and use it to engage in fights with other teams, ultimately taking them on top.
Of course, I mean, I kind of thought the Falcons are going to repeat their history from yesterday, because yesterday, the first game, Falcons took away the chicken dinner out of nowhere. And I really thought, because Falcons dinner, they made it to the final 4. So Falcons, I really thought they were going to take it, but I think they lost 2 or 3 players very quickly during the final 4. But that was interesting to see how it goes. And also, along the, I think the mid-game, there was 17 gaming going on, but at one point, 17 gaming only had 1 player, and he was actually sandwiched between 2 other teams. Twisted Minds on one side and the Falcons on the other side. Let's take a look at the highlights of the last game. Game 1 of day 3, that's game 11 in total for PUBG. Teams are really pumped up because fresh on the desk with all the energy going into the fight for map 11. This was how it started, and it went really pretty well. I think the first 8 minutes was kind of cautious. Everybody moved slightly slow, and Shadow actually started the whole gunfight. And of course, JD Gaming put up a fight there as well inside the building. And around the 9-minute mark, we lost anyone's legend first. Yeah, they had a fight with Made in Thailand. But there was a 4-way fight, I believe, at some point where Shadow Esports, Falcons, Made in Thailand, and Twisted Minds, everybody fighting with each other. We had quite some fight right there. And the Virtus Pro, they actually did good as well on this one.
Definitely did a lot better in comparison to previous days, and now slowly but surely, just like the commentators were talking about, they are definitely starting to show their level, slowly but surely, but again, that is not enough whatsoever.
True.
On the other hand, we have Team Vitality out in 10th place, which was a really big shock going into this because they played really good last time on Erangel when they did play it for the past 3 times. So this was a bit of a shock. I suppose teams might have anticipated their tactics in some way, making it really hard for them to progress.
Indeed, and when we got to the top 3, we had GK with 2 players. Diga Esports actually made it to the top 3, and I mean, really hoping them to get there at the top, but there was 1 player left at the end. And finally, Twisted Minds actually took out the only one that was left from Diga Esports. We got some fans coming up there, right there for James back at CGLTN. So that was very interesting to see. But because I think from yesterday's performances, fans are really pumped up about Falcons. And they did not disappoint today as well.
Absolutely not. Even though they did get knocked out in a top 3 situation, it was very hard. They were in a really tough spot. The one spot on the map where all 3 teams could look at them and shoot them down the second they tried to rotate. And that was kind of proved when Stormzy, I'm pretty sure, got knocked out by the Storm rather than by an actual player. They were really in a tight corner, so it's really hard to get out of that situation.
Of course, let's give a big shout out to Center Credit. If you like to manage your finances very easily, please go download. You have the QR code right on the screen. Scan the QR code, download the Center Credit online banking app, and manage your finances very easily. Life is a lot easier when it comes to finances with Center Credit. Make sure you do that. But going back to, we are yet to see the final leaderboard, right? The current leaderboard after game 11. But this is going to be really interesting because as we move each minute forward, there are less chances for any team to get back up on the leaderboards. Because as we look at the points, I mean, even if you have to calculate, now the teams have to go look at how many placement points or how many kills they have to get if they really have to jump up ahead on the leaderboard. But yeah, I mean, huge shout out to Diga Esports. I mean, they did really well getting to the top 3. I mean, actually top 2.
Yeah.
There was 1 player left. We have the map ranking in front of us for the last map. How does it look, Yusuf, for you?
Absolute domination by Twisted Minds with 13 kills and the first place placement points. We have Diga Esports putting up a really strong fight. However, we noticed that they are, although they are in 2nd place for this game, they have less points than GK and Falcons.
Yeah.
Showing that maybe they were trying to play a little bit safer and maybe some kills here and there, but they were aiming more for the final game, the final battle, rather than the entire game.
Exactly, and also Falcons actually got 10 kills. I mean, that's really nice because the winners have 13 kills. Falcons got 10 kills. Really good work. And here is the bottom half, the second half of the leaderboard. Nobody is backing out at the moment. Like, nobody is holding it back. Everybody's ready to grab that chicken dinner because they had only 5 more games. Now they have only 4 left. So we're still yet to see how it's going to unfold towards the end of it. But you can get all these details on our official website. Please check out astana2026.gofuture.game. We have all the details on the teams, the schedules. We only got 4 left. We are reminding you, we only got 4 games left for the PUBG Battle Royale. Today is a final day. Somebody's going to walk away with something really big today.
$1 million.
This is going to be awesome because when we walked into the Beeline Arena today, we could feel that energy and we could feel that intensity. We have the overall ranking finally on the screen. Let's take a look at that, Yusuf.
Absolutely incredible. 17 Gaming with an 11-point lead over 2nd place. Team Vitality getting knocked out early definitely hurt their chances, as Gam the Expendables are only 2 points off their back. Team Falcons is only a couple points off them as well. It is very, very tight to get that podium place, to be honest.
Just look at the kill points of 17 versus Vitality. You're talking about 61 kills at the first place with 17 and Vitality with 46 kills. I mean, that's a huge gap right there, right?
Definitely here to entertain a 17 Gaming guard. They are putting up constant high pressure, constantly getting getting kills.
Yeah.
And it's really enjoyable to watch.
Of course, and it's lovely to see how the teams actually shifted a bit different for the second half of the leaderboard. We got Anyone's Legend placing at the 9, followed by T1, DN Supers, Diga Esports at 12. I mean, that's really nice to see that. Full Sense 13, JD at 14, Virtus Pro at 15. I mean, even though they've been trying their hard, they've been doing way better, and they've been giving it their best for each game. I mean, all of the team did their best for each game. You cannot disregard that fact. But at the end of the day, there can only be one winner, right?
Yeah.
I mean, only one trophy to give away. So this is actually a competition. As much as we like to see everybody win, but I mean, we gotta face the reality. It's just one trophy. I mean, at the end of the day.
100%, yeah. And it seems like some teams don't really want it as much as others. Made in Thailand, I'm a bit disappointed, to be honest.
Yeah.
They were putting up, emphasis on the putting up incredible performances over the past couple games, but now it's like something happened. I don't know if they feel a little bit less confident. Maybe they're internalizing all the pressure. Maybe they haven't researched enough, but something's going on because they were really high up in the leaderboard, a podium spot.
Yeah.
And now they've gone all the way down with teams like Diga Esports
approaching
them. And Diga Esports yesterday, at the end of the day, mind you, were 15th.
Yeah.
So
that's a good jump. Now they are on 12th. I mean, that's a really good jump. And also, all these teams, when we talk about the teams and the disciplines, we have something cool from our really good sponsors. Sven is going to be gifting all the finalists for all the disciplines with a gift. How cool is that, Yusuf?
100%. Yeah, we've been using the speakers a little bit around us, and they really project the noise really greatly. So shout out to Sven, really amazing partners, and thank you so much for helping us make this possible.
Big shout out to all the sponsors, and of course Samruk-Kazyna for making Digital Games of the Future 2026 happen right here in Astana. But we are yet to see. We still got 4 more games to go. We have to see. We still not to see the MVP for today. We still have to see the top fraggers where everybody changes. And talking about that, there we go. We got the MVP on the screen right there from Twisted Mind. XMPL. Look at the kills, 6 kills. Oh, look at the damage right there. That is over the board.
Oh, 1,000 damage is absolutely incredible. The most that we've seen out of anybody.
Yeah.
Did I mention a really creative name, Example?
Yeah.
Pretty cool, actually. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, he's setting an example at the moment with the damage for sure.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that.
That's more than 1,000 damage. We have never seen that in the whole tournament until this moment. I mean, as we said, the first day we were looking at around 300, 400, 500. The second day we were looking at around 600, 700, 800. And we have an opener with the 1,000 damage on the day 3 first game. And we've got Twisted Minds up right there with a chicken dinner. I mean, we've been talking about GK Games and also Twisted Minds putting up a stable performance on day 1. But yesterday, I think they've been having a bit hard time, let's say.
A bit lackluster with their performances.
But I think today Twisted Mind really pulled it together, and then they just raised it towards the end of the game, right? And Geeke was right there as well, right?
Oh, definitely, yeah. But it's slowly but surely. This is still game 1. A lot can still happen, just like we saw yesterday with unexpected teams winning the tournaments. So
let's give a big shout out to Solicore Resources, the sponsors for Phygital Just Dance. Do not miss that, because we got plenty of disciplines happening here in Astana, and we are running out of days. So do not miss that. Make sure you watch all the games, because all of your favorite teams, all of your favorite players, contestants are right here in Astana as we speak, up the way until August 9th. So no way to miss any of these games. There we go. And we still are yet to see the top fraggers. Do you have any predictions? I have a feeling we got somebody from Falcons up there.
Oh, definitely, for sure. And I also think we haven't seen Sololzi in a while.
Maybe we
he
never
was on
know.
there for most of the time, and then towards the last 2 games yesterday, he got knocked off. But he really is a team player, and he definitely is able to put up and rack up a large amount of kills and frags throughout the game. Hopefully we can see him back there. But as a top fragger, I think Heather from T1, consistently putting up amazing performances, as he has in this game as well. Indeed. We've seen a couple of his highlights, tight building situations, killing all those other players, taking down 2 by himself, and then getting taken out himself as well after that. But still,
of course,
commendable performance performances all around.
Yes, that's true, and I'm really hoping, I really believe that we got somebody from Falcons up there, because looking at the last game, oh, there we go, we got it right there in front of us. There we go, all of our predictions, both of us, we got somebody from Falcons right there, and Heather right there as well. The first, we got top 5 fraggers overall in all these games. XMPL up right there with 22 kills, followed by TGLT and 21. Little Ghost right there with 19, Kiss with 18, and Heather not really far behind, but with 16 kills. Very close, I would say. The first 10 seconds, just 1 kill. Takes 1 game, and even the third, let's say that those are really close. We are seeing 18, 16, 18, 19, 21, and 22. That's very close for somebody to catch up, and you never know. Even if you got less kills, 1 game can change the whole scene for this tournament. We never know that. So we still have 4 more games to go. We're going to be circling back to Erangel again for sure today. I think everybody will be really excited to see the Erangel coming back, because I think most of the teams, most of the players, and the audience as well are really interested in seeing how the Erangels unfold, right? The games on the Erangel, the fights on the Erangel, because it's really tough at times when you get to the farmland, the open fields. That's not going to be easy for any team, and that's going to be very gripping for the fans and the audiences as well. I mean, I have to say, one of my, probably the favorite map is possibly Erangel for me.
Definitely, yeah. There's non-stop action from there 24/7. My hands are sweaty, my lips are dry, the adrenaline is pumping, Heidi. The audience gives that extra team spirit feeling with everybody that they cheer for. I'm really looking forward to the next couple of games. I'm pretty sure up next we have Miramar. Always a competitive map to play on, always a difficult map to play on, but the teams who do it best are here to stay. Shadow Esports, I feel like, could cause another upset in this game, as they have previously, but let's wait and see.
Let's wait and see. The only way to find out. And huge shout out to Beeline Arena, where we are experiencing the whole energy flowing right here in the stadium, because 4 games to go, and we are yet to see who's going to be holding that brilliant, stunning trophy at here for the Battle Royale. 4 more games to go. We're still yet to find out what's going to be having us in front of us right here in the stadium. But yeah, let's take a look at the other teams as well, which we haven't talked about much. Let's say R8, they really tried really hard in the last game as well. We cannot deny the fact that they've been doing their best to see where it takes them up the leaderboard, because at the moment I really feel like they've got nothing to lose. I mean, they have nothing to lose at the moment. The only thing they have is to gain.
It's that, and then also the fact that they are really far behind, even like they are 16th. 15th is right above them, but the fact remains that there is almost a 20-point difference just between 16th and 15th. RA are really going to have to put up some amazing performances to be able to make it into a top 8 situation. Not to belittle them, because they have been playing really good in the past couple of games. Props to them. A new team, new competition, new faces to the esports world, and they definitely want to announce themselves to every team here, the best of the best, and they are definitely proving that they are one of them.
Of course, and that's where I believe the spoiler comes into effect, where now they are dangerous. I mean, R8 is dangerous for whoever is or aiming for the top spots, because they got nothing to lose. They can just blindly crash others and pull them down. So approaching R8 would be like more like a suicide mission, right? Like they don't have anything to lose at the moment. I mean, the only thing they have to is to gain. But we still got 4 games. I mean, they still have chances to go up the board. But as Yusuf said, I mean, it's a long way. But let's say, I mean, it can be done. It's going to be tough, of course, but it can be done. But yeah, I mean, it's a dangerous spot to be in for other teams to go near R8, but we're yet to see. I think R8's going to have that confidence as well. Like, all right, come to us, but it comes with a huge risk of you with your placements as well.
Definitely, yeah. You'd feel maybe a bit more comfortable seeing them at the bottom of the leaderboard. This is talking from a professional point of view, maybe. Like, you see a team at the bottom of the leaderboard, you're like, oh, it's okay. I can just kill them and get it done with. But like you said, Heidi, they genuinely have nothing to lose. In sports, a team that has nothing to lose is the one to fear, the one to try your hardest against, because they will do everything in their power to pull people down with them.
Exactly. I mean, they got nothing to lose, as we said. And in the last game we saw, we were looking at Vitality, because they are already up here with 3 chicken dinners, and they are posing dangerous for the teams, because they have that, they're going to have that confidence, like, we have chicken dinner thrice. We won over the other teams 3 times in the last 2 days, so that comes with a lot of confidence jumping into the day 3. But we saw around, let's say, 18th minute mark, Falcons actually took out Vitality overall. So that's one huge threat eliminated by around 18th minute of last game. But again, huge shout out to the teams, Geeke, Diga, and Twister Minds, of course, winners, and Falcons. Falcons actually entered the final 4 with just 1 player in their squad. So, I mean, that's it's 1 player taking the whole team to the win if they managed to get the win. But that would have been a clutch if they actually did that. With 1 player, Falcons moving on to the top 4 and getting the chicken dinner. That would have been something really cool to witness, right?
I definitely think something like that will be happening soon. I cannot wait to see it. It's my favorite moment in gaming. It's a one versus everybody else. It's intense. That 1 player needs to put up one of the best performances that we have ever seen in this competition. And these players here, who, if they ever come into that kind of position, I'm sure that they will genuinely lock in and make the most of their situation.
Of course, of course. I mean, we are witnessing the spectacular futuristic stadium in front of us, and we cannot wait to see what these teams has to bring in for the rest of the 4 games. The only 4 games left for them to prove at all, if they want to prove anything. I mean, they have already proven they are here among the best 16 in the world. So it's going to be interesting. The fans are excited, and we are seeing more placards and more boards, nameplates, pictures, and boards held in the hands of the fans today, right? Compared to yesterday and the day before.
Yeah, this is definitely a way to cheer on the other players. And I feel like it's really going to motivate a lot of the players as well. But of course, Heidi, what people are here for is the game. So enough of us talking. Let's get strategies, and we will see you guys later. It's game time.
Thank you so much to our analysts for breaking that down and also giving us an idea of like what might happen next. And I like that point about RAE Sports being at number 16 right now, and they are a team that has nothing to lose, and that nothing to lose team can be very disruptive of the other teams. What do you think about that point, RZ?
I think that's what we talked about a bit earlier as well. The day 3 perspectives that comes into mind of like the teams that have got nothing to lose. You are at the page number 2. You got nothing to lose and 100% or maybe more than that to gain. I love our analysts, how they pointed out the perspective and how they pointed out the story for every team out there, especially R8 on the bottom side. And they're very right. They're trying really hard. R8 as a new team up and coming who have done wonderfully, especially on the day number 2. They had great position like 4th, 5th, and 6th consistently, and their points do not show it exactly like that they are doing. But as a team that has got nothing to lose, I think you should be very fearful of R8, and I hope R8 also realizes that factor, because that's when they realize, hey, we need to test things, we need to go crazy right now, and that is what makes them very dangerous.
And we saw that earlier on, right, with Team Vitality. When Team Vitality wanted to rotate into the circle from the north, R8 was waiting at starboard, and they took their shots against them, and they kind of slowed their rotation into the circle, and Team Vitality had to lose 2 players because of that late rotation as well. But anyway, that game is done and dusted. Speaking about dusted, we are jumping into the dusty dunes of Miramar here. Your favorite map, RZ, and we're going to get this flight path here skewed towards the right side of the map.
Exactly. Very interesting plane path as well, going right over Los Leonos. It's a big city. Virtus.pro is really happy with the fact that they are able to take all of it to themselves. FS will be dispersed all across on the bottom side of Los Leonos, till even to the southern small island. The circle will be very interesting if it falls where the teams are, and nobody got to rotate unless over towards the top side. But if circle moves towards El Pozo, that's going to be a big rotation. And I think this is an interesting circle. So far, it's going towards the north side, towards the upper side of the map. We got Team Vitality, we got the Expendables right in the circle. But as for the major teams out there, they have to do a huge amount of rotation.
It's a very different circle as compared to yesterday, right? Yesterday, there was a bit of water in the circle when it popped out. But this time, it's going to be 100% land. So with 100% land, teams can come in from any angle of the circle into a safe spot. So it's a matter of them choosing whether they want to play a little bit more aggressive, take a direct rotation approach, or they want to play it safe by taking the long rotation approach. And by long rotation, meaning that they can come in from the north and come back into the circle. That's possible as well. But it also depends on where is their starting point, how far are they from the actual circle right now, and time their rotations based on that.
I think exactly. I think for the teams that are towards the south side of Los Leones, like full scene, they might just go towards Picado, Power Grid, San Martin areas. They can try to enter the circle towards from the left side as well. And even if it seems a bit risky right now, they can take the long rotation, as you mentioned, and go come from the Campo Militar area as well. But again, that means that they have to move really, really early for that kind of a rotation. So I think it's the adaptability. You try to move along the edges of the circle, see if there's any team that is blocking the entry, and try to move along and coming from the different angle. But as you mentioned, this is a circle that has a lot of potential areas. The hot rotation point will be, say, Cantera and Impala. That areas will be contested pretty much, very much, I think, because a lot of teams that are landed in this area, as well as the played path was going over right Impala towards Los Leones, towards even Prison as well. So I think major teams are dispersed around those areas, and when they try to move, the Cantera will be contested pretty much. The Expendables, a very important game for them, and I think this is an important game for Team Vitality, for Expendables, for even Shadow Esports.
Yeah, you mentioned about the Expendables, right? I just had a quick peek again about the overall charts. The Expendables right now, they are 13 points away from number 1. So 13 points with 4 games is still very doable. Just a bit of a recap, the top 3 right now is 17 Gaming, Team Vitality, and the Expendables. So these 3 teams, they are still pretty tight in terms of points. And then we have Team Falcons with 78 points. They are about, let's see here, about 16 points away from 17 Gaming. Also not too bad if you're saying 16 points. And then Mean in Thailand, 20 points. So you still have a lot of teams, basically, that can still go for number 1.
Definitely. I think Team Falcons, with a wonderful performance in the last game, they weren't able to get a winner chicken dinner, but they were able to get good points for themselves. And now from the 5th position, they were able to land 4th position with very less of a difference between 1st position and the 4th. As for Shadow Esports, I thought they had a good position relatively to the circle. They could have had a decent game as well, but unfortunately, they got pushed down to 8th. And now with 69 points, it's getting very, very difficult for them to reach number 1. They have to have back-to-back good games as well. But look at that. Team Falcon charging up on Flash. He's the only solo player in the center. But Team Falcons, they can get into a bit of trouble as they're also surrounded by the rest of the team, full scene players coming in to help their teammate.
Okay, they have to do it quick though. And full sense. Here we have this player inside of the other building. Managed to stall a bit of time here by tagging one player from Team Falcons thanks to Tigger and his off angle from the side, looking at the minimap and his position. Playing that support role. He does have the high ground area, so he does have that information from that spot. And he managed to eliminate that player from Team Falcons. And that's going to be Team Falcons. 1 player out. Full Sense gets at 1 point, but the fight's not over yet. And here comes the rest of Full Sense.
I think Full Sense have played this wonderfully. I could not have done it better. Flash gets one, gets the second one. That's a headshot to Chimsy. Gets both of them down. Team Falcon in shambles, leaving one behind. Full Sense will be very happy. And with that grenade launcher, Gustav will be sent to home. And Team Full Sense coming into the play without losing a single player.
Beautiful defense there by Full Sense. But just too bad for Team Falcons, right? Just as when we were talking, the analyst Ness was talking as well about Team Falcons that, okay, this team is on the rise, they can catch number 1 spot. But now with 4 games left, this game 0 points for Team Falcons. Other teams on top of them would definitely gain more points, and they have 3 more games to go to play catch up.
Oh no, even in full scenes, I think we talked about this yesterday as well, that whenever a team is dispersed, you need to be in a position where you can reach your teammate very quickly. And that was very true for the full scenes. The one player was dispersed, the other team was dispersed as well. But as soon as they heard Falcon coming in, charging up as well, they reached. And in terms of Falcon, they were the ones surrounded left and right by the full scenes. And the one in the player in the compound, he was playing wonderfully, not giving any information whatsoever, playing like defensively as well, not getting hurt by utility, and also being able to perform 1v2. I think this was wonderful for full scenes. This was absolutely great.
Oh, that's great. Absolutely, right? And the fact that full sense, well, last we checked, the overall full sense was not on the first half. But maybe with this sort of performance, if they're able to snowball their momentum and gain more out of this round with the remaining games that we still have, they could be one of those surprise teams. But of course, they need a lot more points. Still a full team, 4 points in the pocket at base number 1. Definitely can't complain about that. But other teams will be looking at the overall charts and saying to themselves that, okay, with now Team Falcons eliminated, this is also our chance to leapfrog over Team Falcons in the overalls.
Exactly. Full Sense has done a wonderful job for the rest of the teams, but they still have to make a big rotation coming into the circle. They are really into the blue zone and really, I think, a kilometers away before into the white circle as well. Team Vitality, they are comfortable in a good position within the circle right now. Their players are also dispersed, but they're very happy with the dispersion that they have, is the split that they have as well, because they wanted to control maximum area within the circle. But sooner or later, they will realize that teams will be moving in very soon and they need to reconvene with their team. The circle has taken a shift towards the left side a bit, making sure the cluster will be towards the right. Team Vitality will be hit very hard if they don't get together very soon.
Yeah, we're in phase 2 right now. So teams are starting to position themselves in premium spots within the circle. So it's going to be interesting that we might see the next fight here. And yes, on screen, look at the minimap. We have a potential fight here involving the Supers, and they're preparing themselves. Here comes the nade.
Oh, takes a bit of damage. Rex from the nade as well. Coming up, Himas deals the damage, takes him down. So Lozi also gets Cumin. DNS in shambles. Animal Legends was not easy to obliterate as they have taken 2 players of DNS out. D is the one left while the last player has just taken Haven. Wants to get out of this tricky situation. He will not be allowed, but Destroyer finds him with Mini 14, takes a headshot, gets him out. Obviously, AL takes a bit of the damage, but that will be it. He is able to take 1 player down. Can he maximize on that? But no, also takes a lot of damage. Deal gets down and obviously gets eliminated. AL, there 1 player is down, 1 gets eliminated, but Animal Legends was able to get a lot out of this fight.
Oof. And Anyone Legends, they went out 0 points in the last round. Yes, they do have a casualty this round, but at least they gained those 4 points. Right now, Anyone Legends, they need to play catch up with a lot of teams. They are also not in the first half of our overall charts. They need a lot more points than these 4 points, and hopefully these 3 players are able to hold out and fight to the very end to score the chicken dinner, because they really, really need that chicken dinner for any hope and chance of them to finish in the top 3.
I think DNS might have gotten a bit hasty with that push. Even Team Falcons pushing a compound genuinely means that you have taken the player down, 1 or 2 players down from a long distance, and that is when you rush in with a bit of advantage. DNS came into that fight with absolutely less of an advantage. They knew the whole team of Animal Legend is right there holding those compounds. Unless you got a knock in, unless you got 2 knocks in, I understand the rush, but just going up like that against a team that has been sitting there for quite some time is not gonna go well. And that just happened for Team Vitality as well. Sorry, Team Falcons as well. That's just what happened for Team DNS as well. Both of them not been able to take those compounds away from the other team. Team Vitality up against R8 again, but they will be happy with the fact R8 Esports still playing a bit passively. Nothing concerning for their side as well. Has most of the teams not even secured single point right now after the 11 minutes of the game.
Oh, but circle update here. It looks like we have T1 right smack in the middle of the circle. And we have a good amount of teams on the outside with this shift. And I noticed on the left side, we're starting to see a lot more teams coming in from there. Virtus Pro, 17 Gaming from this area, Twisted Minds as well. And Virtus Pro looks like they'll be happy with this compound that they found. Same goes for Twisted Minds. Of course, this is 100% land inside of a large map like Miramar. So even if we are in phase number 3, coupled with the fact that 2 teams have been eliminated, there's still a lot more space for these teams to pick premium spots for them to be in the circle.
Exactly. Right now, it is like committing to a certain compound is unnecessary. The circle is still huge right now to include all of these 14 teams without taking a fight. So committing to any one of them will be a bit of unnecessary thing as well. So yeah, Animal Legends, they are happy with the situation. They have got 4 kills for themselves. They lost one of their players, but I think that's what happens even in the best of the situation as well. Vitality, as they have gotten back together again in that compound in front of them, and now the next question will be that everybody will be trying to like take that compound away from Vitality. So the question is like whether they will be able to hold it or not.
Yeah, a defense, if we want to learn something of defending a compound, it's going to be from Full Sense. It did a very, very good defense early on against Team Falcons. Now, it's a matter of the next fight here. We might potentially see JD Gaming just right beside RA Esports. And let's also remember again that RA Esports, they're in a position that they have nothing to lose. So if they see a team, they can fight fearlessly. And those teams need to be aware of RA Esports. If they have nothing to lose, they'll just go all out. And sometimes by going all out, you can also get lucky. And those teams will need to be careful of RA Esports because of that.
Exactly. A crate being dropped right in front of the 2 teams of T1 and Vitality. I'm quite sure nobody will go ahead and take this as well. A team choosing to disperse, and that is going to be Full Sense. They are just going to be coming in a bit of a difficult situation for them. Can they pull it off? Right now, shots are being fired at them from left and right, but nothing. I think nothing. Something did connect, but they're able to find a spot, I think.
Yeah, just one shot. Not enough to get a knock yet. So they will continue to put pressure. And next team that might put pressure here could be RAD Esports. They have JD Gaming in front of them, together with Diga Esports on the left side. One of those rare moments that Diga Esports doesn't play from the south in. Instead, they got to play from the left side circle in. But circle shifted away from those 2 teams. And right in front of them is going to be JD Gaming with a compound of themselves. And RAD Esports, they might just go for the compound. Or they're going to avoid this fight. But JD Gaming, they're trying to take the chances. A couple of shots did land. Not enough to get knocked yet. RAD Esports is still all right.
Their 2 teammates have taken a lot of damage. I think the car is also damaged. It's a bit difficult for them to rotate right now. They're in the edge of the circle. Diga, I want to know what is on their mind right now. It's going to be difficult to go through Twisted Minds, JDG, and R8, who are on that side of the circle as well. Twisted Mind, you don't want to go up against them. They are doing crazy in this day. At the same time, on the other side of the map, GK takes a bit of damage, also goes down. Twisted Minds dealing a lot of damage to R8. One player goes down, the other one is also taking damage. The player will not be saved. It's a 2v4. Twisted Mind really good at holding that compound, as we have seen in the last game.
When an example was ready for that, MT unfortunately was not able to even come out of his vehicle before he gets knocked down. And R8 Esports, they only have 1 active player left. It's going to be TD. He will be all alone. He's not able to save his teammate, Iron Bot. He will be eliminated by Batulis, but here comes GK Esports.
Wow, what an entry, what a moment as well, but it might not work for GK Esports, as the only team that has taken damage from this fight was Team RA. Twisted Mind is still very much in control of these houses, of these compounds as well. They have nothing to worry. GK might have gotten themselves in of a bit of a tricky situation. I know they wanted this compound. They thought they were doing a third party. They were doing a third party, but R8 was the only one losing in that particular fight. And now Twisted Mind has been able to pull back, and now I think they just wanted to play a bit defensively, which is the right move. They have taken the bigger compound, the warehouse, and the small shed has been occupied by GK. Arnett on the top is just gonna be happy that he's surviving. He shouldn't make a noise. We see Diga from the back rotating in.
Yeah, TT is definitely going to stay as quiet as possible there. Also to point out the fact that the GK Esports, they did a very good third-party move in the previous round, so they know their timing. Oh, but Diga Esports, they push straight into the middle of the circle just to bump into other teams. A couple of the players currently down. Kursan together with Iron Sancho, the two remaining players for the team, and they're receiving heavy damage from all different sides.
Virtuous Pro got down, gets eliminated. Diga Esports also lost 2 of their players, leaving 2 behind. But fortunately for them, this was a tricky situation that they were in. And I'm glad they were able to find some position within the circle. Twisted Mind still right next to GK. And I think the only way that you can go ahead and maybe go ahead and take these players would be utility. If you find an opening through the utility, you can go ahead and charge that warehouse. Otherwise, I think both of these teams need to realize the circle has moved away from them. Look, the only one team holding the compound, holding that full buildings within the circle is Team Vitality, and I think this might be the game they were hoping for in a long time.
Yeah, it's a good one, considering that they were eliminated fairly early in the last round. So for them to have this compound with the circle, it is a good spot, a good chance for them to gain more points. But still to play some points, you need to wait for more teams to be eliminated. Now we're down to 10 teams, with the next team to be out is going to be another team that we just saw. And from the south, we do have some teams needing to come in. But Full Sense, they have a good position to try to stop teams as well. Now, the Expendables on the right side of the circle, they need to cross this road. And crossing the road will be pretty difficult with the fact that there are 2 teams right in front of them.
Exactly. We have Full Sense right there. Full Sense is having a wonderful game. But as I mentioned, Tiger also gets eliminated along with Helmoth, leaving 2 players from Full Sense. And the only issue was that Full Sense, while they were in a great position, is also in a very vulnerable spot. Twisted Mind still trying their luck, using all kind of utility. But Akan, this is a fight that happened in the last game as well between the top 2 teams, Twisted Minds and GK. And they have started this fight. And again, look at that. Twisted Mind just goes in, spots the player, takes him down. And now they have the advantage over GK Esports, leaving 2v4, and now they might be able to take the rest out as well. On the other side, Team Vitality using their players to full advantage, spotting people left, right, dealing them damage, but still not being able to convert a lot into kills.
Wow, look at Levante here with this rooftop angle, tapping away onto the players of JD Gaming, not allowing them to move forward at all. And JD Gaming is not really in a good spot. I mean, there was a molly in front of them, but now we're switching over to GK Esports, and he's surrounded. That will be it. Straightforward elimination. Twisted Minds will lock in that point, and it will move forward. GK Esports out.
Twisted Minds wanted to get rid of DK before they moved in, but at the same time, the rotation has come in. 17 making it impossible for Twisted Mind to come in and find that place. And obviously, they were going to be hurt by a circle. 2 players goes down, 2 left behind. Well, and obviously, 2 of them are also down. 1 leaving behind, 1 active player. 17 firing those shots left and right. Lil Ghost takes a bit of damage from the third party, from Tanvu. And but I think 17 will be very happy with that fight, as they have 12 kills in that backpack, and now they have that south of the circle as well. Those easy kills from GTE and Animal Legends. These could be 17 kills, as they are the only team in the circle towards the south side.
Oh, look at this RC. Team Vitality, they still have the compound with this phase of the circle. They can still hold on to that one. Most teams on the south and on the north, so Team Vitality will be able to clear. But 17 Gaming, they see that opportunity. Shots from Xwood, not able to get that knock. But 17 Gaming, they're still holding on. The Expendables from the south, they don't have space to play with. The only way is to move forward right now, and they have 20 more seconds. They need to clear off 17 Gaming before they can get into the circle.
And the only issue is that even if Vitality is able to secure the chicken dinner, 17 is using their position to full advantage, getting kills left and right. And I know that Expendables is in a difficult position. Anyone Legend was in a difficult position. And they are trying to make full use of that. Vitality, despite the fact that they are in the good position, wasn't able to secure as many points. Obviously, they couldn't do much about it. They can't leave the compound. They can't go out and rush somebody else. Somebody can rush them in. But I don't think so. They would be happy with that position. They will still get, I think, good points as well across this game. But as for T1, they are in the center. They are surrounded by all the team. What will they do to secure that position? What will they do to hold that position as well? Because it will be bombarded very soon by the best out there.
I have the same question for the Expendables. What will they do right now to try to get in? 17 Gaming with 12 elimination points already. They're still holding the spots. But the Expendables, they might be able to find a small spot to slide into the circle. But after that, it will be really, really tight at phase number 7 for sure. Whereas for Twisted Minds, that one last player on the other, man, this is probably going to be it, man.
Although it is example, the MVP from the last game from the map of Rengel who did 1,000 damage. He's absolutely great. Took 2 kills in this game as well. If he's able to secure any more placement point, I think they will be very, very happy with their campaign so far. They had a chicken dinner in the game number 1. Oh, the shots are being fired. He is in a difficult position. JDG, they have their aim set on the last player, and they want to be done with this very, very soon.
Yeah, Twisted Minds already has 7 elimination points, so that's still pretty decent. And they're still gaining placement points as well. The longer he's able to hold, the more points he'll be able to get with teams being eliminated. Now we're going to see next phase in 15 more seconds. Everybody is currently in the circle. The Expendables somehow managed to slide slightly in, but 17 Gaming is still not making their life easy at this moment. Long range shots from 17 Gaming, but 17 Gaming themselves, they need to plan for the next phase of the circle. And here it shifts. Team Vitality no longer in the circle. T1 has the middle of it.
Oh, and the really bad news for Team Twisted Minds last player example. He has to leave that cover, the cover that has been his friend for the longest possible time. He needs to leave that, get into the circle, and JDG will not leave him behind. They will want to take him out as soon as they can. T1, they are in a comfortable position, in a nice ditch and cover they have. Expendables slowly and steadily moving in, not extending their hand. 17 also slightly sliding in the circle. The major moment has to come from Team Vitality, and finally the shots are coming in. They are in the play now, as they have to leave those compounds.
But everyone else is already in the circle, so it's going to be really interesting on how they're going to manage this one. I'm also interested to see what will happen to Example here. Tangu gets Levante from Team Vitality. The moment they step up, shots fired onto them, but here comes 17 Gaming onto the Expendables. They're opening up the space right now. This Panther from Lil Ghost will do a lot of damage and will get a knockdown to Wenbo. The Expendables will not go down without a fight, but now they are receiving more damage. 17 Gaming might lose Wenbo here and then. And there you go. Wenbo is out. Same goes for Lil Ghost and Nextwood. 70 Gaming from a full team. All of a sudden, only one player left.
Tian left behind, is in an armored vehicle with 2 players right in front of him. He has no option but to get out. Using the shots are being fired. It's not an easy vehicle to maneuver. He is right out there. Grenades are being thrown as well. Can he get out of this tricky situation? Wants to make his team survive. And he's able to get out maybe, but where will he go to? He is leaving the Expendables behind, moving towards the Twisted Mind with F Team T1 on the right. It's just a moment of mad seconds before he can get eliminated. Team Vitality rushing into the circle, also gets 1 play down, but they're able to find a spot in with those smoke covers. They will be happy, and I think they're trying to revive their player as well. Yes, they are reviving their player.
An example on screen definitely will not survive this one. He might give himself away to the blue, denying away the point. You can see him not really moving forward. Although 17 Gaming might be a bit hopeful to secure that elimination point. You can see they're trying to get this angle, but okay, not that easy because other teams around as well.
Exactly. No, Twisted Mind player wanted to just get a kill on the Tian, but no, JDG's player spotted him, took him out of the game. And that will be the Twisted Mind getting eliminated at number 6, leaving 5 teams behind, with the T1 in the most advantageous position in the circle. But I will not take the Expendables out of the consideration yet. They have been very good in getting the circle, in taking the circle away, even those small positions, those small covers, and they utilize that very nicely, even against Team 17, the team who's at the top right now.
And Heather gunned down by Tian Halvu. Tian Halvu still in this BDRM. Now surrounded by not only T1 but also JD Gaming. The smoke is still protecting him for now. His vehicle being blown up. And now they'll focus into the smoke for sure. A molly being tossed in, but he managed to move away to safety. But for how long is going to be the question.
And the question and the answer is not for long, as JDG spots the player, gets him out. Vitality, Gedrox also gets spotted by Tanwu. Gets knocked down, but they are in the cover for now. The rest of the players is right next to them. The concern isn't reviving the player. The concern is how to get into the circle as well. Vitality right in front of JTG. Grenades are being thrown left and right. Flash in the hand of Cole, but it will not hurt the team Vitality. The issue is how to get into the position. They have to leave the cover. JDG is making it difficult, but out in the open, T1 spots them. Vitality spots them. JDG in shambles. They are gonna go down, and Team Vitality will move ahead into the game, into the circle as well, and gets eliminated at number 4, leaving only 3 behind.
Oof. Top 3 left right now for this chicken dinner. It's still going to be difficult for us to tell who's going to score this chicken dinner. Everybody's in the circle, and Team Vitality, they somehow managed to survive coming out that compound with it. And now T1 is right in front of them, the team that held the middle part of the circle. Now may face up against Team Vitality. They just need the information. I doubt they see Type behind the vehicle, but somehow a nade landed from Tianwu onto Type.
Oh, Vitality player that gets knocked on is also being revived. Vitality has been very good at that. T1 players, Heather takes damage from the Expendables in front of them. And T1, they don't care about Vitality damage. They might be able to take advantage based on their position. It's the Expendables they're concerned about. Expendables have a really vast net over the circle, over the last phase right now. And they are dealing a lot of damage. Vitality on the edge of the world. They are being pushed. They are being tested. And exactly Heather gets the launcher, gets them down, leaving only one behind. The third is knocked down. The nade is coming in. This might be it for Team Vitality in this game number 2 of the last day.
Oh, but hang on. Right now, the Expendables, they have 2 players. They are looking to score this chicken dinner, and they will win against the 2 teams to lock in the chicken dinner. Get the Expendables brings the chicken dinner in, and they are a team, last we checked, in the top 3 with the chicken dinner. There's a chance they might be number 1.
Үлкеністер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCC-KZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
the future.
Wow, wow, wow. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to day 3 and the final of PUBG. We just rounded off our match 2 of the day in PUBG. We are back in our studio. My name is Shulpan, and I'm here with my distinguished colleague, David. David, what do you think about match 2?
Okay, match 2 was great, I must be honest. Great win, but we have to talk about match 1. Twisted Minds. I mean, I felt like they twisted my mind toward the very end of that one.
Did you see their late positioning? Cornered into that building and then coming out, guns blazing,
almost
and
unheard
taking
of.
the victory. It is unheard of at this level, at an international stage, and at that late circle, to be able to come out and win. Congratulations, Twisted Minds.
But isn't there something behind the strategy of Twisted Minds in terms of what they're known for? I mean, was this a surprise or was this really part of their strategy?
This was really part of their strategy because Twisted Minds is known for their late positioning, their domination of late circles, and boy, did they dominate that late
dominated
circle.
that last one. Took us all of us by surprise. Speaking of surprises, it's no surprise that these games could only have been brought to us by the dedicated support of our worthy sponsors. And we'd, of course, like to acknowledge the fact that on screen now, Yandex Go, who are one of our sponsors for Phygital Shooter as well, which will be coming up as part of the 8 disciplines for this year's Phygital Games of the Future, Astana 26.
Thank you. A big word of thank you to all of our sponsors. And we have one more sponsor to mention, our official marketplace partner, Wildberries.
Thank you so much to Wildberries. Of course, all of our sponsors and partners, and you, our viewers, our audience, the people joining us online from whichever device, and of course those in the various arenas. We could not have done this without you. A thrilling day today, 2 of the biggest meets between PUBG and Dota 2, and each of those playing for their fair share of the cash pool prize of $1 million. Now, we've been speaking a lot about PUBG and the kind of methodology behind everyone's mindset. Then we have Dota 2. There's a similarity because there is no actual physical play here. But one is a marathon and the other is a steady pace of match after match.
Completely agree with you there. Dota is a GSL format, so 4 groups with 4 teams, 4 of which have been already eliminated yesterday. 12 teams standing, and the games continue for Dota, while PUBG, only 3 matches left until that $1 million prize.
Yeah, at this stage, it could be anyone's, Shulpan. It's going to be really exciting. I know we're watching here from our studios with bated breath. We can only imagine how electrifying it must be inside the stadium arena as well. Beeline must be full of a vibe, full of a buzz with everyone's excitement.
And as we saw, those stadiums are full. And I noticed that the ages range from very, very young children to quite elderly people. So PUBG.
I was waiting to see what you're going to say there. I love that. As an older member of the viewing community and of the support team, I must say that it's exciting to see that in the phygital world, there really isn't a retirement age.
No, there really isn't, making the phygital sport world so inclusive. Look at that atmosphere we're seeing on our screens. And ladies and gentlemen, let me remind you that you can catch all the parallel streams on our OTT platform. That's Phygital Plus.
Absolutely. It's an incredible opportunity for us to provide our viewers with that multi-stream. You can click online to whichever platform you need to share your screen with your preferred choice of game and, of course, commentary. You'll see Heidi, our analyst there, providing much-needed commentary after one of the games. And, of course, a great view of our digital Astana in Kazakhstan, a city not just built for the future, but in the future itself.
Completely agree with you, David. And as we are flying through this futuristic city, the game between Team Resilience and Yellow Submarine has just begun their match 1 out of potentially 3, potentially 2. We will see. Let's speak a little bit about the teams. So, Yellow Submarine, one of the veteran teams with key players such as Squad 1X, known for his aggressive mid-lane style. So let's see how the teams will field in this match 1.
The way this works is if you go for a kill.
I hate it when that happens. When you go for, like, let's go for a kill, you lose, you don't get anything, you lose a bounty. And I feel like the safer play is often just let's secure 2 bounties no matter what, and yeah, that's what's better. Is that his real voice, or is that some voice, like a town's voice line?
I don't think that's his real voice. Also, Kai is a phenomenal Largo player. When Team Spirit Academy started picking up this Largo, the Largo would be the only thing Kai would play.
Okay. Well, he's probably going to be very good at it. It's like, what hero do you play? Largo. Anything else? No. Are you good at Largo? No.
It makes you think, what did he play before the Largo came out? You know, did he just start playing once the Largo came out and just played the Largo? It's also, you know, as you pointed out, as someone who is a Largo specialist like Kai, most of his performances have just been against tier 2 or tier 3 teams, and here he is playing against a TI contender. So how is he going to do on the Largo right now is going to be a different ball game altogether.
Well, he hasn't seen a CS in the first 80 seconds of the game, by the way. 80 minutes, that would have been, that's an extra brutal game. Even supports get something by that point. But yeah, he has just been zoned out quite heavily here by ZZQ as Erica, who calls himself YSR04E. Yeah, that's Erica to me.
Yeah, that's pretty much.
That's a spelling.
What does that mean? Is that a number plate?
It's the YSR stands for Yellow Submarine Revenge, which means that they're gonna lose.
Yellow Submarine Revenge.
Yeah. YSR.
Ooh, the Lion actually comes in, and he's leaving. But the Pangolier is also coming in. The Blood Grenade gets sent out, and Cemetery doesn't have too much HP. One simple decay, ZZQ will be able to draw first blood for Team Resilience.
And it's not like his sacrifice resulted in much. That's not only first blood, but also we didn't see Kai get any CS in that time. He's still stuck with the 1. Probably he licked 1 too. Disgusting.
It is very oppressive to play against a Drow Ranger, but that doesn't mean that you shouldn't have you should have just 1 CS, particularly as there was no pause 5 there for about 20-30 seconds.
Yeah, it's they're crushing them on Resilience in the top lane, which is what we expected. I didn't think it would be to this level. Like, I thought the line would do slightly better to help out in the Clockwork, but I expected them to lose. But this is a butchering.
Yeah, Drow Ranger isn't exactly... Like, you can use the Frost Arrows to secure lost hits, have that additional damage coming in, but you can't Frost Arrow for denies. And despite of that, he has 10 denies on Erica. So what is going on for Yellow Submarine on that off lane? Maybe it's just the fact that Kai, I mean, this has to be probably Kai's first actual big tournament.
He doesn't have a page, so I wasn't able to actually check his records for that. But that would lend itself that he is new to the scene. Him and Cemetery, by the way, together. And when you have 2 new people in the same lane, that's when you see these sort of things happening. Because the competitive scene and the public scene are 2 very different things. And you have 2 new guys to the competitive scene together. Rough. Very, very rough.
Team Resilience, they're veterans of the craft.
Oh, yeah.
Who are probably not going to show mercy to the new guys. And not in an elimination match.
Mercy? Right. But yeah, they're certainly struggling here on the Largo. Even bottom lane Bottega isn't exactly having the best time in the world. As Kai takes a few arrows to the ass. Not going to feel very good. Makes it hard to sit as well.
Arrows? Oh, they go in, and despite of having poor loss sets, they will be able to take down Erica. Maybe a false sense of security being built up for that Drow Ranger, as he was getting pretty much everything there.
Did not have the Undying near him. A problem that kind of happens a lot when you're kind of doing well in the lane. The other guy, the position 5 pulls, and suddenly you're next to the enemy tower, he's next to your tower, and they're like, oh, this is an opening. The Yellow Submarine is able to get the kill. I have an issue, my friend.
Yes?
Why is the Yellow Submarine logo purple? Shouldn't it be yellow? Like,
it is yellow.
It's purple.
It's not purple. The background's purple. The logo is white, but there's yellow on the left, Automo.
Yeah, but I don't think that. But I mean, Team Resilience has that too. I don't think that counts. I mean, like it should.
What
be
is the color of Team Resilience's logo?
White and
Pangolier, pretty much just dead here. He was dead as soon as that Earth Spike actually landed. Rain will be able to secure a kill. So despite of Team Resilience and a very strong start in terms of loss, Seto, actually Kai, he is going to die. Tombstone zombies are not chasing him, but the multi-shot will be enough damage. It's Erica who will draw some revenge, but again, did die, and the Pangolier also died. So despite of the strong start, it's a pretty much even game.
Mm-hmm. It's still, I mean, we say even, but it is slightly favoring Team Resilience here, as I might need to quickly come back to the game. Wait, we're going in.
Where no one's going in.
I saw Illuminate. I had a slight hiccup
on that top side.
In my connection.
Oh. Right. Illusion rune. Okay, so which power rune do you think is the absolute worst of all runes?
I definitely think it's going to be illusion. If I'm like when I'm a support and I walk across all of them, I'm like, oh, haste, I can go fast, damage, nice, regen. Usually I don't get to use that because one of my cores wants it, but if I can get it, it's great. Arcane is nice, invisibility is the best, but then
you could always take the regen rune and pretend that you didn't know that your core wanted it.
Of course. But then they break their items. There's no pretending there. It's like, oh, you did it. No, it's okay. I'll make sure you know forever. You're like, thanks a lot.
7-mana Shrine of Wisdom, as ZZQ was trying to go for it, but saw the lion and decided to back away. And I'm surprised that neither teams are actually making, heavy-handed rotations, since for Yellow Submarine, you have a Clockwork as well as a lion. And so you have this absurd amount of disables built in. Meanwhile, Team Resilience, they have 0 disables right now. Not a single stun right now.
Yes. Right now, they don't have one. They'll probably get some later. Hakoda is going to be okay. Oh, these cogs are adorable. It turns out I was wrong. I thought that it was the speed that they moved, but it's actually the distance that they moved that has been nerfed.
It's probably shorter, right? I'm guessing it's shorter.
Oh yes, it's significantly shorter, of course. I mean, the distance getting nerfed doesn't mean it's going to be longer, right?
Apparently there was a bug where the Clockwork cogs, instead of pushing people back, would go right through the enemy, which I feel like I've seen on so many broadcasts, and even in the games where I've been casting. It did feel like sometimes the cogs would be a bit random.
I feel that way towards Shackle Shot half the time, or in Bushwhack. Sometimes the Bushwhack comes out and you're like, there's no way that should have hit those many heroes. And you're like, yeah, no, they're all within range. You're like, huh, sure they are. New? Having a decent time bottom lane, farming up. Certainly, if you're Kai, you're like, that Bristleback is so lucky. Is just going out there, farming, basically core value of farm. I'm here getting pittance.
What do you think this Bristleback should look to make? Is it just that Lotus Orb because you can dispel away the Magnetize? But that's, I think, the only real thing you can dispel away. Oh,
yeah, but you can...
It comes out towards that top side, multi-shot. It's going to be blocked by some of those creeps. Maybe Cemetery can make it out, but no, not with the Swashbuckle coming in by Echo. Kai trying to make his way out as well, but the damage coming in from this Drow Ranger simply is too much for him. And Rain, actually, they bring in the numbers. Yellow Submarine, they want to punish the Drow Rangers, particularly as ZZQ. He's going to realize he's left his Drow behind. is going to be Erica now in big trouble. Magnetize applied on him. No way to dispel that one away right now. Trying to create some kind of a gap, but slowed down by both that boulder that catches up to him and a boulder that will crush him as it falls back to Rain.
I think I really like what ZZQ and they tried to do on Erica. They went to two different sides of the map. One goes north, one goes south. And especially the Undying, he's like, look at me, I'm walking into creeps. I'm going to deny myself or something like that. They thought that they'd follow the Undying, but they didn't. You know, some main smart lads there say, we don't want the Undying. He's useless. They go for the Drow instead.
Yeah, failed bait and switch, I would say, by Yellow Submarine. Or rather, by Team Resilience. As, Drow Ranger might just die again! And this time ZZQ's right there, but he is pretty much helpless to assist his carry. Kai wants to go on forward. He is singing very merrily along as the Drow will die. Zakota was traded out on some other part of the map as ZZQ drops down that tombstone, but they'll just take apart that tombstone and then look towards ZZQ. This Lion's Stun should be coming back up, but Team Resilience, they bring in the numbers, so it turns out they will be able to punish Yellow Submarine for that pick-off, and will be able to take Cemetery out at the very least. But as Drow, Ottomo, he has to make his way back into the lane, and he can't teleport here.
Look at his net worth. He was #1. He was 1,000 gold ahead of Kai. And looking like, you know, setting himself up for massive success, but 2 deaths back-to-back, and suddenly his net worth is like, it's not really that good. It's just meh. Mid, as they say.
And
which means bad, apparently.
It is bad, even though the word does not mean bad. It's supposed to be average. Largo is not that far behind the Drow Ranger. I actually don't think the Largo is behind in terms of CS either. It's just, of course, that's not going to take away from the fact that he did have an unsuccessful laning phase. But right now, it is a 3 to 2,000 net worth advantage. So even though that Drow has been picked off several times, it's that Pangolier, it's this Bristleback that are way too far ahead.
And we'll see if the sustain is also going to be a problem later on, actually. While they can drain their mana, they can never drain their lives because you do have the Illuminate and the Soul Rip.
And once that Illuminate starts backing in, or at the level 4 mark, I mean, we'll see it now. Cemetery is just pretty much dead here. Illuminate will take away what remains of his HP, and no, it's like going to be a simple Quill by New that will take him out. And he'll find the tower.
I'll get back to your discussion earlier about the Lotus Orb. Yeah, it doesn't dispel a whole lot, but Reflecting Hex, Earth Spike, pretty good. Like, it nullifies the line completely, and a lot of what the Earth Spirits can do. 2 heroes, 1 item? Sign me up.
Yeah, I mean, the Hex would be I would imagine, the big one that you want to avoid out of all of those. Earth Spike, you can always just, you know, not target the hero with the Earth Spike planted on the ground.
I guess. I guess. What was he looking at here for the other side for Kai? He is going for the Yasha. I recently, the other day, I saw someone build, I don't know if it was with you or not, but Meteor Hammer on the Largo and push with it very effectively, helps him farm as well. I thought it was a brilliant.
Was that the game where they had 2 Meteor Hammers? Or because I do remember us talking about a particular Meteor Hammer build.
Not sure. Could have been. Maybe it was, but I feel like it was yesterday that I talked with John, not with you, to be honest. Camp stacked, how we're looking at, boy, that is a lot that Planet has made. Now, I do feel like Connell is definitely a Planet hero. He likes getting his gold. And with this guy, gold is so good. You can get the Shard, double Blinding Light, you can, double Solar Bind, the Aghanim Scepter as well. Lots of really good items for him.
Yeah, it seems like he's the perfect utility-based hero. Like, you can just build about every kind of utility, and he has some kind of use case with it. Lotus Orb is available for that Bristleback, so now you can actually charge in, just drop that Lotus on yourself or even on Echo, and Yellow Submarine won't be able to disable them down. 2 very strong frontliners, and as you pointed out, that capacity may be too much for Yellow Submarine.
By the way, just now, the Spirit Vessels finished on Rain. So they do get a good kill, but this means that the Lotus Orb is going to be even more value.
And Resilience have finished off on the Drow Ranger. I mean, he's still ahead of the Largo, but you need a carry to scale. But the Bristleback can also kind of be a semi-carry. I'm just like obviously not as to the point with when you start off with a Lotus Orb, you're not going to be making that Aghanim Scepter or just heavy sources of damage. But I do see this Bristleback being a semi-carry in the position where he can just outlast the other team.
Oh yeah, I think that if your Drow's having problems, both Pango and Bristleback will be like, it's okay, girl. You can lean on me, I'll carry you. Like, we've seen many games where Pango, with this Diffusal, Aghanim's Basher, and suddenly like, oh shit, he's doing massive amount of damage for that whole game.
And the Lion, the way that Echo is playing, with how far ahead he is, Lion is going to be pretty much just free food. Maybe even the Clockwork. Like, who can actually survive a very farmed up Rolling Thunder with an Aghanim Scepter on that Pango?
The cores won't have too much problem with it, right? Like, it's not great, of course, but at least they won't be burst down instantly. But it is Cemetery and perhaps the Clockwork as well, who are just like, yep, we're gonna be destroyed, aren't we?
ZZQ making sure that his tower holds on, as he really is stubborn about this. Does not want his tower to fall no matter what. And now you at the very least, Erica is farming up the safe resources. Because this Bristleback has the Lotus, because Echo is so far ahead, you can now play dangerous and on the front line, on the Radiant part of the map, as we do see that Pangolier's Rolling Thunder interrupted. In fact, he's just going to be blown up. Zakota coming in with the hookshot, the Impale, everything just coming in handy for them. Mew has no more mana left on that Bristleback, and even he's taking in a lot of damage. Rain's Rolling Boulder is gonna miss, and he may just fall because of that fact. It's the Clinks trying to dish out damage. Bottega will be unable to take out Erica. However, Resilience have lost both of their highest farm cores.
Man, what a hookshot. He actually didn't aim for the Pango. He aimed for the Bristleback, and Pango was just sort of like next to him as he was rolling in. Guess the stun off Pango could not get the roll. Good control coming out from the line. And I've been telling you this for a while, Toltris. The lack of stuns from Team Resilience, because they only have one, is going to hurt them quite a bit.
This Pango is still ahead, but this Clinks is now starting to snowball. At what point does the Drow Rangers' lack of farm start to become a bottleneck for Resilience?
It's not too big of an issue. We say lack of farm, and it is true. She's not as farmed as the Clinks, as Bottega. But she's got decent items. She has the multi-shot to keep her distance. We'll probably build a Hurricane Pike. Like, I'm not too worried about the Drow Ranger. And Drow Ranger is one of those heroes who can do damage even without items, thanks to her piercing armor ability.
Great against the Clinks as well. Great against agility heroes in general.
Yep.
What is the Largo going for? It would be amazing if you could take a look at Kai and his itemization. Is this a Scepter game? Or I see most Largos now not go for the Scepter early on. I see most Largos go for the Sergeant Gaia and maybe the Lotus. Actually, the Lotus is great in this game against the Silence of the Drow, against that Solar Bind. So I wouldn't be too surprised if he goes for that one.
Yeah, I feel the same as whoa, the roll comes in.
And they find the Earth Spike. It's going to be on that Pango again. Echo gets blown up. This is starting to look like it's a problem, Automo. It really feels like Yellow Submarine. They have identified that kill priority, and they've hit the nail on its head. Team Resilience, they want to go in. Like, we clearly see that, but they just can't.
The ward there, spotting them out, and they say, okay, well, we're just gonna kill you. As they walk in twice now. Pango, who has a Blink Dagger, by the way, available, has walked in and just gone controlled. And I feel like if you're Rain, you're saying, okay, I don't want this anymore, guys. Someone else needs to frontline, provide more vision.
And they have the frontliner. They have the Bristleback, but he's not really lining that front.
Lining that front. Okay. I'll let that one pass.
Laying down the groundwork, building up the initiation.
First one was better. You quit while you're ahead, don't keep going. As meanwhile, they're going to go for Roche here on the other side for Team Resilience. Nice kill, nice Aegis for them.
Is there going to be a counterplay? Because you may not have the Finger of Death, and you don't even have that Magnetize, but the hookshot is there. Bote doesn't have too much mana, but he's just going to take out ZZQ on that frontline, or at least attempt to try. It's going to be an Earth Strike that comes out. Roshan, Aegis has hit the deck, and Dakota, he will snatch it away. Team Resilience thought that that was a free Roshan, but they have another thing coming. They will use that Rolling Thunder now. It has come out, but you've lost your Bristleback. Yellow Submarine do have to get back, though, because at the end of the day, this Drow Ranger has plenty of HP, plenty of mana. Echo is going to continue on forward, acting as a frontliner where their Bristleback can't. Rain will be able to get back, but man, Ultimo Resilience, we're really looking forward to that Aegis in the next 5 minutes.
Now, despite that, it is a 3-for-1 trade overall, because they did get Roshan on Team Resilience. The Aegis did go to Yellow Submarine, but it was instantly popped by the Clockwork. Financially, it's not a bad... What happened was not bad for Team Resilience. Emotionally, though, that was not good at all. That was supposed to be a free Aegis for them. And even though they won a fight after, it wasn't a very clean victory at all.
It really wasn't. At the same time, how many Clockwork Aegis steals have we seen? I feel like it's been happening a lot more this past month.
I suppose so. I mean, it's just a very good hero for it. Yeah, look at this. Just jumps in. They get the instant kill on Cemetery, but the snatch. I was surprised at how quickly New died. When look at the damage coming out from Rain. I know it's an AD Ruin, which helped out a lot, but Rain walks in and just smacks that pig.
10 to 10 on that kill feed, as it doesn't feel like this Lotus Orb is doing much, or am I just not witnessing the impact?
I think I've seen it reflect the Earth Spike once or twice, but in general, I agree with you. It's not the item that's doing a whole lot of work. It's nice because we can remove the Spirit Vessel as well, I suppose, but certainly feels like a meh item.
And so if you were Resilience, would you rather build a Crimson Guard against the Clinks or the Pipe? I would imagine that you would favor the Pipe here.
I think so. The Pipe is... Crimson Guard, I don't think it reduces damage from the Skeletons, because they might be War-type units. I'm not sure about this, though. So it might just work on the Clinks, but not his little Clinksy friends. Skelly Boys. Skelly Boys.
Skelly Boys is better. Yeah.
Thank you.
The Skelly Gang.
His Clankers?
Clankers feels like Clockwork in his cogs.
Yeah, that's true. Smoked up, though, on Yellow Submarine, seeing who they can find. Deso now, some damage coming out on the Clinks. He's working towards an Aghanim Scepter first after he has the Shard. So all in on getting those summons going. By the way, on the other side, ZZQ rushed a Shard. He really wanted to get that as soon as he can for his Tombstone. Oh.
Are scanning.
All right. Do you see the net worth on this Coddle?
I do, and that's I've seen it a few times where Keeper of the Lights usually spend more of their time farming on that support position. One could argue that it's a core Keeper of the Light, but
support Keeper with core value,
or a core Keeper of the Light who just hasn't had a good game.
No, that's definitely a support Keeper of the Light.
He's 3-0-3.
This does very good support score.
Almost has a scepter and a 4-star. At what point do you have? At what point would you, would the supports get the title of being a core? Is there no boundary? Regardless of impact, regardless of what you bring to the table?
Yeah, I'll tell you what. The top 6 net worth heroes are the cores. So if you want to be a core, just crack top 6.
Well, let's see if Planet can actually do that, because I have a feeling he will. Rolling Thunder comes out. Rain, though, has that PKB, and the Drow Ranger isn't so protected, stuck inside of the cogs. Now that protection will come. Tombstone, the save is going to be there. The BKB is wearing off as well, but so is the Rolling Thunder. Hextop, Echo is going to be fingered and die. Meanwhile, as long as they don't have your Pangolier, Team Resilience just have to get back right now. They're losing their Undying as well. Illuminate save is going to be a factor. Rain trying to rolling Boulder away, but he rolls towards that top lane. He might just fall here, but no, he gets the teleport out. Resilience will not be able to chase the remaining members of Yellow Submarine as they've already backed out.
Yellow Submarine winning fights, by the way. Despite the fact that when these engagements aren't happening, Team Resilience, it grows their net worth advantage was 7,000 before that fight. But during these combat situations, Yellow Submarine seems to be outplaying them very nicely. Good Tombstone save, but it also forced Erica to stay in it for a long time because he was cogged and he had the frog stomp. So he's like, I'm not going out. I have to stay here for the whole duration, basically.
It's always like this. It kind of feels like the lead has stagnated, but it's very interesting, right? How it's Resilience who have this lead, which isn't budging in favor of Yellow Submarine, despite now the fact is Bottega is at the top of the net worth chart alongside Rain.
We've seen so many times. It's such a nice mixture of damage between the Earth Spirit as well as the clicks. Very heavy physical, single target versus this widespread magic damage. Hard to itemize against both of them with any one item. And look at that, the support Coddle. Once he has the Aghanim Scepter, things do get better. Because on the enemy team, apart from clicks, their ability to remove the Will-O-Wisp, not the best.
Not to mention the clockwork may just be pulled out of its own cogs. Lion won't be able to disable people down that effectively. Klinks won't be able to right-click that effectively. And the Largo, who ideally wants to run around, will be running towards that Will-O-Wisp. So I do think it's a great ability. Not to mention, any ability that can concentrate heroes into one singular position is good to synergize with when you have a Pangolier on your lineup.
New wants to get a Heart of Tarrasque now, feeling like, okay, I'm being bursted down, I'm being focused, I'm losing my life. Needs to be very careful here.
Oh no, he runs the opposite way. He's just gonna get Earth Spike and die. Echoes will go in with the Rolling Thunder, but won't be able to catch much. It was a good attempt by Dakota to intercept that Rolling Thunder, but Resilience will walk away, but not before suffering a brutal loss. That Bristleback, I don't think the heart is gonna help him survive. It's gonna enable maybe his survival for 1 or 2 seconds, but that's just about it.
It's getting very scary right now if you're Team Resilience. Like, these fights are getting very one-sided. Erica is getting close to the BKB, which will help him. I think that might be the answer, right? Like, more than the heart, a BKB on Bristleback might be better. And lovely move. Bottega walks in front of the Bristleback and arrows him from one side while Lion pumps him from the other.
And I think the Bristleback, did he get the BKB after he died?
Definitely. I've never seen him use it, so he must have had it. He got it after for sure.
It's also, you know, in these kind of scenarios where you have absurd amount of disables, having a BKB, you need to have better planning and better strategy. Because often at times, for example, if this Lion is able to get the initiation on you, it doesn't matter if you have a BKB. Because Bottega, with that 5 second of a disable, is just going to cut through most of your HP, that by the time you are able to use your BKB, it'll be too late for you.
That's when the Undying is going to come in handy, hopefully. He has had a couple of good Tombstone saves. Same thing with like the Illuminate and the heal from the Holy Locket that we're seeing from Planet. That was just, it's a pick off. Well, I can't take it too seriously. As he licks the Ruin closer. Okay. All right. I understand that there are some hooking abilities for Ruins, but why are there like pushing abilities?
What do you mean?
Like, I can hook it.
Elaborate.
With the pudge, and I can lick it closer with the tongue. But why can't I like magic missile so I push it to in a different direction? Like force staff it.
6, 7, 6.
You do have the Earth Spirit push. Smash.
You can do that to push ruins?
Not runes, no.
That's what I mean. I'm saying, why are runes pullable for like 2 abilities and that's it? Why can't other people just push them?
That's a fair point. That's a fair point. I'll send out an email. Don't worry. Oh man, I mean, he activates the BKB, but this is what I'm talking about. It's pretty much just too late for him. He does survive for a few seconds, may just be able to run away as well. Needs to build up a gap because the rest of Team Resilience, they're also falling down. New is dead, ZZQ is dead, as Kai tells them to enjoy some Dota, but they're not doing much enjoying now, are they?
Nope, we haven't dropped a couple of 6-7s. That is the biggest amount of disrespect you can show in the Dota game right now by throwing a couple of those 6-7 lines right there. Oi! And Roshan is going to be up in about 10 seconds here for Yellow Submarine, who have really run away with this game after what looked like a terrible laning phase early on. Second Rosh, or 2-ND Roshan.
Erica is being chased here right now. Pangolier may be close by. They may not be. Oh, wow. It's actually going to be the Pangolier that does get caught, but Erica could potentially help out his Pango. No, will decide to abandon him. Echoes will die, and Erica will teleport back.
Can't blame him. If you're the Drow Ranger, you're looking at the situation going, he's probably dead. Good scan, though, on Yellow Submarine. They had the feeling someone was there, throws out the scan, they get a very good catch. Splat, we talked about the Ag Inceptor. I think he's going for Octarine Core, not Ags, actually.
And this kind of playstyle, right, of Team Resilience, of maybe, you know, staying true to their name, showing resilience so that your carry can farm to a point where he can out-carry the other team, right? That's a very extreme gaming playstyle. That's a very Chinese Dota playstyle. But what's the difference? Like, how can a team like Extreme Gaming, you know, how can Ame do that against LGD that we saw? But for Resilience, it doesn't seem like this strategy is going to work out.
The game is not over, so they could still win. But for now, yes, you can say at the moment it's not looking very effective. To be fair, for Team Resilience, their heroes, at least the support duo, I would say aren't quite the best in these engagements. Like Coddle is good when you're ahead, but when you're not, he just kind of focuses on split pushing, which is what he's done. Undying as well has gone for mostly to save, not a whole lot of value in team fights apart from that. So. Also,
Automo, you know, I'm glad you mentioned the Keeper of the Light, because he's ahead of the Pangolier. So he's he's a core. Okay, I am glad we're on the same page there. You know, so there is a way for a support to earn his keep to the point where, you know, he can ascend.
I mean, yes, he's farmed very well and he has core net worth, so he becomes a core. But kicked out again. Falls behind. It's not our fault, it's his fault.
He is having a very good game, and eventually, you know, this Keeper of the Light, with the way that he is farming up, may just have a Scythe of Weiss. And at that point, if you have, you know, in all seriousness, if you have a support who can provide core value in that team fight and effectively have 4 cores, maybe you can overpower Yellow Submarine. But I kind of think that it's just a drop differential in the sense that you just have way more disables on one team and way too few on the other.
Here it comes. To be fair, if they were winning on Team Resilience, they wouldn't need disables. Towers don't run away, so you just need to go next to them, drop a few heals, and you'll be fine. As Planet continues to just farm up a storm. I love the Octarine build on the Coddle. It just feels so nice when you have their spells available for like 3 seconds.
But would you suggest that, considering the state of the game, you know, the difference, or rather the comparison could be between a Scythe of Weiss and an Octarine Core, or a Wind Waker and an Octarine Core?
Oh no, this is good. Because now he can throw out this double Illuminate, wipe out any creep wave coming for him. Unfortunately, there will be a banner if they go high ground, and that's something that the Call has no way of dealing with. He'll be like, it's okay guys, I'll blast him, and they go, awesome. What about when they drop the banner and he goes, oh, yes, that is a problem.
They should be able to take the banner out though. You have a Drow Ranger and you have a Tombstone save. Drow Ranger with a Hurricane Pike can take out the banner. If they go in, you save the Drow, and the Drow can just pike out. At least that's the theoretical idea in my mind of how that should play out, but clearly Yellow Submarine, they're looking for exactly that so that they can jump right in.
when you have the enemy has Clockwork as well as Earth Spirit, that maneuver can be very risky. A little toe, one toe out of line, suddenly you're hook-shotted, grabbed, pulled, and suddenly you're being kidnapped by the Radiant squad.
You know why they say toe out of line?
No.
Like specifically toe?
Because it's the most forward part of your body?
Yes. Yes.
There you
You're
go.
getting on board with the medical science, Otimo.
Yes. My most forward part of my body is my nose.
Mine is probably also the nose.
I thought you'd say something that would give the ladies some hope, but alright, no need, Ultras.
A full 5-man smoke.
There you go.
1.5 minutes on that Aegis.
Mm-hmm. Will they be trying to go high ground? Oh, looks like they're fishing. But they can't catch anything. Oh, BKB being used.
The BKB has been used very preemptively by Neo, and it's already expired. So Resilience can't actually go forward because their Rolling Thunder has also whiffed. That is not good.
It's not, but Planet is still able to push out these lanes quite well. And between the Call and the Drow, if these two are alive, you really can't push the lane.
Like, that's what I'm actually thinking, right? They had the banners, so they were able to take out the tower, but how do you take out more than just that? Okay, the Burning Army does come out, so that is a boatload of damage. Melee Barracks is gonna fall. They didn't use the glyph, which is very surprising. It's a free glyph.
Yes, it is. I'm very surprised by that, because that was part of my calculation of the not being able to push part. Is yes, maybe a creep wave will show up there, somehow the call misses, or he's dead, then you glyph and the draw, eases up. But that seems like a mistake, unless we missed something and they didn't have a glyph or something like that.
No, they have a glyph.
But they're pro players. Could they have made a mistake?
It would require all 5 of them to make the same mistake. That's the absurd part, right?
Maybe they're really not expecting the challenge they're getting from Yellow Submarine. They're like panicking a little bit on Team Resilience, because
that could explain it. They become tunnel vision together.
I've had that, right? Like you're playing a game, things are going really bad, you forget that you actually have options and glyphs and things like that. As the rocket's coming out here. Zakoda? You call him Zakoda? I call him Hakoda. I feel like it's one of those H-sounding X's, which is a weird phrase to say.
Hakoda. That does sound nicer.
It does, right? Whereas like Jakoda kind of comes out wrong. Zakoda. I was like, nah, it's Hakoda.
Well, I'll have to ask him how to pronounce his nick.
Why don't you let me tell you how to say his name?
No, you don't even say my name properly, Otimo.
Oh, you're so sensitive about this, Dultrus.
Yeah, exactly. Everyone has their version of how to say my nick. When even I don't know how to say my nick. It's a random mesh of words.
You get to decide as YSR or Erica. He's got the 9-second BKB, he has the Shiv, just farming up as much as he can, trying to make sure that the net worth doesn't balloon in favor of Yellow Submarine.
I mean, they have a world of options. Like they can, I feel like Yellow Submarine can literally approach this game any way that they want, and all of those roads lead to victory.
Well, that's a lot of skeletons, man.
And they do use the glyph. Instantly.
They're less tunnel vision this time. They probably realize like, oh shit, we let that barracks bottom go for free. Oh, well, all right, guys, let's pay attention for next one, okay?
I mean, I don't know if Resilience don't muster up the courage to take a fight right now, they're just gonna slowly get chipped away. This kind of feels like, you remember Reconyx versus Liga team, that game number 3? Except Reconyx had a lone druid. This is just faster because you have a Clinks.
They can fight now. The Call has finished his Aghanim Scepter just now. They have options. They might have to force out a couple of BKBs though, but it is there. The Will-O-Wisp or the Ignis Fatis. I think Ignis Fatis sounds so much better than Will-O-Wisp. Oh, here we go.
He goes right in, instantly gets hit by a Scythe of Weiss. It's going to be New who will get intercepted, and Zagoda will push everyone back. Rolling Thunder is not going to do a single thing as Resilience. This is not looking like much of a fight at all. They simply can't dish out anything.
Enjoy that.
One of the weirder approaches to the fight. He blinks forward on the Earth Spirit, on the Undying to put in the Tombstone there to give them some vision, which is like kind of cute. But they get nothing afterwards. He didn't even drop the Will-O-Wisp. Ignis Fatis.
What is the possible option here for Resilience? Is it just wait for Yellow Submarine to put you out of your misery?
Maybe? I mean, I don't know how you approach these fights. This looks like a second set of barracks is going to go for free. Because again, the Coddle, who's been farming the entire game, dies instantly without using his Will-O-Wisp earlier.
And it feels like if New decides to frontline, or if the Pangolier decides to frontline with his Rolling Thunder, they'll just die. So they go in for a second or two, they panic, and then they run away.
Probably maybe thinking that the Undying will keep them alive, but that has not happened so far. Undying has had his own issues. Smoke being used on Cemetery. There's no tier 3 now tower mid lane, so they could walk up to it if they wanted to, but they're being sneaky. They're saying this Drow will probably push top lane. They are right.
Ooh. They find that perfect hook shot, and that cog will create the separation between Resilience and Yellow Submarine. They have lost their carry on Resilience. Rain will take out ZZQ. Echoes is dead, and I feel like this is the fight that will end this game number 1. Resilience will probably run out of just that. They won't have enough to continue. It will be Yellow Submarine who will acquire the first game win. Resilience may have had this early game head start, Automo, but this mid-game past that 20-minute mark was just a Yellow Submarine show.
Yeah, it was like crazy how well they played. That last fight, also, if you noticed, Hakoda jumps in, he uses the cogs to ensure that there's no save coming out. Very nice move there. So even though he had the Tombstone available so he can help them out, just didn't end up being a factor.
Absolutely. I mean, Resilience will have to go back to the drawing board, figure out something, because they had more heroes farming up. But Yellow Submarine, quite frankly, just played it better. Disabled that Pangolier and that Bristleback from doing anything. But of course, we will be taking a short break before we head on to game number 2. Resilience versus Yellow Submarine. Can the Chinese roster bring it back and join the big leagues alongside Extreme Gaming as well as Vici Gaming? Well, we'll find out after a break.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCC-KZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
Үлкен істер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Thank you very much, guys, and welcome back to our analyst desk. And I'm joined here with Kawaii.
Yeah, hey guys. Yeah, that was a pretty intense game actually, because I was absolutely sure, especially after the early game, I was absolutely sure Team Resilience is going to take it, but supports on the side of Yellow Submarine, they did a phenomenal job making sure their team gets a chance to come back. I mean, the plays from Kakoda on his Clockwork, every time you try to attack them, he just turns it around and makes sure that you lose heroes and they don't.
Yeah, that's why he's level 30 on his Dota Plus or Dota Bus. Yep. What about I was saying earlier to you? They are close to each other. Those teams are relatively close to each other. I wouldn't undermine Yellow Submarine at all.
I mean, I'm ready to admit my mistake. I kind of underestimated these guys, but they were playing out of their mind. Maybe not so much the cores. The cores were just doing their job, right? Because the supports were doing so well. Okay, guys, before we go further with our analysis, I would like to remind everyone that mobile PC Dota 2 is brought to you by Banksider Credit. And if you download this banking app, you will make your finances that much easier. So what do you think? Like, who is your MVP for this? Because for me, it's Hakoda.
Hakoda, yeah, for me, I really like the Largo.
You really like Largo?
I like the Largo with the combination of Earth Spirit. He buffing his Earth Spirit and Earth Spirit getting tons of damage. But yeah, definitely Hakoda. The Clockwork did a phenomenal job of always hookshotting. The last fight, he hookshot on 2 heroes, and then with that Cogs, man.
Yeah. That is just amazing.
Cogs,
Yellow Submarine definitely should not be underestimated. We're gonna look once again at how this game went. Maybe we'll see something extra we missed during the game. For example, I did miss the Largo interaction with Earth Spirit. It is actually pretty crazy how much damage you can output between those 2 heroes. And of course, we're gonna look a little bit at the crowd. So the start is really good for Team Resilience. I believe like by minute 15, they've managed to get an advantage of around 6k, which is nothing to... Oh, this one is so good. Like, you control Bristleback, and you also, on the flyby, you just make sure that Pangolier doesn't get to roll up. He doesn't get to use his Rolling Thunder. He just doesn't do anything. He just dies. And Echo, he's an experienced Pango player.
No, for sure. I mean, the Clockwork just did his work. He's always there, always on time, always right in the spot. He doesn't miss a hook shot. Nobody's on him, you know, like in your pubs, basically, the hook shot you may miss. But yeah, definitely double play from the Clockwork itself.
Stealing Aegis here as well, right? Like, this is one of the highlights. Imagine if Draw Ranger gets the Aegis here. Imagine if she doesn't feel threatened at this point in time inside the Roach Pit. She gets the Aegis. They are leading by around 5k before this fight starts. Maybe with the Aegis, they actually get to close the game. Because from my opinion, when I looked at the draft here, I felt like, yeah, sure, you have Draw Ranger, who will be the alpha carry for this match. But at the same time, you don't really have control. You don't have hard lockdown. You are fully reliant on a single Pangolier to actually do stuff, to actually make space for the Drow to attack. And Drow, I'm not sure, do you feel like he played a bit too timid?
I mean, he did just fine owning top with the Undying, right? They were doing very well, but they were a little aggressive. Dude, don't you think that we're watching the same game that we watched earlier with the execution and the playtime? Again, Drow versus Klinks matchup, and I think now I was about to ask one more question. Is the Klinks meta? It's because I see last game there was Klinks, this game is the Klinks, and yeah, just also the Earth Spirit.
Like, I mean, Klinks might be meta, right? Like, because the hero is kind of interesting. He's popping up here. I don't believe he got changed dramatically over the last patch, but it's one of the range carries, and range carries are all the rage right now. We have Drow, we have Lina sometimes, Lina also doing pretty well, and now Klinks.
No, the thing is, it's just about how SF is not much pickable, and now like the Drow is slightly nerfed with the 41E, right? And now the Klinks, as we can see, the scoreboard here is the scoreboard line. Bottega 705, and then just hasn't died once.
I mean, look at the YSRs. That's what I was talking about. That's what I was saying. The Drow played way too timid. 11.7k damage across the game, and some of it was kind of expected because she got zoned out, she got initiated on, etc., etc. But for some of the fights, I do believe Erika, Poyoyo, YSR 0.4E, whatever you want to call him, he was playing way too far back. He already saw hookshot, he already saw initiation, a lot of spells being thrown at his teammates. He did not get to capitalize on it. I mean, he got to capitalize on it, but he didn't capitalize on it.
No, for sure. For sure, definitely. Just also the way how Coddle was higher net worth and yeah, it's just about that. And moreover, I would like to mention our title sponsor, Halik Bank. I would like to appreciate our general partner for being amazing and cheering our tournament, and would like to thank them again. Yeah, what I was saying, the Coddle, I just got to see the Coddle had more damage than the draw itself.
Yes, that's a big problem. I mean, Coddle having more damage is okay if it's a game that is a stomp either way, but that wasn't the stomp, that was a combat game. Because in a stomp, okay, you're stomping a Coddle, you just go running in and you have a lot of damage. Maybe the other way around also works, that you're getting stomped and you're out pushing. In the head-to-head, we also seen this. Bottega finishing 7-0-5 on his Clinks. And as much as I would like to say it, but he didn't do anything amazing. He didn't play out of his mind. That was just a regular Clinks game. He farmed, he got his Desolator, he got some stacks. Most of the job was done by supports.
For sure.
YSR didn't have the same kind of support on his team, and even when he did get this kind of support, he didn't capitalize on it. He just needs to be a bit more, you know, a bit more like Wits, being super passionate.
To take on the ball over himself. Yeah, for sure. It's just the way how he doubled his damage on the Clinks itself. Moreover, I'd like to talk over about our wonderful cab taxi. It's Yandex Go. Please download the app, the Yandex Go, and we're actually thanking them for being here. Or you can also scan the code if you're ever in Kazakhstan or elsewhere. Yandex is a great service for it. And yeah, thank you very much, Yandex, for this. Yeah, it's just when your carry does less damage than your support, and when enemy carry does twice more damage, then, I mean, if you're a mid player or if you're an offlane player, you definitely have some questions to ask. But let's not give them like a bad route, right? Team Resilience, they're still Team Resilience, and they will be Team Resilience. So like the factor that there are the TI qualifiers, as you mentioned, their first place, maybe they can come back, maybe there was something else, maybe something didn't work, maybe Zhao isn't his favorite hero, and he was forced
maybe
to play
he just got stumped by this guy who is our MVP. The production chose Rain for this, mid player for Yellow Submarine.
He did amazing.
He did amazing. I don't know, maybe as a support player, I'm a little bit biased. I do believe Clockwork, just considering he had the lowest net worth in the game for a really long time, and the amount of work he'd done, that's like a massive gap. He did so much with so little. Rain, on the other hand, he just played a really good Ember Spirit game, and as you said, you mentioned it yourself, he had support from Largo, so his damage got amplified.
He had everything on, and it's just the combo is nasty and good. But yeah, I do agree with you. You have a fair point. As the Clockwork, stealing the Roshan, getting into hook shots always on time, canceling the Pango ulti, W, the cogs here and there. Yeah, just overall outclass play personally from Hakoda. Great game. And you have anything to share about?
No, I would like to talk a little bit more about the general idea behind the draft for the Chinese squad. Because I feel like one of the biggest problems they've had is that they had absolutely no lockdown outside of this Pangolier. Pangolier got shut down by Hakoda. How do you play? Would you consider this draft like a complete disaster, a mistake, or just a way to re-skive a draft? Maybe they were hoping, like I was not hoping necessarily, I was thinking that they are gonna outclass their opponent. So they went for a draft with absolutely no stunts to close it as early as possible. And it looked like they would be able to. Maybe there was a bit of underestimation.
No, maybe. Could be. Very well be. I mean, if you're Team Resilience and you're one of those players, right? Let's say you're new, right? You're a great player, but you don't know anything about these guys. Do you know Bottega? I don't think so.
You probably know Bottega. I mean, Bottega you have to know. He got signed up. There was a lot of hype around him.
There were hypes, but
maybe in our region mostly,
yes,
right?
in the EU region. Yes, correct. But like worldwide. Area.
Okay, he's not worldwide yet.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Therefore, like for the Chinese teams, they remember what I was saying? They play with they're forced to play with 140 ping maybe, and they play it right now, it's way less than those guys who have been played in Europe their whole life. You know what I mean? So like the factor is that they don't know with some players, they don't maybe expect some heroes, such as they give a Clockwork. His favorite Clockwork to the it just doesn't make sense when you guys are playing for $1 million. You probably didn't scout properly, or maybe they wanted to draft a little bit differently, but it didn't work. So you never know. And I mean, it is what it is. Hakore played a phenomenal game on COG, and I think they might just ban the hero now for the next game.
Probably will.
They should.
They absolutely should ban the Clockwork. That was a bit too much of a shellacking, let's call it that. But honestly, still, in my mind, for now at least, Team Resilience is still a stronger team that might have underestimated their opponents. So in my opinion, it's probably going to be a 2-1. There's not going to be any underestimation from the side of Team Resilience. And Yellow Submarine, they're going to have to go through a lot of troubles to actually win this match. Or do you disagree?
Interesting take. I would say a 2-1. 2, yes, but I would lean it towards to the Yellow Submarine. Unless they got outdrafted in the second game again, and they got 2-0. Maybe. Well, I guess we'll see, and we'll find that out quite soon, guys. But yeah, meanwhile, just curious, what do you think about the post 3 player, New? I personally like the guy. I really like New and Planis combo, but with the Pango Bristleback and then with the Coddle, kind of...
It's a lane domination strategy across the board, right? You get Undying Drow, lane dominators. You get Pango, a fair hero, a real hero, quote unquote. And then you also get the dominating lane kind of Coddle plus Bristleback. You have all the spikes you want.
Yeah, I mean,
but you know, they should not go for that kind of draft, not against Yellow Submarine.
Yeah, definitely not. So we'll see how they are going to be prepared for the game 2, guys. And we're going to slowly start to giving our words to our beloved casters, and you guys are gonna hear them quite soon. Before anything to share?
I think we're good. I think our casters can do an amazing job here.
Yeah, perfect. Let's give it right in. Take it on.
Or maybe not. Maybe they're not quite ready yet. They're on the caster side. Still, we've discussed course, we've discussed the position trees. For the mid lane, Pango, is he still a real hero? Is he?
He is.
He is. Okay.
Үлкен істер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCC-KZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
Another beautiful aerial shot of our digital world of Astana, the magnificent city, playing host to this year's Phygital Games of the Future Astana 2026. Kazakhstan, it's the place to be. It's where the whole world of Phygital is converging both in person and online as we proudly present this year's international competition. Coming in hot, coming in ready, I am David Bloch, joining you for the last part of the afternoon. Shulpan, you here for the long haul until the evening. Our colleague Sarah G will be joining us a little bit later. Woo. Can we talk about Yellow Submarine and Resilience? This is either map 1 of 3, map 1 of 1, or someone's going to be leveling the playing field, or it's a home run for Yellow Submarine. What do we think?
Completely agree with you, David. Yes, Yellow Submarine. Wow, what a map, what a game.
Yes.
But we have to hold on and see whether they can make it 2-0 or whether Resilience is going to live up to their name
I could not have
and
said
make
it better.
a comeback.
And make
Do you
a
want to
comeback.
talk a little bit more about the teams?
Absolutely, I think so. But I know that PUBG is already standing by for us, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, they've already started. And of course, this is the hot ticket item here. We know it's match 4 and 5. Before we do, we of course want to acknowledge our incredible partners and supporters of our games this year. We'd like to remind you that the MOBA Mobile MLBB, presented by Freedom, will start at Ushkempimov Martial Arts Palace from the 6th to the 9th of August.
Thank you again to all of our sponsors. And ladies and gentlemen, get your tickets while you still can at ticketon.kz. That's www.ticketon.kz. Now, David, I completely forgot. Yes, we have the final matches, match 4 and 5 of PUBG. In a very short while, we'll be able to congratulate one of the teams for taking home that $1 million and that beautiful trophy we saw a little bit earlier.
Exactly. I know we're also going to be acknowledging some of our other very, very grateful partners on the bottom of your screen. This is it. This is crunch time. This is now, for today, match 4 and 5. Of course, a total over the course of the 3 days. 15, I think it was. 15 matches. It's been a long haul. It's been a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. But before we go into this, which is what I love, we keep on saying we're going into it and then we delay even more. We're going to show you where all the teams are sitting currently on the leaderboard. Now, it's important to remember that this was not a one-match, one-hit wonder. This is the marathon. And of course, the first top 5 team, 17 Gaming,
Gam the Expendables,
Team Vitality,
Twisted Mind,
and Made in Thailand. Looking at those scores, there's not a huge gap between all of them. This could be anyone's game.
Really could be anybody's game. And now look at the amount of total points. Just really goes to show how many matches these teams have been able to survive thus far.
It's been an incredible tournament, and the teams have really kept up their stamina. We've seen the exhaustion on their faces. This has been a long time in the making for many of these teams who have been, honestly, they've been at it, they've been practicing, they've been building up their stamina 8+ hours a day as they ready themselves. You can see quite a shift here as we look at teams 11 onwards, down to R8 Esports 26, which is quite a significant gap between our top number 1 spot and number 16.
But PUBG is a marathon, so it really is still up for grabs for those 5 teams at the top of the scoreboard. So let's see, I'm really excited. Match 4 and 5. I cannot imagine the palpable excitement over at the Beeline Arena as the teams are setting up for their final matches of the day.
Absolutely. So all we can do is wish all of our teams contesting this year's PUBG for that prize money of $100 million. Of $1 million. We can only wish them, from all of us, the very, very best of luck. Of course, it's just an incredible accomplishment to be here and to be part of this phenomenal community that is the Phygital Games of the Future Astana 2026. As we show you the magnificent aerial view of the digital city of Astana, we will be heading live into match 4 and 5, and ultimately the announcement of who will be taking home the top spot and their fair share of $1 million in prize money as we then head into the official surprise presentation. I'm David Bloch. I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Shulpan. I will be seeing you tomorrow as we continue with Dota, and we also have the finals of basketball. In the meantime, though, here we go. Make sure you are locked and loaded, start your engines, get ready, because these two are the final matches, 4 and 5, of PUBG here at the Digital Games of the Future Astana 2026.
Right next to them is like continuously firing on them.
Yeah, they can see it, but they cannot reach it. It's a difficult one, right? But
that's the worst.
At least,
that's the worst.
Yeah, like you can see, like it's just right in front of you. Like I can feel the airdrop, but man, teams are just shooting in that direction. But it's okay, I guess. Generally in airdrops, yes, you get a good weapon. You will get a level 3 helmet, level 3 vest. If you were to let that one go, it's not the end of the world. So yeah, you can still afford to just leave that behind. But what an airdrop could be very valuable as well, besides having the weapons and utilities inside of it, is that if it's the last circle, that airdrop could be a very important barricade. So maybe we'll revisit the airdrop later.
Exactly. Maybe they'll revisit later. It's very important in those last cycles. The utility, the change of gear as well. Team Falcons on the move. They are not happy with their performance throughout the day. The last day, they got 11th and 16th position, and even in the in the game number 1, they were a lot better. They got 10 kill points as well. But I think they would want to improve on this a lot. I want to talk about especially Shadow Esports. What happened with them? They were doing crazy good at the end of day number 2. They were at number 5, and now they're nowhere near to be seen at they're at number 11 or 12. I think I saw the leaderboard, and they're getting eliminated early and early again and again. And our analysts pointed this out as well. That has been a disappointing day from them so far.
Yeah, that's a really good point, right? So they did very well towards the second half of yesterday, even scoring a chicken dinner. But my best guess is this, right? Because when you have a momentum, you score a chicken dinner, you do well in the next round after that, you want to keep playing games. But the matter of fact is that the format, you only have 5 games a day. If the day ends after 5 games, that's it. And many things can happen over the night, right? Other teams could look at you and say that, hey, Shadow Esports is performing. Let's try to learn their rotation. Let's try to learn their splits and try to take them out. And maybe they kind of suffer from that, like that overnight moment where teams have that time to research on them, and it just got countered by other teams from there.
I think that is very important. When it comes to other games, the final generally happen for a day or maybe the day itself. But when it comes to PUBG, you have the final splitting over 3 days, and you can get information, you can come back the way Shadow Esports did yesterday. They are a victim of what they liked as well. But look at that Riches Pro in the center, JDG's players moving into his shots are being fired. Can he connect it? But on the other side, DNS in the center of 2 teams. This is going to be an important fight for all them. Team Falcons charging up on DNS. Twist his mind right next to them. An important fight breaking out. Who will be the winner in this? For all these 3 teams required each and every single point. Rex goes down, gets eliminated. FLC and Twisted Mind, both players are part in that.
Oh, that's not good for DN Supers. DN Supers, they have a slight chance of being the number 1. They can do well this one, but by losing that one player, it's not good at all for them. As for Twisted Minds, they have a shot at the championship as well. They'll be happy if they're able to get elimination points out of DN Supers. But lucky for DN Supers, there's that river in between the buildings. It kind of slows down Twisted Mind, and it will stop them at pushing further forward. So right now, both sides at a slight truce.
Team Falcon, they are trying to do their bit from far away, but Twisted Mind is the winner in this fight so far. They've been able to get 2 players out of DNS, 2 left, and they are right next to each other. The utility might not be able to do a lot of go for placement. best of the whatever is left, or whatever the options are for them. Twisted Mind not making it easy for them. But obviously, Twisted Mind, they have to be careful about Team Falcon. 4 of those are still alive. But on the other side, Virtuous Pro again getting damaged left and right by the hand of JDG. 3 of those players gets eliminated, leaving only 1 behind. A sad endings for Team Virtuous Pro again and again.
One player at this stage, it's going to be hard for him to do much. But let's see what Deal can do here, though. He is the second last player of DN Supers. Sends a nade into the building. Not able to get a knock. Second nade. Just trying his luck there because the smoke is blinding his sight. Now with the Panzer in hand, he moves in. Oh, but nobody's here. Everybody's on the other side.
This is getting very interesting. The team that acquired each of those points come up against one another, and the only team that are happy about this is going to be 17. Lil Ghost finds Adroit shots, shoots him down as the Deal gets Lou, gets him down. Team Falcon charging in as well. They have to be careful. Twisted Minds getting a bit of damage as well. Somebody needs to revive Lou, gets Deal out, and obviously Twisted Mind will find him, takes him down. And the Team Falcons, they want to get whatever the best of them. On the other side, FT1 and FS also takes up the charge. Heather goes down. FS trying to defend as much as they can, leaving T1 in deep shambles. Raining gets eliminated as well. T1 is eliminated from the game. What a defense by full sense. Great sense from them.
Quick defense there with very good games, as you mentioned, for them to defend this compound against T1. That was quick work done by them. My goodness, that was so fast, but it's just unfortunate for T1. The moment they arrive in this compound, they get eliminated right after. Not able to bring in more points for the team. I guess it's going to be the last round for them after this. And right now, DN Supers, we're back at them. It's going to be Heaven, the last player left. The Molly is still active on the second floor. He receives damage. He needs to heal up right now. He'll be able to heal. The Molly will now become his friend to buy a little bit more time so they can continue to heal. As Twisted Minds will be waiting on the ground floor. Molly is off. Heaven making his move to the other window, the other room. Goes down to the ground floor. And now he tries to escape, but okay, not easy because Twisted Mind is still right behind him. Here comes the M4 gameplay. It's going to be a 2-on-1, and it's going to be Twisted Minds finishing off the final play of DN Supers.
They annihilated Team DN Supers, one of the best out there. And look at that R8. This is what we talked about. The team that is not even in the picture right now. The team that is at the bottom of the chart is making it very difficult for Team 17. They get the player, they knock him out, and in for Team 17, each of these single players count very well.
And they're a very disruptive team at this moment, stopping teams from rotating on the inside. But speaking about the inside, we have Team Vitality here. Oh, we're back onto R8. Look at this, they're playing by the edge of the circle. They're in a fight right now with 17 Gaming. And they got one player for 17 Gaming. Lil Ghost is now down. Lil Ghost is down. So 17 Gaming, we need to save him. But this player is really low as well. And R8 got him. 17 Gaming now losing player. 17 Gaming now down to one more player. This will open up the overall charts.
Oh God, R8 coming as a beneficiary, as a blessing for Team Vitality, hurting 17 in a way they cannot be recovered. Vitality right there, trying to find as many kills as they can, but they should be happy with this outcome as well. But 17 is getting punished again and again by Team R8. They are also eliminated from the game, leaving only one player, 17, behind. He's pulling off those first aid kits, but it doesn't matter for the long run, as Team Vitality is right next to the circle. Even if it charges in, it will be the end of it. Team 17, they did not expect this, and we talked about this at the start. This might just happen. R8 took their time, but they finally did it.
And the Expendables, Team Vitality, they're thanking R8 Esports right now for taking out 3 members of 17 Gaming. And this will open up the opportunity for them to leave Rockstar Gaming to be at number 1 before the final game. Oh man, Oh man, it's going to be super duper tight, but we have yet to see the Expendables in action in this round. But they're surely smiling from ear to ear right now, looking at that elimination feed. And now they're telling themselves that, hey guys, we have a big chance right now to be number one.
That is very true, obviously. And you could have not hoped for a better outcome for the teams that are number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 2 to 9. This was the best outcome of them. Team 17 getting a lot of damage. There are 3 players down. I don't know what's the situation about the 4th one. I think he might get eliminated very soon as well. And not securing as many points as they would have hoped so as well. This is the chance for the other teams. And CircleCloud, the game got so much more interesting. The finals got so much more interesting. It just opens up to a lot of other potential.
And that will make the last game really, really interesting right now. But of course, this round is not over yet. We'll need to see how the other teams will perform this time. Team Falcons, outside the circle, coming in, going to take this a little bit slow this time. Same goes for Full Sense. In front there is going to be Made in Thailand. But Made in Thailand, they're kind of busy as well. With the team closest to them is going to be the Expendables. They have yet to secure a single elimination point this round. But we are at 12 teams now. So the longer they stay alive, the higher their chances of bringing in those placement points, those precious placement points. Time for Full Sense to move. The zone is behind them. Made in Thailand will be ready.
Yeah, they need to be ready. They need to be ready for this push coming in on their side. They need to be careful of Team Falcons and Shadow Esports on the left side. They are ready with the nails in their hand. Expendables with that MK12 trying to deal a bit of damage across the circle on Team Falcons, but I think this might be a bit of wasted ammunition. On the other side, we talked about Made in Thailand. They are ready. They are charged up. Deal damage is being done. Team Full Sense have no chance. Gets his nades connected. Takes 2 down. The third one gets also down with the help of Jacob, leaving only 2 players standing right now. Oh, I'm sorry. Flash is still alive. He took just a lot of damage, but this might be just it. There is no hope. Even if they're able to survive, for how long can they survive in this plain path? And obviously, Flash comes in from the left side.
Whoa!
Ooh, what a need! What a need!
Oh, that nade might just give Full Sense that chance, but no. No chance. Like what you called it earlier, RZ. Number 12 for Full Sense. They are out. And we have 11 more teams right now. Made in Thailand. They need to recover quickly because next another team could be onto them. We're checking on the Expendables right now. They do see Team Falcons on the other side of the road, but they're quite far away, so they won't be disruptive towards the Expendables at this moment. Whereas in the middle of the circle, we have Anyone's Legends as well. So they could be the ones to try to take out these important top teams in the overall chart.
Exactly, 17 also gets eliminated. We talked about this. That it will be the end of them. The last player was also in a very difficult position. Himas coming in and against Post the Kiss takes him down. And they're trying to get the kill as well. And obviously they will be able to do so. Oh no, GK Khan comes in with that last minute swoosh. Gets him down and gets him eliminated. Looking at the circle right now, we have a bit of open position in the center. GK towards the bottom side. Vitality coming in from north will have a bit of difficulty with 2 teams right next to them. And some of the players are in the circle as well. So it is going to be a big challenge for them to make their way into the circle and being alive. So let's see if they're able to pull it off. And I don't think
But Team Vitality, they're being swooshed now by Team Falcons. And Team Falcons took out 2 players. Team Vitality now losing player after player. This is also not good for Team Vitality when they also have a chance to be at number 1. And again, the Expendables, they're looking at the elimination points, elimination feed, and telling themselves they have a good chance. But Team Vitality, they will not go down without a fight. Hello, my man will be eliminated. And Team Vitality, 2 active players left. At the northern side, they're not in the circle at this moment. Team Falcons not making it easy for them, but Team Falcons, they also lost players. They're now down to 1 player left. And he's going to come in. It's going to be a 2v1 fight. And here comes Team Falcons, but Team Vitality got him instead.
Geodrox, very great performance from his side, even from Levante. He was doing really great. As for Diga Esports, the 4 players are surviving. As we move on to them, Lu finds Kursant, gets him down. Utility being thrown left, and nice smoke coming in. The rest of Diga Esports want to take charge up ahead. Needs to be careful. 4 of the players of Twisted Mind is right there. But unfortunately, Circle is also pushing them in. Vitality, they are in one trouble after the other. Circle taken away from them again. DGE punishing them, leaving one of their only players up. Twisted Mind in a difficult position as well. They need to move into the circle. Good news about Vitality. One of the Leotrax is being revived. They have 5 kill points right now, the most in the game. They need more of that and a bit of luck.
Oh, they need a lot of luck right now. They need to cross the road. And across the road, anyone's Legends and the Expendables will be waiting. Anyone's Legends right now in the fight against the Expendables. They see one target. It's going to be Glorious now, down on the ground thanks to Solozi. We're back on the Twisted Minds. It's going to be a 3-way warfare at the northern side right now, and Twisted Minds still with a full squad. It will be really helpful in this kind of situation to manage 2 different teams at the same time. Diga Esports going to come in as well. The zone is closing. Diga Esports will be forced to move forward. And Twisted Minds, stand up. Then again, they don't have a good clear view of Diga Esports because of this small little hill.
Levante also gets knocked down outside the circle. Nobody can revive him as the last player just rushed in the circle. Shots are being fired at his side. Vitality's last player. Can he pull it off? J-Drox gets Lu with a sniper shot. But for Team Animal Legends, they have what they want. And we talked about it. They are rushing in. Gets the Vitality player as well. J-Drox, he's outside the circle trying to get in somewhere where he can. DGE, Team Diga Esports, they don't care about Twisted Mind, and that was the right move. You could not have gotten out of that fight with a win, so you needed to avoid, and this is what they did. But unfortunately, they avoided one problem, went into the other one.
Oh, look at this. The elimination phase going wild right now with Duck Hughes from the Expendables, knocked out by Delwyn. And Duck Hughes eliminated. The Expendables, now only 1 player, and they only have 2 elimination points. Team Vitality on the hand, even though they have 1 player, but they have 7 elimination points in hand, and now Team Vitality is out at number 8. The Expendables, they're still in the game though. Twisted Minds, example, down on his knees as Twisted Minds moves in to collect those elimination points.
Oh, look at that. Entering the car from one place, coming out the other. Lu, really smart on his side. GK Esports spots the player from Diga Esports, deals a lot of damage, but misses some of his shots. And he will be in safety, unless he is just too good with the utility as well. I can't spot the players from Twisted Minds and gets them eliminated as well. 2 players for them. Diga Esports also gets eliminated. GK and Twisted Mind right next to one another. This fight started from the game number 1, went to the game number 2, and now still happening in the game number 4. These 2 teams up against one another, but this time GK, they might just get the revenge they were hoping for a long time. Both of these players really low in HP. GK coming in from left and right. Ooh. And finally, it gets connected. The nade gets connected. Twisted Mind gets eliminated. GK, they are at the top with 8 kills. What a gameplay. What a match from their side.
And they still have a full team. My goodness. Oh, but RZ, don't forget, we still have Shadow Esports here as well. They have not shown up on our screens. 0 elimination points, but they are in the top 4, so they can be very disruptive to all these other teams. On the outside of the circle, still they are, and they will come in from the south. Main in Thailand will need to move into the circle as well. But GK Esports, what are they going to do here? Okay, they're going to hold their position for now. They are in the circle. They're going to stay away from unnecessary fights. They take time to loot and reset themselves.
Oh, Shadow Esports, imagine the game they are having right now. This is what exactly happened on the day number 2. In the second half, they started coming up and playing. But as for Team Made in Thailand, they started to move into the circle, gets punished by GK, gets eliminated. And that is 1 more point for Team GK, leaving 3 behind. It's going to be a full-fledged squash fight between these top 3 teams now. And not going to be easy for both of them, as they all 3 have an edge of circle. But the east side, sorry, the west side, the left part of the circle, it's completely empty. The Anyone Legends, and this is what they're going to do. They're going to move on to that side. They know for a fact that this side is a bit empty.
Oh yeah, but is anybody gonna go there though? Now it's a 4v4 situation. So on the player's view, it's like there's still a lot of individual players, but they're not sure how many teams are there. They're trying to gather as much information as possible, scoping it out. But I guess right now, these teams have about 30 seconds to chill before the next phase of the circle. Everybody has their own corner. It will be really interesting if all of a sudden Shadow Esports comes up with a chicken dinner when they were nowhere to be seen before this.
I mean, whatever it will do, they are not able. They will definitely be not able to win this as they're at number 11th. But what they can do gloriously is mess up the ranking table for their team, just like R8 did for Team 17. But look at the circle; it is the move by Animal Legends.
And if Anyone Legends can score this chicken dinner, they will put themselves in a position where they might have a chance at the championship. So Anyone's Legends, they not only have this position, but they also have the bringing in elimination point. In a good spot right now, all they need to do is just wait for teams to come at them.
GK also working out as well. They're trying to find a place in the circle. Shots are being fired from Shadow Esports. A very difficult chicken dinner for them. They have to come into the circle. Animal Legends having the full control of the map right now, and obviously they are drinking those cans as well, charging up for the fight ahead. Shots are being fired, jumping up, trying to get as much information as they can. But it's not going to be easy for both of these two teams unless Team Animal Legends get squished by both. They are in a huge advantage.
Yeah, that could be the possible thing that might happen as well, right? Depending on whether Shadow Esports want to make a move or not. Because right now, GK Esports are sure to move. And they managed to land a nade on the Delwyn. This is an opening for GK Esports. Right in front of them. Anyone's Legends. And they shoot. They get another one. It's going to be destroyed now. Down on his knees. Anyone's Legends. They're losing the plot at this moment. And Anyone's Legends. One more active player. He's picking up his teammate. GK Esports at 10 points. They're looking for more right here. They're pushing further forward. But then again, here comes Shadow Esports showing up as well.
What a game. What a game from Team GK Sports, slowly and steadily pushing in, making their way, finding the other team, getting them eliminated, and now the fight went all the way to Shadow Esports. They are happy with this fight. But Park Pro was out of the position, gets knocked down, gets eliminated. A 3v4 fight coming up. And Team Shadow Esports dispersed very nicely. 4 of their players, one towards the left, one towards the right, 2 in the middle, making it very difficult for Team GK. So yeah, for taking a chicken dinner from this position will be absolutely very difficult. Akan, he depends on a lot. He will be having a 1v1 fight with the player in front of him.
You know what? It might just happen. Shadow Esports might get it. Oh! Akan got Jaxi! Oh my goodness! Now they managed to even up the odds. 3v3. Jaxi now crawling towards his teammates, but it's just too far away for him to be saved. So they all need to depend on themselves right now. They got Kamo Setsuna down as well. This is the moment for GK Esports, pushing in to find the final player of Shadow Esports, and GK Esports will bring back this chicken dinner on the second last game.
Welcome aboard Air Astana. Our airplane flies into the realm of dreams. Relax as if at home, with satisfied reflection throughout your flight. You will rest and regain curiosity for new discoveries and encounters. also part of the journey.
The premium family plan's connected. That is Basa Got a smartphone absolutely free. That is Basa Hooked it up and no longer problems with home internet.
Get home internet and a smartphone for free with a premium family plan.
Get ready for school with WB. WB, all you need for classes and breaks with try-on and payment on delivery.
Ladies and gentlemen, 14 games down, 1 to go, and we got GK Esports finally getting their well-deserved chicken dinner. And they've been trying their hard to get that in their bucket for a very long time. Since the day one, I mean, they've been doing a very stable performance. Yesterday as well, I would say, and then today, finally, I would say they have got it. They have got their chicken dinner. But the only thing is that we only got 1 game left.
Oh yeah, it's a bit late for that, but honestly, they really deserved a win at one point, and it seems that this is the point at where they wouldn't get it. They've been playing really consistent throughout day one, a little bit less consistent yesterday, but today so far, they've reached the top 4 many a time, Heidi. So I'd say well deserved for sure.
Yes, and talking about reaching the top points, let's first give a huge shout out to Freedom being the sponsor for MLBB. We got mobile running from a couple days from now, so make sure you check that out, and a huge shout out to Freedom for their being the general partner for MLBB. And also again talking about the final 4 or the top positions, we got made in Thailand again. There, I was like, finally, they should somehow get a chicken dinner. They've been trying so hard, but we cannot say that GK also deserved to get that, because they've been giving out a very stable performance as well. And also, GK went against Shadow Esports. As we actually noticed, Shadow somehow, they were very cautious taking fights, right? They didn't have any kills at all until the late game. I think they took it really safe.
Even at the late game, Heidi, there was barely any kills from them, which it's an approach that's not really going to win them the tournament, but I guess it does help them move up the leaderboard with those points, guaranteed points, a little bit. In comparison, though, we have made in Thailand. I think it's a very unfortunate stat for them to have reached the final 4 so many times without a win. But of course, if you want to see more games just like this, just as exciting as this, scan the QR code on the screen, buy your tickets online. Thank you to Freedom Tickets On for being a partner.
I mean, there is only 1 more game left, and make sure you grab those tickets because you don't want to miss this one. Because this is going to be the final. I mean, there is no more chances. It's just like they say that golden chance. If you really want to get this done, this is the time to get this done. And we are all waiting for the overall ranking, where the whole leaderboard shifted. How did that happen? But let's take a look at the highlights before we move on to that. This is how we started the game. I mean, up until 10th or after 10 minutes, we still had the full teams in the map. And then it went on pretty quick after that, because by the time we reached the half, around 15-minute mark, we already lost 3 to 4 teams from the map. But great fights by DN Supers and other teams as well. I mean, I believe the last match have had a lot of fights. I mean, their teams have been getting into fights, and also fights with the zone as well.
100%, yeah. We've seen stand-up players once more stand out again. Players that may have disappeared for the past couple games. But my guy, Sololzi, the guy who was top fragging, the player who was top fragging for the entirety of match day 1 and most of match day 2, definitely showed up this game a lot more.
Of course, and we have seen that in the last clip, that they really had a standoff between Vitality and Falcons at one point, where the zone was also chasing both of the teams, and that created some energy shift in the audience here in the Beeline Arena as well. And as we see the final moments of the match, there was 3v1, and GK went away, took away the chicken dinner, and that was wonderful. I mean, they were really thrilled because, as you see, there is only one game left. So for everyone, it's like this game or finally the next game. And we got the map rankings on the screen up there now. As we saw, GK won the game. How does the rest of it look for you, Yusuf?
Definitely looks like every team here got the points that they deserve, except for Vitality putting up 7 kills and only getting 8th place. I think they were really unlucky this game. They put up a really well-deserved performance, a well-deserved top 4 performance, but alas, these things do happen. It's a tournament.
Yep.
And I feel like the disappointment here would be 17 Gaming, #1 on the overall leaderboard, yet they were out 10th. Yes. Which is very uncharacteristic, I'd say, for them, especially this late into the tournament where every point matters. But I could also say the same for Game the Expendables, who were closing in, but it seems that they've also been putting in some lackluster performances, and I really hope that going into the last game of the tournament, all these teams turn up, because it's definitely going to be an amazing final game.
That's so true. And also one thing that we noticed is JD Gaming. Actually, they got out first in the last game.
Again.
And they got out first in this game as well. I mean, it's truly unfortunate. I mean, none of these teams are bad in performance. They are really the best 16 teams in the world. So, but, I mean, something can cause something to go wrong. And it's really unfortunate that JD Gaming had to go out first in 2 games in a row. But again, finally, the much awaited overall ranking. What is going on with 17 Gaming? They're still up there first. That's interesting.
Still 120 points, even though they did come out a bit earlier. Game the Expendables barely gained any points this game. They really lost the opportunity to try and jump up, or even on a point or 2 difference between them and 17. Team Vitality still holding their own, especially with those 7 kills that they got. GK Esports with the winner chicken dinner, helping them move up the leaderboard from 7th all the way back up to 4th, where they were yesterday. Anyone's Legend holding their place, tied with Twisted Minds. Made in Thailand right on their tails, and Team Falcon now dropped down to the 8th spot. Very unfortunate for them. Such a great team, but it's going to be very difficult to win the game, if not at all.
Indeed. I mean, as we saw, the Vitality and Falcons fought head-to-head, and that was a tough fight, I would say. Here's the second half of the leaderboard. In overall rankings, we got DN Supers right up top in the second half, 9th position, and Shadow Esports right below them, followed by T1 JD Gaming. Even though with the back-to-back immediate eliminations in the last 2 games, they are up there with at the 12th position. Full Sense Diga Esports, good job. They've been doing great. 14th position. R8 also has been taken out by a lot of fights, because let's face it, we don't have much games left. I mean, there is no reason for anyone to hold back with anything, because it's literally the last game and another game. And now, as we speak, we only got 1 game left. So that's good. We're going to see how it falls. But I think Falcons being or were in the 5th on the leaderboard just before this game. They got pushed down to 8th. I mean, a big role goes to Vitality, I believe, in the last game, because they really... I mean, it was a tough spot. I mean, that fight was really... I think that fight was... that moved the audience also quite a bit, because both are strong teams, both are really good teams, and then both the teams had the problem of the zones coming in, but at the same time, that was a standoff right there. But again, we have the MVP of the match 14 right there with us. We got Akan from GK Esports up there with 10 kills. That's massive.
Most kills that we've had in this tournament so far. But the very interesting thing is 10 kills, which is amazing, but only 547 damage.
Are we seeing less damages as the game goes
I think we are, Heidi, and I think that's because they have kind of a cleanup crew, you know? Like a little bit from here, a little bit from there, and then there's just one guy to come in and one last swoop, take them all out. So he's not there doing the full job. It's down to the team play. I think the less damage that somebody has and the more kills that that individual has proves the fact that their team is working together. They trust each other to finish each other's jobs. They trust each other to push, to defend, to be aggressive, to be passive. It's brotherhood, just like TGLNT said yesterday. It's brotherhood.
Yes, of course, and we are yet to see the top fraggers. Let's see if anything goes. I think there's gonna be a little bit change, because we had had TG up there from the Falcons at the second or third position in the last one. But since them going out, it's going to be interesting to see where that shifted. But let's give a big round of credit to our sponsors for Battle Royale, Alatau Citibank, for bringing in this PUBG tournament for this Games of the Future. I mean, we are having an incredible time. You can see the lights right behind me. I mean, you cannot get better than this. So big shout out to Alatau Citibank for making this happen. But again, I mean, I'm really curious about seeing the top fraggers after the last game. I mean, it might have shifted quite a bit.
Especially with that, with the player getting 10 kills in just one game. That's definitely going to boost him all the way up there. It's really going to be an interesting last game because going into it, teams right now are not focused on balance anymore. It's all about you're either all in or you're all out.
Yes.
And that is definitely the mentality going in. So teams are, in my hope, and of course the audience's hope and the viewers at home's hope, everybody's going to be playing aggressive from the get-go.
Yeah.
Everybody's going to be wanting those kills. Everybody needs to be a bit greedy now. It's all about that. You want it. Who wants it more is going to come out on top.
Yeah, and they need to be greedy. They need to be ambitious. And let's say a pinch of desperation as well towards the end for sure.
Yeah.
Because there is no more chance that this is the only chance that you get for this whole tournament. One single game. This is what we have all been waiting for for the last couple of days. I mean, last 2 days, and we are on the third day. We are there. Let's say we are there in the top, the final 95% or the final 5% of this whole tournament for PUBG. I mean, we are seeing the teams just relaxing at the moment, just getting ready for the one final game. It's more like one last game, like they say, right?
Yeah.
I mean, this is it. This is it. So they have to, I believe, they have to just forget about what all happened before. This is where they go all in. They need to make sure they get out there towards the last zone, get in there towards the last phase, and then be there at least in that top 4, just to call that and get that placement points at least. But again, kills matters too, babe. Every single point matters in this last game because it can shift the whole thing. As we saw about Falcons, they moved from 3 levels down to 8th position in the overall rankings, and them being that really good of a team, and they unfortunately they had to face with Vitality.
Yeah.
So that was an unfortunate situation. They had to go out, but let's see how it goes. But next game is going to be really crucial, doesn't it?
100%, yeah. I feel like with the aggressiveness that teams are going to hopefully be showing, the kills are going to be spread out more evenly, but in a large amount. But one team is definitely going to stand out, and for me, that's Vitality or 17 Gaming. Either one, it can go either way, and it's honestly between them to finally win the game. Me personally, I don't really see Game the Expendables reaching that top level to push up to first place. That's just me, though, but I hope maybe they're hearing me right now and like, man, I gotta prove this guy wrong, but still.
Exactly. I mean, we still got 17 at the top. I mean, that puts a lot of pressure on 17 because they can either retain their position. I mean, if they somehow hold on to, somehow cling on to that first place, it's over for everybody else.
Yeah.
This is it. This is the moment that everyone's been waiting for. And the top positions, I mean, and also for the positions where who are in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, and 5th too, they have high chances to take that trophy home. And compared to the, let's say, the lower half of the list. But it's going to be interesting to see how the pace goes when it comes to the game. If they're going to go aggressive from the get-go, or they're going to just be cautious and let whoever want to go aggressive finish each other off and then get the final ones. But again, that will cost them some kill points. The more they wait for the teams to go out, the more chances the less chances they have to get more kill points. So we're still going to see. And one final map, Erangel. How do you feel?
Sincerely hoping for lots of action. Speaking of action, we got our top 5 fraggers overall going into the final game. We have Example on 28 kills, absolute genius player, absolutely incredible player. Lil Ghost on 25, TGLTN on 24, and the rest are following on his tail. Really turning out to be a close battle, not only on the leaderboard, but on the fragger board as well.
Exactly. I mean, this is the moment that we've been waiting for. Teams are, I don't know if they're stressed, or definitely they're going to have a bit of stress.
I'm stressed.
Yeah, and they're trying to relax as much as they can, because because it needs this competition needs some relaxed time. You cannot go in and jump into a map like Erangel, stressed and having a lot of nerves on you. So that's going to be tough if you jump into that early on with those nerves. You need to be calm. You need to be really calm and quiet, and then take it minute by minute, but making sure you reach that final point. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see where this goes. I'm really excited to see where this takes us. Who is going to take the trophy home? This incredible, stunning trophy, as you can see it on the screen right in the front of the stage. So we are yet to find out. Are you excited? I mean, I'm really, it's been a growing excitement, right?
Oh, 100% for sure. And I feel like it's the same for the players, although they do seem a little bit stressed. But like you said, nerves need to be under control in these uncertain times in the final game, because especially with Erangel and all its open space, the simplest mistake and you will definitely be caught off wrong-footed and be eliminated without almost even noticing that you got eliminated.
Exactly. I mean, we are talking about Erangel. I believe the most people love this specific map for the variety of what it has, and also it poses more challenges when it comes to the open lands as well. So you're gonna need smoke, you're gonna need vehicles, and I think it's time. We are ready. I think one final game for all of us, and this is your showtime. RZ and Andrew, one final time. Let's do this. It's showtime, gentlemen. Take it away.
One final time it is. One final round. And to commemorate this one final round, we're going to come back to the OG map of Erangel to wrap things up. At this moment, 7 Gaming is still at #1. But if you're the #1 team, not only the pressure will hit you, but also there will be targets on your back. RZ, how are you feeling about this last game right now?
The pressure is just too much, as our wonderful analyst pointed it out. I am getting tensed up. I am getting anxious, and I'm quite sure the players are really tensed up as well. The prize money is a lot. The stakes are really high. The championship title is at stake right now. Oh God, this is going to be very exciting, and I agree with you. There will be targets on people's back, just like 17 had R8 on their back. We will see other examples of that in the final game of the final day, and we will jump into that. We have our plane path as well, and I'm getting very excited, Cloud.
And we're getting a southern side flight path here from the left side of Kuari all the way to Novo. So teams who want to drop on the north will need to travel a fair bit. Shadow Esports, one of them, who likes to drop in Severny, but because of this flight path, they switched their drop spot to the left side of Kuari. A bit of a change of strategy here. But also because of this flight path, we're going to see 3 different teams inside of military base itself. Last we saw Erangel, it was only 1 team. It was only DN Supers. But this time we have 3 inside of it. So with 3 teams is a little bit too much, because like a team like DN Super, they don't really have a good spot to loot. They have to loot at those small houses by the side.
Absolutely. We have teams being dispersed left and right. Needs to be a bit careful. Vitality in the military base. But looking at the circle, Diga team, Shadow Esports, FS, the Expendables, they made a wonderful decisions, like taking the exit part right there and then. As for DNS, they have a bit of advantage if they try to cross that circle, even to cross that bridge. Even Virtuous Pro as well, if they cross that bridge, or if they get to the bridge earlier, they can get Vitality or the other team crossing into the circle as well. They need to take that bridge. There are only 2 bridges that are in the play. One of them is really far away, the other one is really close to DNS and Team Vitality, and they will be used. So somebody will be camping that bridge, and it's going to get very, very exciting for them.
Oh, the left side bridge might be crowded. I can't wait to see if that actually happens. So considering that your prediction, the left side bridge is going to be crowded, teams might want to consider to use the right side bridge instead and make a long rotation to come into the circle. That might be a safer option for them. But it also depends on what kind of scouting work they can do on the left side bridge. If it's clear, sure, why not, right? But if it's not, then yeah, turn the other way. Or The other option is to use the emergency pickup to get in the circle. But if they were to use that, they have to use it early. Because of this kind of circle, we have a lot of open space. If they come in late, airborne time, they could be shut down. So they have to make their decisions quick if they were to use the emergency pickup.
That is very true. They have to be careful about that emergency pickup as well. But for now, every team is going to try their level best to secure as many points as they can. And only there are very few who can win the tournament. Team 17 Gaming at the top, rightly followed by Team The Expendables and Team Vitality. And the thing is, even Team Vitality and GK Esports, with that performance in the last game, they are at 101 points. If 17 Gaming gets eliminated, or if Team GK Esports get a winner chicken dinner with a handful of kills as well, they might be able to get the championship title. So everything is at the stake. Everything can happen right now. Everybody's gonna try to get the chicken dinner with maximum points, while 17 Gaming, they will try their level best to hold on to the position they have right now.
Yeah, I would also say that the best chance of getting the championship is until 4th place GK Esports. They are 19 points away from 17 Gaming. Yeah, but they also need to kind of hope that the teams above them don't gain more points. Right? If not, it will be very, very difficult. But obviously, the closest one is still going to be GAM the Expendables. They're only 7 points behind 17 Gaming. Very, very doable. And if we were to base on the last round, 17 Gaming, they lost 3 players early thanks to the team at number 16, which is R8 Esports. And because of that, that opened up the opportunity for the Expendables. So if that were to happen again this round, we might see for the longest time, or for since quite a while, that 17 Gaming will be dethroned.
I mean, this is also a chance for other teams like R8, Virtus Pro, Diga, Full Sense, JD Gaming, as they are at the pin or at page number 2, to just go ahead and try something crazy. Just like this, DNS taking the longer route of the waterwork and all the way into the circle, and obviously they have to be careful. Hopefully they don't get spotted wherever they're going to dock that ship.
Yeah, the ship is also another good option, right? They can also bring a vehicle on it.
Yeah.
But it's a matter of after that, like when they dock the ship, would there be another team there, like what you said? I believe last we checked around the area of Ferrypier, there was a team that dropped there. So, gotta be extra careful as they dock. Made in Thailand, they're just gonna rotate past farm, so there's gonna be a standard rotation from the right side of the map to the left. And we're also getting an airborne rotation here. Team Falcons got a glider. So this will give them the opportunity to just scout out things in front and to see if it's safe enough for the ground vehicles to progress. Important information if you want to make this long rotation.
I know one of the players from Falcon always loved to start gliding. He always sometimes get there as well. And R8 Esports, this is a team that did wonderful in the last game by taking 17, the almost champion team, out of the game. But looking at the circle, everybody's getting towards the center. Team Animal Legends coming from the right, so does 17. The Expendables, VPFS, and Shadow Esports, they are in the center. Diga guarding that coastline as well, but nobody's going to be taking that coastline. They're going to having a bigger rotation. T1 also on the move, trying to find the way within the circle. But obviously, everybody can find the edges. That's not a difficult position right now. It's not the phase 1 or the phase 2 that gets tricky. It's the phase 4th or 5th that you need to find your place in. And this is what every team is going to be preparing for right now.
And that's why information is going to be important. At least with Shadow Esports, sending Jaxi on this high ground, is able to gather information of incoming teams. Interesting enough, Team Falcons, they're not in the circle yet, even though they had a glider to kind of open up the pathway in front, but they seem to stop somewhere in the middle. I think it's because they saw R8 Esports, and they want to try to take advantage of this situation. But it looks like we're going to have a team using the emergency pickup, that's Team Vitality. One of the other options to get from the military base island into the circle. But by now, last we checked, there were a lot of teams in the middle of the circle, so they have to really pick their spot where they want to land.
Absolutely, I think, and they have to be very careful where they land. And this is a very, I cannot emphasize this isn't enough. This is a very crucial game, the most crucial game in this tournament for them, as they have a very nice chance of winning this as well. So choosing the wrong spot can be the end of them. But on the other side, T1 on the move. DNS also realized that Fairy Pier will be getting out of the circle very soon. So yeah, they've docked their ship. Nobody touched them so far, and I'm quite sure they would want to move in from the Fairy Pier as well, because I think the cycle might be just moving away in the phase 3 or 4.
A bit of a recap as well, since you mentioned about Team Vitality, they are 15 points behind 17 Gaming. So very doable for them. Okay, circle, we're not going to get a shoreline circle. We're going to get a fully landed circle, but the tricky part about this circle is Quarry. Whenever I see Quarry in the circle, at the back of my mind is always like, it's going to be really difficult for the teams. And teams are starting to fight right now. We have DN Supers here going up against T1, and they managed to get Heather on the ground. But on the left side, a player of T1, Type, he went for the wraparound and he got one player from DN Supers himself, and that's going to be the point secured by them.
Absolutely, first blood being drawn. DNS loses one of their players, so does T1. Shots are being fired left and right. T1 wants to get out of this situation, and DNS, they were able to get into Fairy Pier, but one of their players got a bit ahead. Diga is supposed trying to come in, and I think they want to take this fight despite the fact there might be nothing left for them. T1 on the move. Virtuous Pro having a very tight hold of the compounds right next to them. And it's not going to be easy to find a place. T1 probably is going to choose some ditch in between those compounds and going to commit to that position for some time. DNS on the move again. They might be just fighting them again. They're fighting this fight again.
Oh, but look at this. Ian, he sees a target, and before he's able to land right in front of Ian to pull his weapon, Ian literally ended him there. And now he's looking out for the rest of DN Supers. He knows that they're still around somewhere, but before that, he locks in that elimination point. We have DN Supers. One of them on the high ground, one of them on the lower ground. They're split out right now. And this kind of angle, they can't really support each other. So at this moment, Yumi has to be on his own.
And this is going to be extremely difficult for the team DNS Gaming. The kind of split that they were trying, especially coming into this phase of the game, they got into Fairy Pier. One of the players got ahead, then the other one was just a bit ahead of the remaining two, and now Death got eliminated, putting the Heaven as well in an awkward position. Gumin, he can't get out. He can't fight the 1v4 or 2v4 as well. Heaven has absolutely no choice but to fall back. He can't help his teammate now.
Yeah, he has to survive right now. There's nothing much he can do about this situation. But looking at his movement, he seems to be trying, though. He's trying to find an angle against T1, but then again, most of the T1 players, they are already on top of this hill with enough cover. So they don't need to really worry about who's at the back at this point. All they need to do now is just focus on to Gumin. And Gumin is still staying as quiet as possible, but they know that he's there, though. But T1, they're not in a hurry. They still have time. We'll check out phase number 3 soon. Circle will ship away, and it's definitely not here no more.
Oh, that is very true. They are taking their time, as they should. Nothing to hurry them, nothing to risk. But anyone legends, the man, the myth, the legend, Himaz gets spotted out, gets knocked out. Gustav going crazy, getting those two players out in the open, and that is going to be very important kill for Team Falcon. But on the other side, the Expendables increasing their points by taking down B-Me out of the map and out of the game.
But look at the overalls as well. Team Vitality, they actually lost a player. So that's going to be quite detrimental to them. But 3 players, they're still able to come up with something. We'll check on them later, because right now the focus is on the JD Gaming and GK Esports. JD Gaming got 2! Just like that, Park Pro, Seongjan down on his knees. 2 more active players for GK Esports. Are they still going to go for it? But looks like they turned back. They abandoned their original plan. And one of their players still taking shots. hoping that he's able to get to safety. Very low on health at this moment. And lucky for him, he's safe for now.
JD Gaming coming out of nowhere, dealing the damage to Team GK, the JK, the team that was able to do miraculous performance in the last game, but who unfortunately lost 2 of their players now. And coming back from here to a nice game and to maybe winning the title. Winning the title is going to be very, very difficult. Obviously, we're talking about chicken dinner, but look at that. Look at that. DNS coming up, and the human takes down Raining. He also deals a lot of damage. Heaven goes down at the head of T1. It's going to be a 3v1 or 2v1. I think the third player of T1. I can't spot him for now, but Human is just going to be a matter of seconds before he gets eliminated unless he pull off something nice. So the nades are being thrown on one line. Human gets spotted. He doesn't know that he's on the left side, but still, Type comes in from the other angle. T1 obliterates DNS and gets them out of the game.
And that is going to be it for DN Supers. Thank you very much for playing. Hopefully we get to see them again in future editions. Now, checking on the other teams, Main in Thailand, somewhere in the middle of the circle. Virtus.pro just above them on their right side is going to be Anyone's Legends. But one of our highlight teams, Team Vitality on the left. Oh, this is going to be GK. They made a U-turn. They're coming back in. They're pushing their way through into the circle. But Full Sense will try to stop them. Here's Full Sense spraying down to their vehicle. They are still holding it on with the BDRM. They stop. They turn around. Oh, but vehicle exploded. Oh, no. This is looking bad for GK.
And this is going to be it for GK Esports as well, getting eliminated at number 15 with no points. And as of standing right now, they are at 4th position and they are out of the race. What they can hope for is that they're able to maintain that top 4th position. But it's going to be very difficult, obviously, with the Made in Thailand team, Team Falcons, Twisted Minds, Anyone Legends right behind them. What an unfortunate end to a very nice campaign they had so far.
But will it be nice for Virtus.pro now? Not bad, as they managed to get 1 player out of R8. But Virtus.pro, oh, looks like Twisted Minds got involved. And Virtus.pro losing players at this moment. We have them on screen at this point. A couple of their players out in the open. It's not a good position to be in. 17 Gaming X-Wood locks in the elimination point out of a player of Virtus.pro. That's going to be their opening point in this round, and they will further extend their lead at the top.
Virtus.pro getting bashed left and right, and obviously Twisted Mind, they're really good at what they do. They are, I think, I have seen their gameplay, I've seen the mechanicals, they have done wonderfully so far. But on the other side, we have the Expendables on the move team, even Full Sense as well, trying to land some shots while on the move. And from T1 meets his end and he gets eliminated. Belmont finally gets spotted, gets down by the hand of Cole. December 12th gets as well. And now Team FS, Full Sense, they are in difficult spot with 2 of their players going down.
That's like to JD Gaming, taking out Bellman next, and Tigger will be knocked down by TD from R8. Full Sense eliminated at number 14. They are out. And again, the last few players eliminated by R8 Esports, the team that's been disruptive to all the top teams.
I think this could be R8 games. This could be R8 time as well. Coming back left and right, they're making sure other teams gets very disrupted. Made in Thailand gets damaged by Getrox. What a shot coming in from his side, from the low ground to the high ground, and it's going to be impossible to save that guy. But at the same time, Baron coming in as a support for his teammates, takes him down. It's a 3v3 situation right now. 2v3 exactly. Somebody needs to revive his teammates first. Made in Thailand, making it very difficult for Vitality. And as we talk about, Jacob comes in, takes on Levante, leaving only 1 player behind. It's up to him to make sure Vitality survives and get the championship title. But it's becoming very difficult for him. For Made in Thailand, 3 players are still alive. It's a 3v1 situation, and Vitality is also at the edge of the circle.
When somebody gaming coming there as well, but now we're taking on Anyone's Legends. The moment D-Guy Esports drive by, they take out 1, looking for the rest of them. They are on the other side. Anyone's Legends still holding it on. But Anyone's Legends, that's a nade set across in the middle. It will not connect on the D-Guy. D-Guy is still all right for now, but D-Guy will be knocked down still. We have Himas here. Solo player stopping them. He gets 2 at least. And Diga Esports eliminated.
Guess the Sancho, Koyan as well. Himas, what a player, what a man. Anyone legends, this player from time to time again has shown up for his team, performed in a difficult place, in a difficult spot as well. And again, in this place, when they were getting rushed by Diga, he proved himself again. And obviously, as I say, he might be one of the best in the team, and definitely the best in the team, and one of the best players in the lobby. But for now, Shadow Esports was Twisted Mind.
Shadow Esports, they're playing this a little bit safe this time. They're in the trenches. They don't have to circle now. They have to cut through Twisted Minds if they still want to continue navigating through the trenches. And they're making the move right now. They're creating the smoke, blocking the side of Twisted Minds. But Twisted Minds will still try to stop them. As for on the inner side, there's JD Gaming actually waiting on the other side of the trench. But there will be latest problem. Right now, we have a few teams already coming into the circle, including Made in Thailand and Scappy taking damage from afar. Got to be careful there because they're only down to 2 players.
A lot of the teams that were in the race to be top 3 at least have been eliminated already. We have GK getting eliminated. We had DNS as well. I mean, these were very good teams, but for now, 17 and Team GTE, they are still in the play. Unfortunately for Honk, he gets eliminated. Team Vitality also gets eliminated at number 3rd now. So there are only top 2 teams left. Shadow Esports, they are getting damage from Team Twisted Mind from right and left. Even the nades coming in as well. They're still surviving. One player gets knocked down. He's still up. Gets up as well. The nades comes in. Lands at the back of Shadow Esports, deals a bit of the damage, but it's like they have been pushed into a very small position from right and left. At the same time, the circle has been coming in. They both need to get up. They both need to go out. This will be the end of both each other. Comes from behind, gets them all. What a game from Twisted Mind. They got the Shadow Esports.
Oh, that is big minds there by Twisted Minds, but now here comes the name from JD Gaming, knocking out 2 players of Twisted Minds, and they're not stopping yet. And they were sent across a blue zone grenade to put further pressure on the Twisted Minds, and now here comes the actual blue zone behind them. 1 player attacking the blue. We need to move forward. JD Gaming coming in. They want to wrap things up. They're looking for these points. Cole gets tagged instead. Twisted Minds, they still hold on with the 2 players. Example. And Battlins. They still have the smoke to protect them for now. But JD Gaming, they're still right round, and Battlins will heal up. And now Battlins cooking up this nade. He'll lob it into the trenches. There you go, that nade. Not able to take out anyone. But Twisted Minds right now, they're still being pushed back by JD Gaming.
Oh wow, what a fight this has been. What an underhand nade he's tried to go for. What a nade throws again. That has been a perfect nade so far. He gets one, gets the other one eliminated. JD Gaming, this was the worst outcome they could have hoped for. But no, Twisted Minds play battle, and he has been miraculous so far. Gets his team in a great position. But finally, Suzy stepping up, gets him down as well. Players coming in from the left side. Can someone put him, stop him? And at the same time, he will not be given a chance to be revived, leaving 2 players from Twisted Mind.
My goodness, this could be a comeback moment here for Twisted Minds. Now with this 2-1 advantage, this is their moment. Okay, they send 1 at the bottom. They leave Lou at the top. They're looking at the remaining players of JD Gaming. Example gets Suzy! He's down on the ground. But they're not done yet though. 2 more active players from JD Gaming. Now the smoke will be deployed. The molly will force them to move forward. Twisted Minds. This could be their moment here. It's a 2v2 situation. Example receiving damage. Lou is down. He's down to only Example. Example gets 1. 1 more to go on the other side. He's pretty low on health, but Example will not be able to get through. December 12th takes him out, and JD Gaming held their ground.
A bit of help from Tian. Nobody expected Team 17 to come in and take that play, but they are performing when it matters the most. 4 of their players alive. The only team other than them who has 4 of those players alive is Team Falcon. Even the great the Expendables is down to 2 players. But look at that. R8 out of nowhere, having fun with themselves. They are in the game. They're like, we might be at the bottom of the chart, but we will make ourselves relevant in the final game of the final day. The Expendables, they have to do something very much out of the box to get a championship title, because Team 17, they are not making it at all easy for anyone other than them.
Oh, but look at this. Team Falcons, they're approaching the Expendables. Right now, 17 Gaming, they're just hoping for the elimination feed to light up. And the Expendables in there being eliminated. Oh, this blue zone grenade. They want to try to flush them all out. 17 Gaming, they're just staying away from fights at this moment. All they need to do is just survive over the Expendables, and they will be the champions. As for the Expendables, they need to bring in more elimination points, but with only 2 players, it's going to be really, really hard.
Everybody will be looking towards Team Falcon to give a bit of challenge to Team 17 right now. Even to get for Team Falcon to get themselves into top 4 maybe. But it's going to be difficult. I thought 17 would have a very difficult time, but the way they carry themselves, the way they position themselves in this circle, in this map, has been nothing short of best performance that I've seen in this tournament so far.
Definitely. The last round brought out the best of them for sure. Oh, but I'm looking at the circle right now. Okay, where is 17 Gaming? Okay, they're on the left side of the circle. They are away from the Expendables. All they need to do now is just to stay away out of unnecessary fights. On the outside of the circle, we have Team Falcons. Likely they will push towards the position of the Expendables. But they also have to be aware of Made in Thailand. But they're moving slowly but surely. Now the zone is starting to close as well. Team Falcons, they want to manage Made in Thailand first before they move forward. And here comes the long-range gunfight.
Both of these teams are in the cover, but that's not the issue. The issue is leaving this comfortable place that they have created for themselves and move into the circle, where the Team Expendables, Team 17 are waiting for them. And at the same time, Falcon gets a start, gets Cappy and Jacob both, and gets them eliminated out of the game. Tian helped again in this particular scenario. What are you doing, Gustav, at kickstart? You are not supposed to collide with one another in this tricky situation.
Okay, how is Team Falcons going to cut through right now? At least they're somewhat within the circle at this moment. Team Falcons could be the one to take away the trophy from the hands of the Expendables. But that's huge! Managed to blow up that vehicle, knock it out kickstart, but they can pick him up. They're just next to each other. It's not going to be a big problem, but here comes the nade. That's going to be a big nade. Oh, that was so close.
That was very close. Team Falcon, one of their players is knocked down, but I think Gustav is just gonna go a bit ahead and tries to revive that play. GTE in a comfortable shed of their own, but obviously they need to be a bit careful. The circle just closed in, and a nade coming in from Tian again takes down Tan Vu and the competition. It is gonna get very difficult for Team GTE, but FLC coming in, a bit of help as well, and Tan Vu gets eliminated. GTE down to their last player in a single shed, surrounded by a lot of fire, a lot of destruction. All the vehicles, 17 coming up and gonna make it absolutely impossible for them. He gets one, the other one starts to charge him. Can he get the second? He gets the second. Duck has done the impossible for Team GTE. He is the only one alive so far. Can he get the rest of Team 17 as well?
Oh, Duck Hughes. Final player, 17 Gaming. They're still holding on here. Molly's all around him. He can't get out at all. And here comes Team Falcons. They're going to come in from the other side. He's going to be sandwiched for sure. And they are just right beside him right now. They know that he's inside. They know that he's there. With a sawed-off shotgun. Can he pull off a clutcher? It's going to be pretty difficult, though. It's not the most clutchable weapon. At the same time, 17 Gaming, they shift their attention towards R80's boss. But this Molly will flush him out. Duck Hughes will be taken out. That is it. it! 17 Gaming, they have done enough for sure to be the champion!
Absolutely wonderful game by Team 17. They realized taking that fight was really an impossible one. Charging onto the shed was a difficult move. You needed to have a bit of utility. But Team Falcons, they helped Team 17 gain their position so far. And now all they had to do is still survive. They are definitely the champions, but Team Falcon, they can still get a good game out of this. Obviously, 2 players are still alive. They are being pushed by the zone. A lot of damage being done from their side. But Kickstart makes it impossible for 17 to get into the circle. And now they are the only team with 4 players. R8 still in the picture. They are just, I think they'll just go like, hey, we matter.
Yeah, for now, R8 might as well play for the chicken dinner, play for pride. Team Falcons have the same thinking as well. They have a full team. They have more control of the circle at this moment. And they have everything against R8. They know exactly where R8 is at. It's all about wrapping things up at this point. Kickstart just suppressing them from afar. And the rest of Team Falcons, they're opening up the space, but R8 will not go down without a fight. MD got good stuff. But the zone is closing behind them. It is closing right now. They'll be forced to show themselves in front. Right at this moment, Team Falcons, all they need to do is just wait.
Team 17, what a journey, what a campaign they had. Even in the last game when it mattered the most and we knew they would have targets on their back, they would still manage to survive till the last phase of the game. And especially when the GTE got eliminated, they were the next one to get eliminated. But that is when it mattered the most. One of the players from R8 goes down, gets eliminated, leaving only one behind. It's going to be a matter of seconds before he gets eliminated. Well, gets spotted. Team Falcons takes them down and gets the winner with a chicken dinner. But we have our champions. What a game, what a journey it has been for Team 17 so far.
Final game of the final day.
Give them a huge round of applause.
Give them a round of applause. Huge round of applause. GG to everybody, guys.
They absolutely own that map. Oh my God.
All right, so 3 days of competition, 15 matches, hundreds of tough decisions, and today these teams have written their name in the history of our tournament. Let's give them a round of applause once again.
But today, guys, isn't just about our players. We also want to thank every team that stepped onto this stage.
So, are we ready to announce the name of the champion? Yeah, we are waiting for the decisions of the referees. A very tough moment for all of us.
My friends, we have just received the official confirmation from the head referee. The moment we've all been waiting for over the last 3 days has finally arrived.
So, guys, are you ready to meet our champions? Are you ready? All right, so we are still waiting for the final decisions of the referees. It is important.
Welcome!
The first battle round, PUBG Battleground, presented by Alatown Citibank. Champions are 17
Gaming!
Yes, yes.
These are your champions!
Take the trophy and raise this trophy over your head. You may do that. You must do that. Put the Wilson. All right, guys. Our congratulations. What's your emotions? Please share with us.
想问一下，你们现在夺冠了，你们现在是大概是怎样的一个心情？
爽！非常。
So amazing.
Nice.
It's the atmosphere and so amazing.
非常爽啊，非常爽。Good. Okay, guys. Woo!
我的感觉是我答应我队友 EWC 之后，我会在这个比赛拿到前三，我做到了。
And after EWC, I promised my teammate we will get the champion, and I did it.
Nice, nice.
感觉很爽，很开心，so happy. Yes, I'm very happy. Yes.
All right, so what's up, guys? Once again, congratulations! So the champions, brand new champions, and the history of the games of the futures are 17.
This is what a champion looks like.
Once again, and we're gonna give you a warm round of applause.
Guys,
once again,
raise it high, raise it high.
Game.
Show them.
So a huge thanks to the tournament organizers, thanks to our partners, to the technical crew, our referees, volunteers, production team, and everyone behind the scenes who made this championship possible. Thank you, everybody.
And of course, a special thank you to all casters, analysts, and the entire broadcast team who helped millions of fans around the world experience this tournament alongside us.
Yes. All right. So right now, once again, guys, please rise. This trophy is yours right now. Once again, on 3, 2, 1, and our champions are 17 Gaming! Every tournament has come to an end, but the memories and the emotions stay with us long after the final match. Today, we witnessed the rise of our new champions, but the games of the future are far from over. We're gonna be waiting you on other disciplines.
We've witnessed this incredible place. We've heard your voices. We've felt your passion, and together.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a winner for the whole tournament we've been waiting for the last 3 days. Let's give a big round of applause for 17 Gaming taking the trophy away for today. What a game was that, the final one. That was a true final game, wasn't it?
100%. It's everything that everybody wanted it to be. It was exciting. It was rambunctious is the word that I would use to describe it at a bare minimum. It was everything that everybody wanted the final game of the final match day to be, for sure.
Of course, I mean, let's not forget Falcon Gaming, their second chicken dinner. I mean, they fought with their teeth and bone till the end. I mean, that was really good fight. But I really thought 17 Gaming is gonna get the next chicken dinner for this one as well, because they came very, very, very close. But I mean, at the end of the day, we got a chicken dinner, we got the champions as well. But they are taking away the prizes, they are taking away the trophy. You just saw that on the screen. I mean, congratulations for the whole team, Wenbo, TNTN, Little Ghost, and XWUDD. And also big ups to the Falcon Gaming as well. That was truly one top end game fight. I mean, that was outstanding. You can see the 17 Gaming walking away with big smiles on their faces right there. I mean, they have done it. They have worked for it, they have done it in the last 3 days. They have fought their way. And I believe today they did not even give up the first place, did they?
No, they didn't. They stayed in first place that entire time. And here we have the leaderboard to support what we were saying. 17 Gaming won the competition here at the Digital Games of the Future Astana 2026 with 131 total points, with their kill points being double their placement points. They are definitely a team for the entertainers. They are definitely a team for the fans. They show out every single time, and everybody's loving it.
Of course, and I really thought that the Expendables are going to be close up there as well. Because as the game went on, the Expendables had really had a good chance of grabbing the first the championship. I mean, but you know, I mean, it's PUBG. You can't be sure about anything. But after the Expendables was expelled out of the final game, we thought, I mean, there was no question at all. I mean, we were almost sure that it's 17 Gaming, because mathematically, even though they get eliminated, they still had the total points. That was a big advantage that they had. So let's give a big round of applause for them. And also big shout out to Kaz Inc. for being the general partner for Phygital Basketball. Do not miss that, because it's only one more day left. We got today and tomorrow. Do not miss the Phygital Basketball if you're into it, because it's a hybrid sport as well for Phygital.
100%, yeah. We have amazing fellow analysts working there. We got Steve on the mic, and we got Coach H. Hernando. Both of them know exactly what they're doing. They're amazing hosts and amazing analyst. Make sure to check them out.
Of course. And do not forget, this is the day of celebration for 17 Gaming. I'm not sure what their plans are for the rest of the day, but I don't think they really care about the plans for the rest of the day. Because
of course not.
They got what they came for. For the last 3 days, they've been grinding their way up the leaderboard, and also they've been holding their way up and the position at the leaderboard, first position on the leaderboard today. They were like, we are not leaving from the first place. This is ours. And they did their job. They have done it. And of course, let's not forget Falcon Gaming. That was the second chicken dinner for them. I mean, it's a different thing that you're taking away the prices and then grinding towards it, but it's a whole different story when you know you're not going to be the champions, but you're still going to grind for the chicken dinner. Here we have the MVP for match 15, XMPL. I'm not surprised, to be honest. 4 kills, 599 damage. How good is that?
Absolutely incredible. Very unlucky Twisted Minds for not winning this game. They have put up some amazing performances today, and as we can see here with the 4 kills, I think that actually brings Example up to be the top fragger of the entire tournament. But we'll have the stats to prove that very soon.
There you go.
Speak of the devil, we got it on the screen. We have Example, the #1 top fragger with 32 kills alone in this competition.
Look at the lead.
Oh my God.
From second.
What point lead is that?
27 and 32. That's like 5-point lead for the XMPL. And TGLTN, he did not give up. I mean, he's right there behind XMPL. We got Lil Ghost and Himas and also TNTN. He's been on the board for a very long time. TNTN was not leaving.
Oh, absolutely not. I think he's one of the longest standing players on the top fragger board. He is truly like he's a clinical player for the team. He's absolutely necessary to get the kills, get the aggression, and get the team going all the time, always.
He had zero plans of leaving that boat anyways.
Never.
But this was the last game, and we cannot stop talking about it. I mean, the final game, that was gripping because we did not take the eyes off the screen, the big screen that we have here on Beeline Arena for 1 second. I mean, especially when it went towards the last phase of the game. But let's not forget, Alatau Citibank, the general partner and big ups to them for bringing Battle Royale to these Beeline Arena and Digital Games for the Future, because we just finished the whole tournament for PUBG and we have the champions with a huge prize money, $300,000. I mean, that's huge. I mean, that actually justifies the big smiles on their faces, doesn't it?
Oh, 100%. Yeah, Alatau Citibank is a part of history. We are a part of history here, me and you, Heidi. Viewers at home, viewers at the Beeline Arena, everybody is a part of history. This is a step into the future. We already got 1 foot in there. Now we just got to keep it rolling for sure.
Of course, that's the first ever time a team is taking the championship for PUBG for Digital, because this was officially the first time we were having PUBG for Digital Games of the Future. I mean, we cannot wait for the upcoming years, what it has to bring for us and also what it has to bring for the teams that's right here. But again, I mean, for the upcoming ones, these teams still gonna have to fight to get up there on the desks, don't they?
100%. Yeah, it took a lot of willpower. It took a lot of willpower, let's just say, a lot of mental endurance to be where they are today and reach and play 15 games over the course of 3 days. Constantly tiresome tactics, thinking, communication, talking, lack of sleep. I am 100% sure lack of sleep. Me and you already got a lack of sleep. Imagine them. So there's a lot put into this. Every team definitely did their due diligence and 100% can leave this tournament satisfied.
Of course, and also there was this, there's one team, I mean, there are many other teams which had a really good chances of getting up there, up the leaderboard, but Vitality really had the chances as well. You cannot deny the fact that, they took away 3 chicken dinners. They came this close to getting the 4th one as well. But game is game, it's fair. There's nothing wrong that who won, who lost, because everybody did their part. They worked whatever they could. They did whatever they could just to get up there and also to defend their position. But it was commendable to see what other players or what other teams went through. And yeah, talking about the performances of other teams, R8. Like, what did we just see in the final game with R8?
We were talking earlier about how they genuinely just will give their everything because they have nothing to lose, everything to gain, and they just...
Үлкен істер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолда сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCC-KZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
Everyone, and welcome to the studios. We're here at the Digital Games of the Future Astana 2026. We're coming to you live after an amazing final in PUBG with Champion 17 Gaming. That was an incredible battle down to the wire. But Champion 17 Gaming right at the top of that table, taking that win. Sholpan, first thoughts on that victory?
Congratulations, 17 Gaming. What a tough 3 days of PUBG. But 17 Gaming took it home, taking that winner chicken dinner. Let's speak a little bit more about the game. That was a really exciting game. We jumped straight from match 4 into match 5. We had some amazing plays from Twisted Minds, and Team Falcon really displayed a great team effort. But in the end, still, the tournament is a marathon with a collective amount of points. So 17 Gaming overall over the 15 matches has accumulated the most amount of points, therefore winning this tournament. Sarah, how do you feel about their victory?
It was incredible watching that final. The excitement at the B-Line Arena was through the roof, Sholpan. Could you feel the excitement there?
I could feel the excitement through our screens watching, and I completely agree with our commentators over at the venue, saying that their eyes were glued to the screens. So were ours. We saw some of the audience members. They were really excited. We saw some family members there present as well, cheering on the team members.
Also, a big congratulations to our host country of Kazakhstan. What an amazing arena. Fireworks ending that show in style, Sholpan.
Absolutely. Yes, Sarah, that's a great point. Out of these games, this is the first tournament final that the venue has witnessed. And what a venue they chose, Beeline Arena. We spoke about it a little bit before earlier. Look at that setup. Look at those LED lights. And of course, look at those fireworks. Did you see that team winning the trophy and lifting that trophy up? Wow. Here we have the scoreboard.
Looking at Battle Royale presented by Alato Citibank, you can see the leaders there, 17 Gaming, smashing the competition out of the park with a total points of 131. Closely followed by
GAM the Expendables with only a 11-point difference at 120. Third place is taken by
Team Vitality at 106 points, followed closely by Twisted Minds. As we can see there, very few points distinguishing each team there.
Yes, and I think one honorable mention would be the 5th place of GK Esports with 101. But let's go deeper into 17 Gaming, our champions for the Astana Games of the Future 2026. 17 Gaming, their roster included players like Tian Tian with 25 overall kills, Lil Ghost with 26, Wenbo, and X Wood. Also, a massive congratulations to their coach, Coach Jing. Once again, a round of congratulations to our first crowned champions.
Going back to the mindset that it takes to be a champion at this stage, elite athletes. Let's also look at the final teams, DN Supers, T1, Shadow. So many teams, but far, far behind from our elite athletes who took that championship win.
Absolutely, 17 Gaming really representing the Chinese superpower at this tournament. Congratulations once again. Let's talk a little bit about that map. So, Erangel, did you enjoy that map?
I absolutely enjoyed that map, but let's also look now at the team members of top 5 fraggers. We have XMPL
with 32 kills.
TGLTN
with 27 kills.
Lil Ghost
with 26 kills.
Himas
with 25.
Tian Tian
with 25 kills overall. The top 5 fraggers of our PUBG tournament 2026.
Shulpan, take a quick look at those numbers as well. 32, 27, 26, 25, 25. This shows us it's all about teamwork. That's what made the dream work for them, right?
I completely agree with you, Sarah. And our champion 17 Gaming are known to have elite mechanical skill with excellent teamwork, and we could see that in match 5, them playing the long strategy but relaying information extremely efficiently.
This is one of those traditional esports with a huge cash prize
of $1 million. Can you believe these champions are taking home 1 million USD?
Special shout out now to all our sponsors, without whom this would not be possible. We would like to remind you that the Phygital Fighting discipline presented by Kazink will start at Athletic Sports Complex, Kazakhstan on 8th August.
Thank you once again to all of our sponsors, and thank you to our sponsor of Battle Royale PUBG, Alatau Citibank. Without our sponsors, such tournaments could not have been taking place, and definitely such exciting victories as well. I really enjoyed that award ceremony. Did you?
Of course you did, and especially coming from this amazing country, your heart must be bursting with pride.
My heart is bursting with pride that these venues could be hosting such international level sportsmanship. So congratulations to all the teams. We have, as we mentioned, the top 5 teams. That's also a great achievement for them to take home.
Let's talk a little about the Beeline Arena. I know it's one of your favorite venues.
It is one of my favorite venues because it's located actually in one of my favorite parks. It's located right close or right inside the Central Astana Park. That is Turan Avenue 4/6. So if anybody is around that area, please go inside. Our players, I know, are standing by to take photos with their fans and to hand out victory signatures.
The adrenaline is already buzzing, but we have even more need for you to stay glued to those screens. Because coming up, we have the semi-finals of basketball.
That is also super exciting because we are approaching the finals tomorrow. So today is also a really decisive day for our 4 teams. Sarah, who are our 4 teams?
We have Trida versus Wilders, followed by Dangerous versus Liga Pro. Let's now look at the quarterfinal lineup there. Trida beat FGB 38-27.
Wilders beat Minsk with 34/22.
Dangerous beat Astana PBK 29-24.
Yes, that one was a little bit unfortunate, but moving into the semi-finals, we have Trida versus Wilders coming up quite soon, with Dangerous up against our reigning champions, Liga Pro. Now, let's remind our viewers, Probably all of the remaining 15 teams have come to Astana to try to dethrone our reigning champions, Liga Pro. Today, we get to see whether one of those teams can get a step closer to that dream.
If you're new to the world of digital sports, something very special about these games is that it takes skills while you're gaming as well as on the basketball court. How do you think that feels for the players?
I think that feels really comprehensive because you really have that element of mental conditioning and then going to straight away to the physical conditioning part. Let's remind our viewers who might be joining in about how the matches work. The match starts with a digital 3x3 basketball game, shortly, swiftly followed into a real action 2 versus 2 physical basketball court game. We've seen it happen over the days. It is, I must say, digital basketball is one of those disciplines that really has you at the edge of your seat, especially moving through the days. The teams started to play really neck to neck. I'm expecting the same level of excitement today.
For sure, and don't forget, it's all about team strategy there, and each team going in with a completely different strategy. Some dominate digitally, while some dominate on the basketball court. But remember, just one section is not going to take you to a win, especially at this elite level heading into the semi-finals. Don't forget that the first game we have coming up is Triada versus Wilders, closely followed by Dangerous versus Liga Pro.
Let's have a watch. Really interesting to see what type of strategy these well-known teams are going to implement today. What final tips are their coaches going to give them right before they step onto these courts today for the semi-finals? They must be already thinking about the finals tomorrow, though.
100%. And again, going back to that particular breakdown that we discussed earlier, where it's digital followed by physical, it takes a lot of strategy there, because sometimes it's two players who take it through all the way. Heading now, cutting live to the game. Triada versus Wilders.
8 team fouls. The other team will be in the bonus, which means they will shoot 2 free throws and have possession for every foul committed. As right there, Triada tried to get a quick 2, couldn't quite get it to go. Wilders inside, layup is good. And the basket will count. That will push the lead back up to 10. As Triada hit a fading 2 from the corner there. What a shot from number 24 to keep his team alive here in the semifinals. 3.5 minutes remaining to go in this contest. 12 seconds on the shot clock right now. 14 Wilder as he makes his move inside, slams it home. Wow, number 93 showing us his hops there, looking a little bit like Jimmy Butler with that headband and the two-handed slam that he just took. As you can see right there on the replay, what a move there. Beats his marker, goes 2 hands for safety, gets it through. And another basket there falls for Team Triada, who now hit another 2-point shot there, down by 7. 3 minutes and 15 seconds to go in the ball game. 7-6 is the score in the digital stage. So in the physical stage, excuse me, the digital stage is where the teams really separated. As Triada get another basket there, chipping away at this lead slowly, down by 6 now. Another foul will be called there. Another body hits the floor, as that will be the 6th foul committed by Team Triada. Right now you have the replay of the contact there. Triada with the ball. They take it at the top of the key. Toss it inside. The big gets it home, puts it up. Gonna get it there. Wide open, gets it to go. Brings the lead down to 5 here. Triada trying to mount a comeback here in Astana.
And they definitely want to come back in this game, because we still have 2 minutes and 35 seconds left of basketball remaining. It's definitely possible. It's something Triada can do, and they have done it time and time again. This time, it's a very unusual sight. They are behind. Ivan Pianze and Danil Abramovsky from downtown, no good. Meanwhile, number 25, Academic, rebounds the ball, gives it to his guard. Amazing defense there, but can he recover this field goal? And it's just not active there. If the opponent is trying to get through the paint, you have to have more active footwork, hands. You have to give him more work to get that basket. That was so easy. At another timeout here. In number 27, he is looking more tired. Ivan Pianzen, he looks fine. But we know yesterday, Mr. Alex, number 11, he came down with a bad fall. And that's maybe why he's not coming into this game. If they had him, there would be a good shuffle of players as we see a two-handed slam-a-jamma over there. What an absolutely amazing highlight. They contest for the ball, and the big man, Ivan Pianzen, he just powers through the defense right there. Meanwhile, we have here Sam, and he is just amazing when it comes to attacking the ball, attacking the basket, and his handles with the rock. Triada with possession right now. They have a chance in this possession to cut the lead more and more. 2 minutes of basketball remaining. Pass, big man Ivan Pianzen, he makes it work. That's his bread and butter under the basket. Meanwhile, we have a similar play here, and they can just defend it. They have to stop that pass. Number 27 right now, doing some moves, leaves his defender open for two. Off target right there. But they get the possession, recover the ball. They have a 7-point deficit here. Oh my goodness. No rebound there. Possession goes back to Wilders. And another bully ball here in the paint. They have been eating under the basket. It has been a textbook play. As they said in the analyst desk, Wilders, they're just very fundamentally sound. Nothing too fancy, just good old-fashioned basketball. And that's what I want to see here. Everyone watching live, everyone watching online, don't miss a second, because this is game 1 of our semifinals live here in Astana.
Right now you have the replay right there as you see that physical sequence and a little bit of how Wilders have been able to maintain the advantage that they've had so far in this contest. As now we make our way back from the timeout. Right there you have the ball on the free throw line. And Wilder's first free throw is good. Second free throw is up here, looking to push their lead to 10, and it's good. Team Wilders bringing themselves just another step closer to that final as Triada answer back with a quick layup. Here you have Wilders with the ball. Wilders pulling up for 2. Can't quite get it to go there, but they secure the rebound. Ball inside, just over a minute remaining as Triada managed to get possession. Number 24 clears, puts it up, gets the basket to go. 23-32 is the score here, with under a minute to go in the first semifinal matchup. As a whistle is blown there, and we hear the buzzer. A shot clock violation being called, so possession will change hands. 8-point lead for our potential finalists here, Team Wilder. They just need to protect this lead over the course of the next 51 seconds, and they will book themselves a final and an opportunity to play in front of this lovely crowd here in Astana.
We indeed do have a lovely crowd, and it has been amazing. This has been day 5, and this is the semifinals. And we are seeing our referees here. They are checking the play. They are going to have a decision soon enough. But we know these referees, they have been amazing. They have been flawless, and they have done an amazing job all throughout our Fidget basketball presented by Halleck Fund. And
Right
we are
now
going
you
to see
have
Wilders come back here. Malik, take the mic.
Right there, you have the players making their way back onto the court as the referee still reviews the play there on the desk. You see they're having a little bit of a conversation there. The Chiada fans looking on, hopeful, rooting for a potential comeback here. Not a lot of time on the clock, but still basketball left to be played, and that means that there's always a chance. The referee is discussing here, and he has come to his decision. You see a whistle there. And he will be announcing whose possession it will be for the last 51 seconds of this contest as we get restarted with this play at the top of the key. Possession will go to Team Wilders, I believe. As right now you have the referee discussing something with all the players. It's looking like Wilders will have possession with the lead and the time on their side. The Triada players clearly not satisfied about something. They're discussing it with the ref, as you can see, him mentioning the shot clock violation. And right there you have the ref walking them through how he made his decision here, as they were still not convinced there, and now he makes his way back towards the desk to review it even further and potentially make a change on that final decision he had there. Reviewing the play on the screen one more time. And right there you have the big man that had a rough fall yesterday, looking on, hopeful, wishing he could be there to help his teammates mount his comeback, and now providing them with his support, hoping that they can make it through the final stretch of this game as the referee is finally ready to restart the contest. Possession goes to Team Triada. They will be starting with 51 seconds left here. 27 pulls up, 4-2, can't quite get it to go there. And you have them securing the rebound. Big man inside, wide open, gets the layup to go. Down by 7. 33 seconds on the clock. Wilders, and it's good. Wilders putting the finishing touches here on what could be their ticket to the final as Triada try to answer back with a 2. It's no good there. 20 seconds on the clock, and you can see them celebrating a little early. Number 93 realizing the level of advantage they have here. You have number 13 on the bench, pretty happy about this turn of events as well. A pull-up 2, can't quite put the nail in the coffin there. Triada drive inside, layup is good, they give it to him. Wilders with the ball. It's looking like he run off the clock. 3 seconds remaining. 2, 1, wide open. And that will be the end of the first semifinal. Congratulations to our first finalist. Team Wilder will be advancing to the next stage here. A dominant performance throughout. 34-26 is what the score stands at the end of the semifinal game. Victory to Team Wilders. And now you will see the scoring breakdown on that digital stage of competition shortly, and how we got to this final score before we take you back to the analyst desk for some post-game analysis.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. This is your Digital Games Out of Future Astana 2026. Steve and Coach Hernando. This is powered by, of course, Samruk-Kazyna. The first semifinal action is over. Wilders on top, 34-26.
Absolutely, and listen, it came to the digital side. Of course, Wilders took a 20-12 lead heading into the physical side, and that right there was the difference because they ended up tying on the physical side.
A highly physical match, of course. We've seen a lot of bodies banging on the floor. Sam was phenomenal as expected. So as his teammate Academic 2. Great 1-2 punch, great combo. Just a very fluid team, of course. Special thanks to Halik, our general partner for your Phygital basketball.
What a tremendous physical game. You saw it really early. All the players would look at the referees, and the referee said, we are not bailing you out today. A lot of grabbing, a lot of holding, and what you saw later on, players getting exhausted, but they started getting long post feeds all the way up from the two-point land and then having a little one-on-one game underneath.
And as we've said before, time and time again, digital stage is what sets the tone. The score was an 8-point advantage for Wilders after the digital stage. Now, that gave them a huge advantage before going on to the physical side, because 8 points in Phygital basketball is huge, because don't forget, on the physical match, we're talking about just 1 point and 2-point field goals.
Absolutely, and of course, in a physical contest where the refs are not going to bail you out, and it's basically a fight within the confines of the basketball court, an 8-point lead is a huge, huge deficit to come up from.
You know, look at the highlights right now on the screen. Sam just powering up. Look at that, man. You can feel the energy from up top here. As much as they have been performing really good on the offensive side, even on defense, they have been also phenomenal.
They did a great job just really shutting them down. Of course, it's still a 14-14 tie at the end of the physical side, but still, to hold a team to 14 points and go through all that is a really, really good job. The emotion, the intensity was all in full display today.
All right, now, what's your takeaway about this game? What went wrong for Triada?
Well, I think it's always a transition from offense to defense. If Triada scores, there was no defensive pressure. They're waiting and waiting and waiting instead of pressuring the ball right away, because the reality is Wilders did not have a ball handler. Josh did not play today. Now, that doesn't mean the other ones can't handle, but you got to do different things.
Yeah.
You can't just win with how you won the last 3 games.
You know, that's right. You got to mix it up at times. And same question, why was Josh not playing? You know, it would have been a difference, but we don't know that, of course. But a win is a win, no matter what. 34-26, an 8-point advantage. What does that tell you?
Well, it tells me that you've got to take care of the digital side. And again, we talk about the physicality of the whole game. On the digital side, if you get a great lead, you have a chance to hold off, because it takes a lot of work to get back on the physical side. As you can see here with Triada, just had a hard time to get some easy buckets overall.
Well, there you go. Pianzilla also from the other team. Triada has been really tremendous. You know, the muscle has been muscling so far. It's been in full effect. However, they fell short just because they were down 8 points in the digital stage, which made a lot of factor.
Correct, and Wilders just held the lead. They have the composure, they have the experience, and that's why they're moving on to the championship game.
Yes, sir. Wilders moving on to the finals. Congratulations. How do you feel?
Поздравляем вас с тем, что вы проходите дальше в финал. Как вы себя чувствуете?
Чувствую себя отлично. Готовимся к нашему принципиальному сопернику, команда Лига Про Тим. Прошлый финал в Абу-Даби мы им проиграли. Сейчас у нас немного другая стратегия. Надеемся, что встретимся с Лигой Про. В финале они выиграют Dangerous, и мы возьмем реванш за финал в Абу-Даби.
We feel amazing, and we really hope that we're going to meet Liga Pro Team in the finals, because last time we lost to them, and they are our rivals. So we hope that we're going to see them in the finals and take their revenge.
Wow, a call out already, Steve. Yeah. Talk about the digital side, how important. Of course, you guys took an 8-point lead into the physical side. How hard have you worked on the digital?
Можете рассказать немного о цифровой части? Вы перешли в физическую часть, лидируя на 8 очков. Как тяжело было выйти вперед в цифровой части?
В цифровой части можно выйти вперед, но сложно, потому что там легко забирать 1 очко. Легче, чем 2. Поэтому в целом команды могут обмениваться по 1 очку и держать маленькое расстояние. Но наши противники этим не пользовались, и за счет этого получилось у меня попасть несколько 3-очковых и сделать преимущество.
in digital part, it's pretty easy to score 1-pointers and also be neck to neck to your opponent. But for us, it was also important to score 3-pointers. I was trying to score 3-pointers as well, and this is what our opponents didn't do. So we had our chance.
Well, now let's talk about your teammate, Sam, number 93. He rested for 2 games. Back today, as expected, this guy has a different kind of motor. He's got a different kind of conditioning. Supreme, I would probably say aerobic and anaerobic power. What kind of impact does Sam bring to the table for your team?
Можете немного рассказать о Сэме, о том, какую энергию он приносит вашей команде?
Сэм, он очень мощный игрок, и в киберчасти, и в физикал части приносит огромное количество энергии, импакта. Без него нет нашей команды.
He is an amazing player. He also brings us points in the digital part as well, in the physical part as well. And without him, we wouldn't have our team. He's a very strong and energetic player.
Now, you're in the championship game. You've improved over the last year. What is the biggest improvement you have made as a team so that you could go ahead and possibly win the championship tomorrow?
Вы участвуете в этом чемпионате, и в каком аспекте вы улучшились в качестве команды, что вы могли бы пройти дальше?
Мы стали лучше в диджитал части, это 100%. Плюс прошлые игры будущего мы играли без меня в составе и финал, и полуфинал, так как была стратегия, чтобы наши 3 баскетболиста менялись между собой. И за счет этого выигрывали матчи в физической части, нивелируя разницу в диджитал части. В этот раз мы решили, что все-таки нужен киберспортсмен, и вот поэтому я здесь, и мы в финале.
Yeah, we previously, during the previous games of the future, I didn't play in the semi-final and finals as well, so our basketball players could substitute each other and have more energy. But this time we decided to put our efforts into digital part, so I played this time.
Nice, awesome, congratulations. Now, we're going to pause for a break. Please don't go away because we'll be right back live after this. Okay, before we go to a break, I'm going to ask you to say hello to your fans, friends, and family because, you know, we love doing this. They're watching right now. What do you want to tell them?
Прежде чем мы перейдем на следующий этап, можете ли передать привет вашей семье, всем, кто вас поддерживает?
Передаю привет всей своей семье, маме, Наташе, папе Денису, брату Саше, своей девушке Камиле, моему другу Ярославу, у которого сегодня день рождения, и его девушке Наде. Всем спасибо, что болеете за нас.
He just said hello to every members of his family, the people who support, and also the people and the person who has a birthday today.
All right, that's awesome, man. H, what do you think?
Listen, what a great game. Congratulations to you guys. You did an amazing job. We're excited to see you play tomorrow in the championship game.
You know, speaking of the championship game, just a couple of more questions. What is going to be the game plan tomorrow? Is it going to be the usual Wilders fashion that we're going to wing the digital side and then just smash on the physical, or are you going to be more aggressive tomorrow?
Можете ли рассказать о вашем плане на финал? Как вы будете настраиваться? Вы также будете отдавать приоритет цифровой части, либо же будете готовиться больше к физической части?
Мы не рассказываем о своих планах, все увидите завтра.
We won't tell you our plans. You're going to see it tomorrow.
I like it. No scouting report today, my friend.
No, great job with it. Last thing, as you go, talk a little bit about how long did you practice on the digital side because you have been better this year.
Можете рассказать, пожалуйста, насколько долго вы практиковались в цифровой части, потому что в этом году вы заметно улучшились?
Мы готовились где-то за 1,5 месяца до самих соревнований. 1,5 месяца, 3 раза в неделю мы играли диджитал часть, тренировались, да.
For about a month and a half, 3 times a week, we worked on the digital part and trained there.
Great.
Awesome. A lot of work behind the scenes, of course. Please stay right there because we're going to pause for a break. Be right back.
Welcome aboard Air Astana.
our airplane flies into the realm of dreams. Relax as if at home, with satisfying reflection throughout your flight. You will rest and regain curiosity for new discoveries and encounters. After all, dreams are also part of the journey.
The premium family plan's connected. That is by Steedy. Got a smartphone absolutely free. That is by Steedy. Cooked it up and no longer problems with home internet.
Get home internet and a smartphone for free with the premium family plan.
Get ready for school with WB. WB, all you need for classes and breaks with try-on and payment on delivery.
And we are back live, ladies and gentlemen, your Digital Games of the Future, Astana 2026. I love the celebration. Congratulations, Wilders, best player, number 93, Sam. How you feeling, my man?
Поздравляем вас с победой. Как вы себя чувствуете?
Спасибо за поздравления. Чувствую себя слегка уставшим, но задачу на игру выполнили. Готовимся к завтрашнему финальному дню.
Thanks for your congratulations. I feel amazing. A bit tired, but we're getting ready to the next game.
Sam, that was a very aggressive game, going back and forth with the referees and talking to them. Talk about how tiring it is when you play a physical game like this.
Это была очень сильная игра. Вы очень много двигались, где-то разговаривали с судьями. Расскажите, пожалуйста, о игре.
Действительно, игра против такой физически подготовленной команды, как Триада, очень энергозатратна. Мы понимали, что будет жесткая борьба, к этому готовились. И на самом деле судьи дали играть жесткий контакт. Это был практически стритбол, как мы это любим. И в этой игре мы победили соперника.
Yeah, we played with this physically imposing team Triada, and referees also gave us the opportunity to play more intensively. So we took this part and played against him.
Now, a couple of minutes ago, we were talking about with your teammate, and he was talking about he wants to have a rematch, hopefully, with Liga Pro winning the second game later on. So now, asking you, how excited or focused are you into having a rematch with Liga Pro if ever they win in the finals?
Только что мы говорили с вашим сокомандником, и он рассказал нам о том, что он бы хотел взять реванш у Лиги Про Тим. Хотели бы ли вы встретиться с ними в финале?
Совершенно верно. Я поддерживаю своего товарища по команде. В прошлом году мы проиграли в финале, хотим взять реванш, но мы готовы к любым исходам, к любым соперникам. Мы здесь для того, чтобы выиграть у всех.
Yeah, I agree with my teammates. We came here and we would also love to take a revenge from the Liga Pro team, but we're also ready for every team. We are prepared and we can compete against everyone.
Now, usually you're a little calm. Today you were not calm. You were screaming and yelling, and I love seeing that. How much does that fire up your team?
Обычно вы очень спокойны, но сегодня мы видели, как вы кричали, были очень энергичными. Можете рассказать об этом огне в вашей команде?
С каждой следующей стадией плей-оффа соперники все сильнее, и нужно мобилизовать все свои ресурсы. Психологическое давление, физическое, ментальное, игровые какие-то аспекты. И мы используем все возможные способы давления на соперников, чтобы победить.
Yeah, we are having all the opportunities physically and mentally also playing against, and we're taking all the opportunities to win against every team.
Well, now we're going to give you a couple of minutes to relax a little bit and smile, because I'm sure your family, friends, and your fans all over the world are watching Phygital-Plus.com.
Можете передать привет, пожалуйста, членам вашей семьи и друзьям?
Да, конечно. Я в первую очередь хочу передать привет моей жене Алене, моей дочке, моим родителям. тестю, всей моей семье, всем неравнодушным, кто смотрит, следит за мной. Спасибо, ваша поддержка помогает нам побеждать.
Yeah, thank you so much for those who support us, members of my family, my daughter, my father-in-law, everyone who watch us and support us.
Well, there you have it, a lot of love today. We got semifinals number 2 coming up. Please stay right there because that is coming up next.
Welcome on stage, it's Dangerous! Thank you very much, guys. Good luck! And now. Let's welcome it's Liga Pro Team! Thank you much. Good luck, guys. Итак, дорогие друзья, вы увидели...
And we are underway now in the first stage of the second semi-final here. In the matchup between Team Liga Pro and Team Dangerous. You have Liga Pro, the defending champions, with the first basket of the game. And Team Dangerous answer back inside with the slam dunk there. Ball inside. Layup is good for Liga Pro. Slam dunk ties the game for Team Dangerous there. And now the shot is good by Team Liga Pro. Both teams answering back and forth. Really, really quick here. A quick, intense start to this semifinal here to determine who our second finalist will be here today. Right now, you have Team Dangerous with the ball, stepping back, step through. Two-point shot is up, no good. They keep the rebound, and the ball bounces off on that slam dunk attempt there. Right now, you have shot is good by Team Liga Pro, who of course have their expert, Big Baby Mish on the sticks right there with Mileshkin. Right now you have ball inside, layup good for Liga Pro, who pushed their lead up to 4 now, early in this contest here in Astana.
Of course, we have Liga Pro wearing green and Dangerous wearing white. Blocked there by Team Dangerous. They have a 4-point hole to get out of. Meanwhile, Liga Pro team keeps from downtown. It's good. They have a 6-point lead here. And of course, the winner of this game will be our second finalist. Team Wilders already waiting in the final games. Who will win this amazing matchup we have for our semifinals? Team Dangerous with the ball right now. They're wearing white. It's Dijo and Kolja. They lose the ball. Meanwhile, Liga Pro team extending their lead to 7. Amazing. Liga Pro team on fire right now, of course. There you go, Kolja. He recovers the ball and gets another point there. But Liga Pro team from downtown, another field goal. Liga Pro team, if you can see on the screen, they could not defend that one. We have Mileshkin, the one closer to the camera, and Big Baby Mish. Meanwhile, for Team Dangerous, we have Dejo and Kolja. Liga Pro team, what will they do with this possession? Step back, blocked there by Team Dangerous. Kolja on fire on defense right now, but they have a 6-point deficit. They cut it down to 5 now. Liga Pro team, quick release there with a flick of the wrist, no good. Hounded on defense. Meanwhile, amazing there. Quite not the play that the other team was expecting. What a great game here in Astana.
And right now you have the shot up blocked by Team Liga Pro, and they keep possession on the line. Ball inside. They're going to be attempting a layup there. Shot is good by Team Liga Pro. Right there, who pushed their lead for the Team Dangerous with the slam inside. Shot is up. No good. Rebound. Basket counts for Team Liga Pro as right now Team Dangerous go for the slam inside. And now we have the shot by Team Liga Pro, bringing them one step closer to the score limit here in the digital phase. They have a huge advantage here as they try to steal the ball there. Couldn't quite get it. Team Dangerous with the slam, getting themselves to double digits now. Down by 7. Team Liga Pro looking to potentially end it here. Passing the ball around, looking for space. Side step, pass around. Shot is up and blocked. Liga Pro with the rebound. 9 on the shot clock here. They're going to take a shot, blocked again. Rebound by Liga Pro, who go for the layup, blocked again. And Team Dangerous locked in defensively, making sure to get a stop there as they can't let Liga Pro hit the score limit and answer with a timely 2 there, bringing themselves to within 5 points of the defending champions here, who have the ball. Liga Pro looking to end it in the stage. Pass inside, wide open, slam dunk is good. Bringing their score up to 18. This is a tactic Liga Pro likes to do a lot. They get to 18 and slam dunk there by Team Dangerous. But now here is where they look for a 2-point shot, building a big advantage. They don't get it to go there. Rebound for Team Dangerous. Ball inside, slam dunk is good. Team Dangerous now down by 4. Liga Pro passing the ball around on the perimeter. Step back, step through, shot is up. And it's good. That will be the determining basket here in the digital stage of competition. Team Liga Pro advancing to the physical stage with a 6-point advantage here. But who knows what could happen in the physical stage. Make sure to stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen, as we transition into some highlights here in Astana.
Amazing there, our defending champions from Frigital Games of the Future 2025 was on fire in the digital stage. They have an 8-point cushion going to our on-court action. Of course, we would like to thank Alatao Citibank, our general partner. We are going to see some highlights right here on how Liga Pro team managed to get such a big lead. Here we have our player intros and Team Dangerous looking dangerous, but Liga Pro, might I say, they're pros. Come on now, Kolya with a slamma jamma, another hammer to the basket. Meanwhile, Liga Pro team, this is their bread and butter. Shots from downtown, easy layups. One thing I have to tell you, the disadvantage of dunking is the animation. The character will hang there for another second and they can get back on defense. Another slamma jamma right there as we see Liga Pro team take the win here in our digital stage. We get some box scores right here and we will transition to our ads. Meanwhile, do not miss a second as we head on to the on-court action. This has been Zach on the mic and Malik will join you soon enough.
Үлкен істер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры. Үлкен істер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
We would like to thank RSLTS, the future of events. One of the great supporters of this event, and we are pushing the boundaries of the basketball sport. Meanwhile, I'd like to give a big congratulations to the winners of Digital Games of the Future PUBG Tournament, presented by Alatown Citibank. Wow, we already have champions in the PUBG. Meanwhile, we will see the next finalists here in our Game 2 of the semi-finals between Liga Pro Team and Team Dangerous, live here in Astana.
Now you have the players warming up their team. Liga Pro, the defending champs, of course, coming into the stage with an advantage. A big thank you to the referees, Zianis and Vladislav, for reffing a fair contest all throughout this competition. We've seen them time and time again having to officiate some very physical affairs. It's likely that this final is going to be one as well, the semi-final, excuse me, as you see Sabalovic and Koljovic will be the two players that will be starting from Team Dangerous. We've seen that they're the two that stay on the court for the whole game in most cases. And with Liga Pro, you have the same thing with Meleshkin and Bespalov, while Panchenko is on the bench. That is how the lineups are structured for today, as we gear up to get started with the physical stage of competition here, the second semi-final of Digital Basketball, brought to you by Halleck Fund. In just a few short minutes, ladies and gentlemen, we will have crowned a second finalist here, setting up for our grand final matchup that will be happening tomorrow. And now the ball will be with Team Dangerous. Kolya passes to his big. Gets the ball back. Kolya fakes, cuts, gets the ball back, goes right, takes a two, can't get it to go there. Rebound by Team Liga Pro. And right now, Mileshkin with the ball from deep. Can't quite get it to fall there. Rebound by Team Dangerous. They kick it out there. Kolya with the ball, top of the key. Can't quite get it to go. Rebound by Team Liga Pro. You see Mileshkin getting roughed up a little bit there. He has the ball back now. He does his signature move, shimmies a little bit, steps back, kicks it to shot is inside. No good. Rebound. Team Dangerous who hook it inside, but Mileshkin is called for a foul. A smart foul there, realizing that he was the smaller man in that matchup, not letting the big man receive the pass there. 6 minutes and 13 seconds on the clock here as we have Kolya with the basketball. He's looking for some space here. A screen set there. Tries to pass it to his big and is fouled. The second foul committed by Liga Pro, who are up by 6 in this contest. No buckets in the physical stage so far here in Astana.
And this is it, folks. 6 minutes left. Kolya from downtown is good. Kolya got that in. He is a sniper from downtown. Mileshkin thinks of answering back, passes to his teammate. Mileshkin, top of the key, step back. No good. Rebound goes back to Liga Pro team. They reset, and they have 7 seconds on the shot clock. Will we see an attack on the basket here? We do! Left lane! It's too weak. Team Dangerous with the rebound. And we get another smart foul there. But can they keep doing that? Because you know, as Malik does explain all the time, our local expert in basketball, he is an amazing basketball player. If you reach 8 fouls, the other team will go to bonus and they will have 2 free throws plus possession every time. That's something that the defending champions do not want, which is Liga Pro team. We are watching the defending champions against such a great challenger. Team Dangerous, they have a great combination of fast guard, Kolya, and that tank, that muscle man, Sibo. Will Liga Pro team get the job done with only a 4-point lead here? Team Dangerous with the possession, top of the key, they set a screen. Sibo gets free from his marker, but eventually he catches up. Can he muscle? Oh, he does! Man down, man down! We have 5 minutes and 3 seconds left of basketball remaining. Mr. Maestro, Mr. Besh, that is Mr. Beshbalov down on the floor right now. Malik, what is your assessment of what happened there between our 2 big men?
We're going to see on the replay here, he was hit in the face as he was trying to get that rebound attempt, and that's what sent him to the floor there. Took his time to recover. It's a pro move, you know, stay on the floor a little bit, get a little bit of a breather, let yourself regain your bearings, because you want to be at 100% in a semifinal matchup like this. As another foul is committed there. 4 minutes and 55 seconds remaining. You can see there, still bothered by the hit from earlier. As a timeout is called and the players have a chance to discuss strategy, regain their bearings and recover a little bit. Maestro and Mileshkin on the floor for Team Liga Pro, while Kolya and the big man, they're the ones that have been dominating for Team Dangerous all throughout this competition, actually, not just today in the semifinal. And here we see them showcase their very best in our second semifinal matchup of the day. Right now you have the players ready to get back. The referee has whistled to signal the end of the timeout here. Mileshkin will start the game with ball. He passes it inside to Maestro. Maestro backs up inside, backs up Kolya. Tries to put it up, he's fouled. Basket would not have counted as the foul was committed before the shot attempt. Kolya guarding Mileshkin. Ball with Maestro, guarded by the big Mileshkin inside. Mileshkin using his speed here, looking for space. Does the give and go. And Maestro's two-point shot is no good. We now have possession with Team Dangerous. They pass the ball at the top of the key, looking for two here. Kolya hits the two, but an offensive foul was called there, unfortunately, and that basket will not count for Team Dangerous. You see Kolya there, a little amusement on his face from that point not counting, but he's locked back in on defense right now, guarding Mileshkin. Mileshkin for two, rolls off the rim, and the referee whistles again. A very physical contest here in Astana.
That is right. Meanwhile, Mestro here is 6-that from downtown. It's good. We see such an even match here, and I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna reverse jinx it. Kolya from downtown. Splash! Kolya catching fire here. Mileshkin downtown, no good. Too strong. Kolya with the rebound, and I'm gonna reverse jinx it. We are not going to reach the 39-point mark because the defense here is impeccable. It's amazing. It's just locked down from both sides. Such a low-scoring game with 3 minutes and 58 seconds left. And I'm just going to reverse jinx it, Malice, for you. We're not going to reach 39 points. Okay, so Mileshkin there, another foul because we have a height disadvantage. It goes in favor of Team Dangerous, and they need to make use of this possession. They're only down by 4. That's a 2-point. It's a 2-possession game. They cannot convert there. Mileshkin sizing up the big man between the legs. Crossover, step back, pass. Big man Mestro. No good. He gets his own rebound. 10 seconds left in the shot clock, and we get a turnover. Pass to the big man. Easy lane to the basket right there. Count that every time. Meanwhile, textbook play here. No one to guard him. And he gets it to the rim. Sibo against Mileshkin. Kolya looking for the screen. Long shot from 32 feet away. Sibo cleans the glass and converts the basket. We are heading to our last 3 minutes. And this is Digital Basketball presented by Halleck Point. Clean move there by Kolya. Folks, I hope you're enjoying the semi-finals match we have live here in Astana.
Liga Pro right there, passing the ball on the perimeter. Maestro can't get his two to fall. And I don't recall ever seeing Team Liga Pro down in the physical stage of basketball for any significant amount of time. Team Dangerous really realizing their urgency coming out of that digital stage, down by 6, and they've really put the pressure on the defending champions here, following them, keeping them honest on defense and offense. And now you find the defending champions up by 2. Right there, the big man trips over himself there. And a timeout for the teams to process here how they're going to approach the final stretch of this game. Only 2 points separating both teams as we see the replay right there. Maestro with his 2. Kolya answers back with one of his own. As you can see right there, beautiful shot, sets his feet, gets his form, gets it to go. Beautiful give and go here to the big man, who gets the layup to go over the smaller defender, Mileshkin. Kolya here beats his marker using the screen, gets ahead. Easy layup, converting on that, and that is how we have a 2-point ball game. 2 minutes and 34 seconds remaining in the semifinal. Maestro passing it there to Mileshkin, who falls. Some audience members not happy with that contact, and they made their disagreement heard. You can hear it from the crowd right there. Mileshkin now with the ball at the top of the key. Mileshkin with space. Mileshkin for 2. No good rebound. Maestro puts it up and puts it in. Pushing Liga Pro back up by 3. Right now, Team Dangerous with the ball. Looking for it. Kolya plays around a little bit with it. Gets some space. Back fades. Takes it. And Team Dangerous are fouled on that rebound attempt there, which is the 5th foul committed by Team Liga Pro here. Team Dangerous with the ball. Big man has it. He's looking for space. Kolya gets it, goes right, steps back. Kolya for 2. Can't quite get it to go there. Mileshkin with the board. Mileshkin steps back. Mileshkin passes. Mileshkin gets it back. Pulls for two. No good. Rebound. Team Dangerous. As we have a sequence of unsuccessful attacks here back to back. What do you think is causing all misses happens at?
It is them wanting to go to the finals. That's the only answer we have here. They're giving it their all. Offense, defense, everything is on the line here, and they're gonna leave everything on the floor. I'm just so excited. I'm pumped up. Shot there from Kolya. Oh my goodness. Mamma mia. This man Kolya, he has been on fire from downtown. And another foul right there. Folks, if you can see me in the arena, I am up on my feet. I'm pumped up, energized, and I hope you are too. This is our last semifinals game, and one team will head on to our Digital Games of the Future, Digital Basketball Finals. Maestro, what a master right there. Converts the first free throw. Can he do it again here in the charity stripes? Maestro. No good. Kolya with a rebound to bring the ball outside the perimeter. We're going to take their time with this play. Crossover. And we get tangled arms here, but no foul call right there. Team Dangerous cut the lead to 1. Refs have seen that time and time again. I think that one did not merit a foul in the eyes of our great refs. Meanwhile, the arena is pumped up. We're live here, and it's so amazing. Maestro making use of his body. Decides to go to the perimeter. Mileshkin step back two from 33 feet away. No good, but he gets a rebound. Oh my goodness. The effort here, the heart. This time it's good. Mileshkin coming alive with 1 minute, less than 1 minute left. This is our champions, folks. And can the challengers rise up to the occasion? Oh my goodness. We're gonna see the highlight here again. That shot from Mileshkin. And we are seeing the players on the bench. That shot from Mileshkin, that was from 32 feet away. Amazing. This is what you see. This is what you want to see in the semi-finals game. See that? Maestro cleaning the glass. And we have a bully ball here by Sibo. No effort right there. Meanwhile, Sibo, no foul call. Tangled arm, no problemo, he said. And this is the final minute of the game. Malik, back to you.
Oh my goodness. Gets his first slam. Team Dangerous there. Really making a statement with that slam dunk. 20-27 is the score. Only 2 points separating both teams. As a basketball player myself and a basketball fan, there's nothing more I want to see than this. High-intensity basketball, active hands on defense, slam dunks on offense, step-back twos on offense. All aspects of basketball are here for your viewing pleasure at Digital Basketball, brought to you by Halleck Fund. Right now you have the defending champions, Mileshkin, with the ball at the top of the key. Passes inside, Maestro pushes the lead to 3. Right now, Team Dangerous with it. They bump up. Kolya with the ball. Kolya with space. Kolya gets the ball back in the corner. Kolya for 2. Can't get that one to go. Rebound by Team Liga Pro, who have been outscored here in this physical stage. They still find themselves with the lead thanks to that significant advantage they built in the digital phase. Here, Maestro has a chance to push the lead up, and he does. Free throw is good. Right now, Maestro, another free throw, a chance to put this as a 3-possession ball game with 22 seconds remaining. He'll go up by 5 if he hits this, and he does! Big free throws here for Maestro and Team Liga Pro as Kolya looks for space, gets inside, gets past his marker, puts it up, gets the bucket to go. Team Dangerous now down by 4 with 10 on the clock as he will decide to dribble it out here. Team Dangerous realizing not enough time to mount a comeback as you see the players shaking hands there. They all deserve to be celebrated, and they're all champions in my eyes, but there can only be one finalist. Congratulations to Team Liga Pro, the defending champions, for advancing to another final here at the Digital Games of the Future, Digital Basketball, presented to you by Halleck Fund, of course. Zach, thoughts on that blockbuster game that we just got to watch here?
Liga Pro are coming back to the promised land to defend their ground here in Astana. Amazing! Round of applause for everybody. What a great semifinals. And we are going to see tomorrow Wilders versus Liga Pro team for the championship game. We're going to have our box scores here, and later we're going to have our analysts. And once again, it has been Zach on the mic. I was joined by Malik, Rahmet.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Digital basketball, the finals rematch is all set. You've been waiting for this. We have been waiting for this. You know, we're talking about Wilders and Liga Pro team going head-to-head tomorrow night.
That is going to be a tremendous game. We already said these two games are championship caliber games, and they did not disappoint. What we saw in game one and what we just saw right here in game two was epic. It's what we're talking about with digital basketball.
Exactly. You know what? There's only one thing left to say. It's about to go down, and it's coming down tomorrow night. Now let's talk about Liga Pro, Maleshkin, Maestro. Great dynamic duo, amazing performance.
Yeah, they did a really, really good job. Obviously, them taking a 6-point lead on the digital side, 20-14, which set them up on the physical side. What we saw was a lot of tired legs as well, too. A lot of missed twos, but that's okay because they made it to the championship game. But Liga Pro team, again, going to the championship. And listen, Dangerous is such a dangerous team. They can play. They were trying to make the comeback, but like we always say, a comeback is tough to do in this type of environment.
Yes, sir. Digital Games of the Future Astana 2026 brought to you by Samruk-Kazyna. Thank you very much. We are live right here at the Kazakhstan Athletic Sports Complex. Beautiful place, amazing vibe. Tomorrow it all goes down. The rematch everybody's been waiting for. I can't wait for it.
Yeah, I've been waiting for it. And just to see these two teams back again is going to be an epic showdown, as we just said. Listen, here's the thing. With these two teams going at it with each other, the physicality, the way the skills they have on the court, and the way they prepare, this is why they're here in the championship game.
That's right. You know, we're talking about two great teams going head-to-head, highly physical. So make sure don't miss the action. Get your tickets right now. Live, come down. Get it from Freedom because you don't want to miss it. You want to see us live, too.
No, you don't. You definitely want to see all this live and everything else. We take a look at some of these great highlights that we just saw. Really, Dangerous came out on fire, and they had to because they were down 6 points coming into the physical side. They're come on fire, but Liga Pro team with some key long-distance shooting by Maestro really came out on top there.
Listen, if your name is called Maestro, you are expected to create a lot of magic. You are expected to create a lot of good things. And tonight, that's what he did.
Exactly, that's what he did. What I love about this game as well, too, was the patience by Liga Pro team. They had the lead. They did not one.
Үлкен істер әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCC-KZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
Games of the future.
Hello everyone and welcome back live to the studio. We're here at the Digital Games of the Future, Astana 2026. We will be going shortly into all that basketball action from the semi-finals. How are you feeling?
I am feeling really pumped because we officially have two of our finalists for the Digital Basketball Final. And who are those two teams?
Wilders are going to be taking on Liga Pro team. Remember that they're arch rivals, so that there's a lot of emotions going into that game tomorrow. We're on game 5 of all the basketball action right now, and it has indeed gone down to the wire. Remember, we're checking out these teams with their digital prowess as well as all their skills on the court. Were you watching that action closely, just like me?
Of course, I was watching the two games. I also watched the interview from one of the players of Wilders where he said that at every stage of the game, the intensity was just becoming more and more, and that's why their play tactic was becoming more and more aggressive.
And that's exactly why we're going to go right to the highlights now so that you can see all the action for yourself. That's the first game there. We have Triada versus Wilders, and Wilders for the win. That was a very intense game. It was all about the digital side. Wilders taking a lead there with 8 points on the digital side. Just check out that action. Always there on the rim with the ball going right through every single time. This is a team who has their eye on the prize and knows exactly what they're doing.
Absolutely. Let's look at that. The Wilders taking the lead, a really big lead for a digital world. 8 points giving them that head start for the court. And on the court, the action only continued.
And as we can see, every single time, never underestimate your opponent. For example, it's always the digital side which actually gives you that head start, because when you hit the basketball court and you already have a lead in your pocket, you go in with an unfair advantage because you know that you can take it a little more easy once you hit the court.
I can only say that the team Wilders have really lived up to their name. What a wild card. Completely agree with you about that digital phase. Sarah, I shared a fun fact last time we were on Digital Basketball that our brain is at full speed when we're playing the fine motors.
You're absolutely right, and that's why we couldn't even miss a second. This brings themselves to the one step closer to the final and a potential victory. It's an opportunity of a lifetime. Day 5 of basketball, so intense that we could not even leave the screens for a second. The final nail in the coffin arriving much later in the game and securing a win of 34-26.
34-26, that's quite a big score difference, seeing as the last couple of days our teams have been really going neck to neck.
And you know exactly why they won? It was because of number 93, Sam, towering over everyone else there. That was their secret on the court and off the court as well, because he's someone who plays on the digital as well as the physical side. It looks like their efforts really paid off. Now let's look at the stats there. So field goals, we have Wilders with 24 versus the other team who only managed 21.
The total score was ending up to be 34 versus 26. We can see that the Wilders have taken more 2-point goals and they have taken 3 free throws.
And as you can see as well, those numbers speak for themselves. The Wilders team had the advantage in the digital side, and that's exactly how they managed to secure this win. It was such an exciting game, and it went down to the last second. But I think Wilders were quite confident going into that game.
Well, their style is known to be very confident. They hit the court aggressively. And if we talk about the second match, because Wilders have definitely identified one of our finalists, but as we were moving in from match 1 to the first game to the second game, we were thinking, weren't we, Sarah, who's going to take it? Are the reigning champions going to be finally dethroned? But in the end, Liga Pro through to the finals. Now, you mentioned the arch rivalry between the two
But
teams.
before that, let's give a big round of applause to our sponsors. None of this would be possible without them. We would like to remind you that the Phygital Football Discipline presented by Samruk-Kazyna from the 4th to the 9th August.
Thank you so much for that. Yes, and once again, a big shout out to all of our sponsors. Coming back to game 2, I was hoping maybe that we were going to see early in the game surprise with the dethronement of the champion, but no, Liga Pro goes out. Reason being because Liga Pro is consistently performing well in all of their international competitions. They compete consistently in the digital and in the physical sides equally well.
Let's thank the rest of our sponsors as well. You can watch the games of the future on our OTT platform, Phygital Plus.
Absolutely. And we wanted to remind you that we are a multi-broadcast studio and stream. So do make sure to check out all of our streams on any platform or device that you enjoy.
Phygital Shooter as well, brought to you by Yandex Go.
Thank you all once again to all of our sponsors. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, everybody who is joining us in person in Astana and online, make sure to get your tickets on Ticketon KZ. That's www.ticketon.kz.
We're going to be having a lot more action coming up through the day, but eyes on tomorrow with that grand final. These are two pro teams, two teams who know each other inside out. I love that in one of the interviews, one of our analysts actually asked, what's your strategy for tomorrow? And all we got was a nod and a smile. How much is strategy important in these games?
Of course, it's really important because, as you mentioned previously, going from the digital to the physical is no small feat. Our body goes through intense amount of physical and hormonal stress. Namely, we do trigger the sympathetic nervous system going from fine motor skills to gross motor skills. So strategy is really important. Which players play in the digital, who might or might not transfer to the physical. So yes, completely agreeing with you that the strategy is incredibly important. We really look forward to seeing what the strategy is for the final coming up tomorrow.
But before that, let's switch quickly to the highlights from that second game. It was on fire both on the court and off. Going now to the highlights.
We're here to win. Let the best win.
That game going down to the wire as well. The final timeline was 30-26. That scoreline, 26, just a 4-point win.
Not such a big win, and if we look at our screen, we can see the total breakdown. So field goals for Dangerous is 21, with Liga Pro only at 19.
Dangerous with 16 one-point goals, 5 two-point goals, and 0 free throws, whereas the champion team, Liga Pro team, has 19, 11, 8, and 3. Also crossing over to the digital score, which is what set the tone for the rest of this game. Liga Pro team going in with a head start with 20 versus Dangerous. That 6-point lead might look small, but when you go in with the lead, it's extremely easy when you hit the basketball court. The physical score as well, showing us that Liga Pro team went in at 10, whereas Dangerous managed to tie up that game with 12. But at the end of the day, the numbers speak for themselves. Tell me, are you excited about tomorrow's final?
Of course, I'm excited. Look at those teams. Look how close those digital and physical scores are, meaning that all of the teams are feeling the exact same pressure. Now I wonder what they're going to do today to rest, to replenish their energy for the big grand final tomorrow. Additionally, we would like to remind our viewers that we will have 2 basketball matches tomorrow. Of course, the grand final, but before then, we are going to see 2 teams battle for the 3rd place, and that is Dangerous and Triada. 2 also very experienced and interesting teams to watch.
And now we have something special coming up for you. At the end of the day, it's all about having a champion mindset. That's what wins games. So let's go now to an interview from the champions, Liga Pro team.
What's going to look like for them? Yes, sir. Speaking of big time, we got a big time player tonight. Maestro, best player of the game. Congratulations, man. Going to the finals.
Thank you. Thank you.
How excited are you? Obviously, you're going to another finals, a tough game and physical play. What was your mindset coming in tonight's game?
Насколько вы настроены после такой тяжелой игры на финал? Как вы будете подготавливаться?
Все как и всегда. С утра сделаем зарядку, хороший сон, восстановление. Подготовим план на игру, разберем соперника. Сделаем выводы после сегодняшней игры. И надеюсь, что завтра будем радовать наших болельщиков прекрасной игрой.
All the same, we're gonna sleep well, then work on our plan, study our opponent, and we'll try to make our fans happy.
Now, speaking of your opponent, Wilders, we had a couple of words with him earlier today, and they were saying that they look forward for a rematch with you guys in Liga Pro. What are your thoughts about him?
Говоря о ваших соперниках Wilders, они рассказали нам о том, что они хотели бы встретиться с вами в финале и взять реванш. Что вы об этом думаете?
Да, это наши хорошие знакомые. Мы с ними постоянно соперничаем в Москве. Мы с ними спаррингуемся. То есть мы всех парней знаем, друг друга хорошо. Знаем сильные и слабые стороны друг друга. Вместе играли в разных командах. То есть это будет, надеюсь, честная и хорошая борьба.
Yeah, we know each other. We usually play together in Moscow. We played together for a long time. We know each other's strengths and weaknesses, so we hope for a fair and beautiful game tomorrow.
Wow.
No, that's going to be an absolute great game.
Yeah.
Now, what I love about your team, you're always very patient. Doesn't matter the score. You never show any emotion. You just know the job you have to do. Where does that come from?
Говоря о вашей команде, вы очень спокойные и терпеливые. Вы всегда знаете, что нужно делать. Откуда это у вас?
Ну, как и у всех, это все приходит с опытом. Мы давно в этой игре и понимаем, что не надо распыляться на какие-то мелочи. Иногда это не получается, все равно присутствуют разговоры с арбитрами, мы за это получаем предупреждение, иногда нас наказывают техническими фолами, но это игра, и без эмоций она была бы, наверное, не такая красивая.
Yeah, we are in this game for so long. We've been playing and we've been talking to the referees and we've been talking to them. They mentioned some of the falls, so we try to stay focused and be careful.
Well, now let's talk about your opponent tomorrow for the finals, Wilders. Based on your scouting report, without saying a lot of things about him, of course, what are your thoughts about Wilders? What makes these guys really good?
Что вы думаете о ваших оппонентах, соперниках Wilders? Как вы думаете, что делает эту команду хорошей?
Набор игроков. Опять же, в прошлые игры будущего мы играли с ними в Абу-Даби. Они играли в 3 физика, как сегодня играла Триада. Но, как вы видите, что без хорошего киберспортсмена и нужной подготовки, если ты проигрываешь диджитал-часть, то вернуться на корте крайне сложно. Пусть у тебя есть габаритные и сильные ребята, но отыграть большую разницу очень тяжело. В этом году команда приехала с кибером. Поэтому я надеюсь, что будет хорошая конкурентная игра и в диджитал части, и хорошая конкурентная игра на площадке.
That's the team members. As we've seen, Triada today played with the basketball players, but also what is important is the digital player as well, because it plays a huge role. So we hope to have an amazing game tomorrow.
Now, my last question here. You hit a bunch of twos today. Great job extending the floor. Is that just something you usually do? Is that a big part of your game?
Сегодня вы забили много двухочковых. Это то, что вы обычно делаете?
Ну, я не могу сказать, что я часто бросаю там двухочковые, потому что когда мы играем вместе с Владом в паре, единственная, условно, грубо говоря, моя работа — это хороший ставить заслоны, валиться, где-то отворачиваться на броски. Но, в общем, все равно я выполняю какую-то такую черновую работу. Сегодня мне позволили именно сделать больше дальних бросков, но по факту в этой игре надо быть универсальным, надо уметь делать все.
I wouldn't say that's my way of playing, but today I try to score 2-pointers. I usually focus on the defense, try to take block shots sometimes, but today I'm allowed to do both. And in these games, it's really important to be versatility.
Now, when it comes to the skills of both teams, you know, Wilders and Liga Pro, both are equally very good. No question about it. And what we're talking about is, the biggest question is, how do you recover fast for tomorrow's final? So my question to you is, how do you guys plan to recover fast?
Как вы собираетесь отдохнуть быстро на завтрашний матч?
Всех секретов раскрывать не буду, чтобы соперники тоже его не использовали, поэтому все узнаем завтра.
I wouldn't share my secrets, so our opponents wouldn't know, so you will see it tomorrow.
Okay.
He doesn't want to tell us any of the secrets whatsoever with everything else with it. Now, talk about a little bit. Have you been to Kazakhstan? Is this your first time in Kazakhstan, in Astana?
Были ли вы когда-нибудь в Казахстане? Это ваш первый раз здесь?
Это моя первая поездка, очень нравится, все дружелюбные, все к нам хорошо относятся. Пожалуйста, приглашайте нас на разные ивенты, мы будем рады приехать к вам.
Yeah, it's my first time in Kazakhstan. Everyone is so friendly, and please invite us in the future as well.
Yeah, me too. Everyone's friendly, man.
Exactly. We love it here. We love it at Astana because, you know, the future starts now here in the Digital Games of the Future. Now, don't go away because we got some more stuff to show you, so please stay right there. But before that, I know you got a lot of fans, your friends, your family. They want to hear from you. Please go ahead.
Мы знаем, что у вас есть много поклонников, ваша семья и друзья. Можете передать им привет.
Ну, я, как обычно, покажу все свои жесты парням из зала, жене, детям. Всех люблю, всех обнял.
To my boys from the court, from the gym, to my wife and children, I love all of them and kiss and hugs.
All right, there you go. Love, kiss and hugs. That's what I'm talking about. We're going to pause for a break. Please don't go away.
That's exactly how we feel about digital basketball. Just pure love and respect for these elite athletes. It's not easy at all. They mentioned that some of them have been training non-stop just to get to this particular level in competition. Let's touch upon something. In this particular sport, basketball, it's a lot about rivalries. And this particular game tomorrow is going to be so exciting because Wilders take on LPT and their rivals. How do you think they're going to go into that? How do you think they're going to strategize?
I really like the way that team member said, because last segment I was questioning, how will they rest because of such a high intensity game? How will they have enough time overnight to rest? And the interviewer also asked the same question, and the player said, I don't want to disclose my secrets. So that tells you a lot about the rivalry gearing up to that game tomorrow.
So moving from esports into digital sports, we see one thing is still so important. It's all about teamwork, it's all about strategy, and it's all about not sharing your secrets.
Absolutely. And once again, like that Liga Pro team member noted, that the one thing that he's afraid of or more excited to see in the future final tomorrow is the team composition of their opponent Wilders, and he wants to see how that team is going to work together, proving your point that teamwork is one of the key factors that leads to victory.
Moving back now to traditional esports, we still have a lot of Dota action coming in for you. Do remember that 4 teams have already been eliminated, and we still have another game coming up, which we will be cutting live to.
Yes, we've eliminated 4 teams yesterday, but we are going into one of our games today between Yakult Brothers and Reconix.
All right, ladies and gents, welcome back once again to the Games of the Future 2026 with our Dota tournament.
Challenges since the Esports World Cup, since basically the entire year. Sometimes they can come out looking the best of Southeast Asia. You know, they make it into a LAN or two. And then afterwards, it's on the LAN. It's the same story for Southeast Asia, where it just looks a little bit lost, a little bit confused. It feels like maybe they miss out on their identity. They start to overthink. So I want to see Mind Control kind of reel that in a series that determines way more than what they had yesterday. And the Yakuto Bros, look, this lineup is really interesting to me, Ricky, because I have not seen like 3 of the players on this team in a long time. Like Xiang Yu, I haven't seen in a while. Kaka took a 3-year break, right? And Qian Ming has also just been out of the wider eye in terms of like being on lands and stuff for a little bit. Like he's taken, not really a sabbatical, but it's been relatively quiet for the Occult Brothers, right? With a couple of exceptions. So it's going to be cool to see, especially like Kaka and Xiang Yu. I think Kaka coming in from a long break and Xiang Yu just not being there in the top level for a while, or at least again on international presence in a while, it does leave some interesting questions to be answered here for the Occult Bros, whether or not they can kind of get back to full form.
Yeah, it's a good point to highlight. I mean, if you go back a year into last year's TI, the Yakuto Brothers, they pretty much have swapped all of their players since then. I think the only one who's still standing with this roster is Emo. So he's basically, everyone else is either new to the team or has been replaced by somebody from before. And they still get this great roster together. Like you said, they've been away for a while. They haven't been really showing too much. I think most importantly, if you bring up Jian Ming, like what's he going to be looking like with this team? And obviously, their drafting maybe still a bit of a question mark. But one thing is for a fact: never try to outscale a Chinese team, because you are digging a grave for yourself. So let's see what kind of drafts we're going to be cooking here with this game number 1 with the Yakuto Brothers versus Reconyx, heading to the quarterfinals if you win this one against VG Gaming. So it could be another China versus China brawl in the next round, or Reconyx has something to say about that.
Yeah, I think for Reconyx it's going to be pretty interesting. Again, they're the last flag carriers for Southeast Asia. Unfortunately, Execration not doing too hot today. You still have a couple of C players at least, but on like playtime. But you know, the regional representatives have to kind of step up. We see the openers here. Your Occult Brothers starting off with the SF, pretty stable hero. You know, this hero SF has been pretty good for quite a few months now on carry. It's a hybrid carry. You can opt for like the Yashikaya. You can opt for your Mask of Madness Dragonlance. Go full right click. Both options are pretty fantastic. I would say for sure the Magic build is much more timing sensitive. So I'm curious to see if that's even something you consider in your Occult Brothers. You mentioned it. You tend to enjoy scaling here on the side of your Occult Brothers, but I can see them trying to play tempo as well. And we have seen like SFs still end up going for Yashikaya and like what, Blink BKB, then you switch to right click. That's also pretty viable. Like it gives you good tempo for when you get the Yashikaya, then you start to scale in the late game. It doesn't really shift your timings too hard to go back to Yashikaya anyhow. So I really don't mind it. It's open enough here for Low, what he'd want. Fun fact, T-Panda, you know, in my time in Paris, I was talking to like some of the Chinese casters. I was talking to, who was it? I was talking to Luna, actually. And she was like, she's really good friends with Low, and she always feels so bad for when he gets far and then fails, and he gets ultra depressed. Because she's known him since he was like a kid, grinding like at 4K, 5K, and seeing him there, and it's like, I was like, oh yeah, you know, like, you know how online fans can be. But you know, I always thought to myself, Low has always been like a very solid rock in every team he joins.
Yeah, I think even when like you see the moments when your friend fails and doesn't quite find that success, it's gonna feel twice or even thrice better when you finally achieve and win something, right? So it's a real heartbreak, but it can turn into the biggest joy of your world when you see somebody succeed. And that's what tournament winning stories are all about. We sometimes, as viewers, we forget the whole thing about like, oh wow, they're like making great plays and they look great on stage, and you see the emotions happen every now and then. But then we forget how much sacrifice these players actually put into those results. And they don't come by themselves. Every time you're like, let's make a stack and go play open qualifiers, and you get round 1 exit, you face that harsh reality. There's always someone who's playing more than you. There's someone who's trying harder than you. So when you put the ultimate tryhards to the test is when you get that biggest feeling of achievement and success. So childhood memory stories as well, they are truly the big ones. And of course, when back to the Dota itself, like just looking at the picks that they're going for here, yeah, you mentioned the scaling, or kind of touched upon the topic of scaling, basically, that you can drag quite far. Now we look at this Winter Wyvern coming in as well. When you pick a Blink Dagger on this hero, it is an absolute game changer. Sometimes you're in a position where we just don't have the tools to fight, or we lost the hero too early. But when you have a Blink on that Winter Wyvern, things turn completely upside down. A support suddenly turns into a big team fighter.
Yeah, it's a huge part if you can get that timing. I think I like what your culpriters are doing. We've seen a lot of Winter Wyvern throughout this tournament already. It feels like that hero has been on a little bit of a resurgence. It's a really good save from some of this output as well from Reckonix. It's not like you have the highest magical burst so far. So the Cold Embrace can always kind of do some work laning-wise. You know, having all of that long-range poke, the Splinter Blast on hand as well. It's a lot of damage to actually contend with in lane. Reckonix, I'm really surprised they actually went for the Hoodwink Bane first, because yesterday in their series, they were picking, like, their In Your Dream hero in first phase. Like, first pick overall, it was like Puck first pick in game 2, and they just kept going for these win conditions mid early. They shift their strategy. They go for the Doom off lane, so now you end up with the Doom Hoodwink lane, which is very stable. I think laning into the SF, it's not particularly amazing. Like SF Winter Wyvern, I don't think you have enough to punish. Maybe level 2 with Bushwhack plus the Acorn Shot and Scorched Earth plus Infernal Blade. You could try to catch a Winter Wyvern out of position, mayhaps, but it's still a lane that just feels good for SF. It's a melee matchup. You get free raises. The presence of the Dark Lord, just free minus armor onto the Doom. You can easily right-click down as soon as you get max stacks on your spirits, so on your soul. So it's going to be a little bit rough here for good old FBZ, and that's where my concern comes up. I think we've seen FBZ have slow lanes before. We've seen the side of Reckonix actually end up with like 2 slow lanes before, and only In Your Dream set to go, and it's just awful. With the support duo, it can kind of work if they have EXP, but I don't think you want to kind of be in that position. So I'm curious to see what Reckonix does end up picking on mid, because right now with just Doom plus Bane plus Hoodwink, there's not too much play I'm seeing at, like, say, a 12-minute mark. There goes the Puck again that we saw In Your Dream constantly pick yesterday. Stable enough, does have play, has good connections with Hoodwink and Bane. My concern is you're playing into Kaka's line. And we heard Steel Barco and Kawaii Sox talking about it, right? Like, Kaka's line is the best, the most played hero that he has. And Lion is just such a good answer to Puck. You get that blink, you catch her out, you have 2 stuns, you can drain her mana, you have burst damage to help deal with her as well. Even the Winter's Curse can kind of catch this Puck off guard, another instant cast on hand. So there's a lot of instant holds here to stop the Puck from really having game all too much. At least, you know, maybe by 15 minutes when you start to get some blinks up, it's going to be pretty painful here.
Yeah, it is. And I'm also looking at a couple things too from Arconic's perspective. Is Mind Control really building a draft of their own? I feel like they're just countering at this point. They're basically allowing Yakuto to build the draft that they want, and Reckonix is basically just countering one after the other. We got the Bane and the Doom are kind of already targets for this Shadow Fiend. If this were to be your mid, or if it were to be your carry, this Dawnbreaker's not exactly going to heal you with Solar Guardian if you're doomed. So if Doom comes out first, Solar Guardian is not going to be very useful on that. The positive side is, if this SF is going into mid, then you still have a carry who can shine, who can be a good Solar Guardian target to go in when the other core is doomed and won't be able to heal. So I start looking at heroes like Lifestealer, for example, if they can find room for that. Anything like an Ursa, something that just goes in. The Solar Guardian can follow up on that. You have Lion blinking in for their stuns. You have a quick way to initiate and engage on your opponent. Plus, you have Blink Hex for Lion against the Puck. Puck's going to have to find a defensive item in this game for herself. Are we getting a Lotus to protect the cores too? So we'll see how they end up doing, because they banned the Invoker, suspecting that that's a carry SF, which it most likely is, and there's still room for a mid. But I would like to keep the option open that their mid laner has the potential to also be a technically +1 carry, even if it's played from the mid position.
Yeah, I do agree with your points. I think that does make a lot of sense. I just feel like the mid SF just has not been, it's not been the hot commodity as well. And I don't think I see Emo going for that. There you go. This is something we've seen yesterday, where it's Slardar versus Puck. It's this mindset where, for some reason, people aren't picking the Monkey King mid versus Puck, which I feel is just a lot better. And sure, Monkey King might have gotten a few changes. It feels maybe a little bit clunky. But, it's still the same timing, right? Like Brown Boots, Wraith Band at least, then you run down Puck. The Slardar just doesn't do that in the same way. Right? You've got the Crush, you've got some regen, you don't have the flash regen you'd get with Jingu. And really, that's the big difference maker. You don't have that pocket source of flash regeneration of damage threat on the Puck. You have Chain Stun, but the Puck is actually tanky enough that it doesn't care too much. Like, this matchup theoretically should have the same timing of Brown Boots, maybe a Bracer instead, but it just really hasn't done the same thing as a Monkey King would.
It's true, yeah. Monkey King would maybe put things in a better perspective for the player playing that hero. But when I look at these two in the matchup, I want to say it's skill-based to that level where if the Puck plays his positioning right, he can continue punishing and poking the Slardar and getting the CS. But if you are in the wrong place, Slardar crushes Puck, who barely has any HP and has actually pretty low armor as well to work with. So it is a glass cannon versus a tanky brawler who actually hits quite hard. So in that sense, skill-based, that you do need to watch for your positioning the whole time to play that lane out to the fullest if you are the Puck. Well, we are going to get Jakroi on the Naga Siren to end this draft, and I think that maybe gives a bit of SEA flavor for this Reconyx team, that they have their own style of draft, their own teamfight composition that they've wanted to pick, instead of just countering their opponents, because not everyone is willing to play a Naga Siren in this patch. We've seen it a couple times this tournament, hasn't always worked out. Sometimes it's been amazing, but there's always your doubts, but now you've got to play to your strengths, and I think this is definitely one of them.
That it is. I'm not the biggest believer in Naga carry, but again, I know there's been some success for Reconyx specifically, Jakroi. I mean, he does love his illusion heroes. I was saying it yesterday. If there's one hero I associate with Jakroi, it's actually Chaos Knight, which I guess is not in the best spot, so you might as well go for the Naga. I'm surprised they don't just pick PL, but I guess that got touched down just a tad, and it does do different things in lane. I think the big thing for the Naga Siren is that you can interrupt, say, especially in the laning phase, if you get a value point in your net, this Dawnbreaker trying to get on top of you starts to stop being a threat. At the same time here for the Naga, I mean, there's so much AoE here, T-Panda, right? Like, there's Requiem, there's Raises that catch all of your illusions, there's Solar Guardian on top, there's well, yeah, you might catch an illusion out, but Splinter Blast during that thing helps identify the real hero, and then you can just suddenly get the rundown. I'm not sure which draft I totally prefer. All I know is that I don't feel like this is the best Naga Siren game, and that just means I am by default leaning towards the Yakult brothers, I think.
All right.
Even though,
that's
again,
a fair assessment.
The Slaughter lane's not the... like you say, the Slaughter matchup is more skill-based, but I feel like it's just easier for Puck to outplay a skill lane matchup. In comparison to like the Monkey King for the Slaughter in this case. Even with that lane being not amazing, it's not like Slaughter loses. I think this SF is going to have a pretty good time. I think that Dawnbreaker into Naga can actually be pretty painful for Naga if you overstep your bounds, right? And again, whether or not you actually want to get ensnare here, because a lot of carries have kind of went back to not going ensnare. The last time I saw this, the carries have stopped going for ensnare. And it's like, well, if you're not going to stop this Dawnbreaker, then she's just going to run you down. Maybe you hold Nightmare here on Varish or Delul and just try to stop it. But if you don't, I mean, Dawnbreaker at level 4 can get really daunting here.
course, that lane for the Dawnbreaker, the early levels, can you punish it at level 1 or level 2? Or you're going to get poked out? At least if it's Dawnbreaker versus the Naga Siren, the Naga illusions can be used for dispelling that fire debuff. You can even, with good luck, I mean, the cast point is quite long, but you can technically dodge some abilities like the stun from the Starbreaker. So you got your strengths going into that matchup, plus the big armor, which really helps the hero. So you won't get out harassed. But we will see what goes on here as game number 1 underway, ready to get towards this Yakuto Brothers versus Reconyx match. There was some setting setups, apparently a quick pause again, so we'll backtrack that for a second, don't worry. John, voice lines, hell yeah, let's go. That's my boy.
You know, T, if Mike was here, he knows why they have those voice lines.
he would. I don't. You want to shed some light on that?
Oh, you know, it's called marketing, Ricky. It's called smart marketing. You know, the best marketing is someone using your product. And you know who watch it, you know, who brings the most eyes? It's these pro players on these stages, you know, with all the viewers. That's the best space to highlight your voice line. So I just do a little cheeky thing. I gift it to them, and they don't reject the gift because they love gifts. And then they spam the voice lines, and they're happy. I'm happy.
Right.
Michael
So you're doing it the smart way.
I'm not doing it. Yeah, exactly, right?
I get it now. I get it now. All right, so you do this every year?
I have. It didn't pick up 2 years ago. It didn't pick up as much. Last year, it did pick up quite a fair bit. That was a good year. And this year is looking pretty good as well. So I'm hoping it holds up. You know.
All right. I mean, you're starting it early, so that's the most important part, right? You gotta start doing it from day 1. So.
Yes.
The thing is, I didn't get invited to TI this year. I didn't get invited last year either. So, and I don't think I got invited the year before that. Maybe I did.
Your time is coming, Ricky.
My time is over. That's the other option.
It's coming. It's coming backwards. All right. It's gonna work its way back. You'll get into the loop eventually. As we do actually get into the loop for the game here. Really interesting to see this really long swing from your Cult Brothers. I'd expect them to actually take a more aggressive stance with like a smoke rundown through the river for the movement speed, maybe into the gate, and contesting pop. They go for the late smoke on the right side. They do break the tree line, but are they expecting Varish to play Hoodwink 4 and a little bit of a flex with the lull? Mayhaps, as that is one thing that you really want to do, prevent Hoodwink from having game. I love doing this against Treants, and to an extent, Timber Saws as well. Just cut the tree line, makes it so much easier, and this gives the Doom very little leeway to play, which, again, it's already a challenging lane for Doom. If your Hoodwink can't do much, rough.
There was a game yesterday. It was the Rune Eaters versus Playtime game 1, where Rune Eaters decided to swap their pause 5 and pause 4. They put Marana as the safe lane support and Treant as the pause 4 to pair up with the Darkseer. So Darkseer Treant, not exactly going to do a lot, but the Marana and the Spectre, they murdered the lane. So that was one good way to look at it, that just doing a lane support swap with the heroes that they're playing that usually shouldn't go into these lanes because your opponent is expecting you to play a Treant 5. They played a Treant 4. What the hell is he going to do there? Nothing. But the 4 going into the 5 role was murdering the lane. So I think, you know, Varish picking up that Hoodwink here, which I think you just lock it in as a 5. We did see quite a lot of Hoodwink 5s above Hoodwink 4s for, I think, a couple patches back. I think this is fine, keeping this, but we have to keep an eye open on, is that Bane gonna play to some specific reason in that bottom lane? Is it just the 7-minute Wisdom rune? It's got, I mean, it can't be that, but your Nightmare is gonna help you take the Wisdom. Usually you'd play it as a 5 for the same reason that you can test the opponent's Wisdom, that they don't get it because you're playing a Bane. Shadow Demon has the same thing. You just bubble them up and they won't be able to get the XP. But it is a strong lane in a sense. The Infable does hurt the Shadow Fiend quite a lot. Now you're going to get to poke the Wyvern? Probably not. But I think you're happy with the way this lane's going to play out. The Bane can play a bit more aggressive here.
That it can. I'm curious to see if that value point does come out for Delol. I feel like Enfeeble's just such a nice, you know? will prioritize the Nightmare and Brain Sap, so would be a very good time though to at least get even just 1 point to cut off some of that cast range, knock out the Shadow Raises to be more awkward. And taking a look at that top where there is some good aggression here for Kaka and Xiangyu. You can nail the stun and you get, again, level 3 timing here for Xiangyu's key with the level 2 Celestial Hammer. The one challenge here for Virij with that lane swap, right, is you don't have the free line anyway. You're playing into Dawnbreaker, and it is still easy to chop down. Mid matchup, of course, in your dream. He's holding up on his own. He is slightly behind in terms of CS in comparison to Emo right now, but it's not a complete shutout. Again, that's the one thing. The Slaughter just doesn't have that same presence as you would with something like the Monkey. Yeah, you are tanky, you can hold it, but you certainly don't threaten the puck in the same way for the most part. It's just trying to get into crush range with puck's attack range at being, I believe, something like 475 to 525, somewhere in that number. It's just a little bit too far out that the moment you walk up, puck is slippery enough that you just slips a few units away and you miss your stun. It just happens way too often here. And In Your Dream knows that spacing perfectly.
A bit of poke there from Emo into In Your Dream with the puck. And in the top lane at the same time, Jakrai and Kaka. This could still be a kill on this Nagasai. Jakrai are going to have to do some dancing in the trees with the Dawnbreaker chasing. That's just to avoid getting hit, but Virij will get the first blood off of Kaka.
It's pretty clean coming out there for Virij. Very good moves from Virij to cut off Xiangyu as well. Like, drag that fight towards the south, split it up. Jakrai just fast enough to play in the tree line in an awkward position for HP. So he's going to have to ask for some regen. Does have some branches and a shared tango to play with. But that does set a good tone. Again, we're talking about how aggressive top lane can be with the level team up. Nice crush out from Emo. Also spent the drop In Your Dream. So this is a lot better for Emo. And I guess, well, you're talking about skill matchup. Emo is one of the best mints in the world. But maybe just need a player of his caliber to deal with up.
Looking at the CS, Naga hasn't been able to pick up too much. FBZ in trouble. Lou's gonna get this one. Or Low. Lu and Low. We had a player called Lu, and then we have a player called Low, and it was pretty hectic casting them once in the same game. But
oh yeah,
in this case, FBZ going down, getting the first kill for the Yakuto Bros.
And again, that bot lane is rough for Doom. The Nightmare can only do so much, and not much on there. Aggressive help for Hoodwin. He managed to find a nice easy pick off on the Squirrel.
That's a pretty
a lot of damage at this point. The level 2 Celestial Hammer is really your problem. Just a lot of reach, a lot of burn damage, a decent amount of slows, and just easy setup from a Lion, who does go for the 2-1-0 build. Not needing the mana drain, so long as you find those kills, you don't really care.
Okay, well, in the first 5 minutes, you look at the Naga finally catching up in CS a bit, but it does hurt losing one of your heroes on the top lane. Then again, you are playing for quite specific timings with this Naga Siren, right? You want to hit 20 minutes and have, are we going hard build this game? Do we have like a 2 or 3 slotted Naga Siren is probably the biggest question, right? Because then, of course, the Shadow Fiend has to find his own point. Like, am I going to be just snowballing over this game right now? It's starting to look like it because the Doom can't really contest the SF right now. Not alone, at least. As we saw, the Bane is rotating towards the mid lane quite early at 5:20. So that rune's spawning at 6, but he is sneaking up behind Emo and does actually get in range for the Nightmare, but that gank doesn't really do too much, so that kind of backfires there.
No, not quite. Really want Virij to be around. Like, the Bushwhack is your bigger threat. Acorn shots, decent chunk of damage as well. That does close Jakrai. You are starting to get more levels going here on Xiangyu. The damage onto Jakrai is just overwhelming. And that's him with 2 rate bands. Like a decent chunk of armor, a few stats to play with mid.
All right, bit of a battle here in mid. Kaka gonna get, oh, they actually cut the tree down, so that Bushwhack doesn't last for a very long time. But at the same time, In Your Dream is gonna get crushed down by Emo, and he's gonna set himself for the next target. Corrosive Haze set up on Virij, as Kaka does get taken down finally by the lull, but losing that puck, he's probably the bigger one here. Nice read there to cut that tree down quickly and release that Lion, so they're still able to turn around, get their spells off for a second round.
That was just very clean. Again, Emo has been pretty darn good at charging up his Slytherin, his bash of deep, just to get that chain stun onto In Your Dream. And again, there is some good connections for the puck to make with these supports, but it feels like at this point in the game, it's just too fluid. No one has any out. Compare that to just having Wonder Wyvern with puck fast, already good chunk of damage. Top lane again. Rish forced to TP elsewhere as they're diving down bot for the Shrine of Wisdom here, it looks like.
All right, let's see what we can get done here. Solar Guardian will be spent there as a bit of a protection there, but this is rough for Reconyx. And they won't be able to hold their own Wisdom Shrine either. These supports are going to get starved pretty quickly, especially when we talk about this Hoodwink. He's going to need all the little bit of experience, get that Sharpshooter up as fast as possible. Then he would be able to play with the puck. He could use Coil and Sharpshooter to look for kills. And then, you know, good things will usually happen. If these supports fall behind an XP, then you're not getting to kill enemy heroes on the map. As you can see, there's a lot of pressure coming again from Emo and forcing out that Coil.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Trying to get into the groove here for the side of the Occult Brothers. And Reconyx, this is my concern that we talked about in the draft. When you have that off lane with a Naga 1 that's pretty passive, no other cores will be able to play.
Just don't get to play this puck at all. I mean, this is what usually happens with the Slardar puck matchup is Slardar is just way too strong in terms of damage. That crush is inevitable. I mean, he's starting to feel a bit Thanos snap at this point. He's getting quite a lot of kills, 3-0 already. Are you Thanos fan?
Yeah, just snapping those fingers or crushing his legs. Maybe Thanos crush. Don't search. That sounds very dangerous to search, actually. You will get different content that is not recommended. But
don't do that.
Emo is certainly, you know, not sending any question marks here. He's been playing a clean game. In Your Dream, again, he had this matchup yesterday, but again, different caliber of player in Emo. And you always have to be a little bit concerned. Now you've got a Puck with no farm, a Doom with no farm, a Naga with no farm going into the 10-minute mark, where you'd ideally start to want to make a few connections. One of these heroes, Zhang Yu, is just fighting into 2 by himself. Maybe a bit crazy.
Still has that T1 tower nearby. Plus the Solar Guardian was up, so if they end up using the Bushwhack and the Web, then you're always going to be free. They are pressuring bottom with the Shadow Fiend and maybe get that T1 tower out of the way. They understand the Doom is in a vulnerable state. He's already been forced into the jungle. So it just basically leaves the Bane just sitting under the tower, grabbing that wave, and it looks like Bane's going to be the one to get all the CS in the bottom lane.
I mean, super concerning when you have to play that way with Bane. Again, you have nowhere to sit. You have nowhere to just play with a hero. You're 3K behind overall. The Occult Brothers with a nice lead pre-10 minutes. Like 3K is insanely high.
They're hunting the puck once again. I mean, they're getting quite close to him here in the jungle. They've got the Wyvern and the Lion. They're just both being annoying, getting some deep vision down. Your Dream's gonna get surrounded. There's no level 6 on the Lion yet. That will probably be the tool that you need. Do you really think they can kill the puck with just the 2 supports? That's a bit ambitious.
Radiant's bottom tower
Yeah, not
is under
quite.
attack.
But that does give him all the space in the world to at least fully clear out the mid. Happy days for the side of the Occult Brothers. I mean, it's just clinical right now. There's no problems to solve at all in the Occult Brothers. It's Reconyx that has to start to find these answers, and the only answer I see is stall. Because there's literally nothing else to do. Just stall, just try to get EXP into supports, try to hit at least 1 major item on each of your cores. What that might look like and the timing of that doesn't look great. You try top, but where's your damage supposed to come in from? Like, it's just not there at this point. Your supports, again, aren't 6 yet, and your puck can't really rotate that quickly. You know, it's been too far behind, even now.
All right, let's see what they can do there. Got the Solar Guardian on top of the lull. Get the Bane. I don't quite see what the Bane's idea was necessarily to move in that deep. Or was it just that the Bane's been grabbing these waves near the tower and Yakuto's just read the moment that, well, we can invade this at any time and try to get a pick off that Bane.
Dire's bottom tower.
Yeah, it does look that way. Really interesting that FPZ is going back for the Radiance here on the Doom. So he's actually going for the Radiance Doom build into what looked like a BKB and Blink queued up. And he has the Talisman of Evasion. That's a start, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. Really good against the Spartan. Blink. And mischances give everyone a little bit more EHP with a mischance as well. There can be value in that sense.
Right, they found the once again. They're going to come in with TPs here because they are in a very strong position to just come and help out that Dawnbreaker who refuses to give in, and the Naga Siren caught in the front. Oh, this is just getting from bad to worse for Reconics, losing their carry and most likely the tower too. The entire team of Yakuto is here, and they are here to deliver punishment. Varish does get the bushwhack off on Emo before the crush lands, so he's able to escape, but that is a kill and a tower going down once again, and they couldn't get that Dawnbreaker. It's just, she just refuses to die.
It's just way too tanky. Right? Like you don't have like big minus armor strats, you don't have high burst damage supports here. Maybe if you could land in this sharpshooter, sure, that could count, that could help clean up, but it's just not quick enough to climb off of. And you're just kind of stuck waiting. You need a space to build up. You're not going to get support here from FBZ anytime soon. Not going to get too much support from In Your Dream. He did try with a coil, but there's just a lack of damage. And FBZ only has 600 to bank.
They got the grip at least, but the Wyvern is nearby. Does he have anything to save him? There's the Sharpshooter as well. The Solar Guardian will not help in this case because the Doom is on top. They don't really get a chance to turn either. So, oh, Jacroy dies elsewhere. They had the Slardar and the Lion in the top lane ganking the Naga at the same time. So even if you kill the SF, you just lost your carry too. It is a good trade in a sense that you're happy with any kill you can get at this point if you're Reconics. But Yakuto also killing that Naga, they're like, well, it doesn't matter.
So I do feel like Reconics finding this kill is bigger just because you're further behind, right? The network difference is higher. And let's face it, the Naga is, even if she doesn't die, she's not going to be active anyway, anytime soon, right? Like this here is just going to sit there, it's going to farm, it's going to split push wave. Is much bigger to jump in.
Got the spike on the lull, they got the sharpshooter and the coil connected as well. Trying to get that Slardar down, and he is surviving for quite a long time. He has another crush available, a heal coming in as well from Tianming. They got the curse as well set up on the lull, the nightmare on Emo. He's blinking around in your dreams, about to get away with the coil, and Emo still surviving through all of this. These tanky strength heroes, the Slardars, the Dawnbreakers, just proving too difficult for Reconics to find a kill, sharpshooter or not. And man, how many attempts already in the first 14 minutes? They have 4 kills, but these last few that they've basically sent 3 or 4 heroes. It feels like it's just not even worth it anymore.
Oh, again, at this point, you'd be happier off just trying to farm. I think the big thing is that if you were just farming, you'd get pumped down anyway, so forcing this action in an area that you are prepared for at least provides safer space for your cores. Right, like Jacor gets to farm maybe a little bit deeper up top. FVZ's unbothered down on that Radiance.
I just want to clarify. Like I don't want to say that I'm bashing Reconics here, just to make sure. I agree they're doing exactly the right thing, but they're just so low on damage. It's just not enough. Yeah. They are doing the right moves.
Yeah, it's just, again, there's not a lot of good that you can do right now on Reconics. It's just the nature of their draft, right? Like we've been saying, it, these supports aren't high burst supports. Your puck hasn't had a game. You're still bottom in the first year on your dream. It still needs a lot of form to find. Like even just getting like a Witchblade right now would be a huge boost in DPS. I don't know if you even have a room to go for that without infinite.
Nice little move there, but still feels like it's not going to be enough. The Nightmare, dodge one ability to get away, move yourself onto the low ground, but just, you know, that Shadow Fiend at 9,000 net worth already, he does hit like a truck. We got everything we need on the side of Yakuto to just keep on going with this current tempo. So what's going to change is when Reconics is going to find an item or two to boost their HP, then Yakuto's going to be, lacking in damage a bit. So how do they replace that? Are we going nullifiers, dispersers? What kind of burst are we looking for? on their side? Or are we just looking for sustained damage? What are the particular items you'd like to see maybe in this game that could be like big game-changing items? I'm talking like hexes on somebody, maybe hearts is good on someone. Is this a Scotty game? What comes to your mind in this one?
Honestly, the biggest thing is maybe something like FBZ being set at least for the BKB, right? Like Radiant's BKB is a decent timing. Just really need the confidence to go in and at least lock one hero away.
Oh, you can't die now. You can't die now. They gotta come to his rescue because that Radiance money is not short. I mean, it is short. It was very close to getting it. And now getting pushed back by another extra 100. Reconic's gonna have to back away, and that might just be a tier 2 tower into a potential Roshan sub 20 minutes.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And again, it just doesn't feel like you have that play. You don't have a Doom that's survivable enough. Really needs a BKB. You've got this Naga that's working onto the Scotty, like you mentioned, which I think is fine. Like, honestly, this game is not on Jikoi to win it for them. Right, at least at this point, the next 10, 15 minutes, this game is not in the Naga. There's really nothing the Naga can do, whether you go Heart, whether you go Scotty, whether you go Bloodborne. You just kind of need off as well, anyhow, if you're big.
Oh, Kaka, he did get the catch on Varish. Got in very early there with a blink stun and follows up with a finger. Dalol is there with the protection, but Emo just waits for his moment and goes for the blink stun. There's the feed script as well. There's anything to break it though. The healing is doing more than the grip, so that's a bit worrying. And now a Winter's Curse as well, catching the Doom. They are backing away from a reset. Requiem coming out from low. Let's get the silence out onto the Naga, but in your dream, they're actually looking pretty good here for Reconics to actually maybe kill and turn this fight around. FBZ with the Doom onto the Shadow King. He's trying to dodge it with the Manta, but it doesn't work out. But they're going to lose the SF. And that's your first sign of life, the proper sign of life here for Reconics. Beautifully fought fight there and well-used abilities, despite it looking pretty bad. Losing that Hoodwink early on and allowing that Slardar to blink and greedy, but they played to his greed. They could follow it up with the coil and with the grip.
They get their spacing just right, maybe not ideal to be in position for that curse. Really good attempt at counterplay coming out here for Qianying, but you know, it still falls just a little bit flat. And that's the difference maker, right? You've got Doom up, you've got the Radiance, you know you can kind of run in here on FBZ. He gets that key Doom off, and that's enough to allow you to have a game. Just taking one of these big heroes with damage away as an issue does kind of give you a chance to play. They are still set up here on the side of your Cult Brothers, though. Like, they're not scared of too much. The supports are just hanging back in the side. This is kind of crazy. Again, they don't have the longest cooldowns in the world. So they really have the freedom to just keep that aggression going.
And you do have to play this. You have to play this hit and run, right, when you're playing with Slardar and Lion. We used, like, the good old Slardar was blink, stun, back away, blink, stun, back away. Then they added him to passive to get an extra mash out so he can actually work as a right clicker. But that's exactly how this lineup still works to this day. Lion wants another round of Hex and stun. Shadow Fiend poking when they have those crowd control abilities used. That's how Yakuto want to play this. But does it change a bit for Reconics? Do they also just want to play with like a hit and run style? I feel like they're kind of all in when they use their abilities.
It's got to be all in. They have longer cooldowns. You really need those Dooms to be successful, so you're kind of timing yourself a few minutes to catch one.
All right.
Go get the magic trick.
Let's say that was a bonus, because Tormentor was really the thing that we're looking for.
Yeah. It's the unlucky blink timing for Varij. Very lucky for Emo to find a freebie. Yeah, not the best shard in the world on the Winter Wyvern as well, but useful enough. Maybe Kaka would have been happier to have some debuff immunity himself up front, but it's perfectly fine. 14-6, 6K lead coming out here for your Cult Brothers. You have managed to recover in Jacroy. Like, we should give this man a little bit of a shout out. Top of net worth, despite having that atrocious lane. Like, he was behind, but what, 1K, 2K at some point in like 12-minute mark?
Let's see.
Up again.
Gotta do all the small things, right? I mean, whatever you can do. Draw them back, even if it is a Wisdom Shrine steal attempt. Most likely you are gonna die, but at least you're getting information for your team that, hey, we got two heroes here. You can now push on the separate lane. Naga's still on top of net worth, thanks to that last team fight, Chikroy surviving long enough. He did get the most of the net worth out of that one. Puck is in full recovery mode, so I do wonder what the Puck build is going to be here for In Your Dream. Is it just full-on defensive, or does he find a way out of this one? And also, worst case scenario, to even go for something like an A on this, just to survive the burst.
And he's done that yesterday. It does feel like a waste of money because you do have a lot of viable nullifier builders. Heck, you just have a lot of control that just keeps following you anyway. Very low cooldown that just breaks you up as a Puck. So I don't think this is the kind of game you go for that. I do feel like, again, Witchblade is a good point. BKB probably is fine, honestly. Like, if the Wolves doesn't do enough for you, the BKB should be able to at least allow you to stand and fight. Roche does not take too long with Corrosive Haze plus presence of the Dark Lord. And now you've got like a big window here for the side of your Cult Brothers. You've got some BKB timings lined up. You've got actually a very cheeky build here from low. He doesn't feel the need for the Hurricane Pike, so he's going to go for the full Hydra's Breath, which you really don't see often on the SF. Yeah, but almost always it's a Hurricane Pike.
That is greed, but it does tell you that you are feeling good about yourself in this game, going for a build like that. So you are going to regret your decision if you go defensive. But then again, if you are ahead, you might as well just pump up more damage, be that big threat. Don't let them in, because if you do go for defensive items, then you're like, well, I wish I went damage, because now we could use some of that. So you can never know.
I like it. It's a very winning mindset for low. You know, if we're winning, just win harder.
That's a good way to put it.
Why play defensive, right? Like having the confidence, like, yeah, you know what? I don't need to defend. I just need to kill him. Then what's there to defend?
Yeah.
You know, what's there to dodge? What's there to try to reposition myself for? You're just dead. Already sieging away onto the high ground as well.
That's
I have
what
to
we
say,
call
we really
courage.
haven't felt Chikroy. Oh yeah, good old courage. Did you ever watch the
Cartoon
Dog?
No, I didn't.
No?
I know you're a huge cartoon and you know, animation enjoyer. Not necessarily as much, but I'll
time
try
to
my
get
best.
some culture. As they might jump into each other. Oh,
BMAC Coil, they got the right target as well. If they can get that Lion deleted, they got the BKB as well away from Emo. So this is already looking pretty good for Reconix. And then Nagasong catches the Wyvern, so they're going to get an extra. Going to get the reel in, drag in that flying Wyvern before he escapes into the Roshan pit. So get 2 kills, both supports gone. BKB burned from the slaughter. That's pretty good.
That is massive for the side of Reconix. I mean, not enough to really swing this game back, obviously, but they get some tempo back. You have to remember, they're fighting into Aegis, and they're still fighting into TP points with control here for your Cult Bearers. They could have easily tried top tier 1 still there, Builder Guard just on hand, but they just opt to cut their losses, which I think is a smart move. Anyhow, Reconix for their part, it's starting to reach that point where there might be some problems. Full Ags isn't too far off here from the lull, so he will have like this grip that's just going to be available a lot quicker, and a little bit more of a challenge to cancel off. You've got, again, the BKB set now on FBZ. You've got the Butterfly not too far away here for Chikroy. And this Naga is starting to be pretty beefy, all things considered. They do find the lull.
There's a casual Bane strolling in the trees. Going to make them work for this kill a bit. Might take a while. I mean, he's got the Nightmare as well, so he'll buy some more time. If there isn't a TP to cancel the lull, then he's most likely just going to get a nice distance and teleport away. It's most likely the case. There we go. Wyvern was really the only hero who could have done that outside of the raw damage from the Shadow Fiend. But Bane's movement speed feels a bit busted.
It does. The guy can just chase down so quickly. Maybe is it because he's floating? I wonder. Doesn't have to expend too much effort. When you think about
like
that,
one of those. Is it Aladdin, the one with the magic carpet?
Yeah, exactly, right? And think about all the flying heroes we have. Skyrat has good move speed. Hero doesn't. Dragon Swift is a cat one.
Yeah.
Big one.
Get the Doom before he gets anything out. They are actually looking for a response in top. They got already Qian Ming, so the Wyvern is dead. And the Shadow Fiend? Is SF still in there? No, that's just SF Illusions that they were cleaning up in front of the tier 2 tower, so they'll get a trade going. And if it isn't the best one possible, it's still something. It does allow them to spread around onto the map once again, get the top and the mid lanes pushed out.
Yeah, try just again work with what you have here on the side of Reckonix. And this Naga can be a problem. Like, you know, Butterfly comes in, Scotty's already up.
The one thing that I'm reading from these map movements, once those two kills were, once those two kills happened, I was just looking at that mid lane. The moment I said they can push out the mid wave. Nobody wanted to go to that wave because they thought that Yakuto is still hiding somewhere in the trees. All they lost was a Wyvern. They're still in full combat capability despite that Wyvern being alive. So nobody wanted to go there until the entire Reckonix lineup was next to that tier 2 tower and willing to push out the wave. So you can see that every time these waves are pushed in deep, it should give you a signal of they might be smoked. So now that they pushed out the waves themselves, this is a good moment for this smoke, but they gotta be fast with this one. And scans are already coming in as well, so they're probably suspecting something is up. Also a Radiant glyph being used. Xianming pulling the creep wave. Lu's gonna be revealed now. Emo is nearby, but they have not decided to walk between the tier 1 and the tier 2 towers. So this is where we kind of get to this highly strategic level of Dota moment.
Yeah, it's all about reading where people are showing up in the map, where they're not showing. Good smoke break from Varish with vision.
Another vision as well. Dodges the stun. No time to be tired here. Yep. Can you say that out loud?
Walay kapoy diri. It's in Visaya, so hopefully some people get that out there. Oh, this could be big.
Yeah, pick up the Fiend script, instantly landed on him. That Kaka is out there, but that Bane has an Ags. So one simple Hex ain't gonna cut it. Lu dead, Doom comes out as well, and it's onto the Dawnbreaker. So Dawn moves away, and the Nagalu's just gonna tear FBC apart to Kroy. We'll get some damage in as well. Then Your Dream gets a 2-man silence as well. Does not have the coil anymore, but he's looking to get some damage in, but the Hex comes out. The Aeon Disc is there. We talked about that Aeon Disc potential pickup for In Your Dream that allows him to escape. But they can't get into range to deal damage because this Naga is being kited quite heavily, and they're focusing on other targets instead. So it's going to be a 2-for-2 trade with the SF and the Doom, the two cores falling.
It's a much bigger trade again for Reckonix. I think it's rather curious. We were talking about strategy and reading the map. Surely, with the smoke breaking around that rune area on mid, surely you think, all right, they've been in our triangle, they've been in our jungle, they might have a forward wall, but Low still goes into farm. I think that's what's curious of all. Like, we just had a smoke break near the area, and they failed to get a gank. And he still goes to farm that area without acting as actual bait. No one else was there.
He went full damage, John. He's disrespecting his opponents.
Maybe just a bit, you know? Maybe that's the wake-up call Low needs, right? Like, needs to kind of shake it off, realize, all right, you know, we can't underestimate Reckonix. We're giving them some openings. We've lost our lead down to just 1K. And that's a huge swing. Yep. Like, all if it's on the Naga, sure. But this Naga is looking unstoppable. Like, Butterfly Heart Scotty?
Nope, another instant grip from Dalol. This time onto the Dawnbreaker, completely isolated. Easy kill here for Reconnix. Bringing themselves back up. They have cut the net worth lead into a tie now. They have crawled themselves back in. You know, I think I agree with you. There's a lot riding on this apple bottom jeans, boots with the fur. Low.
Yeah, Low is going to have to get his dancing boots on, for sure. I think... Oh, they're tracking Jakoi.
And they found the right one. Could have... Oh, how do you miss that stun? How do you miss that stun? Oh my goodness. Well, that is a blunder, because that's now a moment for Reckonix to just go in and go on the hunt. Can they catch somebody? FBZ, Doom on his Shadow Feed. Again, he can't get it out in time, but the Manta does get the Lotus. but that also did not reflect the Doom back on FBZ. And now Emo, he's frontlining. He's trying to get that Doom kill. Possibly does. The Nightmare does come out just for the save, and now Jakoroi's going on to the chase with that Naga Siren, hoping for Emo to be caught. He reflects the web back, and another Lotus cast, so he's dispelling the web, and he's able to get out, but that is yet again another dead SF.
Yeah, it's low again. To be fair, I don't think we can fully blame low for that, because if the same sequence of events happen and they actually got the Earth Spike stun, that would have been a dead, if not close to dead, Jakroi, right? Because you get the Requiem, you get a couple of raises at range, you stack them up, you are likely to find that kill, but just rather interesting. Maybe they lost vision, right? Because the crush does connect. It feels like there was a tree in between right at that moment. Maybe they didn't quite have direct vision, and that was the choice. You know, Kaka just decided to throw a random one. It's one of those instances, right, where the vision circles are right next to each other, but not over on top of each other. Right. Mayhaps. That's what I think might have happened. I don't think that happened myself, but that's one explanation I can come up with. Right?
Yeah,
I feel like they were right next to each other. It looked like they were next to each other.
You got to come up with some excuse, right? I mean, you're at the office and you're being blamed of a mistake that you've done, so you come up with anything that comes into mind. It's like, I don't know. I mean, it reminded me for a second about the old shard on Lina, where the Laguna Blade was cast into the ground and it never hit anything.
Yeah. Oh, I love that. I love that so much. I miss that. Why don't we have fun stuff like that in Dota and more, T-Family?
Yeah,
I don't know. Why do we not have random stuff like that?
But people got a lot of blame for missing Lagunas all the time.
I mean, look, you know why? Because we didn't have stuff that increased AoE back then. Now you do, so it's gonna work.
Yeah, now it could actually
let the
work.
smoke will work.
This big fat Laguna Blade, yeah, oh yeah, I'll be down for that. Doom instantly used, and the BKB allowing the Dawnbreaker to teleport away. So that's a 2-minute cooldown. What does Yakuto decide to do with that? Get out on the map at least, with the top lane pushed out deep. The bottom lane is pushing with a double wave. So if they reveal themselves in mid, maybe find a connection. Roshan is also up, so they instantly scanned. They probably thought, well, they spent Doom, so they gotta quickly get something. So they scanned into the Roche pit. And that was pretty close for Jakroi to actually pop that scan. He was right on top of it. But it did not reveal their location. Now they're going to know. As the Naga's waltzing in the river. The Blink Stun misses again. How does this Naga just keep getting away with everything? And an instant feed script by Delol. A lot of status resistance on this Slardar, though, so he's going to be unfazed about all of this that's being thrown in his general direction at the moment. Still has his BKB, so Emo's going to be all right. That's a lot of abilities.
Just a bit too tanky. Right next to the river, not the ideal spot to try to punish a Slardar. You won't slither away, but in Reckonix, you can just see they hold the threat. Even without Doom up, like they still hold massive threats to the side of Occult Bros. Heck, even Grip's down, right? And this is gonna get really challenging now for the side of Occult Brothers, with the Blink being up on the lull. Like he can get these grips off from a mile away. Just easily hang back far enough that he's not concerned about getting picked off. Another smoke out from Occult Bros. See if they find a way to work it in, because if they do win this fight, take Roshan, easily could get the advantage back and start to get some tempo onto the high ground. But this has to work. Jump.
All right, quick delete on the Hoodwink. FBC on the chase, though. That Doom should be coming to cooldown any second. There we go. Doom is available, and a coil as well into the river. The Grip has caught the Wyvern, and this time FBC doesn't get the Doom off because the Manta cast is perfect. Last time it didn't work out. Baloo going to get the song out. Gonna wait for the BKB kite on Emo, so he will not have it. Roshan is also going to be very angry in the middle of all of this, as Low will go down. They nuke the Shadow Fiend, and next they can set their attention towards that Dawnbreaker. And Winter Wyvern probably just left for dead behind. And Reckonix are in control. They are in charge of how these fights are going. I've yet to see a deadly Requiem since 20 minutes ago. The whole combo that they have with this lineup, it hasn't really felt threatening anymore for a long time.
No, but at the same time, can you really expect like some Requiems to come out here from low? Because he's playing SF without Yashikaya, right? Like, he went full right click. So if he's trying to channel a Requiem, he's just going to be easy target to find with Nightmare, with Enfeeble, with a Bushwhack, with the root coming out from your Naga. I don't think he can even play around that concept unless it's like right after a perfect Solar Guardian setup or a perfect Crush. Just kind of challenging with how they're taking these fights on your Cult Brothers. Quick EP does make it out in the nick of time. Bane Nighttime Vision. No.
Oh my god,
No.
Mike, why? Why? My eyes hurts. Oh my
It's terrible, isn't it?
It's terrible. I mean, I messaged Mike and he's like, oh no, they picked my 6-7 voice line. I was like, so why did you post one in the first place?
Oh, it's awful. And I will accept responsibility for this T.
Yeah, you
We were in
better.
Paris. We were down. We
better.
were in a Seine River cruise, and you know, because of that viral clip where one guy did the 6-7 on a bridge and all the kids went crazy. Everyone on those boats passing by tries to get everyone to do a 6-7. So there's just grown-ass 40-year-old men doing 6-7, very vigorously, I might add. And Mike got infected from there. He was so angry at that cruise. He was like super upset. He was actually like mad. And then he decided to make it his voice line. So I guess that also makes him a bit of a hypocrite, but it is what it is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I know, making money out of that. I hope he doesn't. Oh, again, the same setup once again on the Dawnbreaker. 4,000 HP, who? Yeah, it doesn't really make a difference here. That amount of lockdown. When you compare the status resistance that this Slardar has compared to the Dawnbreaker, like every spell cast on emote feels like it doesn't last at all, and everything else lasts an eternity. On this Dawnbreaker, no matter how much HP you have, you're not gonna... Okay, we had this comparison. No matter how much MMR you have, if you're stunned, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, for sure. That's it. Same thing with HP. You know, you can be tanky all you want. If you're held for like 20 minutes, then you're not going to survive.
Yep.
That's exactly the experience that Xiang Yu is getting for himself. 13k lead for Reckonix as what looked like a very horrible first 15 minutes does kind of work out. And I think it's really down to just those moments where they underestimate and FBZ actually gets the BKB timing. They play perfectly off of these fights on Reckonix's end. This puck is becoming really slippery with a full Octarine up. Damage is really online now with your Naga Siren pretty much fully slotted up. You've got the utility in your Bane, you've got the utility in your Hoodwink as well. The only real challenge is just looking for this high ground angle at this point. You have to see if they can actually find the opening they'd want here on the side of Reckonix. And for the Cult Bros, look, I mean, there's still a combination on hand, like this extreme minus armor with emo plus with low should be enough to try to melt some heroes, but it just doesn't feel like you're able to stand and fight as much as you'd want to here. You know, you've got that full Hydra spread done, you've got the Daedalus coming in, all in on the right clicks here, and
honestly,
there
I
is
feel
some
like
good
the only
damage.
time you can really fight is when you have your BKB on. That's when the Naga's going to use her song to burn out your BKB charge. And you know the big difference between refreshers these days? Because it doesn't refresh your abilities. That makes Naga song twice better than that one BKB, which you're not going to be able to refresh.
No. It does. It's gonna be really tough if it reaches that point. I mean,
yeah, I mean that's going to be a huge thing to consider. That you can use one song to kite BKBs and the second to actually set up. Jacroy, they found the right one, and there's no backup nearby. They're going to get the lock-in onto this Naga Siren with every stun that they have, and it's been a while, but they will get a kill off of Jacroy. And 747 gold, and a lot of assist shared gold as well. Quick snipe from In Your Dream as the backup has finally arrived. Kaka was a bit too slow to leave the premises. They get the Fiend's Grip as well. The Grip is countering that fight. FBC, oh my goodness, all right. That's a really quick Aegis use, and you're fighting this without your Naga Siren. Getting the Requiem out to zone everybody else out, and that raw right-click damage is too much for FBZ. The Doom will fall, and they found In Your Dream of the trees as well! I don't know what happened there. Did he accidentally get stuck, or he was standing still for a bit there, but they placed down vision on the cliff, which showed, hey, the puck is right there.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. What I'm really not sure about is why Reckonix even bother going in for that fight, right? Like, you don't have your Naga. You don't have a good angle. They've already kind of retreated. They could have set up vision to kind of get that kill. That means you're fighting into vision. Like, why would you do any of these things in a position where you're ahead? They lose a significant amount of gold. You still, again, maintain the lead, but now big power spikes coming in there for the side of your Cult Brothers. Daedalus fully up for low. His damage is just overwhelming. Going for the full Satanic. If you get the grip down bot, that's something.
Yep. The Bloodthorn also solves a lot of issues of taking heroes down quickly with the lockdown that they have with Reckonix. So if they, I mean, before with the Dawnbreaker kill, they had to use full duration ultis, followed with pushwhacks and maybe another extra nightmare used on top as well, just to make sure that they don't escape. And that damage is going to help them take heroes down a lot faster. Here's the replay from that previous fight. It all started with Jacroy being spotted. They found the right Naga Siren and nobody was nearby. Just look at the mini-map. Like, where's your closest ally? Not even close. And this is the follow-up. So the wards are on the cliff. And I need to look, where is the puck? Okay, so he failed the waning rift. He didn't get across the trees. He got stuck instead. So they just saw him with the ward and took him down. That was just a waning rift that was 1 pixel short.
Yeah, really unfortunate. Let's see if Reckonix can try to reel something back. They are smoked here. Just need a good angle.
Won't be able to reel anything in. Interesting Doom interaction there, because he doomed into the Lotus, but I don't think the Doom got doomed himself, or did he? Actually, it does look like he might have. He's still taking damage from something, but the Lol is the one to fall first. The Wyvern's going to follow. Requiem also used by a low, but that's only to zone out. Emo will survive the Doom damage. Support's only being traded here.
A bit costly on the side of Reckonix, and waiting for the next Doom is a little bit more painful. You've got the Ags time for FBZ. That's the next big spike, of course. AoE Doom on hand with Shivas.
He's got a Lincolns on the Doom, so he doomed the Lotus. The Lotus Doom bounced into his Lincoln, so that's what happened.
That's smart. You know, I mean, if you initiate first, you know, at least you don't get doomed. If you do in a longer fight, you can block off a Hex, you can block off some nuisances here and there, and block off any sort of hold. Heck, even maybe block off the Curse would be nice. Emo just going on the hunt, not quite finding anything for his trouble. And look, you're still in a fine spot for Reckoning. You are seeing that confidence come back in for your Cult Brothers, right? Like they're taking the initiative, they're going on the hunt, Emo's taking charge. They want to find that hit and run once more with this combination with the Slardar. And I mean, it's a closer game than you'd imagine. It looked like Reckonix had all the answers. They slip up 1 or 2 times here, and you have a game for your Cult Brothers. And it's very even across the map, right? Like, it's a 10k lead, 8k lead, but all of that's really on your Naga. Look at the position of the other cores relative to net worth. It's not that far apart. Heck, you're lagging a little bit behind here on Reckonix, right? Your farm in your Dream is lagging just a bit behind. FBZ for a Doom isn't the most farmed in the world. It does give a lot of play angles for the side of your Cult Brothers, for sure.
Both teams are very cautious about these engagements as well. They're not really charging to just, you know, they're just not rushing into finding a potential pick-off. Like, the only ones that they found is because the Naga Siren has been too close to the Yakuto Bros base. But outside of that, we haven't really seen a lot of smoke plays into the dire side of the map. It is still Reckonix who are being the aggressors, even if the game, as you said, is a lot closer than what it probably was a while ago.
I think now both teams are going to be setting their sights onto that Roche, of course. You do have good vision set up, and maybe just slightly better map control from the side of Reckonix. They're set up for the nighttime Roche in comparison to your Cult Bros, setting up the wards for like a daytime Roche angle up top. It's going to be a little bit easier for Reckonix to force this fight in the area. should be, Yakult Pro should be a little bit more cautious here. They are trying to play around with Manta Illusions, and they're starting to find, you know, at least this position from FBZ and the lull. But they're not getting them trying to make that approach. Instead, their vision is finding stuff up top, but they also just can't gap close onto Jakoi early enough. Very quick Roche respawn.
FBZ goes in. He does get stunned right away by Emo, and he's almost getting blown up, but the Nightmare save is there, allowing him to BKB, but the Solar Guardian is still going to be connecting on for the kill, and they will lose low once again. Jakoi finally arrives into the fight. He does get the web rooted. He got the curse onto the high ground, onto the Bane, but it's just the supports hitting each other, and that's not the one that they wanted. The Alliance going to be coming in with buyback as well, but that Dawnbreaker, and so is the Slardar, just going to melt in the eyes of this Naga Siren, and In Your Dream delivering the punishment, and that will take the entire Yakuto Bros lineup, and Kaka might just die back. Insta-max buybacks coming in from all the cores, and it is suddenly that net worth bounces to 25K. You have a win condition for Reckonix, and they might just be able to secure that next Roshan as well. So you got to make some quick decisions here if you're the Radiant side. Can we contest that Roshan, or are we going to have to fight that next fight's probably going to be the end of the game?
No, they can't fight into Roche. They don't have the vision set up like we were talking about. They set up for top. It's a very quick respawn down bot. They're going to have the coverage here on the side of Reckonix now with the Aegis up. They have buybacks as well, the gold for the buybacks as well on hand. I have to say, it's a little bit silly. I don't know if you caught that, T, but the TP from Jakoi for like, what, 200, 300 units in front of him to try to catch, that was a pretty funny sight. But hey, if you can, why not try to style? Even the lull is just so confident now. He's got the travels, he's going in, he's just nightmaring all by himself, knowing that he can kind of get away with it. And he's forcing like 2 supports to be right next to low just for nightmaring the guy. Like that's a lot of commitment just to protect your SF from farming like literally the 2 closest camps to your base. It's nuts.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, and also like in that last fight for Yakuto, what we see is we don't get the Requiem off. We have a very low impact Solar Guardian, and we have a Winter's Curse that hits the supports. So it's like you're only disrupting their presence from the fight for a bit, but we're still getting hammered down by a Naga Siren. We have just picked up a Divine Rapier for low. And I still feel like that still might not change things unless they get the lockdown they need for him to hit freely.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think damage ever was the issue. It's just how you approach these team fights. You rely on a really good curse. You rely on kind of like kiting out the song, maybe baiting out the Dream Coil, and all of that's easier said than done. FBZ's also just been such a menace. FBZ and the lull have been such menaces with their grip and with their Doom, right? That's forcing out responses when they come in for that commitment. Like you're having to use Winter's Curse to cancel off the grip. You're having to use like whatever you have on hand, or just running a hero away when the Doom's up.
What they can do with the smoke as well. They're right next to the base, and Delul preparing himself for that quick grip. Remember, he has a refresher shard on him, so he will get a second one. In Your Dream aggressively playing deep. Coil connects only onto the Shadow Fiend, who is being protected. Quick so-called attempt made. No full commitment yet. Another one. I love how In Your Dream is still as quick as with his fingers as he ever was.
Oh yeah.
Making these quick, snappy puck plays. Going for a bit of poke, retreating again. Smoke out from the base. They're going to try and go for the wraparound. They got the Naga Siren, the real one, in the lane. And I think their smokes are popping as the Solar Guardian is being used as well, but they don't get the catch. We're watching the base, but the fight's outside. As Nemo, BKB'd up In Your Dream. We'll have another coil up in a second, so they don't have the Solar Guardian now. And they tried to use it to catch the Naga Siren because their smokes popped in the lane, but they still couldn't catch the real one.
Oh. And that's a lot of commitment coming out. At least you have most of your ultimates outside of Solar Guardian. You did have to pop the BKB and Emo. Could make it a little bit awkward to try to find openings here without that protection. Meanwhile, the side of Reckonix have everything but the Sharpshooter, which isn't really the most important aspect. Low cooldown enough that it's back up. They lost one range racks top. They lose the mid tower now as well. And you still have a minute 40 for Reckonix to play with his Aegis. There's a lot of time here. There's not a lot of answers left in your Cult Brothers. It has to be, I want to say it has to be down to kind of Xianning getting these big Winter's Curses with his Hags, with his Blink. If he had an Aether Lance, perhaps it's easier, but you have to work with what you have. A bit of space, but Emo can't find it.
That Crush AoE feels smaller and smaller after every passing minute. And meanwhile, the base is in shambles. You've got all this damage with the Rapier, but like you said, damage was never really the question for Yakuto. Feels like Reckonix with less damage are getting more done.
They are. And to be fair, like these Naga illusions do like 100 per hit now. I mean, they're kind of crazy if you just let them clump up. And they are crazy tanky as well. Like look at them look how long it takes to kind of clear them out. It should be the last tower under high ground disappearing relatively soon.
And every 15 seconds.
It's only half a minute.
That cooldown is quite silly, you know? Every 15 seconds, another set of illusions are marching in your base and taking another building.
I really hate this illusion gameplay. You know, I didn't mind illusion heroes before, sure. They were weaker, yes. I wouldn't mind them now if I could just hex an illusion away as Lion. Why can't I do that? Or no, not hex, but you could hex. Why can't I mana drain illusions to kill them? Right? Like, think about this, right? What if, you remember that movement from Kaka missing out the Earth Spike? What if this is a result of Kaka not being in the pro scene for 3 years? You know? Maybe just certain things need more time to be refined, right? Like he went on hiatus. Maybe he went on the broadcast side in China for a bit since his last showing. And you know, he picks the line. He's like, oh, you know, Lion Tanaga, I can fix these illusions and you can't anymore. Quick grip and a Doom.
Yeah, nothing's gonna fix this Slardar though. Emo out for 100, does have buyback. But that just makes the base defense situation even worse. This was the stun that was holding these illusions busy. And you only have the bottom lane of Rax remaining. He's, well, you have the mid melee at least. At least it's a melee Rax, so it does have regeneration on it. But what they're looking to do is force out the buyback from the Slardar. One good thing for Yakuto, when they forced all those buybacks to protect Kaka, when they were diving deep into the base, they have gotten those buybacks back. So they are up once again.
They are.
But they are slowly running out of options in time because with every illusion push, these buildings grow weaker and weaker. And in your dream, gonna make another aggressive play. FBZ does take a couple big punches from that Rapier. Manages to walk away, but he did force the BKB off of low. Jacroy, meanwhile, the bottom range Rax is gone. The melee Rax is taking damage. The mid Rax is gone. They got the grip as well. Now onto the Shadow Fiend, and the Rapier's gonna go down on the deck, or is it? A heal comes in just at the last possible moment to save low. And they got the curse on In Your Dream, and Jacroy's being hexed as well. They got a lot of damage onto Jacroy. They're gonna try and nuke down the Naga Siren, and he's gonna fall. They will take him with Evo with a buyback on the Slardar, enabling them to clean these heroes up. And In Your Dream is fighting desperately for some more damage on all these 5 heroes. But for the time being, Yakuto will hold their base.
Yeah, they do just one Rax left standing, but they hold off against the Mega Creeps at the least. Super Creeps will be coming in. That would be a little bit of a nuisance. Buyback still available for Reckonix Roshan. Still a few seconds away, and that should be enough time to at least have your heroes on hand for Reckonix to fight in, if it's a moderate, even just a moderate respawn time here. So, not the biggest loss in the world for Reckonix. Pretty important for your Cult Bros to actually get stuff going there with the buybacks they commit on Emo. And it's just a matter of, can you do that again? I think the big thing for Reckonix there was that you don't have something like the Refresh Doom, right? Like, once you throw it out, you're kind of done on FBZ. He didn't have anything to do in the middle of that fight again. He was just kind of standing on the sides. And you did manage to get a good position out on your Winter Wyvern. Like, just being able to actually use the Cold Embrace to save played a big part. They were, again, fairly split up on Reckonix. You had Jacor trying to play a different part of that fight, while In Your Dream was trying to focus on his own thing as well. So, if you can split these fights apart like that in your cult, there is opportunity to be found. It's just hard to see that consistently happening here, considering how clean Reckonix has been playing. Looking for the Roshan. Half a minute until we see that timer really kick in. Respawns are back up for Reckonix, though. They can kind of... Yeah, they can join the fight easily at this point. I love that pickup on Tianming. Just having a casual Vlad for your team here is huge.
Massive
and the lifesteal that will definitely benefit literally all of this right-click set of heroes. But can they do something? Like this is dangerous. Both sides are going to be looking for Roche. And whoever gets that pretty much has access to ending the game. Like Yakult, if they get Roche on, they can easily just rush down tier 3 into tier 4s. And just play force buyback.
Big jump from FBC, gets a massive AoE silence there with the Doom, and the Shadow Fiend just decides to jump on top of him and takes him out. The Fiend's Grip is there, the Solar Guardian will be used as well, but the Naga Siren is now being controlled, but Low will be the one to fall, and Jacroy is dropping down as well. Both carries are out for the count. You got the buyback coming in from the Doom and from Kaka. The Lol, aggressive positioning. Nemo recognizes a moment has arisen, and he just goes straight for the Bane, takes him out of play. He probably tried to play a bait, but it didn't quite work out. Kaka, remember, he bought back. He will die back if he falls here. The Naga, the Naga is back into the action as well, so they will clean up these supports. Both Tianming and Kaka down, and Shang Yu will be also chased. So they will take the Dawnbreaker out as well. Both supports are gone for 2 minutes. Reckonix does have a Bane buyback, but Jacroy, he's angling towards the Megas, so Dawnbreaker, Shadow Fiend both have to return back to defend the base. But is it still gonna be too late? The illusions are still hitting the building. Yep, 1 HP. Yep, he's got it. Mega Crits Jacroy goes straight for Low. And the Varish follow up as well. Gus get the bushwhack. The coil is onto 2. Doesn't hit the Shadow Fiend though. But here comes FBZ. Follows up with a big AoE stun. Goes for the Dawnbreaker. Tries to next Jungi, and he will take down the Dawn and kill Low in the fountain. And it took 58 minutes. But Mind Control Squad will take the lead in this Decider series. What a game, John. What a way to start this series.
Yeah, well, what a way to go about it. The early game just looked pretty rough for the side of Reckonix. Happy to see people smiling. So they are, yeah, they look really good on Reckonix. They fixed some issues we were seeing yesterday.
Yep.
I think the big part for your Cult Brother is maybe, I don't think the draft was bad, but it did feel like they ran out of steam at some point. You have to be so careful. With something like the Slardar, you do want to keep tempo up. And maybe, again, something in itemization kind of went wrong. We never saw big Requiems, like you pointed out. You didn't have Yashakai, you didn't have that threat here from Low. He was all about the right click, so you were lacking some teamfight combos here.
Yeah, there was definitely some moments of the early domination from Yakuto, the way that their heroes are just generally surviving because they're too tanky to deal with. The Dawnbreaker, the Slardar, really difficult heroes to kill. And then it just comes down to execution. They made one mistake in a mid lane push where they basically died one after the other with their abilities being used kind of recklessly. And then you have Reckonix just winning fight to another fight to another fight. And we kind of ran into a small stalemate, but you know, the push, everything, just too hard to deal with.
And it certainly was. We'll see if they can start to course correct. Of course, there's a lot to consider going into their next game. And we'll find out.
All right. Well, we're going to go on a break, so we'll see you guys in a bit for game number 2.
Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCC-KZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз. Центр кредит банкымен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, Тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCC KZ.
And we are back here at wonderful Jekpejek Arena here at beautiful Astana. Here I'm joined with Kawaii. How are the games?
I'm really enjoying the games. I'm really enjoying the view of the trophy. It looks incredible, right? And the people here, they're competing for this trophy and of course for a lot of money. But I think for now, they're just thinking about just winning their games, right?
For sure, yeah, of course. I mean, when you're one step for the elimination, I mean, I don't think you cared about the match money because you need to think about to be survived for the next step. But yeah, definitely. Here I'm. My name is Borko. I'm here with Kawaii. So what I was saying, Reconics 1-0 for now. Was not a clean game for sure. For sure, they got counterpicked by a puck. Got counterpicked with a Slardar, and they actually picked Naga into Dawnbreaker. Like, for me, that was really nuts. But however, they pulled they trusted their character, and that's how they managed it through. And before we proceed, I would like to thank our general sponsor, Samruk-Kazyna, for actually making this possible. And they brought us the mobile games for the Dota 2, and thank you very much for that, Samruk-Kazyna. Moving forward, I was actually here with the Reconics people, and I got some interesting and quite insightful information, which is that was a carrier player's call to pick Naga on 24, but I'm gonna call it that was ballsy.
I mean,
not just ballsy, but
it was just a difference in how they approach the game. Equal Brothers, they just pick strong lanes, right? You have SF, a strong laner. You close the puck with your Slaughter, which is a really strong matchup for Slaughter specifically. Right. You also have this Dawnbreaker. And I feel like Reconics, they just didn't care about lanes. They know that they can take it late because of Naga. You can always out-macro the opponent with your illusions. And they know they will not allow the enemy to finish in time. And later on, they have everything they need. They have every single tool to just make sure they win. This Naga was almost unstoppable. She did die once, like in the late game scenario. But she just killed everybody.
The thing is, though, they are playing under the times. So the thing is, not gonna call out Yakult Brothers to not brothering their hood and defending their hood and actually ending the game early. Like, you guys want to know truth? I mean, they could have ended the game at minute 25, minute 30.
There was a chance for that, right?
That was 100% a chance. The 3 lanes are lost. Puck can't do anything. He has 10k net worth. Doom is farming in the 2. Excuse me, from over the shitty camps. He's not farming anything. You have Naga on the other hand. He's not doing anything. Like, just you have Slardar mid, you have SF, you have a Dawnbreaker. Just get the AC, get the Dezo, man up, and just fight. But the Dawnbreaker buys incredible, horrific items. Lincoln, Abyssal, Harpoon. What else? What else are you gonna buy? Buy a like, I don't know. Buy something else. Like,
you wanted to see an Aura Dawnbreaker here
like
more?
You are playing with a Slardar, you're playing with SF, and you're into Naga. Like, brother, just get a Deso, get an NAC, and man up and go ahead. I was actually curious to ask people about around. I was asking the Post 3 player, who is this guy? Like, I genuinely have no idea. His name is in Chinese.
It's pronounced Changyu.
Changyu?
Yeah.
Oh, so that's the new player that we were talking about. Okay.
Guy I was talking to you about.
So that's a new player. I could definitely tell that. Yes. Okay, so Changyu. Well, I mean, if I'm your coach, I'm gonna have a real talk with you, because I actually didn't like how. I mean, the laning, yes, but like, he's like more of a support than he's an offlaner. Like, I want you to man up and do your thing, but you're not there. Like, I don't feel the
generally
pressure.
agree with you. I generally agree with the fact that maybe the itemization wasn't correct. But you're saying Deso and AC. I'm thinking auras. I'm thinking some extra protection for your SF so he cannot get jumped on. Maybe even an Aghanims, even though the Aghanims was nerfed. And make sure that you can actually go high ground. You can protect your creeps. You can protect your cores.
Right.
So they just wail on the towers and you get the chance to close the game. They went full greed against the Naga. That's the problem.
I feel like the way how he actually played, even like there was a laning problem. There is a Bane. You're playing. You're a Dawnbreaker. You're playing into Bane. You always have to have a head, and you need to tell your team, all right, guys, call me on Bane grip. Whenever he gets grip, whenever people get grip, you need to insta ult you. But he does it with a 2-second delay. I mean, if you want to be a champion, if you want to earn $1 million, you cannot play like that.
I mean, if you're talking about the moment where they were fighting at the bottom near between tier 2 for Radiant, right? Yeah, I agree with you, but there's also a thing that we see everything. Players don't see everything. He was waiting for somebody to give him vision, and because of that, he didn't jump just in time. No. So when he got vision of Bane, because Bane was gripping for really far away, and he got a teammate to jump onto, that's when he canceled the Bane ultimate. But at this point, it was a bit too late because Naga was creating a lot of space, and at some point, just Bane gets an Aghanims, and it doesn't matter. You cannot stop Bane ultimate with Dawnbreaker unless you have like a tier 5 item and Gleipnir or something.
I would like to mention to you a couple of details. So whenever he grips, they already have the vision on Bane. So even if it's on the trees or whatnot.
But you need a teammate to come close to Bane so that you can jump
That doesn't matter, because you have like a big giant circle and you can move it around, and you see the Bane already. Just your heroes and SF stands here, just use it around your circle, move it a little bit forward to the northwest side, and you're there. I have genuinely questions. This is very questionable play from the Dawnbreaker. I'm just gonna call it out. It's just it's not the tier 1 performance, basically.
You feel like it's on him?
I don't want to sound like that. I don't want to be negative about it, but he definitely could have played way better. Like that was not a champions play. Like, yeah, I mean, that's just not there.
Before we go and move on to something a little bit more positive, I'd like to remind you guys that Digital Basketball Discipline is presented by Halik Bank. So if you want to watch some basketball being played on consoles first and then being played in real life, 3-on-3, you can always thank Halik for that.
Yeah, thank you very much, Halik, for that. Actually, that's very positive. And another positive thing, Reconics is one. So like, I mean, let's see how they're gonna do in the second game. So like I really like the pick on how to say. I really like the 8-pick SF, but it's kind of iffy because you guys get doomed. So the SF is gonna get countered no matter what. You guys are opening it for free on 8, and then moreover, you guys counter picking enemy mid. So like again, we're playing against into the So right now we're talking about the offlane players, right? So FBZ plus the how do you say Shanyu? Yeah. So Shanyu, I mean, definitely Shanyu is a newer player. I could tell needs to work on, and I'm pretty sure he would do as much as how New played from the previous games and actually do well. Hopefully, guys are not tilted from the game 1 and they can come back and do very good on the second game. And I genuinely believe Shanyu has to show his best performances because he has, if he wants to be. I don't want to say someone, but if he wants to proceed in his career and do great things, of course, he has a great time to show it right now because China is a competitive region, and you still like to be one of the best ones, such as Fight Beyond, right? You need to show your best.
I mean, there's a general deficit of offlaners across all Dota. That's the reason why they have this as a star role when you're playing ranked roles.
Right. Yeah.
They've changed it recently, very high demand for good offlane players. So maybe being a good offlane player, even at the pro level, is something that should be coveted. Yeah. But it's a really hard role, though. You have to agree with that.
No, 100%. When you manage to understand your role completely, and when you manage to see things not only like, oh, I need to protect my guy, but like, but you can destroy enemies as well. Like, if you look at that way, you open opportunities for yourself to do well, actually. So, and moreover about that, you would like to think about our another sponsor, which is Yandex. Yandex Go is a platform for a taxi, the cab, which is really efficient in Kazakhstan and actually elsewhere. So download the app, get the Yandex Go, and yep, thank you very much, Yandex, for actually sponsoring our tournament. We appreciate you so much. And yeah, so moving forward, what I was saying.
Let's stop talking about our players. I mean,
I was thinking about saying Slardar mid into the puck. So
that was really good.
That was what I was saying. Remember what I was saying earlier? Asians, they like they like puck a lot. So and what I was saying earlier, the previous series ago, you guys play into puck, and then if you guys think, oh, I'm gonna counter pick with a Lion, with a Slardar, I mean, you see the result.
I mean, we've seen Emo destroying the first half of the game. He was doing phenomenally. He was going around the whole map. He jumped Naga a couple of times. He jumped back himself. He connected with Lion as they managed to do stuff. The problem is, this stuff never converted into anything else. And that's a big problem when you're playing against Naga. We just saw Jacroy being named MVP. I completely agree with that. I think his itemization was on point. Going for a second item, Scotty, allowed him to tank up and not be such an easy target. It gives you armor, gives you HP, so you don't really die to Slardar as fast. And also, it makes your illusions tankier, making split pushing that much more efficient.
What I was saying to just now to MC back there, I was saying why you guys decided to go over Naga. He was saying I just wanted to give a freedom for my carry because he made a call. For me though, it was completely very risky move because I see Naga winning, but I see her winning past minute 45. But I don't see her winning before minute 30.
But that's what we were talking about earlier. The thing is about the Southeast Asian region is that they are really good at slow Dota. Their qualifiers, at least for TI and for many other tournaments, every single qualifier, if you compare the match time, the SEA plays the longest games, and they know how to play the long games better. It was really, really long time ago when SEA was a caveman Dota, right? Like you just go in and jump and rush for people. No, they're playing smart Dota, they're playing macro, they're playing everything correctly with the heroes they're getting. They know what to do. And this Naga, Jacroy absolutely knew what to do.
Yeah, I mean, definitely he made a call. I see the call, but it's risky, but it went through. It went through. But honestly, like, if there was a higher tier team, the same as I agree, the mic control is the same way he said it. If it was Falcon tier, we would have been destroyed.
I mean, if it was Falcons, the game would still probably be going on, you know? Like, they'd never go high ground. And maybe they would have faltered, because Falcons sometimes falter in game 1 in this best of 3 series.
Well,
and maybe
actually, that's true, yeah. But, like, just the factor is that we see it more risky, but yeah, he made it through. Anyway, it's just great job from Jacroy. He called it, manned it up, took the responsibility over his shoulder, and he pulled it off. So, like,
the most impressive thing about the whole thing is that mind control actually allows the players to make the calls. Because when we were talking earlier, before the match, right, I had this kind of an impression that mind control is trying to control his players, trying to mold them into something that he envisions. But it's the other way around. He listens to his players, he allows them to make the call, and it pays off. So he's not necessarily adapting this Southeast Asian region to what European realities of Dota are. He's doing the opposite. He's giving them experience about European Dota, but he's allowing them to play with their comfort heroes. Jacroy, he nails it.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. It's we got to see some quite interesting Dota. I believe it's about game to start, right? Since we're seeing the players right now, and
they're probably still discussing things. I think if you're, what are you discussing if you're called brothers?
I mean, I would know my strength of my offlane, and I would make him lead the team. So I want him to be a lead the team, so that way he doesn't feel pressure. Because I don't know what was his performance, because his performance was because he was felt under pressure. Anyway, we're about to start. We'd like to give us a word to our beloved casters, T Panda and John X Fire. Stay tuned. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Steel Barco and Kawaii Socks. Guys are doing a great job on the desk, breaking down these games as we're heading over to game number 2 of Reconix versus Yakult Brothers. The Yakulto lads were they're between a rock and a hard place in game number 1. And to kind of go back all the way to the draft, we kind of painted the picture that they had a plan and Reconix won a counter. It felt like the counter worked better than the original plan. So let's see if Mind Control wants to build something of their own going into this one. Obviously, every pro team does. I'm just being slightly sarcastic here. Don't take me wrong. Obviously, every team builds the draft according to what they want to do. Talk with a couple coaches, and they're like, if you plan your draft on countering, that's not a draft. That's just counter picking.
That is. That certainly is. And I'm curious to see how much more confident Reconix is now, you know, going in. Because again, yesterday they were doing a lot of this first phase pick puck. I mean, they still end up having to play puck versus Slardar. And then this time around, the lane for In Your Dream was pretty rough, but we'll have to see. I don't think Emo did a bad job whatsoever. He was doing fantastic for like the first 20 minutes of game. Then again, just a little bit of a slowdown, a little bit of timing for FBZ to actually have some play, you know, coming out from that weakness of a slower laning start where everyone's farming. Just to have one core that actually can start to make some plays made all the difference in the world. Still waiting out on these bans. We see the Treant plus the Lone Druid, along with the Cult Brothers banning out the Bane, the Doom, and the Tiny. So a lot of respect for what happened last game. Puck being banned out by Reconix now, along with the Brewmaster, which I find quite surprising. We've seen a lot of Brewmaster in this tournament, and to be fair, in this tournament, it's looked pretty solid. But everywhere else that we've seen Brewmaster, you know, Esports World Cup, it has not really felt great. So a little bit surprising. Stuff like Darkseer still in hand. I think that's going to be a big thing to consider here for good old FBZ. So I'm curious to see if that's the way they'll lean into now for his offlane. I mean, when I think of FBZ, I love thinking about like Mars. I love thinking about Timbersaw, but neither have been in the best of spots. Maybe Timber a little bit better. Might be tasty to pick that Timbersaw into this Undying now as well, just to rip him apart, but a bit early for that still. The Undying pickup, pretty cool from Cult Brothers. We've seen a lot of off-lane Undyings coming out. We've seen a lot of pos 5, pos 4 as well. So I don't mind this too much. This does feel like more of a Qianming hero than it does a Xiang Yu. So that's the way I think that the Cult Brothers will lean. And if it's not broke, don't fix it. Just back to Hoodwink. This hero has felt really stable. And again, I was really surprised, T, by Esports World Cup. Right before that, in qualifier, regional qualifiers for TI, regional qualifiers for the Esports World Cup, like Hoodwink was the top tier pick ban. Didn't have the highest win rate, to be fair. And then you go into the Esports World Cup, and suddenly the hero is not as popular. And then we're back here for the games of the digital games of the future. And all of a sudden, Hoodwink is a hot topic again, which is like, it's so strange. Like, the hero didn't get changed that much. In fact, it got nerfed with her innate, and suddenly it's good again. It's strange.
It is strange, but then you also have to take into account, like, they are literally tier 1 tournaments, and you have to categorize this in the same, but the teams that are playing don't actively play against other top tier teams every day or every week. So we do have a big variation in drafts, and I love stats. I love numbers. So I'm going to shout out a couple of them because I think these are pretty interesting to watch. Like, Sand King is undefeated in 3 games. Puck is 5-1 with Doom also 5-1. Clinks is 4-1 with Timber 4-1. So these are plus 80% heroes. And the next 2 heroes with many games played with a high win rate are Nature's Prophet, 7 games, 71%. And Clockwork, 16 games, 69% win rate. So we do have a big shift in some of these heroes compared to what we've been seeing in ENC and EWC. I do also wonder what is up with that Hoodwink, because, you know, 23 picks, the most picked hero, and then was the Clockwork at 16. Hoodwink's win rate is only 47.8. So both the good teams and the losing teams have been picking Hoodwink. It's just a very popular, like a ginormously popular hero, but it is only top 3 after Treant and Lone Druid.
Yeah, I think it maybe goes back to like why you pick Hoodwink, right? Because you pick it when you pick it really early, normally first pick or second pick overall. And that just means you don't know any idea about the enemy draft. You don't know if it's like an outstanding Hoodwink game, but it doesn't ever feel like there's like a bad Hoodwink game, right? So it's a hero that just fits in every draft. And that means there are some drafts that just feel horrendous. Like another hero would do better, but it still kind of works. I think that's the idea with a Hoodwink. It's just a very safe pick that doesn't reveal too much. I'm curious to see how Reckonix build up on this. You know, you're going into Undying. Maybe something like a Snapfire could be good if you're worried about Tombstone. Can kind of help in ripping that apart. We see the respect band for the SF here from Reckonix earlier on as well. And they'll go for the Largo pickup. Now, I get the strengths of the Largo. We've seen some pretty good offlane Largo games, like stuff like Kaya build up, getting a Lotus, getting tankiness, then just standing there with damage for your team.
There was also a carry Largo in the mix.
Yes, and that was pretty rough to see that Akashi decided to play
Yep.
carry Largo. I was very
Yep.
surprised, but also not surprised by Execration. You tend to expect the unexpected with those guys. So, you know, but I have to say, like, I get why this hero is good. I get that it feels great. It's just in the games where Largo is bad, it looks really bad. Right? I'm not saying the hero is bad, but when you have a slow start, when you don't crush the enemy lane or at least draw even, then the hero can feel really, really ugly. And there have been some lanes for Largo that are just really awful. I'm curious to see, because right now, you Cult Brothers, you could shift this Undying to pause 5 for Chunming, pick a really nice front line that plays with Undying well, like say, you know, a Drow looks pretty fantastic in that lane. Just decay, spam out arrows. Yes, it was nerfed. No, it's still a pretty good hero. Just decay, Tombstone, chase down at level 2, 3. The Largo can die. Like, there's not much you can do to stop that. There's not much his Dispel can really do there. So,
yeah.
I don't know. I think that's going to be one thing that the Cult Brothers can lock in easily. They get the Emo Storm now as well, so we're looking at serious business here from the Cult Brothers. Some question
facing
marks
elimination, so that's a good one to pick up. There are 3 heroes on the complete different side of the echelon, and I have to say one of them really strikes my eye because in EWC, Lena's win rate was 78% and it was highly picked. Now Lena's win rate is 33 out of 12 games. So Lena has been forgotten. Beastmaster is sharing that same 33% win rate. Pango's at 25 in 8 games. So these 3 heroes have fallen off the radar completely. People were trying it out in the first maybe 1 or 2 days, maybe the first day of the group stage, and then just let go of them completely. And that's why we're probably seeing the rise of all the other spirit heroes in the mid lane.
Oh,
the Shadow
God,
Fiend. Oh,
no.
God, no. They're doing that
And I
for you.
believe-
They're doing that for you, John and Mike.
Oh, no. And I believe that is our good Indonesian friend, Dimas, I think. Like, he does interviews with all these players. So shout out to him. I believe I'm going to have to check again. I forget names so fast. The Ember Spirit coming out, you know, really good stats there. The Ember has felt good regardless of what the stats say, right? It's a classic Ember versus Storm matchup. I'm sure Emo, though, this is where that experience comes in. Like, In Your Dream has played this matchup before, but Emo's played this so much. Like, he's played Storm into really crap matchups that I really don't think Emo cares, right? Like, this is a guy who literally doesn't care. If he wants to play his Storm, he will play his Storm, and he does not give a crap about what you're going to try to do to him. The Dark Will is an interesting choice as well, because you don't have, like, hard lockdown for Storm. You could try to just root him, or say, this is a bit more optimistic, but Bramble Maze into a lick. On anyone else but the Storm, it's going to work out. I'm just not sure if you have enough to kill the Storm. Like, that's my main concern now. Do you have enough? Because you don't have the Lion, you don't have the Shaman, you don't have the Bane, you have Bushwhack, which kind of like the same mindset as a Puck, right? Like, if stormed by a tree line, easy enough. You can just catch him off guard, chain route afterward, and take care of it from there. So we'll just have to wait and see here for how Reckonix start to tie it in and what pause one they'd want. I hope for our sakes that Jacori doesn't tell Mind Control that, hey, I really want to play Largo 1. I think it'll work.
Yeah, let's try and block that out of our minds. I'm just looking at Reckonix having 2 glass cannon supports in their team versus some quite heavy burst damage and high damage overall from Yakuto. So I'm also thinking, hopefully Low doesn't pick up something that hits pretty hard. This could be our Lena carry game coming once again. Doug from 6 feet under, like we just discussed, Lena's win rate is not very appealing. It is completely polarized to what we saw in the Esports World Cup. And that 77.8% win rate that she had. She's sitting at 33. Can that number go now higher in the arms of Low?
I think it can, because again, like when you see the lane matchup you're playing into, like you're gonna play into Largo. You want something ranged. You want something that can really abuse Decay, taking away a lot of EHP. Lina is one of those heroes. Right, you can protect Tombstone as well up against a melee hero plus a relatively short range hero. With LSA, you just have so much poke. Like, I love this lane from Cult. I was asking for the Drow. Lina works the same way. So this makes a lot of sense to me. You just have some winning lanes, if that is the Undying 5, which again, I would expect here from Chan Ming and not Xiang Yu. So I'm curious to see what